I'm quite proficient in alchemy. Is that enough? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. That's better, Mo Yen said like a child. Then can we continue on our way now? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Yes. Mo Yen nodded. After that, everyone walked for nearly an entire morning. Other than the few weeds and half-withered trees, they didn't even find the shadow of a single herb. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more Leng Ruoxue didn't believe that there was black star grass here. As noon approached, they found a relatively dry place to rest for the time being. However, Mo Yen was actually not very satisfied with the place they found. He even asked Leng Ruoxue to dry this place with flames. Little pervert, hurry up. Hurry up. Mo Yen pestered like a child. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but frown. She couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Was this person really Mo Yen? Could he have been swapped? Logically speaking, the Mo Yen she knew shouldn't be so childish. Little pervert. Mo Yen deliberately dragged out his voice. I'm afraid of you, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She resigned herself to fate and activated her vital flame, roasting the place they liked to stay dry. Boo-hoo. She only knew today that her vital flame had the effect of drying. Hee. Not bad. Well done. Mo Yen looked at the dry and warm place and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he found a random place to sit down and wait for lunch. Sir Mo Yen, you can only eat and drink well if you do it yourself, so hurry up and work. Don't think of slacking off. Leng Ruoxue looked at Mo Yen and said with a light smile. I don't know how to cook, Mo Yen said awkwardly. It was fine for him to refine weapons, but it was better not to cook. Even though you don't know how to cook, you can't eat for free. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. What do you want then? Mo Yen said warily. That D-Ren owed this little pervert a huge debt. Could it be that this little girl had designs on him again? I don't want to do anything, but it's only right to pay for the meal. However, you can also choose not to eat. After all, you're already a divine emperor. It's fine if you don't eat, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. I want to eat it. Mo Yen was very depressed. Boo-hoo. This bad girl was getting more and more fond of bullying him. However, he couldn't hit or scold her, so he could only sulk. Then pay up. Leng Ruoxue stretched out her fair and tender hand and handed it to Mo Yen. How much do you want? Cold sweat dripped from Mo Yen's head. He was even more speechless in his heart. This little pervert really wanted to collect money from him. I won't ask you for much. I'll just charge you a supreme-grade crystal for a meal, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. A supreme-grade crystal? Your food is so expensive. I don't think many people can afford it. Mo Yen was speechless and looked at Leng Ruoxue even more strangely. I won't give it to others if they want to eat it. However, I know you can definitely afford it. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Alright then. However, you have to remember that I don't have that many supreme-grade crystals on me, Mo Yen said helplessly. Hee. I love to keep accounts so that I can calculate interest. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Mo Yen was really speechless. It seemed that not only was this girl a pervert, but she was also a money grubber. Sigh. Now, he could finally understand Xiao Yu's feelings because he was also helpless against this little girl. Even though he had been cheated, Mo Yen was still very happy with his meal. After lunch, the group took a short break and continued on their way. Mo Yen, there are so few people here. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking curiously after walking for almost a day and not seeing anyone. Yes. The people here definitely can't compare to the Dark Grand Canyon. There were still many people who came here to train in the past. However, as the living environment changed and the animals and plants here became fewer and fewer, the number of people who came here gradually decreased, Mo Yen explained. Oh. Then with your experience, where do you think there will be traces of black star grass? Leng Ruoxue asked shamelessly. I don't know either. Why don't we go over there and take a look? I heard from Lu Yu that there used to be a lot of herbs over there. Mo Yen pointed to the south of the abyssal swamp. This abyssal swamp was like the Dark Grand Canyon. There was a lot of fog, so the range of their divine sense couldn't be too far. Therefore, they could only walk over. However, what made him happy was that along the way, other than the mud beast they had encountered before, they did not encounter another mud beast. Well. Could it be that those mud beasts were frightened by this girl, so they did not dare to show their heads? He could not help but guess. Okay. Leng Ruoxue and the others nodded. Then, everyone walked towards the south of the abyssal swamp. When they arrived at the place Mo Yen pointed out, it was already evening. The fog was even thicker, and they could barely see clearly. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue and the others could only find a flat place, set up the tent, and prepare to continue on the road the next day. This time, without waiting for Mo Yen to speak, Leng Ruoxue took the initiative to warm them up in the tent they wanted. After all, the night in the abyssal swamp was very cold. Little pervert, well done. Mo Yen nodded in satisfaction. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Mo Yen and scattered a circle of colorless and transparent powder around the tent to prevent snakes, insects, rats, and ants from disturbing them. This way, they could rest in peace. Little pervert, what medicine did you sprinkle? Mo Yen asked curiously. In fact, he had always wanted to ask this question, but every time he was about to ask, he was interrupted. Poison, Leng Ruoxue said softly, and then she saw Mo Yan's expression change again and again. Don't be afraid. This medicine only works on uninvited guests. Leng Ruoxue comforted with a naughty smile. Oh. Lucky. Mo Yan broke out in cold sweat. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's explanation, he finally relaxed. After dinner, the few of them returned to their tents. Mo Yan had originally planned to keep watch at night, but Leng Ruoxue told him that there was no need. She had already scattered the medicine, and whoever came would be in trouble. Mo Yan gave up. The next morning. After Leng Ruoxue and the others got up, they left the tent. However, they saw Mo Yan standing in front of the tent in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. You guys are up. Feeling the gazes of Leng Ruoxue and the others, Mo Yan turned around. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue, his expression became extremely strange. What's wrong? Are there flowers on my face? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Damn it, what kind of expression is that? No, but can you give me some of the medicine you scattered yesterday? Mo Yan said, a little embarrassed. The effect of the medicine was too good. He was the first one to come out of the tent, so he was shocked by the spectacular scene around the tent. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw countless corpses of poisonous insects, many of which were snakes. Thinking about it now, he still felt a little disgusted. Those medicines are quite common. I have better ones. Do you want them? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Although the medicine she had scattered yesterday could kill the poisonous insects, it could not destroy their corpses and erase all traces. She had also deliberately let Mo Yan see it. Otherwise, she was afraid that Mo Yan would not believe the effects of the medicine, hee. Looking at Mo Yan's expression now, he was most likely disgusted. Really? I want it, give me some of it. Mo Yan said expectantly. He often went to explore many places. If he had those medicines, he would be much safer at night and could rest better. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She then took out a pile of bottles and jars and threw them all to Mo Yan. Hee. Thank you, little girl. Mo Yan said with a happy smile, then quickly put the medicine into his ring. You're welcome. After all, you're the cheap ancestor's master. It's only right that I try to please you. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Mo Yan was a little speechless. Only a ghost would believe that this little girl would try to please him. However, when these words came out of Leng Ruoxue's mouth, not only did they not make people feel annoyed, they even felt that she was very cute. This was really too strange. Let's continue our journey after breakfast. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes. Everyone nodded and began to make breakfast. After eating, they began their search for black star grass. The group wandered around the abyssal swamp for a few days, but they still came up empty. This made Leng Ruoxue and the rest a little disappointed. In the evening a few days later. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had their heads lowered as they sat around the fire. No one spoke, and even the delicious food in front of them could not attract their interest. Right now, in the entire swamp, they had searched almost the entire place except for one place. The possibility of black star grass being found in that place was very small. However, no matter what, they would go there tomorrow to take a look. It would be best if they could find it, but if they couldn't, they could only think of other ways to save their ancestor. Don't be so dejected. There are still places we haven't searched. After a moment of silence, Leng Ruoxue spoke, breaking the silence of the evening. Little girl, you're right. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. Mo Yan said. Yes. The few of them nodded and went to rest. The next day. When they came out of the tent, they suddenly realized that there were 3 people lying on the ground in front of their tent. It was obvious that these people had been drugged by Leng Ruoxue. Little girl, are they dead? Mo Yan looked at the person lying on the ground and asked curiously. No, I didn't, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. The dosage of the drug she had given could kill the poisonous insects, but it could only knock people out. Should we wake them up? Mo Yan asked again. Yes, let's see what their goal is. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. If they had any ideas about them, then she would drug them. Just pour some water on them. Leng Ruoxue continued. Hee. Leave this to me. Mo Yan smiled evilly, took out a water bag from his ring, and poured the water inside on the 3 unconscious people. Not long after, the 3 of them slowly woke up. When they woke up, the 3 of them looked at each other in confusion. However, when the 3 of them saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest, they were so stunned that they were speechless. It was because, other than one person who was slightly older, the rest of the people in front of them were all handsome men and beautiful women. Furthermore, they were the kind of beauty that was demonic and stunning. Who are you people? Why did you come to our tent? Leng Ruoxue asked with a cold expression. The 3 people in front of him were all men, about 30 to 40 years old. They had simple, honest faces, and gentle eyes. They didn't look like people who would steal from others. However, you can't judge a book by its cover. So, it was better to ask clearly. We came to the abyssal swamp for an adventure. We saw that there was a fire here, so we wanted to stay for a while. However, we don't know why we fainted. One of them explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head indifferently and did not say anything else. Furthermore, she had asked Qing Ju to read their minds, so she knew that the man was speaking the truth. You guys are very familiar with this place? Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and asked again. From the way the three of them dressed, they should be explorers. In the immortal realm, there was a group of people who specialized in taking risks for a living, and they must be referring to people like them. And, the three of us brothers come here whenever we have nothing to do. However, the good things here are getting less and less. The man replied. Then. Do you know where to find black star grass? Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and asked. Black star grass? You're here for the black star grass. The man was shocked, and his expression changed. Yes, you know where it is. Leng Ruoxue said. From this person's expression, she knew that this person definitely knew. She did not even need Qing Ju to read his mind. I know, but I advise you not to go there. That person said with some difficulty. That place wasn't a good place. If he went there, he was afraid that he would lose his little life. How could he have the chance to get the black star grass? I have to go. You just have to tell me where it is. Leng Ruoxue said with determination. Even if she didn't know where the black star grass was, she still had to look for it. Now that she might know where it was, she had to find it. I can tell you, but I have to say this first. If anything happens to you, don't blame me. That person said very cautiously. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and promised. Once, I accidentally fell into a small cave. There, I found a small black grass with star-shaped leaves. If I remember correctly, that should be the black star grass. However, I'm not too sure. Moreover, that grass had a very powerful guardian beast. If I wasn't lucky that time, I'm afraid I would have died there. The man said with lingering fear. Where is that small cave? Leng Ruoxue asked hurriedly. From the man's description, she was sure that it was the black star grass. However, she didn't know if the grass was still there. North of the abyssal swamp, there is an abandoned crystal Quangxiu. I found it there. The man carefully recalled and said. Oh. When Leng Ruoxue heard this address, she couldn't help but sigh. The crystal Quangxiu north of the abyssal swamp, wasn't that the place they wanted to go to at the end? This was really a coincidence. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue took out 10 pieces of intermediate ranked crystal stones from her bracelet and handed them to the man as their reward. After that, the group of them headed to the long-abandoned crystal stone Quangxiu in the northern part of the swamp. Mo Yen, how are the crystal Quangxiu distributed in the divine realm? On the way, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Actually, she mainly wanted to know what would happen if an individual discovered a crystal mine. In the divine realm, any resource is an individual's opportunity. Therefore, if someone is lucky enough to find a crystal or mine, it naturally belongs to the individual. However, it's hard to say if they can guard it. Therefore, anyone who finds a crystal or mine will choose to sell it. However, the price will be lowered by the major forces. Mo Yen explained helplessly. The strong were respected, and if one did not have strength in the divinity, they could only be slaughtered. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in understanding. Little girl, if you find a crystal or mine, how do you plan to deal with it? Mo Yen was very curious about this. After all, with his understanding of this girl, he did not think that this little thing would let anyone bully her. It was already good enough that she didn't bully others. Of course I'll keep it for myself. I have so many subordinates. It'll cost a lot of money to keep them. Leng Ruoxue laughed as if it was a matter of course. Aren't you afraid that someone will come and snatch it? After all, you're not very strong. Mo Yen could not help but ask. Don't be afraid, who would want to compete with them in strength? I like to play dirty. Leng Ruoxue said with a half-smile. The cold sweat on Mo Yan's forehead dripped down as he thought to himself, this is indeed this little girl's character. How valiant. I will not allow anyone to snatch my things. Leng Ruoxue added in a domineering manner. Just like that, the group walked and chatted. Before noon, they arrived at the abandoned crystal Quangxiu north of the swamp. Even though this place had been abandoned for a long time, Leng Ruoxue and the rest could still feel a dense spiritual energy surrounding it when they entered the Quangxiu. This made Leng Ruoxue suspicious. Does every abandoned crystal Quangxiu have such dense spiritual energy? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. No, only mines that can produce high-grade crystals and above will have such dense spiritual energy. This crystal Quangxiu must have produced high-grade crystals in the past. Otherwise, it would not be able to produce so much spiritual energy now. Mo Yen explained. Oh. Let's go inside. Let's see if there are any small caves. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. The small cave that man spoke of should be the entrance to the crystal mine. If I remember correctly, it should be over there. Mo Yen pointed at a gray-black rock. In that case, let's go. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Following that, the group walked towards the huge gray-black rock. Leng Ruoxue walked near the grayish-black rocks and observed them carefully. She realized that the area of the rocks was not very big. There were about 5 of the biggest rocks, and they were no taller than 2 meters. The middle of the rocks was hollow. They were probably caves dug out when they were mining for crystal stones. Looking down the cave, it was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers. Previous chapter. This place is so dark. Leng Ruoxue looked into the cave for a while, but she could not see any light. Yes, little girl. How is it? Do you dare to go down? Mo Yen asked with a faint smile. In his impression, women didn't seem to like dark places like this. What's there to be afraid of? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go down. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. She couldn't help but think to herself that Mo Yen had really underestimated her. She wasn't that timid. With that, Leng Ruoxue was about to jump down, but she was stopped by the demon. Shui, I'll go down and take a look first. You guys wait for me up there. The demon said as he pulled on Shui's arm. After he finished speaking, he leaped into the cave. However, Leng Ruoxue naturally would not wait for him up there obediently. The moment the demon jumped down, she immediately followed. Seeing this, Leng Qingtian and Leng Ruohan also jumped down at the same time. On the other hand, Mo Yen was left behind by them because he was a step slower. Shui, didn't I tell you to wait for me up there? In the dark cave, the demon looked at the bright eyes beside him and said helplessly. We'll share blessings and difficulties together. How can I let you take risks alone? Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. That's right. We're all one family. There's no distinction between us. Leng Qingtian and Leng Ruohan, who had already reached the bottom of the cave, hurriedly said. Hee hee. Let's go together. Leng Ruoxue held onto the evildoer's arm and chuckled. You guys wait for me. Before Leng Ruoxue and the others left, Mo Yen, who had overheard their conversation, quickly shouted, as if he was afraid that he would be abandoned by them. I was waiting for you. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. After spending so much time with Mo Yen, she could deeply feel that this fellow was becoming more and more like a child. Following which, Leng Ruoxue lit up a flame, which instantly lit up the entire cave. At this time, everyone could finally see the original appearance of the cave. The entire cave area was not very large, and the stone wall was full of small potholes. At a glance, it was obvious that the stone wall had been excavated. The ground of the cave was covered in mud, and there were some footprints on it. Leng Ruoxue and the rest followed the tunnel into the cave. However, even after a long time, they still could not find the end of the tunnel. They did not see any sign of the black star grass either. This made Leng Ruoxue a little puzzled. Why can't we finish walking? As they walked, Leng Ruoxue voiced her suspicions. We seem to be walking in circles. The demon said after thinking for a while. In a circle? Leng Ruoxue gave it some thought and continued to walk forward with the rest. However, this time, she had marked the way, and after walking for a while, she finally confirmed that they had indeed been walking in circles. What's going on? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with confusion as she stood at the spot where she had left the mark. She immediately contacted Qing Ju through telepathy. Qing Ju, do you see anything strange about this? Leng Ruoxue asked, her heart filled with doubt. Big sister, if I'm not wrong, there should be an illusionary formation here. Qing Ju said after some thought. He had originally wanted to explore this cave, but something seemed to be obstructing him. Thus, he made this guess. A bewildering formation? Leng Ruoxue pondered to herself. She had heard of the illusionary formation before, but she could not tell at all. There were traces of a formation here. What was going on? Big sister, this illusionary array is set up with the dark attribute, so it's very difficult for ordinary people to see it. Qing Ju, who knew what Leng Ruoxue was thinking, explained. Dark attribute. Leng Ruoxue was a little embarrassed. Her understanding of the various attributes was still too little. She had actually never thought of using the darkness attribute to set up an array. However, this was also largely related to the fact that she rarely used the darkness attribute. Thinking of this, she turned her head to the evildoer, hee hee. Evildoers had the purest dark attribute. Shui, don't look at me like that. The demon said with a little butterflies in his stomach. What are you thinking? There should be a dark attribute array here, can you sense it? Leng Ruoxue pouted and rolled her eyes at the evildoer, then said seriously. Shui, you know that I know nothing about formations. The demon said, a little embarrassed. He didn't like to think about those things that required his brain the most. Then you can also give me some advice. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. If you're beating someone up, I can give you some advice. I really don't have any objections. The demon said innocently. Little girl, why didn't you ask me? Mo Yen couldn't help but ask. After hearing from Leng Ruoxue that there was an array here, he had been observing it closely. Do you know about dark attribute formations? Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. She knew that armament masters would more or less know about arrays. However, dark attribute arrays were too rare. Since she couldn't enter the spatial space now, she wanted to see if there was any introduction to dark attribute arrays in the array that her master had left for her. I don't know, but basically all formations are the same. So, we just need to find the formation Mo Yen said after thinking for a while. Ordinary people would not think of using the darkness attribute to set up an array, so he was sure that the person who set up the array was not normal. Then let's look for the array core. Leng Ruoxue thought about it for a while and agreed with Mo Yan's words. Let's split up and look. Don't act rashly when you see something suspicious. Mo Yen reminded. Yes. Leng Qingtian and the others nodded, and the few of them split up to take action. At this time, in a hidden place in the cave, there was a small black grass with star-shaped leaves. It was trembling slightly, and the leaves on its body were shaking so much that they almost fell off. Don't be afraid, they won't be able to find this place. A small, pitch-black snake consoled him in the human language. Its bright, black eyes were also observing the movements outside from time to time. I don't want to die. Woo. The black grass sobbed, and the leaves on its body trembled even more violently. I'm here, you won't die. The little black snake promised. It had accompanied Xiaoxing for many years, and the two of them were already 2 bodies and 1 life. If Xiaoxing died, it wouldn't be able to live either, so it naturally wouldn't let Xiaoxing be captured by the humans. But these people are different from the previous ones. The black grass said fearfully. Spirits were the most sensitive, so it could feel that these people were different from the rest. They could even see through the illusion array set up by Xiao Mo, so it could be imagined how powerful these people were. Therefore, the black grass was not confident that it could escape the search of the humans this time. No matter how different they are, if they dare to find this place, I'll release poison and bite them to death. You know my poison. The little black snake known as Little Mo said confidently. Little Mo, you should go. Don't worry about me. The black grass said sadly. It was afraid that it would not be able to escape this time, but it hoped that Xiao Mo could continue to live. Little star, what are you saying? How could I leave you behind and leave by myself? Besides, we can't be separated. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Little Mo said angrily. He was extremely angry at Little Star, who wanted him to leave, but he could not do anything to the fragile Little Star. Hee hee, what a pair of kids with deep feelings. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out beside the beast and the grass. Needless to say, this person was Leng Ruoxue. Hearing the sudden voice, Little Mo turned around and looked at the 5 people in front of them. His eyes were fierce, and then he said fiercely, don't even think about capturing Little Star. Damn it, it was too focused on talking to Little Star just now and actually forgot about the existence of these humans. Now that they have found Little Star's whereabouts and come here, what should it do? Although Xiao Mo looked fierce at this time, he was actually afraid in his heart. After all, he could feel that one of the 5 men was very strong, and he was no match for him at all. And that person was naturally Mo Yen. Little guy, don't be so fierce. Did you set up this formation? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Who would have thought that this little black snake in front of her had the ability to set up an array? It was not simple at all. And this formation really took her a lot of effort. So what if I am? I'm warning you, don't even think about getting Xiaoxing, or I won't let you off. Little Mo said with a fierce expression. However, his fierce expression, coupled with his small body, did not make people feel afraid. Instead, it gave people a very cute feeling. At least, Leng Ruoxue felt that this little black snake was cute. Do you want to bite me? Leng Ruoxue was in a good mood as she continued to play with it. After finding the black star grass, she could finally put her heart at ease. Furthermore, it seemed like the black star grass already had a spirit, which made it even rarer. Yes, I'll bite you. Little Mo said very seriously. His pair of black eyes were even emitting a bright light, which was very dazzling. Little guy, we're not bad people. We won't hurt Little Star. Leng Ruoxue coaxed softly. Since the black star grass already had its own consciousness, she naturally wouldn't harm it. However, the cheap old ancestor also needed that little fellow to save her, so she really hoped to reach an agreement with them. Humph. Humans are all bad guys. How could they let Little Star go? Little Mo said in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people who wanted Little Star, he wouldn't have hidden here with Little Star. However, he didn't expect that they would still be caught by humans. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. AI. After hearing the little black snake's words, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh softly. She didn't think that this little fellow was also a young nationalistic youth. Could it be that all snake-type beasts were like this? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts turned and she summoned Xiaohua from her bracelet. The moment Lil Fire came out, it immediately wrapped itself around Leng Ruoxue's wrist and started to put on the bangle. Little Fire, settle this little fellow for me. Leng Ruoxue ordered. When Lil Fire heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it lifted its eyelids and said indifferently, what should we do? Do you want him dead or alive? Xiaohua's intrepid words made Leng Ruoxue and the rest break out in cold sweat. They all thought to themselves, when did this little fellow become so violent? The first thing he asked was whether he wanted her dead or alive. I'm just telling the truth. Looking at Leng Ruoxue and the rest's expressions, Lil Fire said with an aggrieved expression. Of course, I want him alive. Leng Ruoxue was not willing to attack the little black snake, so she could only ask Lil Fire to do it for her. Oh. I know. After Xiaohua finished speaking, it climbed down from Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Then, it looked at the little black snake face to face. Little guy, I'm your boss from now on. I'll protect you no matter what, how about it? Just follow me in the future. Xiaohua's words shocked everyone. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others had strong tolerance and were used to it. However, Mo Yan's jaw almost fell off. Oh my god. God. Did these words come from the mouth of a little snake? Mo Yan had never thought that he would hear such words from the mouth of a seemingly innocent beastie. This was really out of his expectations. However, when he remembered that this little red snake belonged to that little pervert Leng Ruoxue, he quickly understood. As the saying goes, like master, like beast. You're also a companion beast? Little Mo stared at Lil Fire for a long time before opening his mouth in disbelief. He really didn't expect that he would actually see a companion beast like him. It should be known that natural treasures that could have companion beasts were rare, so he never thought that he would actually have the opportunity to meet one. Therefore, although Lil Fire's words were a little arrogant, it still felt very kind. Of course. However, I've lived much longer than you, and my partner Xiao Sen can already transform. This little fellow beside you is still not good enough. Lil Fire said in understanding. From the moment it came out, it knew that this little black snake's strength was not as good as its own. Therefore, it wanted to give this little black snake a warning so that it could follow it in the future. It's very difficult to transform. I've been working hard on my cultivation. At the same time, we also have to avoid the pursuit of humans. That's why I've never been able to transform. Little Mo said a little sadly. Hee hee. As long as you follow me in the future, I guarantee that it won't be long before your little star can transform. Xiaohua made a solemn vow. Really? Little Mo's face was full of disbelief. If he had heard correctly, this little red snake should be the human woman, S. So, what he didn't understand was how he was going to follow the little red snake. It did not like humans. Of course, but you have to follow this woman. Only she can help your little star. Fiery said again. I don't trust humans. Inky refused. For so many years, he had been hiding with Little Star and had seen many people, but he had never met a good human. Therefore, over the years, his impression of humans had become worse and worse. Do you believe me? Xiaohua's eyes widened as he loudly questioned. I believe you, but I don't believe in humans. Xiao Mo paused for a moment before continuing. What if I tell you that women are good humans? Do you believe me? Xiaohua asked again with its eyes wide open. I'll believe you. Under the threatening gaze of Lil Fire, Lil Mo said a little fearfully. Then take your little star and leave with the woman. Lil Fire was extremely domineering, directly making the decision for Lil Mo. She really won't hurt Xiaoxing? Inky asked, a little uncertain. I can guarantee that your little star will not die. Lil Fire said slyly. It knew that the woman was looking for black star grass to save people, and she would definitely need black star grass. Therefore, that little grass would definitely be injured, but at least it would not be life-threatening. I need to discuss this with Little Star. Inky said hesitantly. After that, he crawled to the side of the black star grass and the two of them conversed in low voices. After a long while. Only then did Little Mo crawl back in front of Little Fire and nod his head as he said with a slight warning, we agree. However, you must not kill Xiaoxing, otherwise, I will not let you go. Xiao Mo was also very clear that humans would definitely need to use black star grass, and these people would not be an exception. Therefore, his minimum requirement was for Xiaoxing to live. It did not matter even if she was slightly injured. At most, she would cultivate for a few more years to make up for the loss. However, once she lost her life, she would have nothing left. Don't worry, we won't kill Little Star. Leng Ruoxue quickly promised when she heard what Little Mo said. That's good. With that, Xiao Mo turned around and picked up the black star grass growing on a piece of black crystal with his mouth. He then slowly crawled towards Leng Ruoxue. Little guy, what's your name? Leng Ruoxue took the black star grass from the little black snake's mouth and placed it into the bracelet. Then, she asked curiously, oh. If the black star grass was called Little Star, then could this little black snake be called Little Black? She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. I'm called Little Mo, the little black snake said softly. Hello, Little Mo. Leng Ruoxue looked at Mo Yen and tried to hold back her laughter. When he heard the name of the little black snake, Mo Yen was extremely embarrassed. Especially when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, he wanted to laugh but had to hold it in for his face, which made him even more depressed. However, what made him even more speechless was that this perverted girl had actually obtained the black star grass and its accompanying beast without any effort. Sigh. It was really infuriating to compare people. This girl's luck was a little too good. And that little red snake, he had thought it was just an ordinary little beast. He didn't expect it to be the companion beast of a heavenly treasure. However, he didn't know what kind of heavenly treasure it was. Although he was curious, he wouldn't ask if the little girl didn't take the initiative to tell him. Yes, hello. I want to be with Xiaoxing. Little Mo pleaded. He knew that Little Star had been kept by the woman in front of him. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded and with a change of mind, she placed Little Mo back into the bracelet. Little Fire, are you going back? Leng Ruoxue asked as she looked at Xiaohua, who had completed his mission. Woman, you're too much. You want to kick me away after you've used me. Lil Fire's eyes were filled with tears as it complained in an extremely dissatisfied manner. After Leng Ruoxue heard what Xiaohua said, a few drops of cold sweat dripped down from her forehead. She was secretly sighing in her heart. The innocent Xiaohua had become bad. She wondered who had taught him this. I'm going to stay outside. After Xiaohua finished speaking, it automatically climbed onto Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue looked at Xiaohua and said helplessly. Everyone nodded. They were all extremely relaxed now that they had found the black star grass. After that, the few of them sat on the little peacock and returned to Fiery City. When the two brothers, Lu Feng and Lu Yu, saw that Leng Ruoxue and the other three had returned with Mo Yen, they understood everything. They naturally did not give Leng Ruoxue and the others a good look when they realized that they had been deceived. Little fox, you lied to us. Still in the courtyard, Lu Feng roared at the top of his lungs, as if he was afraid that no one could see his anger. When did I lie to you? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with innocence. You lied to us that you were in seclusion, but in the end, you left with Mo Yen. Lu Feng said hatefully. These few days, he really thought that Leng Ruoxue and the others were in closed-door cultivation. But in the end, she didn't even stay in Fiery City, which really infuriated him. They didn't leave with me. Mo Yen explained helplessly. Could it be that they ran away on their own? Then why are you two together? Lu Feng's face was filled with question marks, his brows were about to be knitted together. We met in the dark canyon. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes. Mo Yen nodded. And then you came back together? You haven't gone to the abyssal swamp yet, right? Did you find the black star grass in the dark canyon? Lu Feng asked a few questions in a row, causing Leng Ruoxue and the rest to not know which one to answer first. Yes, we've been to the swamp and found black star grass. Mo Yen said calmly. After being together with that little pervert Leng Ruoxue for a few days, he could be considered to have broadened his horizons. Hence, he was now full of admiration for that little lass. You found the black star grass? You guys are really amazing. Hearing that they had found the long-extinct black star grass, Lu Yue immediately shouted in excitement. Yes, I found it. Mo Yen repeated. It was all thanks to Leng Ruoxue's little red snake that he was able to easily obtain the black star grass. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. It seemed that it was easier to communicate with the same kind. If he had the chance, he would try it too. Give me the black star grass, I'm going to make the antidote. Lu Yue said excitedly. Mo Yen was in a difficult position. The black star grass now belonged to the little girl, and it had developed intelligence. This was a bit difficult. I can't give you the black star grass now. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to speak up. Why? The sooner we refine the antidote, the sooner Leng Xiaoyu will be able to wake up. Lu Yue asked in confusion. They had gone through so much trouble to find the black star grass, wasn't it to save Leng Xiaoyu? Now that he had found the black star grass, why couldn't he do it? I need to talk to black star grass first. Leng Ruoxue replied calmly and brought the four of them back to their room. Looking at the backs of Leng Ruoxue and the other three, Liu Yue's handsome face was filled with question marks. She could not help but ask, what do you mean by talk to the black star grass? That black star grass has already developed intelligence. This little girl promised its companion beast that she would not take the life of the black star grass, Mo Yen explained in a low voice. Lu Yue screamed in disbelief. Then, he was stunned. Oh my god. Even the sentient black star grass had been taken by this little fox. This was a great opportunity. Why didn't he have such good luck? After he regained his senses, Lu Yue could not help but feel a little depressed. To be honest, he was a little jealous of Leng Ruoxue's good luck. Calm down, after Mo Yen finished speaking, he turned around and went to see his disciple. Leng Ruoxue and the other three went back to their room. Not long after, Feng De and the rest followed them in and looked at their miss with anticipation. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to bring them into the bracelet as well. In the bracelet, Xiao Mo, who was extremely curious, was happily looking around in the medium. The black star grass had long been planted in the herb garden by Qing Ju. However, due to the toxicity of the black star grass, it could not be planted with other natural treasures. Therefore, Qing Ju had to open up a separate piece of land in the herb garden as the new home for the black star grass. The black star grass was also very satisfied with its new residence. The sharp-eyed little Mo immediately pounced on Leng Ruoxue and the others when he saw them. He called out affectionately, "Woman, you're here." Leng Ruoxue looked at the little black snake that was hanging on her body. She could not help but feel a few black lines sliding down her forehead. It had only been a few days, but this cute little black snake had been led astray by Lil Fire. He actually called her a woman. This was really the saying, one who is close to vermilion is black. Miss, is this your new beastie? Feng De asked curiously. This was what everyone was thinking. It's a companion beast of the black star grass. Leng Ruoxue explained. Arg. The black star grass actually has a companion beast. Feng De and the others were filled with disbelief. To them, the black star grass was too unpopular. They had never heard of it before, let alone thought that it could give birth to a companion beast. After all, they remembered clearly that their miss had said that only heaven-defying treasures would have companion beasts. Most of the treasures only had guardian beasts, and there was a huge difference between guardian beasts and companion beasts. You're not allowed to look down on little star. Xiao Mo understood the meaning behind Feng Da's words and was very displeased. Arg. I'm not looking down on it, I'm just a little curious. Feng De looked at the fierce little snake and quickly explained. Humph. Xiao Mo snorted coldly and arrogantly ignored him. Miss, let's go take a look at the black star grass. Feng De said a little awkwardly. Was he being looked down upon by a little snake? Let's go. Leng Ruoxue held back her laughter. The group of people arrived at the herb garden and found a small black grass in a corner of the herb garden. The grass had several star-shaped leaves, and after seeing them, the leaves actually shrank together as if they were shy. Seeing the black star grass's human-like actions, Fengde and the others laughed happily. Hee hee. This black star grass is quite cute. Yup. You're actually so shy, like a little girl. Everyone was talking at the same time. Green Peach couldn't help but reach out to touch the tender leaves of the black star grass. This action made the already timid black star grass even more shy. Don't you dare bully little star. You're courting death. Xiao Mo suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Little black snake, we didn't bully it. Please don't misunderstand. After laughing, the crowd quickly explained. Alright, everyone, stop laughing. Leng Ruoxue held back her laughter as she looked at little Mo. Miss, this little black snake is quite cute. Fengde chuckled. Yes. Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. She then turned to Xiaoxing and said, Little star, my ancestor needs you to save his life. Can you give me 2 leaves? Yes, yes. Little star nodded. It had already heard about this from big brother Qingju, so it was very willing to help this beautiful sister. Thank you, little star. Leng Ruoxue gently caressed Xiaoxing's tender leaves as she expressed her gratitude. Actually, she was very clear that as long as she asked, Xiaoxing would definitely agree. After all, these spirits were extremely kind and knew how to repay kindness. This was also the main reason why she was unwilling to harm these spirits that had already developed intelligence. I'm very happy to be able to help big sister. Little star said a little shyly. It was very safe in this space, and no one would come to catch it. The spiritual energy here was very rich, so losing a few leaves was nothing to it. It could cultivate again very quickly. With that, Xiaoxing shook her body gently and a few leaves flew towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue used a jade bottle to store a few small leaves and left the herb garden. After getting out of the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue went straight to Fu Rant's room to visit old Grand Madam. Mo Yen and the others happened to be there as well, so she handed the jade bottle containing the black star grass to Luyue. Luyue took the bottle, opened it, and took a look. Then, she went to refine the pills in ecstasy. Has Rume been up to anything these past few days? Leng Ruoxue looked at Lu Feng and asked calmly. Rume came twice, and Ruhua came a few times as well. However, I stopped them from coming. The person they wanted to see wasn't Leng Xiaoyu. Lu Feng said with a light smile. Then who are they meeting? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She couldn't help but think, damn Lu Feng, he actually kept her in suspense. Rume wants to see the disheveled old man, and Ruhua wants to see you. The relationship between master and disciple has been very cold recently. Lu Feng said with some schadenfreude. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at the time, the flower-like medicinal effect should be taking effect soon. Hee hee. Back then, she was afraid of arousing suspicion, so she used chronic drugs, and the effects of chronic drugs were better. Little fox, why would Ruhua want to see you? Lu Feng didn't understand, his handsome face was full of question marks. You have to ask her. How would I know? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She wasn't around, alright? Lu Feng didn't ask about the person involved, but why was he asking about her instead? The two of them were chatting casually when the butler suddenly announced loudly from outside the door, Miss Leng, Ruhua is here again. This is really speaking of the devil's way. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. They were just talking about Ruhua when that woman came. She must have heard about her and Mo Yen entering the city and immediately came looking for them. However, she was quite curious about Ruhua's purpose. Miss Leng, do you want to see her? Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had not responded for a long time, the butler could not help but ask again. See. Of course he had to see her. I can't let him down, can I? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She then turned to Lu Feng and Mo Yen, I'm going to see her. I'll go with you, Mo Yen stood up and said. Alright, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded and the two of them walked towards the living room. Previous chapter. You want to go back on your word? This child is senior brother Xiao Yu's, and it's none of your business. Although Hua was a little scared, she still insisted that the child was Leng Xiaoyu's. She didn't believe that these people would dare to do anything to her. After all, she was Rume's disciple. Although their relationship had been very cold recently, she believed that her master would still dote on her and stand up for her. Since Miss Ruhua is so sure, I have nothing more to say. Butler, see the guest out. Leng Ruoxue could not be bothered to waste time with Ruhua. After she finished speaking, she stood up and left the front hall. Once she left the front hall, Leng Ruoxue saw Fengde and the rest standing at the entrance. They seemed to be eavesdropping. When they saw her coming out, they immediately went up and surrounded her. Miss, this Hua is really shameless. We can't let her off. Fengde quickly said. Yup. Miss, I've never seen such a shameless woman before. Green Peach also echoed, her beautiful face full of contempt for Hua. When Hua walked out of the front hall, she happened to hear everyone's evaluation of her. She couldn't help but shout, how dare you say that about me? Idiot. Everyone said in unison. After that, they all turned and left, not even bothering to look at Yuhua. Everyone returned to Fu Ran's room. Lu Feng curiously asked Yuhua why she had come. He found it unbelievable because he didn't expect Yuhua to do something like this. Such a woman was actually the armament guild's main target of cultivation. It was really embarrassing for the guild. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but say to Mo Yen, I think we can cancel all of Yuhua's treatment. If other forces find out that we have such a blacksmith in the headquarters, we'll be laughed at. Yes. Mo Yen nodded in agreement. It was time to take action against the extremely shameless Ruhua. The medicinal pill has been refined. Just as everyone was angry over Yuhua's matter, Lu Yue ran in from outside and brought good news. That's great, hurry up and feed it to Xiao Yu. Mo Yen quickly said. All right, he said. Lu Yue walked to the side of the bed and took out a black pill from her ring, stuffing it into Leng Xiaoyu's mouth. Not long after, Leng Xiaoyu, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up. When Leng Xiaoyu opened her eyes and saw the room full of people, she knew that she couldn't hide this matter. She couldn't help but glare at Fu Ran, who was standing by the bed. It's none of my business. Fu Ran whispered, feeling wronged. Cheap ancestor, you have no right to blame others now. However, since you've just woken up, I'll let you off for now. You can rest for 2 days. We'll slowly settle your score. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. Her heart was at ease now that her cheap old ancestor had woken up. However, what followed was anger. She really did not expect that the shrewd Leng Xiaoyu would actually fall for a woman's scheme. So what if he was scheming? He didn't come to her immediately after being poisoned, which led to the poison spreading deeper. With that, Leng Ruoxue left Fu Ran's room with Fengde and the others without looking back. What does little Shui mean? Leng Xiaoyu was a little confused. However, the sense of danger in her heart was gradually deepening. Woo! Why did this happen? Grandpa, you're on your own. Leng Qianye gloated. It was not that he did not want to help his grandfather, but he was actually quite angry about this matter. However, he could not hit or scold his grandfather, but little Shui did not have such a person. Therefore, he was happy to watch a good show. Xiao Yu, take care. Fu Ran also said with a little sympathy. Mo Yen and the others kept sighing, but their eyes were filled with a desire to see chaos. Master. Leng Xiaoyu looked at Mo Yen with a pleading gaze, the meaning behind it was self-evident. Xiao Yu, I can't deal with that little pervert of yours. You can't hide from him, so you have to find a way to deal with him. Mo Yen said with a smirk. After he finished speaking, he even pulled the two brothers out of the room to find a place to have fun. When Leng Xiaoyu saw that only Fu Ran and Leng Qianye were left in the room, she said pitifully, you guys aren't going to help me? I'm sorry, Grandpa. We can't help you. Leng Qianye said with certainty. In fact, he would like to teach his grandfather a lesson if he could to make up for their anxiety during this period of time. Xiao Yu, you've occupied my room for so long, it's about time you return it to me. Fu Ran reminded. What do you mean by that? Leng Xiaoyu's handsome face was filled with question marks. You've been unconscious for more than half a month. It was Ruoxue, Sir Mo Yen, and the others who found the black star grass that saved you and cured your injuries. Fu Ran explained. Half a month? Why was I unconscious for so long? Leng Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. She had never thought of this answer. Your poison was already too strong. When I went to look for Ruoxue to get the antidote, you were already unconscious. However, Ruoxue couldn't cure your poison either. It was Sir Luyue who said that black star grass was needed to cure you, so they went to look for it. They just returned from the abyssal swamp today. Fu Ran said. Even though Ruoxue and Mo Yen did not go into detail about how he went to find the black star grass, he knew that it would not be so easy to find it. Hence, he was happy to see Leng Xiaoyu being taught a lesson. Otherwise, it would be difficult to appease Ruoxue's anger, and Xiao Yu indeed deserved to be taught a lesson. Now, as long as he thought about how he had promised Xiao Yu to keep this a secret, he would deeply regret and blame himself. If he had let Ruoxue know about this earlier, Xiao Yu would not have fainted. It seems that I should be taught a lesson. Actually, I just didn't want them to worry. I didn't expect that I would overreach myself. Leng Xiaoyu reproached herself. What's the use of saying all this now? You should think about how to calm Ruoxue down. That's right, just now Ruhua came to my door and said, she wants to marry you. Fu Ran reminded her excitedly. Now that Leng Xiaoyu had woken up, his mood relaxed, and he even started to joke. What? Leng Xiaoyu's eyes were wide open as she asked in disbelief. F***ck, did he hear wrongly? That woman still had the face to say that she wanted to marry him. Unless he was dead, he would rather marry a pig than that woman. Ruhua is pregnant with your child. You're going to be a father. Grandpa, I'm going to have an uncle who's much younger than me. Leng Qianye said with a straight face. However, he was laughing inside because he knew how his grandfather would react when he heard the news. Leng Xiaoyu did not disappoint him. This is impossible. I haven't even touched a single finger of hers, how could she have my child? This is definitely slander. Damn it, she actually dared to make me the scapegoat. I won't let her off. Leng Xiaoyu roared in anger. Grandpa, calm down. Leng Qianye consoled her immediately. I can't stay calm. F***ck, I've never been wronged like this before. Leng Xiaoyu was so angry that she was on the verge of exploding. She was even spewing vulgarities. Grandpa, you've just been detoxified. You should rest well. We can talk about these things slowly. Leng Qianye reminded her helplessly. Alright, let me know if Ruhua is coming, said Leng Xiaoyu after she calmed herself down. His body was still a little weak and he should rest well. Yes. Yes, Leng Qianye replied and left the room with Fu Ran. Now that his grandfather had woken up, there was no need for anyone to guard him in the room. It would make his grandfather uncomfortable. 2 days later. Leng Xiaoyu's body had already recovered to its original state. At this moment, he was sitting in the living room, waiting for the crowd's interrogation like an uneasy child. Ask whatever you want. I promise I won't hide anything. After a long while, Leng Xiaoyu saw that no one had any questions, so she could not help but say, Wu, if they had scolded me, I might not have been so nervous, but now that they're not saying a word, it makes me feel very uncertain. Since old forefather has spoken, then tell me how you were poisoned first. Leng Ruoxue said with a straight face on purpose. Actually, I don't know when I was poisoned. That day, Ruhua asked me to send her home and said that this was her last request and that she wouldn't bother me anymore. I didn't think much about it and agreed. However, not long after I arrived at her place, I felt uncomfortable, so I left despite her protests. Later, when the medicine took effect, I found a cold spring to suppress the medicine, but it only eased a little. After I returned to my residence, I came straight to Fu Ran. Leng Xiaoyu explained simply. And then you asked Fu Ran to ask me for the antidote. You didn't even allow him to tell us that you were poisoned, did you? Leng Ruoxue continued. Yes, I don't want you to worry. Leng Xiaoyu said awkwardly. That's just one aspect. In addition, you also feel that you've lost face. Leng Ruoxue understood. She was very clear that Leng Xiaoyu was a proud person. She naturally did not want too many people to know about this. However, it was also because of this that the best time for the treatment was delayed. Little Shui, you don't have to be so direct. Leng Xiaoyu said, a little embarrassed. It's the truth. And it's a fact that we all know. Leng Ruoxue answered honestly. Little Shui, what do you plan to do? Leng Xiaoyu gathered her courage and asked. She knew that little Shui would not let him off so easily. He was already prepared to receive his punishment. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Little Shui, don't be like this. Leng Xiaoyu said, a little scared. I'm fine. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Suddenly, the butler's voice rang out from outside the hall. Miss Leng, Ruhua is here again. Rumei came with her. The butler said with some fear. Let's bring them to the front hall. Leng Ruoxue took a look at Leng Xiaoyu, then spoke to the butler outside the hall. Yes. The butler wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and replied, my God. His little heart was still beating nervously. Cheap old ancestor, do you want to come with us to meet the master and disciple? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. All right. Leng Xiaoyu's face was cold as she stood up from her seat and said fiercely. In that case, let's go together. Let's see what the master and disciple are up to. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. She had decided to attack and no longer wanted to play hide and seek with them. It was time to reel in the net. Yes, yes. Everyone looked like they were watching a good show. In reality, even if Leng Ruoxue didn't take the initiative to talk about this, they would have eavesdropped on her. Then, everyone went to the front hall together. At that moment, Rumei was sitting in the front hall with a stern face. She looked unhappily at the uneasy housekeeper standing not far away. Anger welled up in her heart. Damn it, where did that wretched servant girl find such an insensible housekeeper? She had been here for so long, but he didn't even tell her to pour her a cup of tea. In fact, how could she know what the butler was thinking? The butler didn't want to see this pair of master and disciple the most. Every time they came uninvited, he was the one who was unlucky. Because every time these two women left, Fengde and others would give him a bad look, which made him feel uneasy. However, Rumei could tolerate this cold treatment due to her status, but Ruhua didn't have so many concerns. Butler, don't you know how to pour a cup of tea for the guests? Ruhua's face was filled with displeasure. She had worked so hard to please her master and make her stand up for her again. She couldn't anger her master because of this blind housekeeper. I'm sorry, Miss Ruhua, there's no more tea. The butler said apologetically. What about the water? Don't tell me there's no water left. Ruhua shouted in anger. There's no hot water either. Do you want some well water? The butler asked with a sincere expression. You. Ruhua was so angry that she couldn't speak. F***ck, how dare he make the master and disciple drink well water? He really didn't want to live. Miss Ruhua, be careful of the child in your stomach. Pregnant women shouldn't be too agitated. The butler quickly reminded. Damn it, how did you know about this? Ruhua was furious. She didn't think that even a servant would know about her. This. Everyone in our courtyard knows about it. As the butler, I have no reason not to know. Of course. the butler said matter-of-factly. However, he was also very disdainful of Ruohua's actions. This Ruohua really treated Leng Xiaoyu as a steamed bun. He did not know where this bastard came from, but he actually blamed it on Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu. You. I won't let you off. Ruohua threatened. Although she wanted to use this matter to threaten Leng Xiaoyu and the others to achieve her goal, she did not think that everyone would know about it. After all, she was not prepared to keep this child. Who won't Miss Ruohua let go of? Leng Ruoxue, who had been here for a while, suddenly spoke. Following which, everyone walked into the front hall. Miss Ruohua said that she won't let me off because we all know that she's pregnant with Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu's child. The butler bowed respectfully and complained. Oh. Ruohua, it's a good thing to have a child. Why did you kill him? Could it be that this child's background is unknown and he can't be seen? Leng Ruoxue teased with a half-smile. How is that possible? This is senior brother Xiao Yu's child. Ruohua said with certainty. Oh, really? How come I didn't know that I could have children with you? Don't tell me that as long as you're infatuated with a certain man, you'll have his child? Leng Xiaoyu, who was standing in the crowd, suppressed her anger and questioned him. Senior brother Xiao Yu. You. When did you come back? Ruohua was shocked and asked in disbelief. Wasn't Leng Xiaoyu not in Yanhua City? When did he come back? Don't bother about when I came back. Let me ask you, how did you get pregnant with my child? Leng Xiaoyu asked in an unpleasant tone. This is your child. Are you trying to deny it? He said. Ruohua said firmly. Then when did we get it? Leng Xiaoyu asked, suppressing her anger. It was that day. We had it that day. Ruohua said calmly. Oh, really? Butler, please send someone to invite Yao Yuan over. Leng Ruoxue ordered with a smile. The moment she finished speaking, her face turned pale. Invite him for what? Ruohua roared in anger. Of course I'm inviting him over for a confrontation. Do I have to invite him over for a meal? Leng Ruoxue laughed mockingly. What does this have to do with Yao Yuan? At this moment, Yin Rume, who was sitting on the main seat, couldn't help but ask. She had a bad feeling about this. You'll know when he arrives. Also, Vice Guild Leader Yin, as a guest, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to sit on the seat of the host? Zhang Xian asked. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. Humph. This is the courtyard of our Armament Guild headquarters. If we are talking about guests, it should be you. Yin Rume said with a disapproving smile. Is that so? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly, her beautiful eyes involuntarily drifting towards Mo Yen. Vice President Yin, since the courtyard has been given to them, it's theirs. You should give up your position. Mo Yen understood and spoke directly. His words naturally made Yin Rume quite angry. Mo Yen, why are you siding with an outsider? Yin Rume shouted, not caring about her image. I'm not. To me, you're the outsiders. Mo Yen said helplessly, thinking to himself that the master and disciple were similar in that they did not treat themselves as outsiders. At the same time, Yao Yuan was also invited by the butler. Rather than saying, invite, it would be better to say that he was deceived. Because, the person who was sent over told him that Miss Leng wanted to see him, so he came over obediently. When he arrived, Yao Yuan realized that Yin Rume and her disciple were also there. This made his heart tighten. However, he still pretended to be calm and said to Leng Ruoxue, I wonder what is the matter, Miss Leng, that you are looking for me for? Of course, I'm here to confront you. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. A hostage? What confrontation? Yao Yuan's face was filled with question marks. He had been very honest recently and hadn't done anything. Of course it's about your relationship with Ruohua. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. I have nothing to do with Ruohua. Miss Leng, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Yao Yuan quickly denied it. At the same time, his eyes would occasionally sneak a peek at Yin Rume's reaction. He still had use for that old woman. I can't let her misunderstand. Oh, really? However, your words alone don't count. Let's ask Ruohua. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Ruohua, the child in your stomach is Yao Yuan's. Leng Ruoxue asked again. Miss Leng, what do you mean by this? What child? Before Ruohua could react, Yao Yuan asked in surprise. He had never heard her mention this before, so he didn't know her at all. However, regardless of whether this was true or false, he couldn't admit it. At least, he couldn't let Yin Rume know about it. Otherwise, his future would be over, and his status in the Yao family would plummet. Let Ruohua say it herself. Leng Ruoxue said with a half-smile. Ruohua, who do you think the child in your stomach belongs to? What's wrong? Yin Rume asked angrily with a straight face. Seeing Yao Yuan's panicked expression, she knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, even though Ruohua had told her that the child was Leng Xiaoyu's. It's Yao Yuan's, master. Yao Yuan used his sweet words to deceive me. The aphrodisiac that I was inflicted with last time was also given to me by Yao Yuan. He originally wanted to give it to Leng Xiaoyu, but I didn't expect to be affected by it as well. Thus, Yao Yuan managed to fool me again. Ruohua's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. Ruohua, what are you talking about? Hearing Ruohua's words, Yao Yuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and loudly questioned her. I'm not talking nonsense. You're a hypocrite. Not only did you lie to me, but you also lied to my master. Master, although I've done many things to let you down, it was all Yao Yuan's fault. Master, don't let him off. Ruoxue suddenly kneeled in front of Yin Rume and accused her with a tearful voice. You guys. Yin Rume's body trembled in anger after hearing Ruoxue's words. She never thought that her most beloved disciple, the man she loved the most, would do such an unscrupulous thing behind her back. Although Ruoxue had pushed all the blame to Yao Yuan, her actions had also disappointed her. Rume. Don't listen to her nonsense, she's a lunatic. Yao Yuan saw that Yin Rume's face had darkened, and he couldn't help quibbling. Impudent. Is Rume something you can call? Yin Rume shouted angrily. The anger in her heart had nowhere to vent, and it all accumulated in her chest. Master. The child in my stomach is Yao Yuan's, but I don't want this child at all. I just want to use this child to force Xiaoyu to marry me. Master, you must help me. After I marry senior brother Xiaoyu, I will get rid of this bastard. Please rest assured, master. Ruoxue continued to plead. After Fengde and the others heard Ruoxue's words, they couldn't help but open their mouths, unable to speak. This woman was really too outrageous. She could even think of such a method. He really didn't know if she was stupid or did she think that all the men in the world were fools? What a weirdo. Shut up. I don't have a disciple like you. Yin Rume became even angrier after hearing Ruoxue's words. Damn it, she revealed her plan in front of so many people and still had the face to ask her to make the decision for her. Did she really think she was an idiot? She couldn't afford to lose this face. After she finished speaking, Yin Rume wanted to leave the front hall. She had lost all her face, so what reason did she have to stay? Master, you can't just leave me alone. Ruoxue hugged Yin Rume's leg tightly, unwilling to let her go. She knew that once her master left, he wouldn't care about her anymore. Get lost. Yin Rume impatiently kicked Ruoxue's body, sending her flying quite a distance. We're finished. We're going to kill 2 people. It was unknown who had suddenly said this, but Yin Rume was instantly infuriated. Ha ha ha. Your Excellency Rume's kick was indeed a little too heavy. That's your disciple, after all, and she even has a child. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue spoke up in disagreement. I don't have such a disciple. Mind your own business. Yin Rume roared, a little angry from embarrassment. I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. It's just that this matter involves my ancestor, so I can't just leave it be. However, since the person involved has personally proven my ancestor's innocence, I won't hold it against her. Leng Ruoxue seemed to be magnanimous, but in reality, it was impossible for her to not be calculative. How could she let Ruoxue off so easily? Whatever you want. Yin Rume said in a bad mood. After she finished speaking, she took a step forward and was about to leave the front hall. However, this time, she was stopped by Leng Ruoxue. Your Excellency Rume, you've left something behind. Leng Ruoxue reminded. What is it? Yin Rume was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Leng Ruoxue meant. Your precious disciple and man, please take them away so that they don't pollute my environment. Leng Ruoxue said venomously. Rume, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with Ruoxue. Yao Yuan was still trying to defend himself. He even had the one-sided thought that Yin Rume would still listen to him like before. They have nothing to do with me now. Yin Rume looked at Yao Yuan, then at Ruoxue, who was struggling to get up, and coldly said. Your Excellency Rume is really cold-blooded. However, if this matter were to spread, it would not be good for your reputation. Therefore, I sincerely suggest that you bring these 2 back and watch them closely so that they won't affect your reputation. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Yin Rume frowned after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Even though she was a little reluctant, she had to admit that Leng Ruoxue's words made sense. If word of this matter were to spread, it would indeed damage her reputation. With this in mind, Yin Rume spoke again, then I'll bring them back. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded with a smile. Yin Rume then dragged Ruoxue and Yao Yuan back to her residence, one in each hand. After Yin Rume and the other 2 left, Fengde couldn't help but ask in confusion, Miss, is this all? Although he didn't know why Ruoxue would suddenly tell the truth, he believed that this matter definitely had something to do with the young miss. Hee. You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue smiled mysteriously and kept him in suspense. How could things be over so easily? After she finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue turned and left the front hall. The demon and the rest naturally followed her immediately. As for Leng Xiaoyu, she was completely ignored by them. You guys wait for me. Leng Xiaoyu could not help but shout when she saw that everyone had left and no one was paying attention to him. However, his words did not have any effect because even his master was walking faster and faster. For several days in a row, no one in the entire courtyard paid any attention to Leng Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Fengde and the others did so because they wanted to be in sync with Miss. As for the butler and the others, they did not dare to. What a joke. If they paid attention to someone who was ignored by Miss Leng, wouldn't they be going against that little devil? Hence, every time they saw Leng Xiaoyu, everyone would consciously take a detour, causing Leng Xiaoyu to be angry and resentful, but there was nothing she could do. In the past few days, the rumors in Blazing Fire City had spread like wildfire. Ruoxue and Yao Yuan's actions, as well as their triangle relationship with Yin Rume, had become a hot topic of conversation. Yin Rume's residence. Rume was sitting in the room with a cold face. The room was in a mess and looked like a raggle. It was obvious that the owner of the room had just lost his temper. Rume sat on the chair, her heart filled with endless hatred. Damn it, she accidentally let Ruoxue run out, and Ruoxue told everyone about her shameless actions, causing everyone to know about it now. Right now, she didn't even dare to take half a step out of the courtyard. Because, as soon as she went out, she would be surrounded and pointed at by the crowd. And this was all because of that shameless Ruoxue. Thinking of this, she was F***ck. He stood up and went straight to Ruoxue's room. Just as she reached the door of the flower-like room, Rume heard a series of groans coming from inside, which made her burn with anger. Damn it! This adulterous couple was actually doing such an indecent thing in broad daylight. It really made her angry. She didn't know what she was thinking back then. She had actually locked the two of them together. Now, it was great. She had given them a chance. Rume was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Then, she unlocked the door, kicked open Ruoxue's room door, and stormed in. Master! What are you doing here? Ruoxue, whose clothes were disheveled, hurriedly pushed away Yao Yuan, who was on top of him, and said in a panic. Adulterous couple, do you really hope that I will never come back? Rume sneered. Previously, when Ruoxue said that she had an affair with Yao Yuan, that stinky man refused to admit it. Now, with irrefutable evidence, let's see what else he can say. Rume, it was your good disciple who seduced me. Yao Yuan said shamelessly. Is that so? Rume laughed coldly. If she hadn't seen Yao Yuan's true colors, she would have fallen into his trap again. Yes, yes. Yao Yuan quickly nodded and added, I've always treated her as you. Go to hell. Rume said coldly. There was no need for this man to continue living in this world. She would not let off anyone who had betrayed her. With this in mind, she released her fire-type divine power and trapped Yao Yuan. Not long after, Yao Yuan disappeared from this world forever. Master! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Ruoxue quickly knelt in front of Rume and hugged her leg, crying and begging. Ruoxue, Master didn't want to kill you, but you shouldn't talk nonsense. So, Master has to clean up the house personally. After Rume finished speaking, she did the same thing and got rid of Ruoxue as well. However, her heart was currently bleeding. After all, these two people were the people she valued the most, but they had betrayed her at the same time. This made her feel as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She was extreme enough to blame everything on Leng Ruoxue and the others. Although the gossip in Fiery City was all over the place, Leng Ruoxue and the others, who had nothing to do with it, decided to leave the city. After all, the matter here had already been settled, so there was no need to stay any longer. At Leng Ruoxue's residence. In the living room, everyone had gathered. Mo Yen looked at Leng Ruoxue and the rest with some reluctance. After a long time, he could not help but ask, You've already decided? Yes, it's over. We should leave. The godly mainland is not small, and there are many places we haven't been to. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Where are you planning to go? Mo Yen asked again. I haven't decided yet. Leng Ruoxue replied. Since you want to leave, I won't keep you. However, I have to remind you to be careful of Rume. Although that woman hates Ruoxue and Yao Yuan, it's very likely that she has already put this debt on you. Mo Yen reminded her. He had worked with Rume for many years and knew her character very well. She would blame others for her mistakes. Otherwise, with her narrow-mindedness, she would have collapsed long ago. Woman, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. If she dares to come, I promise I'll bite her until she can't come back. Lil Fire, who was wearing a bangle on Leng Ruoxue's wrist, rushed to express its position. Its words also amused everyone in the hall, and the feelings of farewell faded quite a bit in an instant. Hee hee. All right. Then I'll be waiting for your protection. Leng Ruoxue teased. However, she knew very well that Rume wouldn't be able to withstand a single bite from Xiaohua. Little fox, when do you plan to leave? Lu Feng also asked. Tomorrow. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Oh. Then can you lend me the disheveled old man? After Lu Feng finished speaking, he pulled the disheveled old man and left. After a long time. The disheveled old man returned with a conflicted look on his face. Leng Ruoxue and the others, who were preparing dinner in the courtyard, were puzzled when they saw the disheveled old man's expression. I say, old man, what's going on? The old man could not stand the disheveled old man's conflicted look and could not help but ask. He was used to the bickering between the two of them, so he was really not used to seeing the disheveled old man like this. Little girl, I want to talk to you. The disheveled old man said with a troubled expression. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It seemed like the disheveled old man wanted to talk to her alone. Hence, she brought him into the bracelet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After she entered the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue brought the disheveled old man to the purple bamboo house. You can tell me now, right? Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Seeing the disheveled old man's grave expression, she wondered if there was something important that he was embarrassed to say. Little girl, just now His Excellency Lu Feng was looking for me. The disheveled old man said. Yes, I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded and waited for the disheveled old man to continue. However, she already had a rough idea that this matter was probably related to Lu Feng. His Excellency Lu Feng wants to take me as his disciple. The disheveled old man added. Hehe, that's a good thing. Why are you so conflicted? Leng Ruoxue said, amused. She had heard from her cheap old ancestor that Lu Feng's position in the Craftsman's Guild was only second to the guild leader and Mo Yen. If the disheveled old man could have such a master, it would be equivalent to having a huge backing. Hence, she was very supportive of this. But the disheveled old man was a little hesitant. But what? Could it be that your previous sect doesn't allow you to acknowledge a master? Leng Ruoxue guessed. No, it's just that His Excellency Lu Feng told me that the level of my life flame is too low. Even if I become his master, my future achievements will not be too high. He originally did not intend to accept me, but after getting along with me for some time, he had a good impression of me, so he finally decided to accept me as his disciple. The disheveled old man explained. And then? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows slightly and waited for the disheveled old man to continue. She believed that Lu Feng had a motive for saying this. He said that there is a way to increase the level of the life flame. However, that method is very painful and not something that can be endured by ordinary people. He asked me if I was willing to give it a try and asked me to think about it. The disheveled old man continued. If you don't want to try, he won't take you as a disciple? Leng Ruoxue probed. No matter if I want to try or not, he will still take me as his disciple. The disheveled old man hurriedly explained so as not to let this girl misunderstand. In fact, Sir Lu Feng only said those words to him after he had taken him in, and Sir Lu Feng had no intention of forcing him. Then what do you think? Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. Now, she finally understood the disheveled old man's dilemma. This disheveled old man was probably a little tempted by Lu Feng's method. However, he was also a little uneasy, which was why he wanted to discuss it with her. However, she could understand. After all, with the disheveled old man's passion for refining weapons, he would definitely not be willing to stop at this stage. Becoming a weapon god was definitely every weapon refiner's dream. The method you mentioned is called divine flame body tempering. It's extremely dangerous, but the success rate is very low. That's why I'm afraid. The disheveled old man stopped halfway through his sentence. However, he had conveyed his intentions to Leng Ruoxue. He wanted to try it, but he was a little afraid. He was afraid that he would never see them again. I don't really understand this divine flame body tempering, so I can't give you any good suggestions. I'll go and see if Master left behind any records regarding the divine flame body tempering. I'll give you some suggestions later. After Leng Ruoxue heard the disheveled old man's words, she pondered for a moment before replying. Yes. The disheveled old man nodded hurriedly. The girl was their backbone. Therefore, even though he was not young anymore, he was willing to discuss anything with the girl if he could not make a decision. With that, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts turned and she went to the weapon refining room in the purple bamboo house to look for related records. Leng Ruoxue flipped through many of the records left behind by her master. However, she did not find any records regarding divine flame body tempering. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but feel suspicious. She then summoned Green Vessel. Sister, what's the matter? Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and said. Green Vessel, have you heard of divine flame body tempering? Leng Ruoxue asked directly. Let me think. Qing Ju furrowed his brows and started to think seriously. Arg. I remember now. After a while, Qing Ju suddenly called out and disappeared. Not long after, Green Vessel reappeared in the void with a book in his hand. Big sister, it's up there. Qing Ju passed the book in his hand to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the old, yellowed book in her hands and could not help but mutter to herself. If this book was in her previous world, it would definitely be extremely ancient. However, it must have been here for quite a few years. After that, she opened the book and carefully read the records about divine fire body tempering. After reading it, Leng Ruoxue immediately went to look for the disheveled old man. At this moment, the disheveled old man was sitting on the stone chair in front of the purple bamboo house, waiting for her. When he saw Leng Ruoxue coming out of the purple bamboo house, he went up to her anxiously. Little girl, how is it? The disheveled old man asked hurriedly. At this moment, he really needed other people's opinions. However, he did not dare to ask Ling Qingtian and the others, because he knew that those old men would definitely not agree to him taking the risk. Disheveled old man, body tempering with divine fire, has existed for a very long time in the divine realm. Moreover, tens of thousands of years ago, this method was very common. Many weapon and alchemy masters would use it if they wanted to achieve greater achievements. However, the success rate of using this method to increase the grade of their natal flame is rather low. In the light case, they might go into chi deviation, and in the serious case, their lives might be in danger. Leng Ruoxue explained in a soft voice. Of course, she had read about this in the book. As for what would happen if she used this method, she could only ask Lu Feng and Mo Yen. I know, Master Lu Feng has told me about it. Girl, you know that refining is more important than my life. I also want to have greater achievements. I want to be able to refine divine weapons. This is my biggest dream. The disheveled old man said seriously. I'll go talk to Lu Feng. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly when she saw how serious the disheveled old man was. Actually, after reading the records in the book, she did not really want the disheveled old man to take the risk. However, she had never seen the disheveled old man so serious before. Hence, she could not bring herself to stop him. After bringing the disheveled old man out of the bangle, Leng Ruoxue bade farewell to the crowd and went to look for Lu Feng. Lu Feng seemed to have been prepared for this. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he greeted her with great enthusiasm. "It's so rare for little fox to come and find me. I'm overwhelmed by your favor." In the room, Lu Feng laughed and teased. "Stop pretending. You know what I'm here for, right?" Leng Ruoxue did not waste any time and went straight to the point. "Yes, Mo Yen told me that you're their backbone, so I guessed that the old man would discuss it with you," Lu Feng said. "Lu Feng, what do you mean? You clearly know that this method is life-threatening, yet you still want to tell him." Leng Ruoxue scolded angrily. "Little girl, we're all very clear about the disheveled old man's passion for weapon refinement. I just don't want him to have any regrets. Besides, I didn't force him," Lu Feng said innocently. He had already explained the dangers of divine flame body tempering to the rotten old man, and told him to think carefully and not make a decision easily. "Then how confident are you that you'll succeed in this method of increasing the grade of your life flame?" Leng Ruoxue asked directly. "This method has existed since ancient times. However, the success rate is not high, so I'm not too sure if he will succeed. At most, I'll say 10%. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said. Divine flame body tempering actually meant to absorb divine flames into one's body and use a special technique to fuse divine flames for one's own use. However, there weren't many divine flames in nature at the moment, so it was unknown if one could find one. 10%. Damn it, do you want to take his life? Leng Ruoxue was a little angry. This damn Lu Feng was really too irresponsible. Looking at Lu Feng's infuriating appearance, she really wanted to beat him up. Actions speak louder than words. As Leng Ruoxue was thinking, she had already released the divine energy in her hands. Arg! You violent woman! Why did they start fighting? Lu Feng said loudly in a depressed tone. He was not prepared for Leng Ruoxue's attack and was unfortunately injured. Sob. He was injured by a profound deity. If this news were to spread, he would be a laughing stock. Humph. If I don't teach you a good lesson. My surname isn't Leng. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. However, she did not delay in throwing the divine skills in her hands at Lu Feng. In an instant, Lu Feng was in a sorry state. The decorations in the room were also swept by Leng Ruoxue's divine skills, turning into a mess. When Mo Yen and Lu Yu came to look for Lu Feng, they happened to see this scene. Instantly, the two of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were the two of them fighting? Moreover, looking at Lu Feng's appearance, he was actually forced to the point where he couldn't fight back by a profound deity. He was only concerned with hiding here and there, jumping left and right. Stop! Mo Yen couldn't help but shout as he looked at the tattered room. Arg! Mo Yen! Save me! This little pervert is too scary, woo! Lu Feng said with a face full of fear. Then, he pounced towards Mo Yen. Damn it, get down! Mo Yen looked at Lu Feng, who was clinging to him like an octopus, and his forehead was covered with black lines. He couldn't help but shout. I won't. This little pervert wants to kill me. I'm so scared. Lu Feng said with lingering fear, hugging Mo Yen even tighter. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lu Feng's action speechlessly. She retracted the divine skill in her hand and thought to herself, is this really the noble-looking Sir Lu Feng? It couldn't have been switched, right? When she thought of this, her beautiful eyes could not help but drift to Lu Yue. However, Lu Yue had an I don't know him expression on her face, and she even put some distance between her and Mo Yen to prove her words. At this time, Lu Feng had also been forcefully pulled down from his body by Mo Yen. Lu Feng fearfully looked at Mo Yen's darkened face, feeling wronged. He didn't do it on purpose, it was just an instinctive reaction. Little girl, why are you two fighting? Mo Yen said speechlessly. At the same time, his bright black eyes kept staring at Lu Feng. Damn it, it wasn't enough to lose face alone, he even had to drag him into it. He told the disheveled old man that there's a way to upgrade his natal flame. However, there's only a 10% chance of success. Leng Ruoxue explained calmly. At the same time, her beautiful eyes glared at Mo Yen. These three men were all wearing the same pair of pants, so she didn't believe that Mo Yen and Lu Yue didn't know anything. Little girl, although divine flame body tempering has a certain amount of risk, it varies from person to person. If one's will is firm, the success rate is still very high. I'm just afraid that during the fusion process, the person who fuses will not be able to withstand the pain and all previous efforts will be wasted. Mo Yen explained patiently. That's right. Besides, it's not easy to find a divine fire now. If we can't find one, even if the disheveled old man wants to temper his body, he won't have the chance. Lu Feng also interrupted. You shut up. Leng Ruoxue and Mo Yen shouted at the same time, sharing the same hatred. Right now, both of them did not like Lu Feng at all. Previous chapter. You guys actually ganged up to bully me, woo, I'm so pitiful. Big brother. Lu Feng looked at Lu Yu with tears in his eyes, wanting to seek comfort. However, Lu Yu rolled her eyes at him and jumped 10 meters away from him, so that he wouldn't cling on to him like he did to Mo Yen. Is there no way to increase the success rate? Leng Ruoxue ignored Lu Feng's teasing and asked again. No. If you want to improve the level of your life flame, you can only rely on a firm will. Little girl, I can see that the old man's will is still very firm, and his mind is also very calm. So, his chances of success are still very high. Mo Yen said after thinking for a while. He knew that it was useless for anyone to say such a risky thing. Only the people involved could decide for themselves, and the disheveled old man obviously listened to this little girl. Therefore, only by convincing this little girl could the disheveled old man possibly undergo the divine fire body tempering. Do you also wish for the disheveled old man to undergo divine fire body tempering? Leng Ruoxue said. That's right. The disheveled old man is very talented in weapon refinement. I don't want his achievements to be limited by flames. Mo Yen said honestly. For alchemists and blacksmiths, the level of their natal flames also determined their future achievements. This was the prerequisite, and the acquired condition depended on how hard they worked. Otherwise, even if they had a divine flame, they would not be able to become an outstanding blacksmithing master. Let's discuss this matter. Leng Ruoxue said after some hesitation. She knew that this matter was extremely important to the disheveled old man, so she didn't dare to make a decision for him easily. However, opportunities and danger often came together. Hence, if he wanted to have greater achievements, he couldn't be afraid of anything. Yes. Mo Yen nodded. They should indeed be careful about this matter. I'll go back first. Remember to come over for dinner tonight. Leng Ruoxue reminded him again. With that, she turned and left Lu Feng's room. After Leng Ruoxue left, Lu Feng patted his chest in fear and said with a panicked expression, that girl is really too scary. She's so violent. It's a good thing you guys came. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. She won't kill you, don't worry. Mo Yen rolled his eyes at Lu Feng and said. I'm just afraid that she'll slip up. Lu Feng said awkwardly. By the way, do you guys think they'll agree to let the disheveled old man undergo divine fire body tempering? Lu Feng asked curiously. The relationship between those people wasn't shallow, so he was afraid that they wouldn't be willing to let the disheveled old man take the risk. They will. True friends will respect other people's choices and won't interfere too much. Mo Yen said with certainty. The little girl and the others would definitely respect the old man's choice. Oh. Lu Feng was relieved when he saw Mo Yan's confidence. After all, he had hoped that the disheveled old man would agree. After Leng Ruoxue returned to her residence, she did not mention this matter to anyone and her expression remained the same. However, when no one was paying attention, the demon pulled her back to her room and started asking her questions. Shui, what's wrong? The demon asked worriedly. Shui had gone to look for Lu Feng, but when she came back, she was very calm. This made him feel that something was wrong. Leng Ruoxue knew that she couldn't hide it from this observant evildoer, so she told him everything. After the evildoer finished listening, he frowned and pondered for a long while before he spoke. Although this method has a certain risk, I think it's worth a try. Moreover, with our help, he will definitely succeed. You agree? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked in surprise. Shui, this is the old man's business after all. If we don't agree, we'll put him in a difficult position. Look at how conflicted he is. It's not that he's afraid of danger, but that he wants our support. To put it bluntly, he's afraid that we won't agree. The demon chuckled as he analyzed. He believed that Shui would understand this, but Shui was more cautious. You're right. I'm just afraid that Grandpa and the others will object. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. She had always respected the choice of the person involved. However, her grandfather and the others had a very close relationship with the disheveled old man. They would probably not be willing to let him take the risk. Shui, you can't hide this from Grandfather and the others. The demon warned. If he really didn't let those old men know, he and Shui would be in deep trouble. Okay. I'll talk to Grandpa and the others about it after dinner. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She had no intention of hiding this from her grandfather and the others. All right, he said. The demon nodded and the two of them left the room. As evening approached, Leng Ruoxue and the others prepared dinner and sent someone to invite Mo Yen and the other two. After the meal, both the host and the guests had a great time. Everyone had a great time eating and drank a lot of wine. After the meal, it was almost midnight. Leng Ruoxue sent someone to send Mo Yen and the other two back, then led everyone into the bracelet. Because the disheveled old man was happy, he had drunk quite a lot of wine. As a result, he was in a daze from his sleep. While he was asleep, Leng Ruoxue took the opportunity to tell her grandfather and the others about this matter. However, as she had expected, her grandfather and the others objected to it. Shui, we can't let him do whatever he wants. What if there's danger? Leng Qingtian said disapprovingly. Grandpa, although there will be some danger in this, if this is the old man's wish, I think we should support him. Besides, Mo Yen also said that the success of this method depends on the old man's heart, and we all know the old man's heart, so his chances of success should be very high. Leng Ruoxue tried to convince the crowd. What if there's really danger? That old thing has been bickering with me for almost a lifetime. I don't want anything to happen to him. The old man said. Without risks, there won't be opportunities. Although there's a certain level of danger, the disheveled old man might succeed. You should know how passionate the disheveled old man is about refining weapons. Leng Ruoxue continued. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the few old men fell silent. After a long while, Leng Qingtian spoke again, since that old man has this idea, then let him try. Leng Qingtian compromised. The other old men also saw him as a benchmark. When they saw that he had agreed, they nodded their heads unwillingly. Previous chapter. Since everyone has come to an agreement, I will go find Mo Yen and Lu Feng tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Schwaber, you have to think of a way to minimize the risk. Leng Qingtian reminded. Don't worry, I will. Leng Ruoxue promised. The next day. Leng Ruoxue then went to look for Mo Yen and Lu Feng to discuss this matter in detail. After that, the group left Fiery City together, and Lu Feng naturally followed them. In Lu Feng's words, he had to accompany his disciple to find the divine fire, while Mo Yen had to stay in Fiery City temporarily. After all, there were still some things to take care of at the Craftsman's Guild. So, he had to stay after Lu Feng left. Otherwise, the Craftsman's Guild would be ruined by Yin Rume. After they left Fiery City, Leng Ruoxue looked at the fork in the road and asked Lu Feng, where are we going? There's the biggest volcano on the godly mainland. Let's go there and take a look. Flowing Wind said after some thought. Normally, the most likely places to find a divine fire were in volcanoes. Although there were many volcanoes on the godly mainland, there weren't many large volcanoes. The volcano he was talking about was the largest volcano in the godly mainland. It was called the Howling Moon Volcano and was located in the east of Fiery City. It would take about half a month to get there. Leng Ruoxue and the rest flew for close to half a month before they finally arrived at the Hissing Moon Volcano. As they neared the volcano, everyone could feel the heat wave coming from the volcano. This was completely different from the feeling they felt from Fiery City. Although Fiery City was very hot, that was because of the fire attribute spiritual qi. This active volcano was completely because of the fire. Looking at the volcano from afar, the entire body of the mountain was dark red, just like red-hot iron. This volcano was indeed the #1 volcano in name and reality. The area was extremely huge and majestic. Miss, the temperature of this volcano is so high, how are we going to get in? Fengde said gloomily. He was most afraid of heat, and when he sat on the back of the little peacock and looked down, all he could see was the fiery red flowing magma. Just looking at it was enough to make him feel afraid. Of course we'll walk in. Don't be afraid, the volcano isn't as scary as you think. Besides, you might even have a fortuitous encounter. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes, the little fox is right. The volcano is a treasure land. Lu Feng agreed. However, his words made Fengde and the others roll their eyes. Woo. This is really bullying. This is definitely a huge difference in treatment. In fact, Fengde and the others could not be blamed for not being nice to him. After all, he was the one who told the disheveled old man the method to upgrade his natal flame. Otherwise, the disheveled old man would not have taken the risk to try it. The others, who had long regarded the disheveled old man as family, naturally held him responsible for this. Miss, in that case, let's go in. However, this volcano is so large. Even if there is divine fire, it will take a long time to find it. Fengde said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Lu Feng has a way to find the divine fire. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Yes, yes. Lu Feng quickly nodded. Little peacock, find a place to land. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes, master, the little peacock then found a safe place to land. After that, Leng Ruoxue kept it back into her bracelet. Little fox, that's the entrance to the volcano. Let's go in. Lu Feng pointed to a small path and said. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, the group walked towards the small path, leaving Lu Feng behind. You guys wait for me. Lu Feng cried out dejectedly, woo. He had been completely ignored along the way, even his own disciple didn't dare to speak up for him, how could he be so miserable? Lu Feng, don't even think about being lazy. Hurry up and lead the way. Leng Ruoxue said in an unpleasant tone. Oh. Lu Feng resigned himself to his fate and walked in front of the group. He became the guide. Woo. He was the deputy chairman of the Craftsman's Guild. Now, he was reduced to being an errand boy for these little guys. However, he seemed to be enjoying it. Lu Feng walked at the front with great familiarity. He was holding a small ring in his hand. Leng Ruoxue knew that this small ring was used by him to detect the divine fire. If a divine fire was discovered in a volcano, the ring would naturally react. However, after walking for half a day, there was no warning from the ring, and Fengde and the others were exhausted. We won't be leaving today. Let's set up camp here. Leng Ruoxue found a relatively large area and explained to the tired and hot group. There was lava everywhere in the volcano, so it was not easy to find a suitable place to set up camp. Even though the ground here was dry, the ground was dark red in color. Hence, they had to be extra careful when setting up camp here. Otherwise, it would be bad if lava flowed down. Alright, he said. Hearing that they could rest, everyone was very happy. It was really too hot here, and they couldn't stand it. Everyone set up their tents and started a fire to cook. Lu Feng, who couldn't help, could only watch from the side. However, if he wanted to eat, he would have to pay, but he paid twice as much as Mo Yen. After dinner, Lu Feng took the initiative to request to keep watch at night, and no one had any objections. Not long after, they all went back into their tents. Before they went to sleep, Leng Ruoxue even specially reminded Lu Feng, you have to be more vigilant. Lu Feng nodded and then sat down in the corner alone. The next day, Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked out of their tents looking refreshed. When they saw Lu Feng's dark circles, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng, what's wrong with you? Leng Ruoxue asked in amusement. It had only been a night, how did Lu Feng turn himself into this state? Normally, with Lu Feng's strength, it would be fine even if he didn't sleep, so she really couldn't figure it out. I've been smoked by the fire. Lu Feng said a little awkwardly. In the middle of the night, he felt a little cold, so he was closer to the fire. As a result, he became like this. Previous chapter. Next chapter. What are you doing so close to the fire? I've put medicine there. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. There were usually some small insects that lived on the volcano, so when she started the fire, she sprinkled some medicine to prevent any ignorant insects from ruining her mood. Therefore, she did not expect Lu Feng to stay by the fire. After all, the temperature here was not low. I was a little cold in the latter half of the night, so I stayed closer. Lu Feng said gloomily. At that time, he couldn't stop crying because of the smoke. Later, he realized that his eyes were dark, but no matter how he wiped them, they couldn't be wiped off. Woo. He was embarrassed again. Little fox, do you have the antidote? I don't want to see people with these two things on my head. Lu Feng said with a slight grievance. I didn't. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Then what do we do? Lu Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt even more depressed in his heart. I have no choice, I can only hold on. It should disappear in a few days. Leng Ruoxue said uncertainly. Just like that, Lu Feng left with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Leng Ruoxue and the rest had been wandering around the hissing moon volcano for 3 days. They had not found anything, not even a single herb. However, they had encountered many teams that had come to the volcano to train. Why are there so many people in the volcano? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. To her, this volcano was not a place worth training. Other than lava, there was nothing else. Although the fire attribute spiritual chi here cannot be compared to that of Fiery City, it's still not bad. Therefore, most of the people here are fire attribute cultivators. Of course, there are also some blacksmiths. They are mainly here to see if they can find some blacksmithing materials. Lu Feng explained in a low voice. Such a big volcano, even if there was something good, why would it still be here? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Perhaps Lu Feng's words made some sense, but she didn't think that these people were here just for training. When she thought of this, she gave Fengda and the rest a look. Everyone understood and immediately followed the few groups. As a few groups had chosen the same path, Leng Ruoxue's group's tailing did not arouse any suspicion or dissatisfaction. Through their casual conversation, she also found out the true purpose of these people. It turned out that they had come here for the crystals. About a month ago, someone had accidentally discovered a top-grade fire attribute crystal stone in the hissing moon volcano. After that person had sent the news back to his clan had originally planned to keep this matter a secret. However, no one knew where the news had been leaked, so the hissing moon volcano was filled with people in a short time. However, they had been searching in the volcano for more than half a month without any results. Miss, there are top-grade crystals here, hee. That's great. Fengda said with a money-grubbing look. Although he was not of the fire attribute, top-grade crystals were worth a lot of money, and he liked those shiny stones very much now. Just looking at them made him happy. Don't get your hopes up. They've been searching for so long and still haven't found it. So, there might only be one piece. Leng Ruoxue poured cold water on Fengda's head. Even though everyone loved supreme-grade crystals, she did not wish for Fengda and the rest to be too obsessed with it, in case it affected their mental state and cultivation. Yes. If it's ours, it can't run away. If it's not ours, there's no point in us thinking about it. Fengda said quickly, which also meant that he was open-minded. Well, it's good that you can think this way. You should know that opportunities can only be encountered and not sought. You can't just have them if you want them. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss, let's continue to look for the divine fire. I won't get involved with them. Fengda said. Yes, our goal is the divine fire. As for the top-grade crystals, let them worry about it. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. She really didn't lack crystal stones, so she naturally didn't want to be involved with those people. Moreover, there were so many people in the volcano. Even if they found crystal stones, they would probably fight until their heads bled. Hence, she naturally wasn't very interested. Following that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest went in the opposite direction from those people. Their departure did not attract too much attention from the crowd. After all, those people could not wait for Leng Ruoxue and the others to leave. That way, there would be one less competitor. Leng Ruoxue and the rest continued their search in the volcano, but the divine fire was nowhere to be found. 7 days later. By now, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had already explored the entire volcano. Little fox, let's leave this place and look for other volcanoes. Lu Feng, who was sitting on the ground, couldn't help but say. Aren't you going there? Leng Ruoxue pointed at a cave. It was also known as a lava cave because when a volcano erupted, there would be endless lava flowing out from it. However, it was not the active period of the volcano, so it was relatively more stable there. It's impossible for it to be there, Lu Feng said with certainty. Although the godly fire was a fire seed, it was not produced from the inside of a volcano, but in nature. It was a product of nature. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot contain two fires. The godly fire could live in the volcano, but it could not occupy the magpie's nest. This was the law of nature. How would we know if we don't go and take a look? What if there's one? Leng Ruoxue said stubbornly. If she were to leave just like that, she would always feel regret. After all, there were still places that she had not searched. That's right. It's nothing to go down and take a look. Feng De and the others also agreed. AI. It's not that I don't want you to go down, but the inside of the volcano is very dangerous. It's impossible for the divine fire to live there, so we'd better hurry up and search the other volcanoes. Lu Feng said helplessly. I want to go down and take a look. Otherwise, I won't give up. Leng Ruoxue said stubbornly. We'll listen to Miss Feng De and the others quickly expressed their opinions, while the evil demon and the others smiled without saying a word. Lu Feng didn't need to ask to know that these people would unconditionally listen to the little fox's words. Therefore, it was useless for him to oppose it alone. Moreover, he couldn't just watch them go into the volcano and risk their lives. Therefore, he could only risk his life and accompany them. Let's go down together. Lu Feng sighed, his handsome face was filled with helplessness. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Little fox, it's getting late. You can go down tomorrow. Lu Feng hurriedly said. The sky was about to turn dark, even if he wanted to go down, he couldn't do it now. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. The next day, just as the sun rose. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest finished their breakfast, they went to the entrance of the volcano and prepared to go down to investigate. The entrance of the volcano in front of them was not big, so they could only go down in groups. Feng De and a few others volunteered themselves and jumped down first. Soon after, Leng Ruoxue and the rest followed. Lu Feng was arranged to be the last one to enter the cave. After everyone had gone down, Lu Feng was the last one to enter. Once everyone was present, Leng Ruoxue and the rest lit up a few flames. In an instant, the entire cave was lit up. The cave in front of them was surrounded by dark red stone walls with sparks occasionally flashing on them. The temperature in the cave was more than twice as high as the outside, but the entire stone wall was very dry and smooth as a mirror. Sizing up the cave, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. This volcanic cave was much cleaner than the one she had been to on the Edge-Wind continent. The group followed a path filled with uneven rocks as they walked deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the denser the fire-type spiritual chi became. However, what made Leng Ruoxue curious was that this cave was a little too clean. After walking for so long, they had not even discovered a single bug. This was too unbelievable. However, the more it was so, the more Leng Ruoxue did not dare to let her guard down. At the same time, she also reminded everyone to be on high alert until they arrived at a world of crystals. Leng Ruoxue and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the sparkling and translucent fiery red crystals on the wall. Even Lu Feng, who had seen many things in his life, was dumbfounded. Heavens! This place is too beautiful. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. If a bed was placed here, this place could be called a palace built with crystal stones. Hee hee. I'm rich. Feng De drooled as he looked at the crystals. Then, he ran to the crystal wall without caring about his image and gently stroked the shiny crystals, giving everyone goosebumps. Don't embarrass me. Lu Tao couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly pulled Feng De back. Hee hee. I'm just too happy. Feng De said, a little embarrassed. Those people had been searching for more than half a month without finding anything, and they had actually found it by accident. Hee hee. If those people were to find out about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Little fox, don't just stand there, hurry up and dig. Otherwise, it'll be bad if someone else finds out. Lu Feng, who had recovered from his shock, quickly reminded. This many crystal stones were enough to cause a bloody storm in the divine world. Moreover, almost all of them were top-grade crystal stones. Even the worst of them were high-grade crystal stones. If this news were to spread out, they would not be able to rest in peace. Everyone, let's do it. The spirit beasts can also come out to help. Leng Ruoxue quickly replied after hearing Lu Feng's words. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Then, they summoned their own beastie and everyone began to excavate the crystals with great enthusiasm. Leng Ruoxue also took out the silver wolves from her bracelet. As for the other beasts, they did not come out for the time being so as not to provoke Lu Feng. In fact, Lu Feng had already been provoked. Looking at the dragon, phoenix, and the silver wolves in front of him, he was unfortunately dumbfounded again. Where did these beasts come from? Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. It was still there. Then it wasn't an illusion. Moreover, those spirit beasts were all well trained, and they dug up the crystal stones at an extremely fast speed. Their sharp claws were seen flying up and down, and the crystals on the wall fell to the ground. Feng De and the rest were in charge of collecting the crystals and passing them to Leng Ruoxue. Everyone and the spirit beasts cooperated quite tacitly, and very quickly, more than half of the crystals on the wall had been picked, while Lu Feng was still standing there stupidly. If you don't act now, you won't have a share of these crystals. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. Little fox, whoever sees it will have a share, you can't do this. Lu Feng said with a slight grievance. Don't pretend. With your status, you still lack Jingshi. Leng Ruoxue said. That's not the same. Not to mention, most of these crystals are of the highest quality. Only a fool wouldn't be moved. Lu Feng quibbled. The joy of personally collecting Jingshi was not the same as forging and earning Jingshi. Moreover, this was also considered an opportunity for him. Hee. Then why didn't you make a move? Leng Ruoxue urged him like a supervisor. Aren't you guys standing there too? Lu Feng couldn't help but whisper. But my subordinates are all working, while you are alone. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Who said that? I still have an apprentice. Lu Feng complained. Your disciple is also on our side. Leng Ruoxue said in an unpleasant tone. All of a sudden, a five-colored ball of light flashed past Leng Ruoxue and the others. Previous chapter. Next chapter. When Leng Ruoxue and the demon saw this, they immediately gave chase. Out of curiosity, Lu Feng also wanted to go over and take a look, but he was stopped by Fengde, who said unhappily, work hard. Don't cheat. I just want to see what it is. Lu Feng said very aggrievedly. Everyone has a curious heart, why can't I go and see? Boo-hoo. These people were bullying him. At the thought of this, he kept looking at the disheveled old man. However, the disheveled old man did not seem to see him and continued doing what he was supposed to do. What a joke. Even if Lu Feng was his master, he didn't dare to take the risk of offending everyone to speak up for Lu Feng. Furthermore, in his eyes, his master, Lu Feng, was far less important than Leng Ruoxue and the rest. The disheveled old man could not help but think to himself. What's there to see? Hurry up and finish digging these crystals. There's Miss and Commander Yi over there. We don't need to worry about it. Feng Da's eyes were wide open as he said unhappily. Aren't you guys curious? Lu Feng said in disbelief. These people were too calm when they saw the appearance of strange things. He couldn't help but feel incredulous. What's there to be curious about? We'll find out sooner or later anyway. Fengde said nonchalantly. His hands didn't stop moving, and soon, the storage ring was filled to the brim. Lu Feng was speechless. No wonder these people weren't anxious at all. They were very sure that the little fox would tell them. Woo. Why didn't he have this kind of confidence? Lu Feng was surprised to find that ever since he got to know these little guys, he had changed. He had become sentimental. Hurry up and get to work. Work. Otherwise, Miss really wouldn't have given you Jingshi. Our family's young miss has always kept her word. Fengde reminded him with a smirk. In fact, he was hoping that Lu Feng would just stand there and not move. Hee. However, for the disheveled old man's sake, he had to remind him of what he needed to. Ai. All right. Lu Feng sighed, resigned himself to his fate and took out a small shovel, digging up the crystal stones on the wall. Hee. You're pretty professional. There are also tools. Fengde said with a smile. That's a must. I'm a blacksmith, if I come across a good or material and I don't have any tools on hand, how regretful would that be? Lu Feng said proudly. As a blacksmith, tools were a necessity. Therefore, they would usually carry them with them. Since you have the tools, I'll leave that area to you. Fengde pointed to the wall on his left. It can't be. Lu Feng's head ached. With so many Jingshi in his hands, how long would he have to mine? You can't bully people like this. As you can see, we don't have any tools. An able man should do more work. Fengde said matter-of-factly. Although you don't have any tools, don't you think that the claws of those beasts are faster than my shovel? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. I don't think so. Fengde was lying through his teeth, he clearly wanted Lu Feng to work more. Humph. Who asked Lu Feng to give the disheveled old man such a wicked idea? In fact, he still bore a grudge in his heart for this matter. So, as long as he found an opportunity, he would deal with Lu Feng. Heavens. You're such a bully. Lu Feng looked up to the sky and sighed. He couldn't stop crying in his heart. Did he meet a group of vampires? However, he still resigned himself to his fate and went to the crystal stone that Fengde had pointed out and started digging. Woo, he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under the eaves. Who asked him to be in the disadvantageous group? At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the demon chased after the five-colored ball of light. After turning left and right and passing through several passages, they arrived at a stone room. The stone room looked very simple and crude. There was nothing on the surrounding walls, and there were no signs of anyone living in it. Thus, Leng Ruoxue guessed that this was a naturally formed stone room. Leng Ruoxue was perplexed as she watched the multicolored ball of light spin around the stone room. Could this be its home? However, she still couldn't see what was inside the ball of light. Stop. You're not allowed to turn around. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but shout out. The ball of light was spinning so much that she was about to faint. After the ball of light heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it actually stopped. However, the ball of light was still trembling. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she was speechless. Could it be that this ball of light was afraid? They should be the ones who should be afraid, okay? Why was it the other way around? Sister, speak to it gently. Don't scare it. Suddenly, Qing Ju's voice appeared in Leng Ruoxue's mind. Qing Ju, do you know what this light is? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. Big sister, if I'm not wrong, it should be the fire crystal stone heart spirit. Otherwise, the quality of the fire attribute crystals here can't be so good, and there are so many of them, Qing Ju guessed. With the fire crystal stone heart, although it could produce supreme-grade fire attribute crystals, the quantity was usually not very high. Therefore, the quality and quantity of the crystals here had aroused Green Vessel's suspicion. After all, the cultivation of supreme-grade crystals required a large amount of spiritual qi, and the fire crystal stone heart without intelligence could not absorb a large amount of spiritual qi. However, once the fire crystal stone heart had intelligence, the quality of the crystals it cultivated would be greatly improved. It's true. Leng Ruoxue was overjoyed when she heard this. How could she be so lucky? She already had a fire crystal stone heart in her hands, and now she had encountered the spirit of the fire crystal stone heart. In the future, they would not be short of crystal stones. Thinking of this, she looked at the ball of light with even more passion. This little thing was too suitable to live in her space. Oh. How can I kidnap it? Leng Ruoxue's thoughts turned over and over again. In the end, she decided to use the method of coaxing. After all, the thoughts of these elves were very pure. So, if she were to play tricks with this little fellow, she was afraid that it would only make this little fellow even more vigilant. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue chuckled and said, "Little guy, don't be afraid. Big sister won't hurt you." However, what made Leng Ruoxue disappointed was that the ball of light did not react at all after hearing her words. What was going on? Could it be that this little fellow didn't understand what she was saying? Little guy, big sister is not a bad person. I won't hurt you. Leng Ruoxue coaxed again. The smile on her beautiful face was pure and harmless. However, the five-colored ball of light did not give Leng Ruoxue any response. It did not try to escape either. After a long while, there was still no reaction from the ball of light. Just as Leng Ruoxue was about to think of other ways to try it out, the ball of light suddenly spoke. "Ah, really?" A timid child's voice entered Leng Ruoxue and the demon's ears. Of course it's true, big sister would never lie to children. Leng Ruoxue promised. Oh. The ball of light responded softly. Shortly after, the ball of light disappeared. What appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the demon was a chubby child who was not even 1 year old and was only wearing a red dudu. The little baby was white and chubby, with a pair of dark red eyes. His long eyelashes covered the shyness in his eyes, making him look particularly cute. When Leng Ruoxue saw the appearance of this little doll, she had an idea and moved the small fire ginseng and out of the bangle. The moment the two little fellows came out, they pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms affectionately. Fire kept calling out, "Mommy," while small fire ginseng called out, "Big sister." After that, when Fire saw the demon, she threw herself into his arms and called him Daddy affectionately. Finally, the two little fellows turned their eyes to the other child. You're also elves. The little child said in disbelief. Spirits had a special sense of perception between them, so he had sensed Fire and little fire ginseng as soon as they had come out. These two little fellows also made him feel very familiar. Yes, I'm a fire ginseng, and this is a fire lotus. We're both plant-type sprites. The small fire ginseng introduced as if it was a big brother. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. The baby said shyly. He had never thought that he would be able to see other heavenly treasure spirits, so he could not help but be overjoyed. After all, it was not easy for heavenly treasures like them to develop intelligence. Now, the two in front of him were actually able to transform like him, which made him even happier. Hee hee. We're also very happy to see you. Fire and small fire ginseng also said happily. Moreover, the three little fellows soon started to play together. Leng Ruoxue saw the three little ones hiding in the corner, discussing something. She couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. She thought to herself, as expected, elves are closer to each other. When the little fellows in my bracelet that have developed intelligence can transform, these little things will have more playmates. After a short while, the three little fellows finished their discussion and went to Leng Ruoxue and the demon together. I want to go with you. Can I? The child looked at Leng Ruoxue with anticipation, but he was extremely nervous. Although Fire and small fire ginseng had promised that this beautiful sister would agree to his request, he still wasn't confident. Of course you can. Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Even if this little fellow didn't take the initiative to mention it, she would have thought of a way to bring this little thing away. What if such an innocent little doll was captured by others if she were to stay here? She could be cold-blooded to her enemies and heartless to strangers, but she loved these blessed children of heaven and earth very much. This was not because they were precious, but because these little things were so innocent that they made people love them. Can I call you big sister in the future? The child asked again. Of course you can, Leng Ruoxue nodded. Sister. The little child cried out happily. He was no longer as afraid as he was when he first met Leng Ruoxue. In fact, he still had a good impression of this sister. Be good. Leng Ruoxue gently stroked the chubby little doll's head. After some thought, she said, "You'll be called Little Fatty from now on." Yes, thank you, sister. Little Fatty said happily, hee hee. He had a name. Seeing Little Fatty's happy expression, Leng Ruoxue's mood was also extremely relaxed. Being with these cute little fellows was much more interesting than being with those complicated humans. At least in front of them, she could be very relaxed. Following that, Leng Ruoxue had a change of heart and brought the evildoer and the 3 little fellows into the bracelet. Little fatty, this will be your new home from now on. You can take a look around. I'll take you out to meet my family later. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Alright, he said. Little fatty was overjoyed. He had heard Fire and Little Fire Ginseng mention this place before, but he didn't expect to see it so soon. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the interspace and breathing in the rich spiritual qi, Little Fatty felt that he was really too happy. Immediately, he was led by the 2 little fellows, who were already familiar with the way, to tour the interspace. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue and the demon sat on the stone chair, waiting for the 3 little fellows. After a long time, Fire and Small Fire Ginseng had finally finished showing Little Fatty around. The 3 of them came to Leng Ruoxue and Evildoer. Big sister, this place is so beautiful. It's much better than the place I stayed in before. Lil Fatty was extremely excited. However, what he didn't expect was that he would be able to see so many elves. It seemed like his decision to follow his sister was a wise one. Of course. Hua said with pride. Her smug look was so cute that Leng Ruoxue could not help but hug Hua tightly in her arms and kiss her. Hee hee. Sister, when are you taking me to see grandfather and the others? Little Fatty said anxiously. The family that his sister was talking about should be those people just now. However, he was in a hurry to escape just now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Alright, he said. Lil Fatty nodded his head obediently. Mom, I want to go out and play too. Hua pitifully begged. You can't. Leng Ruoxue rejected. The fire-type aura on this little fellow was too strong. If any alchemist were to discover it, it would not be a joke. But I miss Daddy and Mommy. Hua was very aggrieved, and tears kept welling up in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but have a headache. Why did the people and beasts around her like to act pitiful? Now, even Fire had learned it. However, she wouldn't be soft-hearted towards Hua and the other little fellows. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue secretly gave Small Fire Ginseng a look. Small Fire Ginseng understood her meaning and immediately reprimanded Hua with a serious expression. Hua don't be so willful. It's not safe outside. If you're discovered, you'll harm your sister. Compared to him, Hua was much more innocent. After all, Hua came from the secret realm and had been taken care of by the spirit of the secret realm since young. Therefore, she had no idea how evil the people outside could be. However, he was different. Although he had the protection of Xiaohua, he was very clear about the thoughts of the people outside. If they were discovered by people, they would definitely not have a good end. Therefore, as the second elder brother of the elves, he had the responsibility to protect the elves who were even more innocent than him. As for their leader, it was naturally Green Vessel. Vessel. Alright then. Fire sobbed and said in a small voice, woo. It can act coquettishly with its father and mother, but it's a little afraid of Little Fire. These little guys were really too cute. Fire, Small Fire Ginseng, you two can play here. I'll take Little Fatty out first. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes. Fire and Small Fire Ginseng nodded in unison. Leng Ruoxue had an idea and brought the evildoer and Little Fatty out of the bracelet. When the 3 of them returned to where Fengde and the others were, everyone was stunned when they saw the chubby baby in the demonic child's arms. However, they returned to normal in an instant. However, Lu Feng's state of mind was not as calm as Fengde and the others. He took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at the fat boy in the evildoer's arms, he said in disbelief, it's only been a while, and you've already had a child? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. This made him feel very embarrassed. Did he say something wrong? The 2 of them had left, but now they had returned with a child. If it wasn't theirs, who else could it be? He thought to himself stubbornly. It's only been a short while, go and give birth to one for me. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, does Lu Feng have any common sense? Even a god couldn't have given birth so quickly. Then where did this child come from? Could it be that you stole it? No. Quickly send it back, or else the child's parents will be worried to death. Lu Feng guessed and said anxiously. Lu Feng, I just realized today that you have such a rich imagination. Leng Ruoxue was helpless, and a deep sense of powerlessness quickly wrapped around her. Isn't it? Lu Feng asked in a daze. The sudden appearance of the child had broken his usual calm and thinking. Of course not. This little guy is the 5-colored light that ran out just now. Leng Ruoxue sighed and explained. Arg. However, it was clearly an unknown ball of light just now. How did it become a child now? Lu Feng's brain still hadn't come to his senses as he said in a single-track manner. I'm not some unknown luminous body, ignorant human, I'm the spirit of the fire crystal stone heart. Little Fatty was a little unhappy when he heard someone say that he was an unknown luminous body. Fire crystal stone heart. Spirit. Lu Feng's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, F***ck. He had lived for so long, and although he knew of the existence of a crystal stone heart, it was the first time he had heard that a crystal stone heart could produce a living being. And this was absolutely beyond his usual thinking. Isn't the fire crystal stone core just a stone? How can it give birth to sprites? Lu Feng asked shamelessly. He only knew that plant-type heavenly treasures would have sprites, but he had never heard of hard stones having sprites. Ignorant human, I'm also born with spiritual chi, so why can't I have intelligence? Can't transform? Otherwise, where do you think those jingsher came from? In fact, those are just trash that I don't want. Little Fatty said with a look of disdain. This time, not only Lu Feng was depressed, but even Feng De and the others were a little depressed. So the jingsher that they had spent half a day digging out was just trash that others didn't want. What would they become then? Picking up trash. However, was there such expensive trash? Looking at Lu Feng, Feng De, and the rest's gloomy expressions, Leng Ruoxue could not help but chuckle, ha ha ha. You're thinking too much. These jingsher might be useless to Little Fatty, but to us, they're good things. I'll just treat it as recycling. Yes, these things are indeed very useful for humans and beasts. Little Fatty agreed. Sister, they're digging a little slowly, let me help them. Little Fatty saw that there was still about a third of the crystals on the wall that had not been dug out, so he spoke again. All right. Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Fatty stretched out his fair and tender little hand. Instantly, countless light spots flew towards the wall. In an instant, the crystal stones on the wall fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining crystal stones were excavated. Looking at Lil Fatty's speed, Feng De and the rest, as well as Beastie, felt inferior. Compared to them, they could be considered to be moving at a turtle speed. My idol. Lu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this. He stared at Little Fatty as if he had found his prey. He didn't expect this little kid to be so capable. Truly worthy of being the spirit of the crystal stone heart. Don't worship me, I'm a legend. Little Fatty suddenly blurted out such a sentence, causing Leng Ruoxue to break out in cold sweat. When did Lil Fatty learn to say this? She knew without even asking that he must have learned it from Hua, and the others. As for the two little guys, they must have learned it from Feng De and the others. When she thought of this, her beautiful eyes could not help but glare at Feng De and the others. Miss, it's not my fault. Feng De quickly tried to distance himself from the matter. Sobs. Did this little guy have a grudge against them? Wasn't this harming them? The young miss had always told them not to lead the little ones astray. Now, it was all good. Who knew who had unintentionally said such words, and these little fellows had learned it. Hee hee. This little thing is quite interesting. Lu Feng, who didn't notice anything wrong, said in disbelief. I'm not a little thing. I'm Little Fatty, the name my sister gave me. Little Fatty said proudly. Little Fatty. Lu Feng was speechless. He thought to himself, the little fox's naming skills aren't that good. How could he call him Little Fatty just because he saw him fat? Little Fatty. Your name is too unpleasant to hear. In the future, follow Big Brother, okay? Big Brother will give you a nice name. Lu Feng was not afraid of death as he started to dig up Leng Ruoxue's secret. At the same time, he threw Leng Ruoxue a provocative look. However, it was a pity that Leng Ruoxue didn't care at all. Hence, Lu Feng's smugness was in vain. Not good, humph. Who wants to hang out with you? You don't look like a good person. Also, I think this name is quite good and suits me. Little Fatty said, not giving him any face. Lu Feng heard Little Fatty's words and was sad. Woo. How did he not look like a good person? Did that little fox look better than him? When he thought of this, his heart felt extremely unbalanced. This was really bullying. Ha ha ha. When the others heard Little Fatty's words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems that elves are the most sensitive. They can tell who is good and who is bad. Leng Qingtian was overjoyed. This chubby little kid was really too cute, he actually made Lu Feng speechless. That's right. If elves aren't sensitive, how can they escape the humans' search and successfully transform? Leng Xiaoyu laughed as well. She had known Lu Feng for so long, and other than Little Shui, this little kid could actually make Lu Feng suffer. It was truly too rare. You're all bullying me, woo. Lu Feng pretended to be sad, but unfortunately, he was ignored by everyone. Leng Ruoxue then gave a direct order, pack up your things and we'll leave this place. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. In the blink of an eye, the jingsher that had been piled on the ground were all collected by them. After that, everyone left the place under Little Fatty's guidance. However, when they left the cave, they were still in the Howling Moon volcano. Leng Ruoxue instructed everyone to start a fire and cook while she asked Little Fatty. Little Fatty, do you know if there's any divine fire in this volcano? Leng Ruoxue asked softly. Divine flame? Little Fatty frowned and thought for a long time before he said with certainty, Sister, there used to be a divine flame here. However, so many years have passed, and the divine flame I know of has long disappeared. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head lightly. She thought to herself, since the divine fire here has disappeared, we should leave as soon as possible. Little Fatty, do you know that there are many people outside looking for fire attribute crystals in this volcano? Suddenly, Lu Feng interjected. He was really curious, how did this chubby baby hide from those humans' search? I know, but they won't be able to find it. Little Fatty said with absolute certainty. Hee hee. How could it be so easy to find him? His sister and the others were lucky that he was sleeping. Otherwise, they would not have found him. We still found it, Lu Feng reminded. This little guy was really too arrogant, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Elves need to sleep too. I was sleeping when you found me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you guys find out. Little Fatty retorted, unwilling to be outdone. However, now he felt that it was good to be found out. At least he had a home. Oh. Lu Feng nodded his head and felt that this little guy's words made sense. After all, so many people had been looking for it but it had not been found. It could be seen that this little thing had some skills. Don't look down on the elves. If we don't have some means of self-protection, we won't have the chance to transform. Little Fatty saw through Lu Feng's thoughts and reminded him unhappily. I'm not looking down on elves. Lu Feng hurriedly said. This little thing was now under the protection of the little fox, he couldn't afford to offend it. Miss, the meal is ready. At this time, Feng De walked over and saved the embarrassed Lu Feng from the sea of suffering. After everyone finished their meal, they did not stay in the volcano for long and left. Little fox, let's go to the other volcanoes. In the air, Lu Feng was lying on the soft and comfortable back of the little peacock. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Suddenly, a loud shout rang in Leng Ruoxue and the rest's ears, you guys don't have to go anywhere, huh? As soon as she finished speaking, several black figures appeared around the little peacock, blocking her way. Good dogs don't block the way. Move aside. The little peacock suppressed her anger and said, F***ck, can't you tell that we're in a hurry? He actually dared to stop them. You long-haired animal, you dare to scold us. I'll show you how powerful I am in a while. The leader of the men in black shouted angrily. You're the animal, your whole family is an animal. The little peacock replied, unwilling to be outdone. Brothers, let's do it. Kill this bird. The leader of the men in black was so angry that he directly gave the order. Wait. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue spoke indifferently. Her voice attracted the attention of all the men in black. Immediately, several lustful eyes fixed on her. Boss, there's really an absolute beauty. The employer didn't lie to us. One of the men said happily. His eyes kept on scanning Leng Ruoxue's body, as if he could see through her. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The man who was still in a daze a moment ago was hit in the eyes by two black rays of light in the blink of an eye. Ah! A cry of pain resounded through the void. The man covered his eyes in pain as blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. He was still rolling around on his beastie's body. If it wasn't for his beastie's size, he might have fallen down. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she didn't even need to guess to know that the demon had made his move. Damn it, who did this? Get out here. When the leader of the men in black saw this, he couldn't help but roar in anger. F***ck, they hadn't even made a move. Someone was actually injured. This really made him lose face. However, his words were no different from noise to Leng Ruoxue and the others. No one paid him any attention. I'm asking you a question. Who did this? Get out here. The leader of the men in black shouted at the top of his voice. You didn't even see it, so how would we know? Leng Ruoxue said innocently, her beautiful eyes sizing up the man in front of her. The man looked tall and strong. His facial features were ordinary, and his strength was at the mid-tier advanced divine realm. He could be considered an expert on the divine mainland. Who would have thought that he was in the business of robbing people? From what the man said, he was probably under someone's orders. To be precise, he was hired. It would be strange if you guys didn't know. The leader of the men in black did not believe her at all. However, whether he believed her or not, it was not within Leng Ruoxue's scope of consideration. If that's the case, why are you still asking us? Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Brothers, let's do it. Other than the three women, don't leave anyone alive. The leader of the men in black was furious and ordered his subordinates. I said wait, don't you understand? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Why couldn't these men in black understand human language? What are you waiting for? I don't have that kind of free time. The leader of the black-clothed men said fiercely. Could it be that you've accepted other business? Leng Ruoxue guessed. What does it have to do with you? The leader of the men in black stomped his feet in anger. He thought to himself, why does this woman have so many questions? He didn't like women who talked too much. It's none of my business, but can you tell me something about me? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Something related to you? What's the matter? The leader of the men in black was stunned. It was obvious that he was confused by Leng Ruoxue's words. Who told you to come and find trouble with us? Leng Ruoxue asked with an evil smile. Actually, if she really wanted to know who the mastermind was, she could have asked Qing Ju to read this man's heart. However, she liked the fun of teasing her opponent more. Hee hee. The feeling of a cat catching a mouse was very good. No one asked us to find trouble with you. They asked us to kill you. The leader of the men in black corrected him. In my opinion, it's all the same. You just have to tell me who ordered you to do it. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Why should I tell you? The leader of the men in black asked in a daze. If you don't tell me, we'll have to come to you for revenge after we become hostile ghosts. But if you tell us, we won't come to you. We are naturally looking for the mastermind. Leng Ruoxue coaxed. So it's like this. The leader of the men in black pondered and couldn't make up his mind. On the other hand, the subordinates by his side were a little scared when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words and kept urging their boss. Boss, tell them. Otherwise, we won't be able to take it if they go to hell and complain about us. A timid subordinate said in a low voice. What are you afraid of? I don't believe they'll come back for revenge. The leader of the men in black reprimanded. How could one return to hell just because they wanted to? That place was a completely different world from where they were. It's better to be safe than sorry. That person whispered again. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with his cooperation and even decided to let him die a quick death. I can tell you, but you have to promise that you won't come to us for revenge after you die. The leader of the black-clothed men was swayed by his subordinate's words and said with uncertainty. Don't worry, even if I want revenge, I won't look for you guys. Leng Ruoxue promised. In her eyes, these people were just small fries, and she was looking for the mastermind. The person who hired us to kill you is a woman. I heard the people around her call her Lady Rume, but I don't know what kind of lady she is. The leader of the black-clothed men said after thinking for a while. In fact, in their line of work, they didn't need to know the name of the employer, and they wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Of course, if the employer was willing to say it, it was a different story. The reason why he knew that the woman was Lady Rume was because the people around the woman called her that, so he remembered it. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Just as she had expected, this matter was related to Rume. However, Rume was looking down on them too much. She only found a dozen people and wanted to kill them? How much did that woman pay you? Fengde asked curiously. I'm sorry, but the price is confidential. The leader of the men in black said. He could tell these people his employer's name, but he could not tell them the price. That was a trade secret. I just want to know how much I'm worth. We're about to die, are you still not willing to help us? Fengde's face was bitter as he spoke in a slightly pained tone. Your price is 100 top-grade crystals. When the leader of the men in black heard Fengde's words, he felt that it made sense. Since they were going to die soon, he would fulfill their wishes. After all, the dead would not speak nonsense. What? 100 top-grade crystals. Fengde's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard the answer. Yup. I also didn't expect that woman to be so generous. In order to get rid of you, she was even willing to pay 100 high-grade crystal stones. The leader of the men in black said in satisfaction. This was the highest price out of all the business he had received recently. Damn it, are we only worth 100 top-quality crystal stones? Fengde saw that the leader of the men in black seemed to be satisfied with the price, and the anger in his heart rose. F***ck, how could they be so cheap? This is already a very high price. The leader of the men in black quibbled. Tall, my ass. You've been tricked, do you know that? This guy alone is worth more than 100 top-quality crystal stones. Fengde pointed at Lu Feng and roared in anger. Why? The leader of the men in black looked at the man Fengde was pointing at and asked in confusion. He didn't find anything special about the man, he just thought that he was more handsome than the average man. Do you know who he is? Fengde asked again. I don't know, the leader of the men in black replied honestly. You didn't even figure out our identity and you dare to accept this business? Fengde said with some disappointment, damn it. These people were so muddled, how could they still be alive now? This shouldn't be the case. My employer said that you're just nobodies, so. The leader of the men in black stopped halfway. At this time, he also began to doubt the identity of Fengde and the others. Your Excellency Lu Feng. You've become a small character. Fengde looked at Lu Feng and said with some schadenfreude. AI. Lu Feng sighed and felt very helpless in his heart. He obviously wanted to be low-key, but why did these people force him to be high-profile? I'm very valuable. Lu Feng said softly. Clearly, he wasn't too satisfied with this price. He even felt that Rume was too stingy. Even if she wanted to kill him as well, she should at least give him a price that was befitting of his status. 100 pieces of high-grade crystal stones was clearly an insult to him. How much are you worth? The leader of the men in black had a suspicious look on his face. He thought to himself, could it be that I really took too little? I'm priceless. Lu Feng said very arrogantly, his extraordinarily handsome face full of pride. Damn it, how can you be priceless? You're just a pretty boy, and you dare to show off in front of me. The leader of the men in black said angrily. This pretty boy was really too annoying. In his opinion, this man was simply asking for a beating. Little. Lu Feng said in disbelief. In his entire life, this was the first time someone had described him in such a way. F***ck, he was a man, how did he look like a gigolo who lived off a woman? He felt humiliated again. However, when Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the leader's words, they all started laughing unceremoniously. Unceremoniously. Ha ha ha. Your Excellency Lu Feng is actually a pretty boy. Oh. It looks like it. The crowd started to tease him, and Lu Feng's handsome face was like a color palette, from red to white, then to green, and finally to black. He was obviously very angry. Are you guys done laughing? Lu Feng roared and then glared at the leader of the men in black. He released a trace of his pressure and shouted, F***ck, open your dog eyes and look clearly, which part of me looks like a pretty boy? Everywhere. Although the leader of the men in black was frightened by Lu Feng's aura, he still mumbled softly. No matter how soft his voice was, Leng Ruoxue and the rest could still hear him clearly. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue and the others laughed even more heartily. You're really looking for death. Lu Feng was furious. The consequences were very serious. F***ck, did these people really think he was a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will? Now, even a few insignificant people had come to humiliate him. Ha ha ha. You're really unlucky to have offended His Excellency Lu Feng. Feng De said, gloating. What, Sir Lu Feng? I don't know him. Although the leader of the men in black was a little afraid, he still said it stubbornly. Oh, really? Then I'll let you get to know her today. Lu Feng said viciously. It just so happened that he had no way to vent the anger in his heart, so he would take it out on these people today. You guys are really too ignorant. You don't even know the famous Flowing Wind, hee hee. He was the deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters. How much do you guys think he's worth? Before Lu Feng could make a move, Feng De said. The deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters. When the leader of the men in black heard these words, his face turned pale with fright. This pretty boy was actually the deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters. This person couldn't be lying to him, right? Speaking of which, in the immortal realm, there were two kinds of people that one absolutely could not provoke, and that was armament masters and alchemy masters. Otherwise, one would not even know how one died. Therefore, he really could not believe that this outrageously beautiful pretty boy in front of him was actually the deputy chairman of the Armament Guild headquarters. That's right, his position in the Craftsman's Guild is above your employer. Hee hee. Do you still think he's not worth anything? 100 top-grade crystal stones was too little, right? You've been tricked by Her Excellency Rume. Feng De laughed evilly as he tried to drive a wedge between them. Feng De's words set off a storm in the hearts of the men in black. The men in black looked at each other, and then their faces were filled with anger. F***ck, they might have been fooled. Of course, the premise was that this pretty boy was really the deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters. It could be seen that they were still somewhat skeptical of Feng De's words. You said he's the deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters. What evidence do you have? The leader of the black-clothed men said, unwilling to give up. Your Excellency Lu Feng, quickly take out your identity card and let these guys see it. Feng De said to Lu Feng with a smile. Look carefully, Lu Feng unwillingly took out a golden token from his ring and waved it in front of the men in black. Instantly, all the men in black were stunned. After a long while, the black-robed men present finally regained their senses. The leader of the black-robed men trembled and pointed at Lu Feng, You're really the vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters. It's finished. It's finished. They were in big trouble this time. He never dreamed that this pretty boy was actually a big shot, and a big shot that they couldn't afford to offend. Woo, what should they do? That damned woman, how dare she frame them? This was preposterous. At this moment, the leader of the men in black was angry, and also a little afraid. After all, offending the Craftsman's Guild was not a joke. Moreover, these people under him might not be a match for Sir Flowing Wind, AI. What should he do? Damn it, that B***tch actually dared to lie to us. Brothers, let's go find her and settle the score. The head of the men in black kept thinking and finally came up with a plan that he thought was good, and that was to provide support. Anyway, he was not the mastermind of this matter, and he did not really hurt them. On the contrary, his men were injured, so he expected these people to not make things difficult for them. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Even if they wanted to slip away, how could Lu Feng let them have their wish? The black-clothed man didn't have time to escape before he was firmly tied up by the thin silk thread thrown by Lu Feng. You don't have to look for her personally. I'll take you there. Lu Feng laughed evilly. What a joke, these people were the evidence, how could he let them run away? Your Excellency Lu Feng, we failed to recognize you. We didn't know your identity. Please forgive us for our offense. The leader of the men in black begged with tears in his eyes. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I just need you to be witnesses. Lu Feng said magnanimously. He was afraid of dirtying his hands by killing these few small characters. Thank you, Your Excellency Lu Feng, thank you. Thank you. The leader of the men in black said without any backbone. When he heard that he would not die, his heart that had been hanging in the air slowly calmed down. However, he was still a little worried that Lu Feng would go back on his words. After all, these big shots had always been fickle. You're welcome. However, I still want to ask, how did you see that I'm a pretty boy? Lu Feng repeated the same question and asked curiously. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Sir Lu Feng, please don't hold it against me, and don't hold it against me. The leader of the men in black had a bitter expression on his face as he pleaded. As long as you tell me how you can tell that I'm a pretty boy, I won't argue with you. Lu Feng said stubbornly. Woo-woo. The leader of the men in black wanted to cry but had no tears. How was he supposed to answer this? What are you whining about? I'm not trying to kill you. A real man shouldn't shed tears so easily. Lu Feng looked at the pitiful appearance of the leader of the men in black and said in disagreement. Your Excellency Lu Feng, I was just saying it casually. Please don't take it seriously. The leader of the men in black said helplessly. But I took it for real. Lu Feng was very aggrieved, but his eyes were so unkind that it made the leader of the men in black tremble with fear. Then what should we do? The leader of the men in black had no idea what to do and asked helplessly. That will depend on your performance. Lu Feng said with a faint smile. Yes, yes. As long as Lord Lu Feng says the word, I will perform however I want. The leader of the men in black said hurriedly. Didn't I tell you? Lu Feng said with a light smile. Don't worry, Your Excellency Lu Feng, we promise to tell you everything we know. The leader of the men in black vowed. That's good. However, you guys have to stay here first. After saying that, Lu Feng took out a palm-sized, exquisite cage from his ring and put them in it. Seeing more than 10 men in black being put into the small cage, Feng Die's face was full of curiosity. Then, he borrowed the small cage from Lu Feng and played with it in his hand. Previous chapter. Next. Hee. This thing was quite interesting. Feng De looked at the cage in his hand, which was not even the size of his palm, and was amazed. He really didn't expect such a small cage to be able to hold so many strange things. There were so many strange things in the divine realm. Such a portable prison did not exist in the lower realm. The disheveled old man and the others also took the small cage from Feng Die's hands curiously and passed it around one by one. They were quite curious about such a thing. Hee. Little fox, my prison is not bad, right? Lu Feng looked at everyone's curious expressions and couldn't help but say proudly. It's passable. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Even though she had never refined a cage like this before, she could tell with a single glance that the principles behind the cage and the storage ring were similar. They were both spatial equipment. However, for Lu Feng to carry such a cage around with him, it was clear how bored he must be. Towards Leng Ruoxue's calmness, Lu Feng was speechless. When would this little fox start to show signs of discomposure? She didn't feel a sense of accomplishment at all. Where are we going next? Leng Ruoxue looked at Lu Feng and asked. Of course I'm going to find Yin Rume to settle the score. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said, damn B***tch. He even dared to kill him, humph. He didn't plan to let that woman off anyway. This time, he could settle both old and new scores together. Alright, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She had originally wanted to wait until the disheveled old man's matter was settled before making time to deal with Yin Rume. However, she seemed to have made Yin Rume impatient. Since she was so kind to them, they would settle the grudge between them and Yin Rume first. After making the decision, the little peacock immediately changed direction and flew towards Fiery City. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at Yanhua City, it was already half a month later. Leng Ruoxue was initially worried that Yin Rume would hide back in the firmament after what she had done. However, when she saw Yin Rume at the blacksmith's guild in Yanhua City, she was relieved. After all, if Yin Rume had really returned to the immortal realm, it would be difficult for her to make a move. At the blacksmith guild in Fiery City. At this moment, Mo Yen and the rest were gathered in the meeting room, discussing the development of the Divine Continent's Craftsman's Guild. However, they were interrupted by Leng Ruoxue and the others who suddenly pushed the door open. Little girls, why are you back so soon? Mo Yen looked at the people in front of him and asked in confusion. Did they find the divine fire so quickly? I came back to do something. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Yin Rume, who was sitting beside Mo Yen, and said calmly. Oh. Mo Yen responded faintly, but the doubts in his heart grew. Did something happen that he didn't know about? Yin Rume, you've done a good job. Lu Feng said angrily. What did I do? Don't wrong me. Yin Rume said calmly, her expression calm. Lu Feng, what did she do? Mo Yen asked directly. No wonder these people had suddenly rushed back. It seemed that Yin Rume had done something she shouldn't have. This vicious woman actually sent people to kill us. Lu Feng roared angrily. The moment he said that, most of the higher-ups were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. There's such a thing? Mo Yen narrowed his eyes, clearly a little displeased. Although he didn't think that Yin Rume's men would succeed, sending someone to kill someone he valued was challenging his bottom line in itself. Thus, he definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Lu Feng, if you don't have any evidence, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, if the elders in the headquarters accuse you of framing your colleagues, it would not be good. Yin Rume reminded him with a light smile. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Feng said unhappily. However, he was suspicious of Yin Rume's calmness and couldn't help but be on guard. I'm just giving you a kind reminder. Yin Rume shrugged her shoulders and said disapprovingly. Vice President Yin doesn't want to admit that he sent people to kill us? Leng Ruoxue said. Of course, unless you can produce evidence. Yin Rume said with a smile. What if we can, Leng Ruoxue retorted. You're framing me. I'll report this to the Elder Council and ask them to seek justice for me. Yin Rume said matter-of-factly. Oh. Vice President Yin, may I ask what kind of evidence is needed? Leng Ruoxue asked again. During this confrontation, she could clearly feel that Yin Rume had changed. She had become smarter and calmer. Witnesses and physical evidence are fine. Yin Rume said very calmly. Oh. Leng Ruoxue replied indifferently. She then turned to Lu Feng and the rest, let's go. Lu Feng was stunned and looked at Leng Ruoxue in confusion. His dark eyes were filled with question marks. Why did she have to leave? Could it be that he wasn't going to find Leng Ruoxue to settle the score? Let's go find evidence of Vice President Yin's crimes. Leng Ruoxue reminded softly. However, her soft voice was loud enough for everyone to hear her clearly. Oh. Good. Lu Feng nodded his head in a daze. Although he had some doubts, he still trusted Leng Ruoxue more. Who asked this little girl to be a little fox? Sir Mo Yen, we'll still be living in our old courtyard, is that okay? Leng Ruoxue turned around and asked. Yes, I've been keeping the courtyard for you all this time. Mo Yen nodded. Thank you. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she took the lead and walked out of the meeting room. When she returned to her former residence, Leng Ruoxue realized that the butler and the others were still there. Miss Leng, you're back. The butler said happily when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others. Why are you guys still here? Leng Ruoxue didn't understand. Didn't she tell these people to follow Diren before she left? After you left, Sir Mo Yen let us continue to live here. He has already given this place to you. From now on, we, including Diren, are all your people. The butler told the truth. My family's young miss doesn't accept just anyone, stop dreaming. Fengde said with dissatisfaction. His Excellency Mo Yen said that we are only Miss Leng servants, different from you. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly explained. Oh. This is more like it. Fengde nodded with satisfaction. If he didn't need the housekeeper and the others to cover up, he would have already driven away Diren's former servants and subordinates. Miss Leng, I've sent someone to clean your room every day. You can stay there directly. The butler said in a fawning manner. Thank you. Don't let anyone disturb us. Leng Ruoxue ordered. All right, he said. Yes, the butler replied and left. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the main hall. After they found their seats, Lu Feng asked impatiently, Little fox, why don't you let me show you the evidence? Don't you notice that Leng Ruoxue is a little different? If you take out those witnesses now, she won't admit it and might even bite us. Leng Ruoxue analyzed calmly. Yes, she's a little too calm. It seems like she's prepared for this. Lu Feng nodded. So, now is not the time. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. How long do we have to wait? Lu Feng couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to deal with that B***TCH, Leng Ruoxue, right now. Calm down. Leng Ruoxue won't be able to escape. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. After she finished speaking, she gave the demon a look and the two of them returned to their room in tacit understanding. After Leng Ruoxue left, Lu Feng saw that the rest of them looked normal and could not help but ask, why aren't you guys worried at all? Don't you all want to get rid of Leng Ruoxue as soon as possible? What's there to be anxious about? Miss always says to cast a long line to catch a big fish. We're waiting for the big fish. Fengde said disapprovingly. Lu Feng, calm down. Young lady has her own plans. Cheng Wu also advised. Do you really believe that the little fox will have a good idea? Although Lu Feng knew that these people would listen to Leng Ruoxue's every word, he did not expect them to worship the little fox so blindly. Wasn't this poison too deep? She's my family's young miss. If I don't believe her, who should I believe? Moreover, young lady's words have always been right. Lu Tao also said matter-of-factly. Lu Feng was speechless, but he was more envious. Why didn't he have such a group of subordinates? Let's go back to our room and rest. We've been flying for so long, it's quite tiring. Fengde patted Lu Feng's shoulder sympathetically and said. After that, everyone followed Fengde and left the main hall. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng was the only one left in the hall. Lu Feng sat alone for a while before leaving. At night, Mo Yen and Lu Yu arrived at Leng Ruoxue and the others' residence. Seeing everyone's refreshed appearance, he knew that they had already rested well. After all, they had come at the right time. Little girl, what's going on? Mo Yen couldn't help but ask as soon as he sat down in the main hall. That B***TCH sent people to kill us. Before Leng Ruoxue could answer, Lu Feng interrupted her angrily. Then, he told Mo Yen and Lu Yu what had happened. So, you brought those people back? Mo Yen asked after hearing this. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Since you brought the witness back, what are you waiting for? You should have brought out the witness earlier, then Leng Ruoxue would have nothing to say, right? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. The little fox said that Leng Ruoxue might go back on her word if we only brought out a witness, so we didn't bring it out. Lu Feng explained. The little girl is right. Recently, Leng Ruoxue has been in contact with the headquarters quite frequently. I didn't think much about it before, but it seems like she's preparing a backup plan. I'm sure she's already prepared everything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so calm in the meeting room. Mo Yen said after thinking for a while. Then what should we do? Humph. She even dared to kill my younger brother. Even if you always cover for her and don't punish her, I won't let her off. Lu Yue said somewhat angrily. I won't let her off either, but some of the elders in the headquarters will definitely speak up for her. Moreover, it's not enough to just have witnesses. It'll be even better if we have physical evidence. Mo Yen said after thinking for a while. Evidence? Since she's prepared a backup plan, let's create some physical evidence for her. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. A scheming look flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was a fact that Leng Ruoxue wanted to kill them anyway, so whatever she did would not be considered too much. What do you want to do? Liu Yue's forehead was filled with black lines. She thought to herself, a woman's heart is indeed the most vicious. Mo Yan and Lu Feng were right, no matter who you offend, you should never provoke this little pervert, look. He even thought of creating evidence. Whoever provoked her would not have a good ending. To create evidence that she wanted to kill us, of course. She wants it, doesn't she? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her beautiful face full of innocence. How? Lu Feng asked with great interest. He hated Leng Ruoxue to the core now, so he didn't care what method the little fox used. In any case, it was fine as long as he could vent his anger. You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue said mysteriously, keeping him in suspense. Suspense. Little fox, let me join in. We're business partners. Lu Feng reminded. You still remember this? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. That was something that happened a long time ago. She thought that Lu Feng had forgotten about it. After all, Lu Feng had not mentioned this matter recently. Of course I remember. It's just that I've been too busy recently and didn't have the time to care about it. Actually, he had really forgotten about it. After all, there had been a lot of things going on recently, and Leng Ruoxue hadn't been up to any big mischief, so he had overlooked it. Then how do you want to participate? Leng Ruoxue asked helplessly. Hee. If you want to create any evidence, you have to count me in. Lu Feng said as if he feared that the world would not be in chaos. All right then. However, you'll have to wait until late at night. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Yes, I understand. The dark and windy night is the time to do bad things. Lu Feng said as if he was a kindred spirit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use. Let's do it tonight then. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and decided that it was better to wait for them to launch a surprise attack. Yes. Lu Feng nodded excitedly. Little girl, aren't you going to take me there? Mo Yan said gloomily. Why didn't this little girl think of him when she wanted to do something bad? This made his heart feel extremely unbalanced. What are you doing? You have to preserve your innocence and uphold justice for us. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Mo Yan was speechless. Why did he have to keep his innocence? Even if he was in the same boat, he could still uphold justice. Who dared to say that he was not righteous? Humph. The little fox is right, you're not suitable for this kind of thing. Lu Feng also hurriedly said. Which part of me is not suitable? Mo Yan retorted. You look so righteous. Unlike me, in the eyes of those old fogies, I'm already beyond saving. Hee. Lu Feng said matter-of-factly. Hearing Lu Feng's twisted logic, Mo Yan was speechless. Moreover, he also understood that the little girl had no intention of letting him participate in this matter, and Lu Feng was also involved, so he had a chance. Sob. He was a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have left Fiery City with them. Don't cry. I still need you to uphold justice for my brother. Seeing Mo Yan's conflicted and depressed expression, Lu Yu quickly comforted him. After all, he knew his own limits. Although this matter involved his younger brother, it was still an internal matter of the Craftsman's Guild. If he got involved, it would make the guild lose face. Therefore, he just had to watch the show. I'm not crying. Mo Yan growled angrily. Liu Yue's comforting words were clearly adding fuel to the fire. At least he thought so. Good. He didn't cry. You didn't cry. Lu Yu said helplessly. He was clearly treating Mo Yan like a child. Seeing their interaction, Leng Ruoxue could not help but chuckle. If outsiders knew that the godlike figure in the eyes of the artifact masters could actually have such a childish side, what would they think? What's so funny? Mo Yan glared at Leng Ruoxue and said in an unpleasant tone. Ha. You guys do as you please. I'll go make some preparations. Leng Ruoxue laughed as she pulled the evildoer along with Lu Feng. The three of them left together. Late at night. Leng Ruoxue removed the qi from her bracelet and instructed the qi to cast an invisibility spell on the three of them. The three of them then headed towards Leng Ruoxue's courtyard. Hee. Little girl, I didn't expect your beastie to have such ability. On the way, Lu Feng's eyes were fixed on Richard, his handsome face full of envy. Woo. Why is this little fox's luck so good? To be able to obtain such a rare beast, heavens ah. You're so unfair. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head calmly and did not say anything else. However, her coldness did not affect Lu Feng's passion towards the judge. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, I'll bite you. The referee was frightened by Lu Feng's gaze and warned him with some fear. Hee. I really admire you. How about following me in the future? Lu Feng fearlessly tried to corner Leng Ruoxue again, but the referee did not even bother with him. Instead, he turned his head to the other side. Don't ignore me. I really admire you, this is the first time I've seen Beastie use the invisibility technique. Seeing that Yao was ignoring him, Lu Feng continued to pester him. Lu Feng, don't disturb my beastie. Leng Ruoxue saw that Yi was not paying any attention to her, and Lu Feng was pestering her endlessly, so she finally couldn't help but speak up. I'm not. I'm stealing your girl. Can't you tell? Lu Feng said with a smile. I can tell, but you won't succeed. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. Are you that confident that your beastie won't be snatched away by me? Lu Feng said, not willing to admit defeat. If you don't believe me, you can try. If any of my beastie wants to follow you, I won't stop them. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. You said it yourself. Don't you regret this? Lu Feng said, somewhat worried. Don't worry, I won't regret it. I always keep my word. Leng Ruoxue grinned. Humph. How could her beastie be taken away by others? Those cute beastie were more black-bellied than the other. Lu Feng was not their opponent at all. As they conversed, they had already arrived outside Yin Rumei's courtyard. Lu Feng, I'll leave the lock-picking to you. Leng Ruoxue said to Lu Feng as she looked at the tightly shut door. Why? Do you think it's befitting of my status to ask me to do such a small thing? Lu Feng pretended to be unhappy. It's very fitting. The blacksmith should be more skilled at picking locks, so this matter has to be done by you. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. The main reason she brought Lu Feng here was to make him do this, otherwise, she wouldn't have let Lu Feng follow her. Lu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was a little speechless. This was the first time he had heard that armament masters were good at picking locks. However, after thinking about it carefully, what this little girl said made sense. After all, in terms of familiarity with locks, there was really no one who could compare to a blacksmith. With this in mind, he resigned himself to his fate and took out his tools. He randomly tapped a few times on the keyhole, only to hear a ta. With a crisp sound, the lock was opened. How professional! Leng Ruoxue exclaimed in admiration. The locks in the Craftsman's Guild were all controlled by a password, so it was not an easy task to pry it open without alerting the master. However, to Lu Feng, this was an extremely simple task. After all, he was the vice president of the Craftsman's Guild headquarters. Please. Lu Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. Could he say that a portion of these locks were made by him? The answer was no. After opening the door, Leng Ruoxue, the three humans, and the beast swaggered into the courtyard. Yin Rumei's residence was similar in both layout and size to their own. With Lu Feng leading the way, they easily found Yin Rumei's room. Just as they reached the door of the room, the three people and one beast heard voices coming from inside. Instantly, the three of them stopped in their tracks with great tacit understanding and began to eavesdrop. In the room, Yin Rumei was lying naked on the bed, and beside her was a similarly naked man. From his appearance, the man looked to be in his 30s. He was slightly chubby and looked like someone who had been pampered all year round. His strength was comparable to Yin Rumei's, and they were both divine kings. At this moment, the two of them were chatting. However, from their state, they must have just experienced an intense hand-to-hand battle. Don't you also want to get rid of Lu Feng? Why did you ask me to stop? Yin Rumei questioned, a little displeased. When she saw Lu Feng, that wretched girl, and the others today, she knew that the people she had sent had failed. However, she wasn't afraid that this matter would be exposed. It was precisely because she had the support of this man behind her, in addition to her position in the Armament Guild, that she believed that unless the President and the Great Elder personally spoke, no one would dare to touch her. I do want to get rid of him, but he has returned to Fiery City and knows that you sent people to kill them. If he continues to attack now, wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, I've received news that that old man has also left the Divine Realm and come here. Thus, it's all the more reason why we can't act now. The man explained, his hand caressing Yin Rumei's body. What? The Great Elder is here too? Yin Rumei was startled, and a sense of uneasiness immediately welled up in her heart. That old man had always disliked her. If he really came here, then she really wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Feng and that wretched girl. The most powerful person in the Armament Guild headquarters was the president, followed by the vice president. As for the Elders Guild, they usually did not manage anything. They only played a supervisory role in the operations of the Armament Guild headquarters. However, if any of their higher-ups were impeached by the Elders Guild for misconduct, even if the president appeared, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect them. As a result, even though she was the vice president of the Craftsman's Guild, Yin Rumei hated hearing the words Elders Guild. And the one with the most power in the Council of Elders was naturally the Great Elder. That old man's status in the Craftsman's Guild headquarters was extraordinary, and even the guild leader had to give him some face. At the same time, he also had another identity, and that was Mo Yan's master. Therefore, although she dared to attack Lu Feng, she did not dare to touch a single hair on Mo Yan's head, even though she hated Mo Yan to the core. Yes. The man nodded. He did not welcome the old man, but he could not stop him. What do we do now? That old man was even more protective than Mo Yan and was even more unreasonable. As long as he was certain of something, he didn't care if there was evidence. Don't be afraid, I think. He wouldn't stand up for Lu Feng. After all, he doesn't like Lu Feng. The man guessed. However, Leng Xiaoyu is also one of the people I want to kill. Won't he stand up for his grand disciple? Yin Rumei said uncertainly in her heart. When she heard that the first elder was here, she was truly a little afraid. In the Armament Guild headquarters, there was no one who wasn't afraid of that old man. Even the president had to go along with him. If the great elder is calculative about this matter, you can just insist that you only want to kill Lu Feng. The man suggested. Will this work? Yin Rumei was a little hesitant. That old man wasn't that easy to deceive. It would be a wonder if he believed her words. Do you have a better idea? The man asked impatiently. No, I didn't. Yin Rumei said, a little out of her wits. The first elder's arrival had disrupted all of her plans, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Then do as I say. The man said in a domineering manner. You have to help me. Yin Rumei hugged the man's arm and said coyly. Don't worry, of course I'll help you. The man promised. With that, he flipped over and pressed Yin Rumei under him again. Hearing the intermittent moans coming from the room, and then looking at Lu Feng's dark face, Leng Ruoxue really didn't know how to comfort him. However, she was more interested to know what kind of outrageous things Lu Feng had done that even made Yin Rumei want to kill him. Of course, he also wanted to get rid of Yin Rumei. Could it be that love turned into hate? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but look at Lu Feng suggestively. You're not allowed to look at me like that. Lu Feng transmitted his voice angrily. F***ck. This adulterous couple really thought he was a bun. Did he look that easy to bully? Thinking of this, Lu Feng was filled with hatred. And the old man they were talking about, yes, they were right. The old man liked to find trouble with him, but there was a reason for that. Don't be sad, I won't let them have their way. Leng Ruoxue patted Lu Feng's head as if he was a puppy and consoled him. I'm not sad. Lu Feng quibbled. Damn it, how was he sad? He was just angry. Didn't that adulterous couple think that he didn't have any backing? Humph. He would definitely make them regret it. Yes, you're not sad. You're just a little sad. Let's move. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Let's move. Lu Feng said helplessly, AI. He was too lazy to defend himself because he knew that this little fox had already determined that he was sad and sad. You guys keep a lookout for me. I'll go in and get the evidence. Leng Ruoxue made the necessary arrangements. According to the original plan, the evildoer was supposed to enter with her. However, under the current circumstances, it was not appropriate for the evildoer to enter. Because she instinctively didn't want the evildoer to see another woman's body. You're not allowed to go in, let him in. I'm going in. You guys keep watch. The evil demon and Lu Feng said in unison. After that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Alright then. Just let Lu Feng go in by himself. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Humph. He wanted to go in and take revenge. Immediately, Lu Feng was about to push the door open and enter, but he was pulled back by the demon. What's wrong? Lu Feng didn't understand until the evildoer whispered a few words to him. The two men laughed evilly in tacit understanding before he stepped into Yin Rumei's room. After Lu Feng entered, Leng Ruoxue and the demon stood outside the room to keep a lookout for him. Looking at the evildoer's mysterious expression, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask curiously, what did you say to Lu Feng? Hee. This is a secret between men. The demon's face was slightly red as he said in embarrassment. A secret between men, is it? Leng Ruoxue said with a half-smile. I'll just tell you. Seeing Shue's expression, the evildoer said fearfully before whispering into Leng Ruoxue's ear. You're really bad, but this is a good idea. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction, but she felt helpless in her heart. He's a monster. However, she liked it. To deal with this kind of woman, killing her is simply letting her off easy. The demon said disdainfully. Yes, we can't let her die so easily. Ruohua, I think it's too easy on her. Leng Ruoxue said regretfully. However, Ruohua had been killed by Yin Rumei, and it was too late for her to stop it when she found out. Otherwise, Ruohua wouldn't have died so easily. Let's count Ruohua's share on this woman. In any case, their master and disciple, the demon said matter-of-factly. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. At the same time, Lu Feng walked out of Yin Rumei's room. That's enough, let's retreat. Lu Feng suggested. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue and the demon said. Then, the three people and one beast quietly left Yin Rumei's courtyard. On the way back, Leng Ruoxue asked about the identity of the man beside Yin Rumei out of curiosity. He's the second elder of the Blacksmith Guild's Elder Council, a rather annoying old man. But why didn't Mo Yen tell me that the old man had come to Fiery City? After Lu Feng explained the man's identity, he was a little puzzled. Maybe Mo Yen doesn't know that the old man is here. Leng Ruoxue mimicked Lu Feng's tone and guessed. No, I have to ask him. You guys go back and rest. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly went to find Mo Yen, and Mo Yen indeed did not receive any news of the second elder coming to Fiery City. Mo Yen's room. Mo Yen looked at Lu Feng in surprise and said, Are you sure? The second elder really came? Of course, I saw him. He's having an affair with Yin Rumei. If you go catch them in the act now, you should be able to catch them. Lu Feng teased. Why would I go catch an adulterer? It's none of my business what they do. Mo Yen said, a little speechless. Hee. If we catch them in the act, second elder won't be able to speak up for Yin Rume anymore. This is very beneficial to us. In addition, I heard from the second elder that the first elder has also come. Lu Feng continued. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Master is here too? Then you have to be careful. Mo Yen said with a hint of mockery. Humph. I'm not afraid. No matter how fierce that old man is, what can he do to me? Lu Feng said disapprovingly. Since he was young, he had never been afraid of that old man. On the contrary, he could always make that old man stomp his feet in anger, hee. Lu Feng, master is an elder after all, you should give in to him. He's not young anymore, if you really anger him to the point that something bad happens, you'll regret it. Mo Yen advised helplessly. He didn't know why, but his master and Lu Feng never got along. As long as there was an opportunity, the two would fight like roosters, AI. There was nothing he could do about this. Don't worry, that old man is in good health. Besides, have you ever heard of any emperor being angered to death? Lu Feng said calmly, humph. If it wasn't for that old man always looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't be so bored as to take the initiative to provoke that old man. AI. Mo Yen felt helpless when he saw that Lu Feng did not take the great elder seriously. What are you sighing for? The most important thing right now. Supreme Supreme Crazy Wife. Chapter 1069. Supreme Crazy Wife. Chapter 1069. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 1069. Why? How am I not as good as that little fox? I will treat it better than the little fox. Lu Feng said with confidence. Even so. AI. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it anymore. Anyway, it has. Mo Yen doesn't even know I'm here. The second elder ruled out the possibility again. Then who could it be? Did a ghost really appear? Yin Rume roared, a little angry. AI. Mo Yen felt helpless when he saw that Lu Feng did not take the great elder seriously. The most important thing right now is to deal with Yin Rume and second elder, not that old man. Do you understand? Lu Feng reminded. Do you really want me to catch them in the act of adultery? I don't have that fetish. Mo Yen said, a little speechless. Even if you don't want to go, you can arrange for someone to find out about their affair. Hee. Lu Feng laughed evilly. He wanted to ruin the reputation of that adulterous couple and make them too ashamed to face anyone in the future. He also wanted to torture them well since they dared to have ideas about him. All right then. Mo Yen said after thinking for a while. He then called his subordinate and whispered something in his ear. After receiving the order, the subordinate went to carry out the mission. The next day. The news of Yin Rume and the second elder of the Craftsmen's Guild spread throughout the entire fiery city. In Yin Rume's room. When Yin Rume received the news, she flew into a rage and smashed everything that could be thrown in the room. Even so, it was difficult to quell the anger in her heart. Damn it, who spread this news? If I find out, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Alright, have you had enough? What's the use of being angry now that things have come to this? The second elder, who was sitting on the chair, said helplessly. He was also annoyed, but he wouldn't lose his mind like Yin Rume. Now that everyone knows that we have such a relationship, it will be difficult for you to speak up for me in the future. Yin Rume reminded him. This was what made her feel the most depressed. Then what do you want to do? Do you want me to send people to capture President Liu and the others so that you can vent your anger? The second elder said, somewhat annoyed. No matter how high that woman's status was, it could not change this fact. He had a deep understanding of this. Humph. They must be the ones who spread the news. Yin Rume said hatefully. Yesterday, President Liu had suddenly brought a group of people to look for her and happened to discover her relationship with the second elder. Today, this matter had spread throughout the entire fiery city, so it was difficult for her not to pin the person who had leaked the news on President Liu and his group. It's impossible for them to have done it. After they discovered our matter yesterday, I've been sending people to keep an eye on them. They didn't have the chance to enter the Blacksmith's Guild at all, so how could they have leaked this matter out? The second elder was certain that President Liu and the others were not the ones who did this. Besides, President Liu and the others did not recognize him. That's Lu Feng, Leng Ruoxue, and the others. They must be the ones who spread the news. Yin Rume said after some thought. No one knows that I've come to Fiery City. Moreover, the people I sent to monitor them yesterday also didn't see them leave. The second elder said with a slight headache. This was really strange. His incident was widely publicized by his opponents, but he could not find any suspects. All the people who could have done this were under his surveillance. Therefore, they were all eliminated. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little depressed. Could it be Mo Yen? Yin Rume made wild guesses in her panic. Mo Yen doesn't even know I'm here. The second elder ruled out the possibility again. Then who could it be? Did a ghost really appear? Ruoxue roared, a little angry. AI. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it anymore. Anyway, it has already happened, and there's no point in us being angry. The second elder said in an open-minded manner. In contrast to Ruoxue and the second elder's anger, Leng Ruoxue and the others were calm. No matter how explosive the news was in the city, they were not affected in the slightest. In the garden, Leng Ruoxue and the others comfortably took out their own recliners and basked in the sun. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was constantly trying to please Ling. Unfortunately, Ling did not even bother to look at him. He was annoyed by his pestering and decided to wrap himself around his master's arm. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Feng was, he did not dare to pester his master. Ling, don't be like this. Can you look at me? Lu Feng said pitifully after he had maintained a certain distance from Leng Ruoxue. Ling. Lu Feng saw that Ling didn't respond and didn't give up. Fengde couldn't stand it anymore after he didn't get any response from Ling after calling him a few times. He patted Lu Feng's shoulder and said, don't even think about Ling, he won't go with you. Why? How am I not as good as that little fox? I will treat it better than the little fox. Lu Feng said with confidence. Even so, it won't go with you. It's not interested in you. Fengde said honestly. Then what will make it interested in me? Lu Feng shamelessly asked. It's impossible in this life. Maybe you can try to fight for it in your next life. Fengde laughed evilly and teased. I won't give up so easily. Lu Feng said, full of fighting spirit. People always say that what can't be obtained is the best. Therefore, he must work hard to fight for it. Otherwise, he's afraid that he will regret it for the rest of his life. Do as you wish. Fengde saw how stubborn Lu Feng was, he helplessly shook his head and stopped talking. Poor Lu Feng. He really wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. Just like that, Lu Feng continued to pester Ling for another 2 days. Not only did he not make any progress, he even angered Ling so much that Ling bit him ruthlessly. Only after that did Lu Feng become much more obedient. Previous chapter. Looking at Lu Feng who was lying on the bed pretending to be sick, Leng Ruoxue was both angry and amused. Although he was bitten by Ling, didn't she give him a pill? He even pretended to be sick, sigh. He was really getting more and more childish. Little fox, I'm weak all over, so I won't entertain you. Lu Feng pretended to be weak. Okay, just lie down. Don't worry about me. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, an old man came just now and said he wanted to see you. Leng Ruoxue continued. Old man? What old man? Lu Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. That old man said he's the head elder of the Craftsmen's Guild. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. After waiting for 2 days, the heavyweight first elder had finally arrived, hee. They could also begin to act. What? How did he get here so quickly? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately jumped up from the bed. Then, he immediately put on his clothes and cleaned up. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. What's wrong? You're not pretending to be sick anymore. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. I'm not pretending to be sick, I'm really sick, okay. Lu Feng said awkwardly. He couldn't let that old man know about this. Otherwise, that old man would definitely laugh at him to death. Good. You're really sick, but I think you've almost recovered, so come with me to see the great elder. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Then. Let's go. Lu Feng said somewhat unwillingly. After that, the two of them came to the main hall. In the main hall, Mo Yen accompanied the great elder and sat on the main seat, while Ruoxue and the second elder sat below them. The 4 of them were chatting casually. As for Fengde and the others, they were all gathered in the main hall, ready to watch the show. When they saw Leng Ruoxue and Lu Feng enter the main hall, the great elder and Mo Yen stopped their conversation and turned to look at the two. I heard you're sick. The first elder took a sip of tea and spoke indifferently. It's not your fault. Lu Feng said unhappily, but he was extremely depressed in his heart. Damn it, this old man still found out. Then who's it to do with? First elder raised his eyelids and asked in a calm voice. This is my own business. Lu Feng said in an unpleasant tone. Oh. The first elder acknowledged him and ignored Lu Feng. He turned his gaze to the second elder and Ruoxue. However, the first elder only stared at the second elder and Ruoxue without saying anything. However, his probing gaze made the two of them shudder. After sizing him up for a long time, the great elder said with a faint smile, I just entered Fiery City and heard about the good things between the two of you. Second elder, it's not that I want to criticize you, but after such a thing happened, you should at least give Vice President Yin an explanation. After all, she's a woman. If her reputation is damaged, it'll be difficult for her to find a good man in the future. Great elder, please don't spread rumors. That's just a rumor. The second elder quickly denied it, but in his heart, he hated the first elder to death. F***ck, he knew that this old man was up to no good. As a matter of fact, he had touched on a sore spot. There's a saying that there's no smoke without fire. If there was really no trace of it, this matter would not have been spread so widely. As the higher-ups of the Craftsmen's Guild, your words and actions are very important and you should set an example for the people below. So, this matter must be handled well. Otherwise, what would our craftsmen's guild be? The first elder said in an unusually serious manner. First elder, don't worry. I will find the person who spread the news and not let his evil plan succeed. The second elder quickly promised. I'm not talking about that. Second elder, you've misunderstood. The first elder said with a faint smile. Then what does grand elder mean? The second elder was a little puzzled. What was this old man up to? Can't you make yourself clear? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. For something like this to happen, no matter who did it, the impact has already been made. So, let's not talk about whether you can find the person who spread the news. Even if you can find him, what can you do? In fact, what you should do now is to give Vice President Ian a title. After all, your relationship can't be hidden anymore. The first elder kindly reminded. This won't do. The second elder hurriedly refused. F***ck, if he really brought Leng Ruoxue home, that tigress at home would definitely cause a ruckus. You said no? The first elder narrowed his eyes and said in a slightly displeased manner. First elder, you should be aware of my family's situation. Vice Guild leader Ian isn't suitable to marry into my family. The second elder said helplessly. Do you want to sleep with Vice President Ian for free? I'm telling you, you can't do that. With our Vice President Ian's position in the Armament Guild headquarters, it's more than enough to marry you. Even if she can't be the first wife, at least give her the title of a concubine. I won't agree to such an unclear request. The great elder was so angry that he blew at his beard and glared at him. This. The second elder was depressed. It looked like this old man was eager to stir up trouble. If he really got involved in this matter, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with the aftermath. However, Leng Ruoxue, who didn't dare to make a sound, was even more depressed than the second elder. F***ck, she was the dignified vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters. What kind of man couldn't she have? Could it be that she could only be a concubine to a rotten old man? However, she didn't dare to say this in front of the great elder, so she could only swallow her anger and sulk. When Leng Ruoxue heard first elder's words, she almost burst out laughing. This old man is quite cute. He actually thought of making Leng Ruoxue become the second elder's concubine. This idea was really too original. However, Leng Ruoxue definitely wouldn't accept this idea. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes could not help but pace back and forth between Leng Ruoxue and second elder. She saw with her own eyes how their expressions changed like a color palette. Finally, she fixed her gaze on first elder. From his appearance, this old man looked to be around 40 years old. He was very handsome, and his half-squinted eyes were full of light. He often had a smile on his face, giving off an amiable feeling. However, Leng Ruoxue believed that this old man was definitely a two-faced person. Otherwise, second elder and Leng Ruoxue wouldn't have been so depressed that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall just because of a few words from him. It's settled like this, it's better to choose a day than the present. Today you will do the marriage. I'll officiate your wedding. First elder didn't care whether second elder and Leng Ruoxue agreed or not and directly made the final decision. Great elder. How could this matter be decided so rashly? The second elder said in a last-ditch struggle. Sloppy? AI. I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you guys appreciate it? The great elder sighed, his handsome face filled with disappointment. Master, I think the second elder and Vice President Ian are probably feeling shy. Actually, they're definitely willing. Mo Yen said with a smirk. Master was really too bad, he actually thought of such a trick. The older the ginger, the spicier it was indeed. This morning, as soon as his master had arrived in Yanhua City, he had immediately reported everything that had happened recently to his master. Naturally, his master had been extremely angry after hearing this, so he had immediately gone to the little girl's residence and even called the second elder and Leng Ruoxue over. It was clear that he wanted to settle this matter here, so as her disciple, he naturally had to cooperate. Shy? Hee. This isn't the second elder's first time getting married, and Vice President Ian isn't a virgin anymore, so what's there to be shy about? The first elder teased with a smile. Grand elder, I don't agree with this. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice entered everyone's ears. You don't agree? First elder shot a warning look at Leng Ruoxue and spoke in a cold tone. Of course I don't agree. I'm the Armament Guild's vice president, how can I be someone else's concubine? Leng Ruoxue suppressed the fear in her heart and shouted. After such a scandal, what do you want to do instead of being a concubine? A bed-warming servant? First elder pretended to be confused and then added, it's not impossible to be a bed-warming servant girl. Since this is your wish, I'll fulfill it. From now on, you're second elder's bed-warming servant girl. I'm the vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters. Leng Ruoxue warned through gritted teeth. She almost vomited blood from anger at this old man who pretended to be crazy. It wasn't nice for the vice president to be a bed-warming servant. On behalf of the Craftsmen's Guild, I will demote you to an ordinary craftsman. This way, you can have no more worries. The first elder muttered to himself for a moment before continuing. Great elder, you can't do that. I didn't do anything wrong, how can you demote me? Leng Ruoxue shouted angrily. Although she had always been afraid of the great elder, this was a matter of great importance that concerned her status, so she had to fight for justice. As for the great elder, he closed his eyes as if he hadn't heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Who said you didn't make any mistakes? You did send people to kill us. Don't you know what kind of crime it is to hunt down your colleagues? At this moment, Lu Fengyun spoke in a calm and casual manner. What evidence do you have? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Yin Rumei's attitude was very unyielding, as if she was very confident. Of course I have evidence. I have witnesses and physical evidence. Lu Feng said with a smirk. Since you have evidence, then show it to me. If you can, I will ask the great elder to uphold justice. Yin Rumei said confidently. You should recognize these people, right? Lu Feng took out an exquisite and small cage from his ring and waved it in front of Yin Rumei's eyes. I don't know him. I don't just recognize any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Yin Rumei said disdainfully. Rumei, how can you be so cruel? As the saying goes, one night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. We've spent at least a few nights together, which is at least enough for a year. You can't be so heartless. In the cage, the leader of the men in black said with a sad face. What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Yin Rumei's beautiful face was flushed red. She was clearly very angry. Rumei, I know that you have a mole on your left thigh, one on your chest, and... The leader of the black-robed men wanted to spill everything he knew, but he was interrupted by Yin Rumei. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Rumei was furious. Furious. If this man wasn't still locked up in the cage, she would have chopped him into pieces. He actually dared to ruin her reputation, he really didn't know what was good for him. I'm telling the truth. The leader of the men in black said in an extremely aggrieved manner. I can prove that boss is telling the truth. At this time, another black-clothed person in the cage shouted. Can you prove it? How do you know what's on Vice President Yin? Lu Feng asked curiously. Because, I have an affair with her too. The man said bravely. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. I don't even know you. Yin Rumei's heart was filled with anger, and she was so angry that she stepped forward to snatch the cage from Lu Feng's hands. However, how could Lu Feng let her do as she wished? He dodged lightly and dodged Yin Rumei's snatching. Are you planning to silence me? Lu Feng asked with a faint smile. Humph. I won't allow them to talk nonsense here. Yin Rumei's anger shot up to the top of her head. At this moment, she was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and her whole body was trembling. I'm not talking nonsense. I still have the love token you gave me. After the man finished speaking, he took out a pink woman's undergarments from his arms. There was a small, Mei character at the hem of the clothes. I also have one. The leader of the men in black also took out an identical, translucent, pink object and shook it in front of Yin Rumei's eyes. When the rest of the men in black saw this, they also shyly took out the same thing from their clothes. It was obvious that these were love tokens that Yin Rumei had given them. Why do you all have it? Lu Feng's eyes widened as he spoke in disbelief. We all had improper relationships with her. The dozen or so men in black said in embarrassment. After they finished speaking, they lowered their heads in unison. In the eyes of the crowd, they were clearly embarrassed. Hee. I really didn't expect Vice Guild leader Yin to be so capable. Lu Feng laughed very happily, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Yin Rumei so angry that she was about to explode, he was overjoyed. Previous chapter. They're framing me. I don't even know them, let alone have any relationship with them. Yin Rumei argued, and she kept telling herself to stay calm. He had to stay calm. Although these people had her personal belongings, no one could do anything to her as long as she didn't admit it. Rumei, you're so cruel. You've eaten us clean and you're not going to admit it? If we didn't have such a relationship, would I have agreed to kill them on impulse? Although I know that one of the people you want me to kill is the vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters, His Excellency Lu Feng, but for you, I still agreed. Although we have failed, you can't be so heartless. The leader of the men in black said in an excellent voice. In fact, these words were taught to him by Lu Feng. Although he was extremely nervous and afraid now, His Excellency Lu Feng had said that if he didn't say this, he would immediately send them to hell, woo. And that devilish man had also warned him. Rumei, you can't do this to us. The other men in black also agreed in unison. You guys. Yin Rumei was so angry that she couldn't speak. Second elder, you should have received Vice President Yin's love token, right? Lu Feng looked at the second elder and asked with a smile. No, I didn't. The second elder was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. However, with the first elder present, he did not dare to vent his anger. Then, you should be very clear about the location of the mole on Vice President Yin's body, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. I don't know. He didn't want to mention this matter at all, because he had never dreamed that Yin Rumei would be such a promiscuous woman. In order to achieve her own goals, she didn't hesitate to do such things with these people who licked blood on the edge of their blades. Just thinking about it made him feel dirty. At this moment, he really regretted it to death. Don't tell me you guys always turn off the lights when you do things. Lu Feng guessed. No, there's nothing going on between Vice President Yin and me. Don't listen to the nonsense that others are spouting. The second elder started to deny his relationship with Yin Rumei. How could this be? Didn't someone see it with their own eyes? Second elder, you're not being fair. You're not going to admit it after eating it clean. This isn't what a real man should do. Lu Feng criticized with some dissatisfaction. Second elder, have you forgotten what you told me? Do you want me to repeat it in front of everyone? Yin Rume was also a little angry at second elder's words, so she blurted them out without thinking. I didn't say anything to you, don't spout nonsense. The second elder hurriedly said, and he kept giving Yin Rume meaningful looks. Unfortunately, the furious Yin Rume didn't care at all. You dare to say you didn't say anything? You dare to say that you didn't participate in the killing of Lu Feng? You dare say? Yin Rume's anger seeped into her heart, and she threw away almost all of their plans. You stupid woman, shut up. I'm not familiar with you, don't frame me. Seeing this, the second elder hurriedly drew a clear line between them. At this moment, he hated Yin Rume, this woman who failed to accomplish anything but was good at causing trouble, to death. You're so heartless, how dare you say we're not close? You haven't gotten out of my bed these past few days, and you've made so many promises to me. Do you want to go back on your word? Yin Rume said through gritted teeth. You crazy woman, you've remembered the wrong person. Don't blame it on me. The second elder's chubby face was red as he roared in displeasure. You remembered the wrong person? Then what is this? After Yin Rume finished speaking, she quickly rushed to the second elder's side and took out a pink female object from his chest. That object was exactly the same as the one the dozen or so black-clothed men had shown them. I picked this up. The second elder said shamelessly. His words caused Fengde and the others to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that the Armament Guild's second elder would have the hobby of picking up women's personal belongings. Fengde laughed and mocked. I'm happy, what does it have to do with you? The second elder roared. It's none of my business. I'm just expressing my opinion. You don't have to mind it. Fengde said with a smile. Leng Ruoxue saw that her plan had just begun, and Yin Rume and second elder were already in a dogfight. She didn't know what to say about their extreme cooperation. However, this also proved that an alliance maintained by improper relationships wouldn't last long. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said, Grand Elder, now that the matter is clear, do you still need any other evidence? No need. The first elder took a sip of tea and looked at Leng Ruoxue with a profound look before he spoke softly. Great Elder. Yin Rume and the second elder said in unison. They had also realized what they had just said. Damn it, they actually coaxed each other. However, they both pushed the blame to each other and stared at each other. If you have something to say, then say it. The first elder raised his eyes and said in an extremely cold tone. Great Elder, we were set up. Yin Rume and the second elder said in unison. Oh, really? I wonder who set you up. The great elder chuckled as he looked at the two men who were struggling at death's door. He really didn't expect that these two people could be shameless to this extent. They could even blame the words that came out of their own mouths on others. This was really the case of the most despicable person is invincible. It's them. Yin Rume pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Lu Feng was naturally one of the people she was pointing at. Vice President Yin, you're really shameless to a certain extent. I just realized today that Ruhua is nothing compared to you. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yin Rume's ability to bite back had truly reached the peak of perfection, leaving others in the dust. That's for sure. Although it said that a great teacher produces a great disciple, Ruhua obviously can't compare to her master. He wondered how Ruhua was doing. Snatching a man from your own master, I'm sure you won't have a good end. Lu Feng agreed indifferently. Of course they won't have a good ending. With Yin Rume's personality, Ruhua and Yao Yuan would have died long ago. Leng Ruoxue said. Ah, so we're going to be unlucky? Lu Feng said with a face full of fear. Yup. You have to be careful and don't be alone. Otherwise, Vice President Yin will definitely send people to kill you. Leng Ruoxue reminded him out of the kindness of her heart. Her beautiful face was filled with a gloating smile. Little fox, you can't just leave me to die. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he pitifully pleaded. I can't even save myself. Don't forget that I'm also Vice President Yin's target. Leng Ruoxue said with a helpless look. Are we just going to wait for death? Lu Feng's handsome face had a trace of depression as he said in a sullen voice. No, I believe the Great Elder will uphold justice for us. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Are you sure? Lu Feng said with a doubtful tone. Yes, everyone says that the Armament Guild headquarters' Great Elder is the most just. So, he definitely won't just stand by and watch us, the vulnerable group, be bullied by evil forces. Leng Ruoxue said, trying to please him. Cough cough. Leng Ruoxue's words, which were suspected of flattery, caused the first elder, who was drinking tea, to spit it out. The Great Elder was also helpless against their tacit cooperation. First elder looked at Leng Ruoxue helplessly and thought to himself, is this little girl really the one that my disciple has mentioned to me? Why was it different from what his disciple had said? However, this little girl is much more interesting than my disciple and those two stinky brats, hee. It's rare to meet a little girl who's pleasing to the eye, so I'll just cooperate with her. Little girl, if you have any grievances, just say it. For the sake of my grand disciple, I'll help you. However, what you say must be the truth and not lie to me. The first elder said in an extremely cautious manner. First elder, don't worry. I'm a good child. I won't lie to the elderly. Leng Ruoxue promised with a smile. Actually, what I want to say is that the words came from Vice President Yin's mouth, so why is it that she and second elder are saying that we're framing them? It doesn't seem like we're the ones who said that. Following that, Leng Ruoxue laid out the facts that everyone already knew on the table. Vice President Yin, what do you have to say about this? The first elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Rume. First elder, I'm innocent. Yin Rume had nothing to say and could only plead innocence. How are you innocent? You did say those words yourself. Are you going to say that we all heard it wrong? The first elder asked curiously. I was so angry with second elder that my mind became muddled. That's why I spoke nonsense. Those words can't be taken as true. Yin Rume's mind whirred as she tried to quibble. Yup. It's all my fault for angering Rume, AI. Rume, you have to change your temper. You can't just talk nonsense when you're angry. The second elder chimed in upon seeing this. The way he addressed Yin Rume had also changed from crazy woman to an even more affectionate Rume. Hee hee. You guys are really following the husband's lead. Since that's the case, let's find a time to hold your wedding. The first elder said with a smile. He did not mention anything about the previous matter and the two of them quibbling. Many thanks, great elder. The second elder braced himself and said. If he refused now, the great elder might not agree. However, if his marriage with Yin Rume could dispel the great elder's doubts, he could only follow the great elder's wishes. Where's Vice President Yin? Do you have any objections? The first elder asked in a democratic way. No. No, I didn't, Yin Rume said gloomily. Although she really wanted to object, she didn't dare to disobey first elder's wishes now. Otherwise, if first elder made an issue out of her previous words, no one would be able to protect her. If that's the case, then your marriage will be set for tomorrow, Mo Yen. Help the second elder and Vice President Yin prepare. We must let our armament guild's vice president get married in a grand manner. Furthermore, don't forget to inform all the armament masters in Fiery City to attend the wedding. The great elder was very thoughtful, and his orders did not allow anyone to refuse. Master, if the blacksmiths ask about Vice President Yin's name, what should I say? Mo Yen said awkwardly. Actually, what he wanted to ask was whether Yin Rume had married him as a concubine or as a bed-warming servant. However, he knew that Yin Rume wouldn't be happy with either of the two titles. You can just tell the truth, I believe the artifact masters will understand. Who asked the second elder to have a publicly acknowledged tigress in his house? The first elder said with some sympathy. Alright, master, I'll go prepare for this. Mo Yen then left the main hall. Vice President Yin, second elder, you two can stay here for today. I'm also staying here, hee hee. I have to keep a close eye on you two, in case you can't stand the loneliness before the wedding. Also, don't meet each other again before the wedding, so as not to ruin the feng shui. After Mo Yen left, the first elder said this to the second elder and Yin Rume. By saying this, he had imprisoned the two of them separately. Yes. Yin Rume and the second elder answered gloomily. Little girl, I'm going to borrow your place for 2 days. The first elder looked at Leng Ruoxue and smiled. There's no problem. However, I have a lot of subordinates, so I only have one empty room left. It's only enough for you. As for second elder and Vice President Yin, I'm afraid they'll have to stay in the servants' room. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Oh. It doesn't matter, they won't be staying here for long anyway, so it doesn't matter where they stay. The first elder chuckled. He was even more satisfied with Leng Ruoxue. What a smart little girl. He liked her. First elder, how can we stay in the servants' room? When the second elder heard that he had to stay in the servants' room, he immediately began to complain. If you don't want to stay, do you want me to stay there? The first elder said with a smile that was not a smile. I don't dare. What I mean is that we can ask them to give 2 rooms to Vice President Yin and me. The second elder said matter-of-factly. Oh. Then you can talk to that girl yourself. First elder nodded. Yes, immediately clear out 2 rooms for Vice Guild leader Yin and me. The second elder nodded and ordered Leng Ruoxue arrogantly. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue couldn't even be bothered to look at him, let alone acknowledge him. Second elder, we are enemies. What reason do you think we have to give you a room? Fengde asked with a smile. Perhaps he was too ignorant. He thought he had seen many humans, but this was the first time he had seen people like second elder and Yin Rume. They were truly strange. Just because I'm the Armament Guild's second elder, isn't this reason enough? The second elder said angrily. What does that have to do with us? Fengde was a little speechless. They weren't from the Armament Guild headquarters, so who would care who you were? The place you're living in now belongs to the Craftsman's Guild. You dare to disobey my orders? The second elder roared in anger. Second elder, have you overindulged in your desires? Are you still sleeping? Look carefully, this place belongs to my young miss. Do you want me to show you the house deed? Although this courtyard belonged to the Craftsman's Guild, Mo Yen had already transferred it to his miss's name as compensation for Leng Xiaoyu's house being occupied. You. The second elder was so angry at Fengde that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He stammered for a long time, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Second elder, we're guests, so we have to listen to the host's arrangements. Don't be so calculative. You're only staying for 1 night anyway. The first elder indifferently advised. Alright then. Find me the best servant's room, I want the cleanest one. Seeing that the first elder had spoken, the second elder naturally did not dare to continue arguing over this matter, so he could only take a step back and settle for the second best. I'm sorry, second elder. There's only 1 servant's room left. May I know which one of you or Vice President Yin will be staying there? At this time, the butler who had been hiding in the corner couldn't help but speak. What? And who are you? What? The second elder was furious and immediately questioned him. I'm the butler. I'm in charge of the guests' accommodation. The butler said politely. Where do you want me and Vice President Ian to stay? The second elder shouted with wide eyes. One of you can stay in the servants' room, while the other can only stay in the utility room. Of course, you can also set up a tent in the courtyard. The butler gave them multiple choices, allowing the second elder and Vice President Ian to decide. Set up a tent for me. I'd rather live in the courtyard. The second elder said after some thought. Sure, but you have to prepare your own tent. We're not providing it. The butler continued. You. Good. I'll prepare my own. The second elder's heart was burning with anger. However, in front of the great elder, he didn't dare to go too far. In addition to the previous incident, he always felt that the great elder had something on him, so he was even more careful in his words and actions. What about Vice President Ian? The butler asked again. I'll stay in the tent too. Ian Ruoxue said, suppressing her anger. Alright, then please hand over your tents to me. I'll send someone to set them up for you. The butler said with a smile. Here you go. The two of them took out their tents from their rings and threw them to the butler angrily. The butler took the tent and was about to leave this troublesome place, but he was stopped by someone. Wait, the first elder said indifferently. Do you have any instructions for me? The head butler said respectfully. His attitude towards the first elder was completely different from how he had treated the second elder and Ian Ruoxue. Butler, move their tents further away from each other. Their wedding is tomorrow, so don't let them see each other before the wedding. The grand elder instructed. Yes. The butler replied and left with the tent. Not long after, the butler returned to the main hall and said to the second elder and Ian Ruoxue, your tents have been set up. Hee. Since that's the case, let's go take a look at the second elder and Vice President Yin's new residence. The first elder said excitedly. Then, he ordered the butler to lead the way and left the main hall first. Of course, he also took the second elder and Ian Ruoxue away with him. Miss, should we go? Fengda said, eager to try. If you want to go, then go. She was tired and wanted to go back to rest. Although she didn't manage to deal with Ian Ruoxue and second elder as she had hoped, she believed that the good show was yet to come. With that, Leng Ruoxue pulled the evildoer back to their room. However, she was stopped by Lu Feng. Little fox, aren't you depressed? Lu Feng said unhappily. That damn old man, there was clear evidence, but he still didn't immediately deal with that adulterous couple. He was really infuriated. What's there to be depressed about? Don't you think it's interesting? It's Ian Ruoxue's big day tomorrow, so we still have to show our support. Have an early rest. Leng Ruoxue consoled. Previous chapter. You still want to support her? She's really beautiful. Lu Feng said in disdain. Ha ha ha. You can think of it as watching the fun. Maybe tomorrow's wedding will be very lively. Leng Ruoxue said. With that old man's black-bellied personality, the wedding tomorrow would be very interesting. She was looking forward to it. With that, Leng Ruoxue held on to the evildoer's arm and left. Fengda and the rest naturally did not stay any longer. At once, Lu Feng was the only one left in the main hall. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he went to find the great elder. The next day. It was the day of Ian Ruoxue's wedding. Leng Ruoxue and the others woke up early. In the main hall, the great elder was already seated, and beside him was Mo Yen, who had a strange expression on his face. When he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, Mo Yen hurriedly greeted them, little girl, you've come. Yes, today is Ian Ruoxue's big day. How can we miss it? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Oh right, where's the newbie? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask curiously when she didn't see second elder and Ian Ruoxue. They are still preparing. Mo Yen said with a chuckle. Little girl, there seem to be a lot of bugs in your yard. At this moment, the first elder, who had been staring at Leng Ruoxue, suddenly spoke. Where there are flowers and plants, there will naturally be snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Isn't this very normal? Even though Leng Ruoxue did not know why the first elder would ask such a question, she still answered very carefully. That's true. It seems like we can only blame second elder and Ian Ruoxue for being unlucky. I told them not to meet before marriage, but they didn't listen. Now, it's a tragedy. The great elder sighed, his face full of regret. What happened to them? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. They were bitten by bugs yesterday. Mo Yen replied. Furthermore, he could tell from Leng Ruoxue's expression that she was not faking it. It seemed like she really did not know. Oh. It's not a big deal to be bitten by a bug. It's common to sleep in the wild. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. She wasn't the one who was bitten anyway, so she didn't care at all. It's not just one bite, but a few. Mo Yen held back his laughter and said, hee. Since this little girl didn't know, he didn't want to reveal the truth for now. Anyway, they would naturally see it when the wedding was official. They're all god kings. They won't die even if they get bitten a few times. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Exactly. It's fine to be bitten by a few bugs. Fengda also quickly agreed. Yes, they're still alive and well. Mo Yen also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the butler walked in from outside the hall and reported, Sir Mo Yen, President Liu sent someone to say that everything is ready, and the guests are almost all here. Oh. Then let's go. Mo Yen stood up and said with a smile. The wedding venue was arranged to be at Yin Rumei's residence, and the bridal chamber was naturally Yin Rumei's own. When Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the wedding venue, Yin Rumei's courtyard was already packed with people. Ugh. For such a grand occasion, could it be that all the blacksmiths of Fiery City had come? Leng Ruoxue thought to herself, look at the wedding scene today. Are we really just going to marry a servant girl to warm my bed? However, she was rather impressed by the great elder's thinking. Second elder had taken in a bed-warming servant girl and had already arranged it so wantonly. She wondered what that famous tigress in second elder's house would think if she found out. Moreover, it was her first time knowing that a bed-warming servant could also have a wedding. She just didn't know how different this wedding would be from what she knew. Miss Leng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, a young man came forward to greet Leng Ruoxue. You haven't left Fiery City yet? Leng Ruoxue looked at the man in front of her and asked in surprise. This man was the one they had met at the city gates. Including today, this should be the third time they had met. Not yet, but we'll be leaving soon. The man explained with a smile. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. When does Miss Leng plan to leave? The man asked again. I don't know. Maybe I'll be staying here in the future, or I might leave at any time. Leng Ruoxue replied perfunctorily because she could already feel the sour smell around her. Miss Leng, if you have nowhere to go after leaving Fiery City, you can come to my place as a guest. I will definitely treat you well. The man said enthusiastically. Thank you, but I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a while. Leng Ruoxue declined. It's all right. Whenever Miss Leng and the others are free, I'll welcome you at any time. This is my token. I'll give it to Miss Leng. After the man finished speaking, he retrieved a black token from his ring and passed it to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue took the sign and saw that on the front of the sign was a soaring eagle with its wings spread out. On the back was the word Qi, and on the lower right corner was the small word Rui. I didn't expect young master to be from the Qi clan. Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. Although she had guessed that this man's identity was not simple, she did not expect him to be from the Qi family, one of the 8 great divine regions. It seemed like they had not offended all of the 8 great divine regions. Hee hee. Hee hee. My family is my family, and I am me. Miss Leng, you won't despise me as a friend just because of my family, right? In fact, with his status, it was not easy to make true friends, so he was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would reject him. Of course I won't, Leng Ruoxue was very calm. In fact, she really wanted to say that they could not be considered friends. Just as the two of them were talking in low voices, Qi Rui saw a woman walking in from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but warn, Miss Leng, something's going to happen. Don't get too close to the hall later. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue followed Qi Rui's gaze and saw a 30-year-old woman who was only at the god tier. She was walking into the courtyard with a righteous aura, and there was a hint of hostility on her body. Behind her were more than a dozen tall, strong, and powerful men. These men were all god kings, and from their posture, they didn't look like they were here to attend a wedding. They were more like here to cause trouble. That woman is the wife of the Armament Guild's second elder. She's from the Ning family. Qi Rui explained in a low voice. Although he had never seen the woman before, he had been taught by his family since he was young. Therefore, he was familiar with the family members of some of the big shots in the divine world. Oh. Then there's going to be a show to watch. Leng Ruoxue said excitedly, hee hee. The second elder's real wife had arrived so quickly. Miss Leng, that woman is not to be trifled with. I'm really afraid that we didn't get to see the show and instead got into trouble. Moreover, that woman will definitely. Qi Rui made a gesture of slitting his throat. Don't tell me she even dared to kill the head elder of the Craftsman's Guild? Is the Ning clan already able to hide the sky with one hand in the divine realm? Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. She doesn't dare to kill the great elder. I'm referring to those who don't have any backing. I'm afraid those people are going to be in trouble. Qi Rui said regretfully. Among the people who came today, there were quite a few blacksmiths. And they were destined to become that woman's tools to vent her anger. You underestimate the great elder too much. He won't just watch that woman kill all the craftsmen here. What's more, no matter how powerful the Ning family is, I'm afraid they're not willing to be enemies with the Craftsmen's Association. Leng Ruoxue was not worried at all. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Even if that woman wanted to vent her anger, she would not dare to kill the weapon master. It seems that I was too nervous. However, that woman's notoriety in the divine realm is very well known. Anyone who has offended her will not have a good end. Qi Rui said fearfully. Would the Ning family allow her to mess around? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked indifferently. She's Master Ning's most beloved daughter, and her position in the Ning family is definitely second only to one person and above everyone else. Except for Master Ning, no one dares to control her. Qi Rui explained. If it wasn't for the old man of the Ning family, this woman wouldn't have dared to be so lawless. Oh. After listening to Qi Rui's words, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but secretly pay attention to this woman. Not long after, the wedding officially began. Leng Ruoxue looked at the entrance of the courtyard and saw 2 round balls being supported by someone as they slowly walked in. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. What was going on? Wasn't it the second elder and Yin Rume's wedding today? Who were these two spherical objects? Little girl, these two are the second elder and Yin Rume. Mo Yen walked to Leng Ruoxue's side and said with a faint smile. Seeing the two of them like this, he felt particularly comfortable. Moreover, compared to this morning, these two seemed to be even rounder, hee. It was really satisfying. Could it be that they gave up on themselves and ate too much? But, it's impossible for them to get this fat in one night, right? Leng Ruoxue was still in a state of disbelief over what she had just seen. That's not fat, it's swollen. Didn't I tell you that they were bitten by bugs last night? Mo Yen reminded. The worms of the divine realm are really powerful. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She never thought that the bugs from the god realm would have such great power. Should she catch a few to raise? In the future, if anyone provoked her, she would release the bugs she raised to bite, hee. She couldn't help but think to herself wickedly. Yup. However, I didn't expect that there would be so many bugs in the city. It seems that the city's hygiene should be properly cleaned. Mo Yen chuckled and teased. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with hygiene. It's character. Otherwise, why didn't those bugs bite anyone? Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Yes, you're right, little girl. Mo Yen thought for a moment and said with a smile. As the two of them bantered, the second elder and Yin Rume entered the wedding hall that had already been set up. At this moment, the great elder was sitting high up in the main seat, acting as their elder and the marriage officiant and witness. President Lu was the host of the wedding. As for the Ning family's young lady, the second elder's wife, who had just arrived at the wedding scene, she was hidden in the crowd and had not made any movements. However, according to Leng Ruoxue's guess, that woman probably couldn't hold it in for much longer. The reason why she didn't make a move now was probably because she was waiting for a good opportunity. Everyone, please calm down. I now announce the official start of the second elder and Her Excellency Rume's wedding. President Lu said loudly, trembling with fear. The cold sweat in his heart was pouring down. However, he also knew that there was no way out of this situation. He had also joined Mo Yan's pirate ship, so he had to be the host. As President Lu finished speaking, thunderous applause rang out. Everyone, be quiet. Now, the first thing to do is the wedding ceremony. Since the elders of both men and women are not able to attend, we will be represented by our headquarters, Great Elder. Second Elder, Lady Rume, you may now bow to the Grand Elder. President Lu braced himself and said. Bow. When the two round balls heard that, their lungs almost exploded. F***CK. They were in such a state, yet he still wanted them to bow to the Great Elder. However, no matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to refuse. The two balls held each other's hands and bent down slightly to bow. However, because their center of gravity was too forward, the two of them rolled directly to the floor. The Great Elder looked at the two balls that rolled to his feet and said with satisfaction, Second Elder, Vice President Yin, you're really too polite. There's no need for such a big bow, haha. When the surrounding crowd saw the Great Elder on the main seat lying with his eyes open, they couldn't help but curse. He fell down, okay? He didn't want to give you such a big bow. However, they could also see that the Great Elder was deliberately making things difficult for these two people. Most of the guests who had come to attend the wedding today had seen Yin Rume before, even if they had never seen the Second Elder before. As such, they were quite curious about Yin Rume's current figure. However, many people didn't dare to ask. Only after a few people with more background found out the reason for the Second Elder and Yin Rume's current appearance did the news slowly spread among the guests. Mo Yen arranged for the servants to accompany the two newcomers and help the Second Elder and Yin Rume, who were lying on the ground and unable to get up because they still had to bow to the Great Elder. According to the customs of the immortal realm, the elders in the family, the marriage officiant, and the officiant all had to bow to show their gratitude. Therefore, after the two of them were helped up, they would fall down every time they bowed. Their comical behavior made the guests sneer secretly, but they didn't dare to laugh too loudly for the sake of the Second Elder and Yin Rume. However, not everyone had such concerns. After seeing the Second Elder and Yin Rume's embarrassing state, Feng De and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Lu Feng, he laughed so exaggeratedly that he almost rolled on the ground. Your Excellency, Lu Feng, please pay attention to your image. Feng De, who was standing beside Lu Feng, reminded him in a low voice. He had already seen many people looking at them. Ha ha ha. This is really too funny. Lu Feng laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The Second Elder and Yin Rume had bowed 9 times in total, and they had also fallen 9 times. Seeing this scene, he really felt that his hatred had been vented. No wonder that old man said he was stupid. Why didn't he expect such an interesting thing to happen at the wedding? AI. That little fox is so smart. It seemed like she had already expected this. However, he believed that the good show was yet to come, because the tigress was coming. Hee hee. This time, they didn't even need to do anything. The tigress would take care of everything for them. I now announce. After the Second Elder and Yin Rume had finished bowing with great difficulty, President Lu was about to announce that the ceremony was complete, but he was interrupted halfway. Wait, the Second Elder's wife, who had been hiding in the crowd for a long time, loudly said. Her voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. President Lu trembled in fear when he heard someone interrupt him. However, he kept his mouth shut when he saw the woman who obviously came with ill intentions. The second elder's eyes were so swollen that they were only a slit. When he saw the familiar yet blurry figure in front of him, his round body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Moreover, he wasn't the only one. Leng Ruoxue was also nervous and afraid. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time, heavens. Why was this tigress here? How did she know about this? The second elder's marriage to Leng Ruoxue was actually a plan they had secretly discussed. They had originally planned to wait for this matter to die down before separating. However, they didn't expect that tigress to find out about their matter and personally come to the divine continent. Now, they wouldn't be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Yen, what are you doing here? The second elder's voice trembled as he spoke. You really didn't want me to come? Ning Yen narrowed her eyes and said in a cold tone. She kept scolding him in her heart. This heartless man, why did I fall in love with him in the first place? She even wanted to try her best and even used her family's power to help him sit in a high position in the Armament Guild headquarters. Now, great, he had power and influence. He even dared to marry a concubine home for her, and it was such a big deal. When she thought of this, the anger in her heart burned. How could that be? The second elder forced out a smile and tried to please him. Humph. This ugly woman is the concubine you want to marry? Ning Yen ignored the second elder and turned to Leng Ruoxue. The second elder didn't know what to say to Ning Yen. In front of the great elder, he didn't dare to say that his agreement to the marriage was just a temporary stopgap measure, otherwise the great elder wouldn't let him off. I heard that Vice President Yin is a beauty. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Ning Yen said with a mocking smile. Yen is here. At this moment, the first elder sitting on the main seat said with a faint smile. Hello, great elder. I'm here to attend my husband's wedding. If I don't show up for such a big event like my husband marrying a concubine, how can the concubine enter our family's door? Ning Yen said with a smile. Well said. It's my negligence. I saw that they were in love with each other and had done it as a married couple. I was afraid that it would affect Vice President Yin's reputation, so I was in a hurry to arrange their marriage. Yen please don't blame me. The first elder said apologetically. Great elder is too serious. This matter was indeed not handled properly by my husband. In fact, even if he wanted to take a concubine, he only needed to inform me. There was no need to be sneaky. Ning Yen said hurriedly. In fact, she was quite afraid of the first elder, and her father had repeatedly warned her not to offend the first elder no matter who she offended, so even if she was angry, she had to be polite to this old man. Yen has misunderstood. The second elder is not marrying a concubine. The first elder said with an evil smile. Don't tell me she's your equal wife. Ning Yen was a little angry. Not really, the great elder denied. What's that? Ning Yen was confused. Even if she wasn't a common wife, she wasn't a concubine, so she couldn't be the main wife, right? That Ned man didn't have the guts to divorce her. Previous chapter. Bed-warming girl. Vice President Yin would rather be a bed-warming servant girl than marry second elder. I was touched by their love, so I arranged everything for them. The great elder said in a well-mannered manner. So you're marrying a bed-warming servant girl. Ning Yen dragged out her voice. However, anyone who knew her would know that this was a sign of her anger, and Ning Yen was indeed even angrier. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Leng Ruoxue would rather be a bed-warming servant girl to marry her man. And that Ned man, even though he clearly knew that she was only taking in a bed-warming servant girl, he still made such a big deal out of it. What did this mean? It meant that there were real feelings between them. Thinking of this, the jealousy and anger in her heart burned wildly. Right now, she really wanted to kill someone. Leng Ruoxue naturally bore the brunt of it and became the main target for her to vent her anger. She pointed at Leng Ruoxue and ordered her subordinates, let this bed-warming servant girl kowtow to me, the matriarch of the house, and offer me tea. Yes. More than 10 burly men said in unison. It was unknown who kicked first, but only a plop was heard. Leng Ruoxue rolled onto the floor. I want you to kneel and kowtow, not lie down. Ning Yen kicked Leng Ruoxue in disgust. Leng Ruoxue wanted to speak, but she couldn't say anything. She felt so aggrieved. Damn woman, isn't she just relying on her status as the eldest miss of the Ning family? Humph. Sooner or later, she would teach her a lesson. She would not let Leng Ruoxue and the others off either. You. Make her kneel properly. Ning Yen shouted and ordered her subordinates. Subordinates. Kneel. Kowtow to my family's young miss and offer her tea. Otherwise, don't even think about entering my family's son-in-law's door. A burly man grabbed Leng Ruoxue's hair and lifted her up like a little chick. Then, he kicked Leng Ruoxue's knees twice, and 2 crisp sounds were heard. Leng Ruoxue knelt down. But at the same time, a howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered reverberated through the entire hall. Leng Ruoxue cried out in pain, but no one present dared to speak up for her. Immediately after, the burly man brought over a cup of hot tea and stuffed it into Leng Ruoxue's hands. There was another scream, and a bang was heard. The teacup fell to the ground, and the hot tea spilled all over Leng Ruoxue's body. Her hands were red and swollen. One could only imagine how hot the tea had been. You're really trash, you can't even hold a cup of tea steadily. This gave her a reasonable excuse that Leng Ruoxue hadn't offered her tea, so she couldn't enter the Yu family. You. You. Yin Rumei glared at Ning Yan angrily. Although the other party was the young lady of the Ning family, she had been in a high position in the armament guild for many years. Although she didn't dare to say that she could get whatever she wanted, she had never been humiliated like this. Thus, she now hated Ning Yan and secretly swore that as long as she escaped today, she would pay back this humiliation double in the future. I what? Ning Yan lifted her eyes and said arrogantly. Great Elder, I'm really sorry. I was originally happy to attend my husband's wedding, but I didn't expect this bed-warming girl to not serve me tea. So, this wedding cannot be counted. I hope Great Elder doesn't blame me. Ning Yan turned to First Elder. Hehe, it's fine. However, they did have sex after all, so. First Elder deliberately said half a sentence and left half a sentence. Since Vice President Yin is willing to be a bed-warming servant, I'll naturally grant her wish. Ning Yan was very open and generous. Good. Good. Everyone says that Yen is easily jealous, but I don't think so. Yen is definitely a magnanimous matriarch. The exchange between the two of them had decided Yin Rumei's future. Since Yin Rumei had fallen into Ning Yan's hands, she naturally wouldn't have a good ending. Just like that, the wedding came to an end, and the second elder and Yin Rumei were locked up by Ning Yan. Ning Yan was also temporarily staying at the Craftsman's Guild. She was currently living in Yin Rumei's residence. Ever since she had moved in, the people of the Craftsman's Guild would often hear screams from Yin Rumei's courtyard. They didn't need to guess to know that this was the mistress of the house punishing the disobedient bed-warming servant girl. At Leng Ruoxue's residence. It had been 3 days since the wedding, and everyone was very relaxed. However, Lu Feng looked depressed and sad. AI. In the garden, after Lu Feng had sighed countless times, Leng Ruoxue, who was napping on the deck chair, opened her beautiful eyes unwillingly. She couldn't help but ask N, what's wrong with you? Why hasn't Yin Rumei been played to death by Ning Yan yet? It's such a pity. Lu Feng said helplessly. You're sighing non-stop just for this? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Wasn't this Lu Feng a little too boring? Yup. Lu Feng nodded his head naturally, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his thoughts. You're so boring. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. That's right. You're really too bored. Have you finished forging the equipment I asked you to? At this time, the first elder's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. You stinky old man, I'll do it if you ask me to. Then I'll lose face. Lu Feng said in a bad mood, humph. That damned old man actually handed Yin Rumei over to Ning Yan to deal with, even though he knew that Yin Rumei dying at Ning Yan's hands was better than being killed by him. It would be good if it fell, but he was not happy. I'm the head elder of the Armament Guild headquarters. Do you dare to not refine the equipment I ask you to? The great elder's eyes widened as he roared. I'm also the vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters. Even if you're the great elder, you can't control me. Humph. Lu Feng refuted. You little brat. I'm going to impeach you now. Do you believe me? The great elder threatened like a child. Are you trying to abuse your power? Why didn't I see you impeach second elder and Yin Rumei when I was almost killed? Lu Feng sneered. The implication was that you didn't care about the evidence and instead, you threatened me. Why should I impeach them? Wouldn't that be too easy on them? Now, we don't need to do anything. Someone will take care of them for us. The first elder said proudly. Why didn't this little brat understand what he was thinking? He was really infuriated. Don't make it sound so nice. You're clearly a coward. Lu Feng said in a bad mood. However, his words were obviously said in a fit of anger, and he was deliberately trying to anger this old man. You brat, you dare to say that about me? You really don't want to live anymore. The great elder roared. After he finished speaking, he began to chase Lu Feng in the garden. Master. Grandpa. Mo Yan and Lu Yu shouted in unison, their faces filled with helplessness. This old man and young man were like two volcanoes, and as long as they met, they would create intense sparks. However, they enjoyed it and never got tired of it, so it was hard on them, the spectators. Little girl, you should quickly make them stop. Mo Yan knew that he could not persuade his master, so he asked Leng Ruoxue for help. Why did you ask them to stop? Fighting is healthier. Besides, didn't you realize that the more they fight, the better their relationship is? This is their special way of getting along, and others won't understand. Leng Ruoxue said in understanding. Ever since she found out about their grandfather-grandson relationship, she had a clear understanding of the way they interacted. However, after finding out about their relationship, Leng Ruoxue actually felt some sympathy for the second elder and Yin Rumei. Those two fools were so afraid of the great elder, yet they didn't know that the Lu Feng she wanted to kill was actually the great elder's grandson. He was really curious about what kind of expression they would have if they knew about this. But, is this really going to work? Lu Yue was a little worried. Her grandfather and younger brother's tempers were exactly the same. They were both extremely stubborn. Don't worry, no one will die. Leng Ruoxue consoled, but her words made Lu Yue even more worried. And reality proved that Liu Yue's worry was not without reason. Not long after, the old man and the young man who were chasing each other in the garden began to fight with real swords and guns. Little fox, make them stop. Otherwise, your garden will be destroyed. Seeing this, Lu Yue quickly reminded him. If even your grandson and disciple can't do anything, how can I stop them? And as the saying goes, if the old is not gone, the new will not come. I have been dissatisfied with this garden for a long time, so I can take this opportunity to change it to a new one. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Mo Yen and Liu Yue's hearts sank at the same time. They thought to themselves, this little girl is planning to rip me off again. After a long time, Lu Feng and the Great Elder were tired from the fight, so they lay down on the grass, and the originally beautiful garden was destroyed by them. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue stood up slowly and walked in front of the grandfather and grandson duo. She chuckled and said, "Are you guys done? Do you want to have another fight?" "No, we've had enough," Lu Feng hurriedly said. When he saw Leng Ruoxue's smile that clearly had ill intentions, he realized what he had done. He was done for. This little fox would not let him off. "How about you, Great Elder?" Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned towards First Elder. "I've had enough too, sigh. I'm old. After chasing for a while, this little brat is tired." The First Elder sighed. He had not known Leng Ruoxue for long, so he clearly had not realized that he was being schemed against. "Since you've had enough, you can pay now," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The sweet smile on her beautiful face made her look extremely harmless. However, the words she said made people feel like vomiting blood. Pay for what?" First Elder asked in a daze. For a moment, he still couldn't understand. "You destroyed my garden and injured my servants. Of course you have to compensate me." Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. "I admit that we destroyed the garden, but when did we hurt your servant?" The First Elder looked at the garden that was filled with wolves and couldn't deny it. "That's right. Little fox, you can't wrong us," Lu Feng also said. It was rare that he didn't oppose the Great Elder. "Butler, come here," Leng Ruoxue said to the butler who was not far away. "Mississippi." The butler walked over with a bit of embarrassment. "Your fight just now has injured the steward." Leng Ruoxue pointed at the uncomfortable butler. "Which part of him is injured?" Lu Feng and the First Elder looked the head butler up and down, but they could not find the spot where Leng Ruoxue had said was injured. "His face is injured, sigh. I hope you're not disfigured." Leng Ruoxue pretended to be worried. "Little fox, you call such a small wound an injury?" Lu Feng was speechless. The so-called wound on the butler's face was at most 2 centimeters in size. Furthermore, it did not bleed much. It was just a small cut on his face, but Leng Ruoxue had said it was an injury. This was clearly a scam. The size of the injury doesn't matter. The steward's face injury isn't serious, but his heart is hurt. If he had taken one more step forward, I'm afraid he would have lost his life, Leng Ruoxue said in an exaggerated manner. Her words made the housekeeper's heart jump and his face turn red. He couldn't help but think in his heart that the young miss was really too terrifying. How could he have been so blind to provoke this little devil? However, his previous master seemed to be in a worse state than him, because Di Ren was still working hard to get his freedom. But in his opinion, Di Ren had no hope of freedom. "Little girl, how much do you want as compensation? Name your price." The First Elder looked at Leng Ruoxue with interest. Even though he was about to be ripped off by this little girl, he wasn't angry at all. After so many years, he had finally found a girl with the same temperament as him. He suddenly felt as if he had met a kindred spirit, but unfortunately, his 2 grandsons were not so black-bellied. "With the status of the 2 of you, I don't dare to ask for an exorbitant price. I'll compensate you according to your net worth. After all, if I ask for too little, I'll be letting down your status," Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Previous chapter. Next. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Lu Feng was furious. He thought to himself, she's indeed a greedy vampire. She told them to pay according to their value, but if they pay too little, this wretched girl will definitely say, "So this is all you're worth." In any case, they would not be able to gain any advantage. "Little girl, I really admire you. I'll pay for it." The First Elder laughed happily. Then, he took out a pile of multicolored top-grade crystals from his ring and placed them in front of Leng Ruoxue. "This should be enough." "That's enough," Leng Ruoxue smiled in satisfaction. Then, she kept the premium crystal stones and turned her attention to Lu Feng. "I didn't bring that much money." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said. Damn it, that old man was actually still laughing after being killed. He was really angry. "It doesn't matter. You can write me an IOU. Of course, you can also sell your body to pay off the debt like Di Ren. However, no matter what, I will still collect interest." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. "You really are a money-grubbing vampire," Lu Feng said helplessly. He resignedly took out a few top-grade crystals from his ring and piled them on the grass. "This should be enough," Lu Feng said in an unpleasant tone. "It's barely passable. Who asked you to only have this much net worth?" "I understand," Leng Ruoxue said in an infuriating manner as she kept the crystal stones on the ground into her bracelet. "You." Lu Feng was infuriated. He took out some more top-grade crystals from his ring and pointed at the crystals while gritting his teeth. "You're not good. This should be enough." Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. How could she not be satisfied with this unexpected gain? Not far away, Mo Yen and Lu Yu saw this scene and shook their heads helplessly. They secretly made up their minds not to provoke this little girl in the future. Otherwise, they would probably die without even knowing how they died. He stayed there for a few more days. At this moment, the incident between the second elder of the Craftsmen's Guild and Leng Ruoxue had already spread throughout the entire firmament and had become a topic of gossip for the people in the firmament. When Leng Ruoxue found out about this, she only smiled and said, "The people of the divine realm are also quite boring." However, these gossips and scandals weren't within her scope of concern. What she was more concerned about was when Miss Ning would torture Leng Ruoxue to death. As such, before Ning Yan left Fiery City, they had been staying there. Apart from cultivating every day, she had also asked Qing Ju to keep an eye on the situation there. Half a month later. In the garden where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. Mo Yan, Lu Feng, and Lu Yu were sitting on the stone chairs in the garden and chatting. However, the three of them were obviously not in high spirits. In fact, ever since Leng Ruoxue and the rest went into closed-door cultivation, this place was not as lively as usual. I don't know when they'll come out. Lu Feng sighed and said in a depressed tone. If the little fox was here, there would still be someone who could argue with him. But now, there was no one who could argue with him. And that stinky old man didn't have time to bother with him. He only knew how to hold on to his disciple all day long. He really couldn't tolerate it. If you're bored, you can go to Grandpa. Lu Yue teased. That old man doesn't have time for me now. Lu Feng said weakly. He didn't want to embarrass himself. 3 sirs, something big has happened. Suddenly, the butler jogged to the garden and stopped in front of them, panting. What happened? Mo Yan frowned and asked in confusion. Leng Ruoxue, she. The butler stuttered. She's dead? Lu Feng quickly asked. Yes, yes. The butler nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha. That B*TCH has finally gotten her retribution. This is great. Lu Feng laughed happily. No, I have to confirm it. That woman is too scheming. If it's not her, wouldn't I be overjoyed for nothing? Lu Feng stood up and said very cautiously. Do you think she can escape from Ning Yan? You're overestimating her. Mo Yan said helplessly. However, they really had to go and take a look. After all, Leng Ruoxue was a member of the Craftsmen's Guild, so they had to put on an act. You guys go and see her. I'll go inform Grandpa. Lu Yue stood up and said. The internal affairs of the Craftsmen's Guild involved the Ning family, so it was better for him not to get involved. Anyway, even if he didn't go, Lu Feng would tell him. Yes. Mo Yan and Lu Feng nodded, and the three of them split up. Mo Yan and Lu Feng arrived at Leng Ruoxue's residence together. At this time, the door to the courtyard was wide open, and the two of them walked in without any hindrance. When the two arrived at the main courtyard, they met Ning Yan, second elder, and the others who were about to leave. Lu Feng looked at the second elder with a faint smile and said, Where are second elder and Miss Ning planning to go? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We've stayed here long enough and it's time for us to return to the divine realm. Furthermore, it's my father-in-law's birthday in a few days. Thus, we have to rush back to celebrate with him. The second elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said uncomfortably. In fact, he was a little scared. He didn't expect the two of them to come so quickly. They wouldn't be able to leave so easily. How could this be good? It was all this tigress's fault for being too heavy-handed and actually killing Leng Ruoxue. This time, the Ning family was probably going to bleed a lot. Oh. Then why didn't I see the vice president with you guys? Lu Feng played dumb. That. She still has something to do here, so she won't be going back with us for now. The second elder said nervously. Oh, really? But, I heard that the vice president is dead. Lu Feng laughed evilly. This matter had already been exposed. Did the second elder think that he could still hide it? He could not help but laugh to himself. This. The second elder stuttered. She is indeed dead. Ning Yan suddenly said. Oh. May I ask how she died? Lu Feng asked calmly, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. This second elder was actually not as daring as a woman to take responsibility for her actions, he was really too useless. I told her to set the rules, but I didn't expect her body to be so weak. She didn't last long before she died. A human life was nothing in her eyes, so she didn't think it was a big deal to lose Leng Ruoxue. She was sure that the Craftsmen's Guild wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Since Vice President Leng has already become the second elder's bed-warming servant girl, this is also your family matter and we shouldn't have asked about it. However, Leng Ruoxue is the vice president of our Armament Guild headquarters after all. She has died without knowing why. You have to give us the Armament Guild headquarters and the world an explanation. Lu Feng said with a faint smile. How could she have died for no reason? Didn't I tell you that she had to set the rules? Her body was too weak to take it, so she died. Ning Yan said angrily. Damn Lu Feng, is he deliberately going against me? Setting rules can kill a god king. I would like to ask Miss Ning, what are the rules in your family? Lu, what does this have to do with you? Ning Yan roared in anger. Of course it's my business. Leng Ruoxue is a member of our Armament Guild headquarters. She was fine when I handed her to you, but it's only been a few days. You killed him, don't you think this has nothing to do with our Armament Guild? Of course, if Miss Ning insists that it has nothing to do with us, then I can only ask the president and the great elder to personally go to the Ning family and ask Master Ning for advice. Lu Feng said with a smirk. You. What do you want? Ning Yan was furious, but she was helpless against Lu Feng. I don't want anything. I just want Miss Ning and the Ning family to give us an explanation from the Armament Guild. Of course, there's also second elder. Because of a moment of pleasure, he actually played Vice President Yin to death. I really don't know how he'll have the face to stay in the Armament Guild headquarters in the future. Lu Feng said worriedly. This is none of my business. When the second elder heard this, he quickly quibbled. If it's not your business, does it have something to do with me? Lu Feng sneered and asked. He was very disdainful of the second elder's lack of responsibility. Could this even be considered a man? She was simply a disgrace to all men. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the second elder had intended to defend himself, but under Ning Yan's glare, he swallowed his words and did not dare to speak. Yin Rumei is already dead. Whatever conditions you blacksmiths have, just state them. Our Ning family can afford it. Ning Yan raised her head and said arrogantly. Miss Ning, that's not right. I've said it before. I want the Ning family to give an explanation to the Armament Guild. If we raise conditions, why does it feel like the Armament Guild is extorting you? Lu Feng said unhappily. That's right. The Ning family must give the Craftsman's Guild an explanation for this matter. Vice President Yin can't die without knowing why. Mo Yan, who had been silent the entire time, chimed in. Miss Ning, second elder, before this matter is concluded, you two can stay here temporarily. Lu Feng said with a smile. He had imprisoned them. After that, the two of them turned around and left. Madam, what should we do? After Mo Yan and Lu Feng left, the second elder asked in a daze. Good for nothing, this is just a small matter. You're so scared. Ning Yan roared in exasperation, then a "pa" sound was heard. With a sound, a slap landed on the second elder's face. Madam, I. The second elder looked at Ning Yan aggrievedly, not daring to say another word. Not long after, President Lu was ordered to take Yin Rumei's corpse away. After Mo Yan and Lu Feng's careful confirmation, they finally confirmed that this person was indeed Yin Rumei. Moreover, she had been tortured beyond recognition by Ning Yan, and her body was covered in wounds. From this, it could be seen how heavy Ning Yan's attack was. A woman's heart is the most vicious. This Ning Yan is really ruthless. Lu Feng was speechless as he looked at Yin Rumei's body full of wounds. He was filled with admiration for Ning Yan's endless tricks. If Yin Rumei had fallen into his hands, he knew that he definitely wouldn't have been able to think of so many tricks. She asked for this. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice rang in the ears of Lu Feng and the rest. Little fox, you've come out of seclusion? Lu Feng said in surprise. I'm not officially in closed-door cultivation. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Lu Feng. Yin Rumei's matter and the disheveled old man's matter were both settled. How could she officially go into seclusion? Oh. Hee. You've come out at the right time. Yin Rumei is dead. Lu Feng reported. Previous chapter. Next chapter. I've heard about it. Leng Ruoxue replied perfunctorily. Actually, she had asked Qing Ju to keep an eye on the situation over there. Thus, she had known about this matter at the first moment, but she did not come out immediately. That's right, the second elder is still alive and well. AI. Why didn't Ning Yan torture second elder to death? It's such a pity. Lu Feng said with some regret. Do you want Miss Ning to kill her husband? So ruthless. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She couldn't help but think to herself, does Lu Feng have some deep hatred for Ning Yan? Otherwise, why would he want Ning Yan to kill second elder as well? He was really too ruthless. Hee. You don't know this, but Ning Yan is not only a tigress, she's also a tigress with violent tendencies. Second elder has been beaten up by her many times, so if she were to hit him a little harder, she might really gotcha him too. Drop. Lu Feng said with some schadenfreude. Then I wish that your wish will come true soon. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Hee. Lu Feng laughed foolishly. What kind of wish could this stinky brat have? The first elder strode over with the disheveled old man and said with a little dissatisfaction, Humph. This little brat actually dared to hide something from him, how preposterous. It's none of your business. Lu Feng said in an unpleasant tone. Stop. Settle Yin Rumei's matter first, and then you guys can argue as much as you want. Seeing that the battle between the two of them was about to erupt, Leng Ruoxue felt a headache coming on as she spoke hurriedly. Didn't she die? What else could it be? The disheveled old man asked in confusion. Stupid. Yin Rumei was dead. However, the Ning family has to give us the Armament Guild an explanation. How could such a living person, and a god king at that, die in vain? It's not easy for us to cultivate a vice president. The first elder patted the disheveled old man's head and said with snot and tears in his eyes. Those who did not know the inside story would definitely be heartbroken for him. In fact, he was excited. Because Yin Rumei would not have died in vain. Oh. I heard that the Ning family is very rich. The disheveled old man, who had finally reacted, said hurriedly. He's not just rich. Other than the Divine Master, the Ning family can't be compared to him. In the entire Divine Realm, the Ning family is the most powerful and the richest. The first elder said with an envious expression. Grand Elder, why did I hear that you're friends with the master of the Ning family? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion when she saw the first elder's evil smile and scheming. What friend? We're just fair-weather friends, and that old man has always schemed against me. I'm just returning the favor. Moreover, the one who died this time was the deputy chairman of the Craftsmen's Guild. I have to give the guild and all the craftsmen in the divine realm an explanation. The great elder's righteous and dignified words implied that this was not his personal matter, but the entire association's matter. As long as it rose to the level of official business, it could not be decided by personal factors. Therefore, this time, the great elder was self-righteous and wanted to kill people. Since that's the case, we have to seek justice for Vice President Yin. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She wasn't the one who was about to be slaughtered anyway, so she was happy to watch the show. Immediately after, the great elder sent the news back to the Divine Realms Craftsmen's Guild. Half a month later, the Craftsmen's Guild sent another elder, and accompanying him was a representative sent by the Ning family. The person sent by the Ning family was definitely an important figure in the Ning family, because he was the next master of the Ning family, Ning Haolan. The first thing Ning Haolan did after arriving in Yanhua City was to pay a visit to the first elder. At the same time, first elder was in the garden, telling Leng Ruoxue and the others about Ning Haolan's glorious deeds. That Ning Haolan is a rare genius. He had already become a god king before he was even 40 years old. Because of Ning Haolan, his clan had already become the pride of the Ning clan. He had even been designated as the next clan head of the Ning clan long ago and had always been learning from that old fogey. He really did not think that the old fogey would actually send him out this time, hee. It seems like he's trying to train him. The first elder laughed softly. He's not even 40 years old yet. What's the relationship between him and the head of the Ning family? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Since Master Ning was friends with the first elder, he must be quite old. He couldn't have a son this young, right? I guess he's his grandson. That old man has too many children, and he doesn't even recognize many of them, haha. The first elder felt that it was funny. Hearing first elder's words, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. He had so many children that even the father could not recognize them. How many children did he have? Ha ha ha. Little girl, the strong warriors of the divine realm will naturally have many women, and once they become a god, their lifespans will be extremely long. If they become reverent gods, they will even be able to live forever. So, do you think it's possible that he will have few children? The great elder teased. That's true. Leng Ruoxue nodded. At this moment, the butler came to report that Ning Haolan wanted to see the first elder. Leng Ruoxue and first elder looked at each other. Then, first elder stood up and said to the crowd, do you guys want to come with me to meet Ning Haolan? This child is not bad. Let's not go first. He's probably looking for you to talk about Yin Rume. It's not appropriate for us to go. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Alright then. I'll let you two meet in the future if I have the chance. The grand elder said before heading to the front hall to meet Ning Haolan. The first elder and Ning Haolan had a secret discussion for almost a day. After the discussion, the first elder did not tell anyone what they talked about. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others were not too concerned about it. After that, Ning Haolan took second elder and Ning Yen with him. 3 days later, the news of the second elder's death came from the god world. The crowd was speechless when they heard the news. Not only had the second elder died, but he had also been killed by Ning Yen's domestic violence. It was too amazing. After Ning Yen had tortured a god king to death, another god king had died by her hands. Everyone was deeply impressed by her means. In their hearts, Ning Yen was definitely a god king killer. After Yin Rume and the second elder's matter had come to an end, Leng Ruoxue and the others continued on their journey to search for the divine fire. This time, apart from Lu Feng, there were 3 more people with them. The excuse that Mo Yen and the first elder came with was quite reasonable. They said that they wanted to help the disheveled old man. After all, the disheveled old man was a craftsman, and they had high hopes for him. Therefore, if they were to encounter any danger, they could also help. As for Liu Yue following him, Leng Ruoxue could not understand. Liu Yue's reason was that the disheveled old man was his younger brother's disciple, which meant that he was his disciple. For something as important as advancing his life's flame, he had to follow. However, from Leng Ruoxue's point of view, the 3 of them were obviously bored out of their minds. That was why they insisted on following them. In reality, they were only there to search for the divine flame. As for upgrading their natal flame, it would not be something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, with these great Buddhas following them, it would not be so convenient for them to enter the bracelet. However, it would also be much safer for them. The group searched the godly mainland for 3 months, but there was still no trace of the godly fire. This made everyone wonder if the godly fire still existed on the godly mainland. The disheveled old man was even more depressed. The floating cloud city was a medium-sized city in the Qi family's divine domain. Leng Ruoxue and the rest had arrived here after searching the divine mainland for 3 months. In the northern part of the floating cloud city, there was a small, nameless volcano. This was the last volcano that Leng Ruoxue and the others had not found on the godly land. If it was not found here, they could only wait until they went to the godly world to continue searching for the whereabouts of the godly fire. The nameless volcano was located within the floating cloud city. Thus, Leng Ruoxue and the others chose to settle down in the floating cloud city. After finding an inn in the city, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had some food before returning to their own rooms to rest. In the room, Leng Ruoxue stood by the window alone, deep in thought. Shuai, what are you thinking about? The demon walked over and gently pulled Leng Ruoxue into his arms. Demon, the small volcano in the floating cloud city is the last volcano on the godly mainland. If there isn't one here. Leng Ruoxue was in a difficult position and did not finish her sentence. Hee hee. Little fool, if it's not here, then we'll wait until our strength has increased and go to the divinity to look for it. Unless the divine fire is extinct, we'll definitely find it. The demon consoled. But the disheveled old man, Leng Ruoxue wanted to say something but stopped. They knew the disheveled old man's expectations for the divine fire. Therefore, they naturally did not want him to be disappointed. He's not a child anymore, he'll understand. There would definitely be some disappointment, but he believed that the disheveled old man would adjust himself. Yes, demon, let's go out for a walk. There don't seem to be many people in this city. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Ever since they entered the city, they had not met many people on the streets. However, this was just what she wanted. She did not like crowded places. All right, he said. The demon nodded and the two of them left the inn. As they walked on the streets, Leng Ruoxue and the evildoer could not understand why the pedestrians were so flustered. The two of them stopped a passerby and wanted to find out what had happened. However, they gave the other party a shock. What do you want? Don't stop me, I still have important things to do. The middle-aged man who was stopped said anxiously. Don't be afraid, we just want to find out what happened. No matter how I look at you, you all seem flustered. Leng Ruoxue asked softly with a smile on her face. That beautiful smile of hers caused the middle-aged man opposite her to be in a daze. The volcano is about to erupt, and everyone is in a hurry to escape. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the city. The middle-aged man said hurriedly after he regained his senses. Volcano, the nameless volcano north of the floating cloud city? Didn't they say that the volcano was very small? Why are you running for your lives? Leng Ruoxue asked shamelessly. Even if a small volcano were to erupt, its power shouldn't be that strong, right? Was there a need to scare them to this extent? It's a volcano even when it's small. Moreover, I don't know what happened to the volcano in the past month, but it erupted every other day, causing us to suffer unspeakably. As a result, many people in the city have temporarily moved out of the floating cloud city. You guys should also leave quickly. Otherwise, even if you're injured, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. The middle-aged man advised and ran off. Leng Ruoxue and the evildoer looked at each other as they watched the middle-aged man's back. Then, the two of them turned around and returned to the inn. The moment she entered the inn's main hall, Leng Ruoxue saw Fengde and the rest standing there. Miss, you're finally back. After seeing Leng Ruoxue and evildoer, Fengde hurriedly walked up to them. Fengde, why aren't you resting in your room? Why did you come downstairs? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Miss, the innkeeper asked us to leave the inn. He said he was going to close the inn. Fengde explained. Close the shop. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she raised her brows and looked at the nervous manager. Shopkeeper, we don't owe you money for the room, how can you drive us away? Leng Ruoxue looked at the innkeeper and said with slight dissatisfaction. Actually, she was very clear that the reason why the innkeeper wanted to close the shop was probably related to the little volcano that was about to erupt. However, they could not leave so easily. At this time, they would probably not be able to find any inn in the city. Miss, I don't want to either. However, the small volcano in the drifting cloud was about to erupt. Moreover, it was said that the frequency of the volcano's vibration this time was more serious than the previous ones. It was more important to escape. You should also quickly leave the floating cloud city. It's not safe here. The shopkeeper said anxiously, the cold sweat on his face dripping onto the floor. Manager, we won't leave. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. They were here for the volcano. How could they leave before they achieved their goal? Miss, I'm begging you, I'll return the room money to you. Can you leave immediately? I really don't want to die. The shopkeeper pleaded with a long face. Just the checkout fee is enough? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. I'll refund you 2 times. The innkeeper said with a little heartache. Money could be earned again, but there was no place to earn money if they lost their lives. Therefore, he would rather spend a lot of money to get these people out of the inn. There's no need for 2. It's not easy for you to earn some money. Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Even if she wanted to rip someone off, she wouldn't do it to a manager of an inn. In fact, she just wanted to know more about the small volcano that had been erupting frequently recently. Then what does the young lady want? The shopkeeper was a little confused. Shopkeeper, to tell you the truth, we came to the floating cloud city for that volcano. Therefore, you have to tell us everything you know about that volcano. If we are satisfied, we will immediately move out. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Previously, she had not managed to get much useful information from the middle-aged man. Hence, she would not let the manager off this time. Miss, that volcano is very dangerous. You must not go there. The shopkeeper couldn't help but advise. It's just a small volcano. We're not afraid. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. All right then. The shopkeeper was helpless, but he had to leave. Seeing that he couldn't persuade these people, he could only tell Leng Ruoxue and the rest about the situation of the volcano in detail. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest kept their promise and left the inn. Walking on the streets of the floating cloud city, Fengde could not help but ask, "Miss, we'll have to sleep on the streets again tonight." "There's no other way. We can't possibly not allow them to escape," Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. At this moment, on the streets, other than their group, there was not a single stranger to be seen. Furthermore, the shops by the side of the street were all closed, and the entire city was in a state of depression. "I'm really curious about the power of that volcano. It's actually able to make everyone in the city flee at the mere sight of it. It's really amazing." Lu Tao couldn't help but ask, her beautiful face full of anticipation. "Little girl, a volcano in the divine realm is a natural disaster for the people on the divine mainland, so it's normal for them to run away. Otherwise, once the volcano erupts, the temperature is not something they can withstand. When the volcano erupts, remember to hide behind us. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the high temperature." First Elder explained and reminded. "Then I'll have to trouble Great Elder." Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She was just thinking about how to protect her grandfather and the others. The Great Elder had actually taken the initiative to come to her door, so what was there to be polite about? "Good. However, you have to make me more delicious food." The Great Elder took the opportunity to raise his conditions. "That's not a problem. However, you're already a divine emperor, so why are you still so gluttonous?" Leng Ruoxue was speechless. The First Elder, Mo Yen, Lu Feng, and Lu Yu were all gluttons. It was as if they had not seen any food in their entire lives. That was why their reserves had decreased sharply recently. However, when it was time to collect money, Leng Ruoxue would never be polite with them. After all, these few people had plenty of money. What's wrong with the divine emperor? Can't an emperor god eat? Little girl, you can't look down on the divine emperor. The First Elder said pitifully, as if Leng Ruoxue had said something she shouldn't have. Who would dare to look down on the divine emperor? "I can't wait to curry favor with you, old man," Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. "Hee hee. This is more like it." The Great Elder chuckled. Although he knew that this little girl was only talking about it and was in fact too lazy to curry favor with him, he felt comfortable hearing it. They chatted as they walked. They found a relatively remote place on the street and set up their tents. After a short rest, they went to the nameless volcano the next morning. When they were still some distance away from the volcano, Leng Ruoxue and the others could feel the vibration and high temperature of the volcano that was about to erupt. Furthermore, the path to the volcano was filled with red traces of dried lava and it even emitted a faint smell of sulfur. As they neared the volcano's entrance, the tremors became more and more intense. Leng Ruoxue and the rest stopped in their tracks and observed for a while. However, before they could enter, they saw a 2-meter-tall, fiery red, burning lava spewing out from the inside of the volcano. Instantly, the moisture in the air was completely roasted dry, and their breathing also became somewhat difficult. Leng Ruoxue and the rest immediately floated into the air when they saw this. First Elder and the other 3 elders protected them behind them and set up a protective barrier in front of them. Even so, Leng Ruoxue and the rest could still feel the scorching heat. The temperature was so high that it could melt anything. As they looked over, they saw that the places where the fiery red lava passed by had all been turned into ashes. Upon seeing this scene, Leng Ruoxue and the rest couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. After all, this was the first time they had seen a volcano erupting in the divine realm. Its power was indeed extraordinary. No wonder a small volcano was able to scare away the people of the floating cloud city. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Not only that, before Leng Ruoxue and the rest could recover from their shock, the second wave of flames surged out. This time, it was even more spectacular and violent than the previous time. The scorching flames burned half the sky red. Heavens! The eruption of such a small volcano is already so terrifying. What if it was a bigger volcano? Fengde looked at the soaring flames that were even taller than him and said in a speechless manner. The eruption of this volcano is a little abnormal. Logically speaking, such a small volcanic eruption shouldn't have such a great power. The Great Elder asked in bewilderment. Should we go in and take a look? Fengde asked like a curious baby. We must go, but we can't go in now. Let's go back first. We'll go in after the volcano erupts. First Elder said after some thought. If they entered now, they would be in danger, because this volcano was too abnormal compared to the one in his memory. Well, let's go back first. Leng Ruoxue nodded as well. If they entered now, they would probably be turned into a part of the lava. With that, Leng Ruoxue summoned the little peacock. Everyone sat on the back of the little peacock and returned to the floating cloud city. When they returned to the tent they had set up, Leng Ruoxue and the rest began to prepare lunch. However, the little peacock was lying on the ground with a depressed look. Leng Ruoxue looked at the unhappy little peacock in amusement and asked, Little peacock, what's wrong? Master, my feathers are burnt. The little peacock was depressed. Oh. My beautiful and dazzling feathers. It was gone just like that. It's fine. Eat this. I guarantee that your feathers will be intact. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she took out a pure white pill from her bracelet. Just as she was about to hand it to the little peacock, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched it away. What kind of pill is this? Let me see. Lu Yue held the pill in her hand and looked at it. Then, her eyes widened, and she said in a speechless manner, "You actually used a saint-level healing pill to grow feathers for this little peacock? It's really too extravagant." Even in the immortal realm, the price of a saint-level pill was not low. After all, not only were they difficult to concoct, their cost was also extremely high. It was not something that ordinary deities could afford. Thus, saint-level pills had become a hot commodity. "Are you going to use divine-level medicinal pills?" Leng Ruoxue asked back with an innocent look. Just use this." Lu Yue took out a pill and threw it into the little peacock's mouth. The pill that Leng Ruoxue took out was naturally kept in his storage ring and confiscated by him. "Master, I'm done." After eating the pill, the little peacock stood up and walked to Leng Ruoxue's side. It rubbed against her affectionately and then lay down beside its master. "Yes." Leng Ruoxue patted the little peacock's head gently. She did not express any suspicion towards Liu Yue's act of pocketing her pill. After all, even if Lu Yue took the pill away, she would not be able to find out anything about it. All of a sudden, Leng Ruoxue felt a disturbance in the space. She was overjoyed and said to everyone, "I'm tired, I'm going to take an afternoon nap." I say, little girl. We haven't even had lunch yet, why are you taking a morning nap?" The first elder said, somewhat speechless. After being with them for the past few days, he had also discovered that these people were very fond of sleeping. They would always sleep at any time. Sigh. She really didn't know where they got so much sleep from. "Shui, I'll sleep with you," the demon quickly said. However, he was secretly guessing in his heart, what's the matter with Shui? He knew that Shui, or so-called sleep, was just an excuse. She was actually planning to go into the space. Out of curiosity, he naturally had to follow her in to take a look. You still have to accompany me." First elder was even more speechless. What the hell was this? He had to sleep in broad daylight, and someone had to accompany him. Sigh. Why didn't he receive such good treatment? Thinking of this, first elder felt a little unbalanced. Yes, there's nothing that my Shui can't sleep for. Of course, I have to accompany her. The evildoer said matter-of-factly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his words. However, the first elder and the other 3 elders felt their hair stand on end because they felt that his words were too nauseating. "Demon, let's go in." Leng Ruoxue ignored the expressions of the 4 elders and kept the little peacock into her bracelet. She then pulled the evil demon into the tent. He's really sleeping." Lu Yue could not help but ask when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the demon enter the tent. He thought that the 2 of them were just joking. How could it be fake, hee. We all like to sleep, just like Miss Fengde said with a smile. In fact, he wanted to go in as well, but it didn't seem convenient now. "Yes, I can tell," Lu Feng said calmly. He had spent a little more time with Leng Ruoxue and the others, so he was no longer as surprised by their habits. Hee. Fengde laughed evilly and thought to himself, how would you know about our dirty tricks? After Leng Ruoxue and the demon entered the tent, they went straight into the bracelet. However, before the 2 of them could stand still, 2 fluffy little balls had already pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms. One of the 2 balls of fur was black and the other was yellow. They were Bao Bao and Qiu, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. The 2 little things kept rubbing against each other in Leng Ruoxue's arms, expressing their longing. Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, began to observe the 2 little fellows who had come out of their closed-door cultivation at the same time. However, even after looking at them from top to bottom, she could not find any difference between the 2 little fellows and before they had come out of their closed-door cultivation. This was too strange. "Bao Bao, Qiu, have you 2 advanced in rank?" Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Yes. The 2 little furballs nodded in unison. "Oh. But, why can't I see any difference between you 2? Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Hee. Sister, we're a bit special, so the other beasts' ranks aren't suitable for us. Qiu spoke on behalf of the 2 beasts. I see. What's your level now? Leng Ruoxue asked again. We don't have a level. The 2 little beasts said in unison. Didn't he advance? How can it not have a level? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. Were these 2 little fellows trying to make her happy? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip. Big sister, we have indeed advanced, but we don't have a level. Our advancement only gives us more abilities. Bao Bao explained. Her fluffy and cute little face was full of pride. What new ability? Leng Ruoxue asked with great interest. Hee. My mind-reading technique has been upgraded to soul-searching technique. Moreover, my mental strength is very strong now. When I advance another level, I will be an adult. At that time. Baby stopped halfway and deliberately kept him in suspense. I've also become bad. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Hee. Big sister will let you know my ability. But not now. The baby said with a smug smile. Yes, Qiu, what about you? Leng Ruoxue looked at Qiu and asked. Big sister, my treasure hunting ability has greatly improved. Moreover, the range of my senses is 10 times larger than before, hee. Qiu also said with a proud smile. Qiu is so powerful. Leng Ruoxue stroked Qiu's fur and laughed. Little Qiu had woken up at the perfect time. It just so happened that they had just entered the divine realm and were in great need of accumulating strength. Of course, sister, let's go treasure hunting later. The more treasures I find and the higher the quality, the more beneficial it is for me to advance. Moreover, I'm the same as Bao Bao, I still need one more advancement to reach adulthood. Little Qiuqiu said impatiently. Qiuqiu, what kind of treasure do you need to find the most now? Leng Ruoxue asked. The best ones are, of course, heavenly treasures. I like treasures that are born from nature the most. Artificial cultivation won't do. Qiuqiu said after some thought. Little Qiuqiu, your requirements are really not low. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Heavenly treasures weren't like cabbages, where would Qiuqiu find so many of them? Sister, there are many kinds of heavenly treasures. In fact, it's not just medicinal herbs and minerals, but also other things. As for what they are, I can't say for sure. You'll know when the time comes. Qiuqiu explained. Yes, but we're helping the disheveled old man to find the divine fire now. After we're done finding the last volcano, we'll go and train. By then, Qiuqiu can find more treasures. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Qiuqiu's search for treasures was not only good for her own cultivation, it was also an accumulation of resources for them. This was definitely killing two birds with one stone. Divine flame? Big sister, if you're looking for a divine flame, I can also help. When Qiuqiu heard that Leng Ruoxue was looking for the divine fire, it hurriedly said. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue was a little skeptical. Could this little fellow still find the divine fire? Sister, the divine fire in nature is also born from heaven and earth, so I can sense it. Qiuqiu chuckled. Ha ha ha. It's great that Qiuqiu can sense the divine flame. Leng Ruoxue was extremely satisfied with this unexpected surprise. Sister, when are we going to look for her? Qiuqiu couldn't wait any longer. Its natural mission was to search for treasures, and this could allow it to advance in rank, so it was happy and never tired of this. Qiuqiu, that volcano is currently in its active period, so we can't enter it for the time being. We can only enter the mountain after its active period has passed. Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh. Sister, take me out to play. Qiuqiu pleaded. Then when you go out, you can't reveal that you can find treasures. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, yes. I'm just big sister's cute little pet. Qiuqiu said in understanding. After advancing, its thinking had also matured a lot, so it naturally knew how precious it was. Sister, I want to go out and play too. The baby also begged. Okay, I'll bring you all out in a while. But don't be naughty when you're out. Leng Ruoxue warned. She wasn't worried about Qiuqiu, but she was afraid that this little fellow would cause trouble. Sister, I won't cause any trouble. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's inner thoughts, Baby Su said in an aggrieved tone. You said it yourself. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes. Bao Bao nodded and promised. Following that, Leng Ruoxue brought the evildoer and the two little beasts away from the bracelet. When the four elders saw the two humans and two beasts walking out of the tent, their faces were filled with question marks. This. Why did they come out so quickly? It had been less than half an hour, and he was already done sleeping. Why did you guys come out so quickly? Mo Yen, as the representative, asked the question that the four of them had. I took a short nap and came out after I was done. Leng Ruoxue explained casually. Little girl, what are those two furballs in your arms? First elder looked at the furball in Leng Ruoxue's arms and could not help but ask curiously. He was also mumbling in his heart, could it be that all girls like this kind of furry little thing? They're my beastie. They've been in closed-door cultivation all this time. Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Yes, yes, I'm Qiuqiu. I'm the baby. The two little beasts introduced themselves obediently. However, Fengde and the others who knew them well knew that these two little beasts were not as harmless as they looked. In fact, none of the beastie by the young mist's side was harmless. Ha ha ha. These two little things are so obedient. The first elder chuckled. Yup. She's also cute. Mo Yen also agreed. Just like that, Bao Bao and Qiuqiu temporarily deceived the four elders with their unrivaled cuteness. They even became their favorite children. The small volcano in the floating cloud city had erupted for several days. During these few days, Leng Ruoxue and the others had been staying in their campsite. That place was quite far from the volcano and there were many buildings in the surroundings. Therefore, it was relatively safe. But now, other than eating and sleeping, they could only play with the two cute little beasts. Sister, help. A few days later, in the evening, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were preparing dinner when suddenly, Baby Su's cry for help could be heard from not far away. What's wrong? It's the baby's voice. The first elder asked in confusion. Right now, there was no one else in the city other than them, so why would Baby Su ask for help? Quickly go and take a look. Mo Yen said. After being with these two little beasts for a few days, he liked them very much, and they had indeed brought a lot of fun to them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. When everyone heard this, they quickly put down what they were doing and ran in the direction of the baby's cry for help. After finding Baby, Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw Qiuqiu struggling in a young woman's arms, while Baby was being chased by a few men in black, jumping left and right, trying to hide. After seeing Leng Ruoxue, the baby hurriedly jumped into her arms. Its little body was trembling nonstop as if it was extremely afraid. It kept mumbling, "Sister, save me. Sister, save me." When Qiuqiu saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, it struggled even more violently and shouted, "Sister, save me. Save me. Let me go, you bitch. Damned animal, who are you scolding?" The young woman who was holding Qiuqiu shouted angrily and even raised her fist to hit little Qiuqiu. "Stop. Let it go," Leng Ruoxue said angrily as she sized up these people. The young woman looked to be in her 20s. She was very beautiful. Her strength wasn't high, only at the early divine realm. However, she had an arrogant expression on her face. Although the few black-clothed men beside her were stronger than her, they were obviously her subordinates. Leng Ruoxue understood when she saw these people. She wondered which family's unruly daughter this was. She probably saw that Qiuqiu and Bao Bao were cute and wanted to take them for herself. However, would she allow others to have any ideas about her beastie? "How dare you order me around?" When the young woman heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she was even more furious. Leng Ruoxue's devastatingly beautiful face was something that she could not tolerate. Damn it, how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? "So what if I order you? Release it immediately, or else don't blame me for being impolite," Leng Ruoxue warned indifferently. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this?" The young woman shouted at the top of her lungs. "I don't care who you are, let go of Qiuqiu. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were half closed, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Qiuqiu struggling in pain, her heart ached. "I won't let go, what can you do to me? This young lady has taken a fancy to this little beast, it's mine," the young woman said in an overbearing and arrogant manner. "Oh, really? I'll let you know what happens now." As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, a ray of red light flew towards the young woman at the speed of light. The red light circled around the young woman and the others once before returning to Leng Ruoxue's wrist. It was only then that the young woman could clearly see that the red light was actually a small, beautiful red snake with a crystal-like body. Instantly, her eyes shone. He wanted to take over the little red snake again. "Give me that red snake in your hand," the young woman ordered. Ever since she was young, she had always liked beautiful and cute things. Therefore, after seeing the two little beasts and the little snake, she couldn't help but want them. "Who do you think you are?" Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. After she finished speaking, she saw the young woman and the rest of the group go limp and fall to the ground. Qiuqiu took the opportunity to escape from the woman's arms. However, before it left, it did not forget to stomp on the woman's face a few times. This cute action of its made everyone laugh out loud. "Hee hee. Little Qiuqiu did a great job, but your kicks were too light and didn't have much effect on her. Why don't you let me step on her for you?" The first elder was the first to carry Qiuqiu and praised it. At the same time, he also released his beastie. The first elder's beastie came out and said loudly, "Master, who bullied little Qiuqiu?" "Big Bear, it's them." Qiuqiu pointed with its little paw and confessed everything about the young woman and the others. The great elder's beastie was an 8th-rank bear-type sacred god beast. Even in its mimicry state, it was close to 2 meters tall. In the past few days, it had become very familiar with the two little fellows Qiuqiu and Bao Bao, so little Qiuqiu naturally didn't hold back, directly using the big bear as a hatchet man. "F***ck, how dare you bully my friend? You're really looking for death." When De Xiong heard this, he was instantly enraged. He raised his foot and prepared to stomp on the young woman and the others. Leng Ruoxue looked at De Xiong's foot that was about to land and secretly sighed to herself. This great elder was really ruthless. If De Xiong were to step on them, those people would probably be turned into meat paste. This was really letting them off too easily. "Wait." Just as De Xiong's foot was about to land, Leng Ruoxue suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" De Xiong looked at Leng Ruoxue in confusion. His huge bare face was filled with question marks. "Be gentle, don't kill anyone," Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. "Hee hee. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily." "Easily." The big bear laughed evilly and quickly said, then immediately put his foot down. After a few stomps, even though the young woman and the rest were not crushed into meat paste, their injuries were not light. After doing all that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest left. After returning to his own encampment, Lu Feng looked at Leng Ruoxue with a strange expression. He asked in confusion, "Little fox, when did you become so kind? I thought you'd ask Big Bear to kick harder." "I'm not that cruel. I'm a kind-hearted good child." Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said in a speechless manner. I didn't find anything." Lu Feng's face was filled with disbelief. "Idiot. The little girl clearly doesn't want them to die too easily. Didn't you see that they've already been bitten by that little red snake?" The first elder said with a face full of disappointment. How could he have such a stupid grandson? It would be great if this little girl was a part of their family. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel jealous of Leng Xiaoyu. The clueless Leng Xiaoyu was so frightened by the first elder's resentful gaze that her hair stood on end. Grandmaster, why are you staring at me?" Leng Xiaoyu asked helplessly. "I don't like the look of you, alright?" the great elder said unhappily. Then, he carried Qiuqiu in his arms and sat at the side to sulk. What's wrong with this old man? Lu Feng said in a somewhat puzzled manner. He hadn't even had the time to talk back. The old man dodged to the side, which made him feel like he had punched cotton. I'm fine, hurry up and get to work. Leng Ruoxue urged, feeling amused. She did not even need to use green vessel to read the minds of her babies, but that little fellow had already told her the first elder's thoughts. After she heard it, she could not help but smile to herself. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue and the rest chatted for a while. Just as they were preparing to rest early so that they could enter the volcano the next day, they were interrupted by some uninvited guests. And among those people, there happened to be one of them who was bitten by Xiaohua and stepped on by the big bear in the afternoon. However, the man's injuries were lighter. After taking the elixir, his injuries were almost healed. However, the poison in his body could not be cured. Therefore, the man's face was now like a pig's head. As for their team leaders, they were actually acquaintances. Miss Leng, why are you here? Qi Rui was overjoyed to see Leng Ruoxue and the others in his own territory. Why has young Master Qi also come to the floating cloud city? Leng Ruoxue chuckled and asked indifferently. After seeing Qi Rui, she understood the identity of those people in the afternoon. They were from the Qi family, one of the 8 great divine regions. No wonder they were so overbearing. The floating cloud city's volcano erupted, so I've come to check on the losses. Qi Rui explained and then asked, where is Miss Leng and the others? We came to that volcano to train, but we didn't expect it to erupt just in time, so we stayed here. Leng Ruoxue replied perfunctorily. Oh. Qi Rui nodded. At this time, the pighead beside him said impatiently, young master, these are the people who injured the young lady in US. You shut up. Qi Rui bellowed. Actually, he was in a difficult position. Although he didn't want to be enemies with Leng Ruoxue and the others, he couldn't just ignore the matter of his unruly cousin. How could this be good? His brows were so tightly knitted that they were about to come together. Young Master Qi, are you here to settle the score with us? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. No, I just heard from my subordinate that my cousin was bullied just now, so I came to take a look. Qi Rui quickly explained. That woman is your cousin? They and the pig beside you were all injured by me. I wonder how young Master Qi would like to deal with them. Leng Ruoxue went straight to the point. She didn't care how conflicted Qi Rui was. They had only met a few times anyway. However, if Qi Rui was a reasonable person, there was no harm in befriending him. I believe that what happened this afternoon was a misunderstanding, so our Qi family will not pursue this matter. However, can Miss Leng please give me the antidote? They were bitten by your little red snake, and I have given them many antidotes, but none of them had any effect. Qi Rui said very politely. There is no antidote, unless they let Xiaohua bite them again. However, if that happens, they will be poisoned even more severely. Young Master Qi, you can let them choose. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Even if your Qi family doesn't want to pursue this matter, she still wants to. Not just anyone could covet her beastie. This. Qi Rui was in a difficult position. Young Master Qi, did you just say that your Qi clan will not pursue this matter? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. Yes, I am. Qi Rui nodded, his handsome face full of question marks. He thought to himself, what does Miss Leng mean? You guys don't want to pursue it, but what if I want to pursue it? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with worry. Qi Rui was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. Young Master Qi, because of your cousin's rudeness, my cute little Qiuqiu and baby have been hurt physically and mentally. How do you think we should settle this score? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. Before she knew that the woman was from the Qi family, she only wanted to make the woman wish she was dead. However, now that she knew that she was the young lady of the Qi family, why should she be polite? If he didn't slaughter them now, when would he? Can you let me see the 2 little beasts first? He had heard some of his cousin's subordinates mention what had happened before. However, he naturally did not believe everything that her subordinate said. Alright, Qiuqiu, baby, come over. Leng Ruoxue called out to the corner. Sister, we're here. A weak voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone turned around in unison and saw 2 dirty little beasts limping out from the corner. The 2 little beasts' furs were dull and covered in dust. Their tangled fur was stained with bright red. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. Their palm-sized bodies trembled non-stop as they slowly walked towards Leng Ruoxue. When Feng De and the rest saw this, they were speechless. However, they had a better tolerance. They were already familiar with Leng Ruoxue's beastly habits, so they were used to it. When the great elder saw the appearance of the 2 little beasts, he was stunned with his mouth wide open. After he recovered, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. It was really like what kind of person raised what kind of beast. That little girl's beasts were actually the same as her, 2 extremely black-bellied little things. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to believe that the 2 little beasts who had been playing with him just a moment ago had become so miserable and pitiful in the blink of an eye. No wonder when the Qi family arrived, the 2 little fellows immediately ran to a corner sneakily. They were busy dressing up. As you can see, their current state is caused by your cousin. These 2 little things were originally lively and cute, but now, they are full of fear. Moreover, after we rescued them, they did not eat, drink, or talk to anyone. They have been hiding in a corner. Young Master Qi, you must seek justice for my 2 poor little fellows. Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with sorrow as she spoke. In order to cooperate with their master, Qiuqiu and Baobao's little bodies trembled even more violently. This. Qi Rui was speechless. The two little beasts in front of him did look very pitiful. Their originally black and bright eyes were now dull and full of fear. It seemed that they were indeed frightened. But how was he going to uphold justice? Was he supposed to beat up his cousin to vent the anger of these two little beasts? I know that this matter is a little difficult for young Master Qi, but from my perspective, I can't help but vent my anger for my beastie. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue's face was also filled with a difficult expression. Then I wonder how can I let Miss Leng's beastie vent its anger? Qi Rui could not help but ask. You'll have to ask my beastie. They're the ones being bullied. As long as they're satisfied, I'm satisfied. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then, she turned to her beastie and said, Qiuqiu, baby, this brother Qi is going to avenge you. If you have any requests, just let me know. After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, Qi Rui was speechless again. He didn't expect Miss Leng to let the two underaged little beasts make their own requests. What could these two little fellows possibly come up with? Thinking of this, he felt a lot more at ease. However, it didn't take long for him to know how wrong he was. Because, these two little guys were black-hearted. Really? Brother Qi, you can make the decision. Qiuqiu's clear eyes were filled with confusion, but its voice was soft and sweet, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Don't worry, Brother Qi can still make such a decision. Qi Rui's heart softened when he heard the sweet child's voice. But we don't believe it. The baby's suspicion was more obvious. Compared to Qiuqiu's obedient behavior, it was a rebellious little fellow. Brother Qi, you keep your word. I definitely won't lie to a child. Qi Rui was so depressed that he almost swore an oath. He couldn't help but think to himself, why isn't this little guy cute? Couldn't it be as obedient as the little thing just now? Then you'll have to show me some evidence. Bao Bao thought for a while and said very seriously. I wonder what kind of evidence you want. Qi Rui asked curiously. That woman found us cute, so she made us look like this. We want to make her look like this too. The baby said like a little nationalistic youth. As he spoke, he clenched his little fists. She's already in a terrible state. Qi Rui said honestly. But we haven't even made a move yet. Bao Bao said unyieldingly. She was clearly implying that no matter how miserable she was, it wasn't caused by them, so it didn't count. Then if I let you vent your anger on her and beat her up, you won't hold it against me anymore? Qi Rui asked carefully. Why was this little fellow so difficult to deal with? We'll see. However, we're injured, so you'll have to pay for the medical expenses. The baby said again. Yes. The medical expenses are definitely not a problem. Qi Rui nodded. In his heart, how much could the medical expenses of these two little beasts cost? He should be able to settle it with some delicious food. Then, Brother Qi, make an oath. I'm afraid you'll go back on your word. Bao Bao suggested. I have to swear. Don't you trust Brother Qi? Qi Rui was helpless. Oaths in the divine world could not be casually made. Otherwise, if he failed to do so, he would end up in a miserable state. Brother Qi, are you afraid? So Brother Qi was just coaxing us to play. The baby said with a disappointed look. His wrinkled little face clearly said, I told you you didn't trust me. I'm not afraid. I'll just make an oath. Qi Rui didn't want to be looked down upon by an underaged little beast, so he could only bite the bullet and say. Brother Qi, repeat after me. Bao Bao said with a smile, completely different from the angry young man earlier. All right then. Qi Rui nodded. I, Qi Momu, because my cousin injured two innocent and cute little beasts, I'm willing to compensate them on behalf of the Qi clan and satisfy all their requests. If I break the oath, I'll become a fool and my cousin will become an ugly monster. The baby said loudly. When Qi Rui first started reciting it with Bao Bao, he didn't find anything wrong with it. However, in the end, he realized that if he went back on his oath, not only would he become a fool, but his cousin would also become an ugly monster. However, once an oath was made, it couldn't be stopped, so he could only follow Bao Bao's instructions and fulfill the contents of the oath. After making their vows, the two little beasts were overjoyed. However, Qi Rui was extremely depressed. He felt that he had been tricked by the two seemingly innocent and cute little beasts. If this were to spread out, he would become the laughing stock of others. However, the uncooked rice had already been cooked. There was no point in him being depressed. Now, his only hope was that these two little beasts were not too difficult to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't he really become a fool? Brother Qi, can you fulfill your promise to us now? Little Qiuqiu asked in a soft voice. Its originally dim eyes also became clear and filled with anticipation. Previous chapter. I can. Qi Rui couldn't refuse such a pure gaze and quickly responded. Then hand over the woman who injured us first. Little Qiuqiu pleaded. All right, he said. Qi Rui nodded and ordered his subordinates to bring his cousin over. When the young woman was brought here and saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest, a bloodthirsty look immediately appeared in her eyes. Not only did she remember these people, but she was also preparing to settle the score with them. She didn't expect it to come so soon. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. However, she didn't feel smug for long before she was shocked by her cousin's shocking words. I've already had someone bring her here. You can take your revenge now. Qi Rui said without any emotion. Qi Rui. Do you even know what you're saying? How can you join forces with outsiders to deal with me? The young woman immediately questioned Qi Rui. Shut up. This is all your fault, and you still have the face to say it. Qi Rui said loudly. If it wasn't for his aunt's good treatment of him, he wouldn't have bothered to care about this insensible cousin. Leng Ruoxue and the others had Mo Yen backing them up. Even if this cousin was the young mistress of the Qi family, when it came to the Qi family's interests, this useless cousin would probably be abandoned by the Qi family. Everything he did was for her own good. However, he was very clear that this willful cousin would not understand, and he did not want to explain anything. I only took a fancy to those two beasts, what's wrong with that? It's all because of them that I'm in this state. The young lady pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the rest and said in dissatisfaction. Indeed, she did not look good now. Her originally beautiful face had turned into a fat pig's head and her hands were swollen like two big pig trotters. However, what was more unacceptable to her was that Qi Rui, as her brother, not only did not avenge her, but he even wanted to hand her over to the two little beasts. This was really intolerable. We're not animals. Qiuqiu and Baobao's eyes were filled with tears as they choked out. If you guys aren't animals, then am I? The young woman shouted angrily. At least you have some self-awareness. Bao Bao said in satisfaction. Tears were still swimming in her eyes, and they were in danger of falling at any moment. What are you two kids waiting for? Hurry up and take revenge. At this time, First Elder could not help but urge. Brother Qi, we're too young. Can we ask for help? Little Qiuqiu looked up at Qi Rui and asked. You can't let your master help you. Qi Rui said after some thought. If Leng Ruoxue were to make a move, this cousin of his would probably lose her life. We'll ask Beastie for help. Big sister doesn't need to do it. Little Qiuqiu had a look of don't worry. He said. Well, that's good. Yes, Qi Rui replied. He looked at the two little ones and knew that it would be difficult for them to take revenge on their own. Thank you, Brother Qi, you're such a good person. Little Qiuqiu tried to please him. Hee hee. Qi Rui could only laugh drily and thought to himself, so this little thing is admitting that I'm a good person now? These two little fellows were still very wary of him just now. Big sister, can you let Big Brother and the rest come out and help us take revenge? Little Qiuqiu requested of Leng Ruoxue. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. With a thought, she moved her precious little beasts out of the bangle. As soon as Baby and the other beasts came out, they immediately surrounded Qiuqiu and Baby and roared angrily, damn it, who did this to you? It's her. Qiuqiu and Baby's two little claws pointed at the young woman in unison. Damn it, you're really looking for death. Brothers, let's go and teach her a good lesson. The baby gave the order, and the little beasts rushed toward the young woman as fast as lightning. In an instant, the young woman's body was left with bloody marks and her clothes were torn. The pain made her scream continuously. However, no matter how she dodged, she could not escape from the few little beasts that were tightly wrapped around her like ghosts. As for Baby and the other beasts, they had been in the bracelet for too long and had been holding it in for a long time. Now that they finally had a chance to come out, of course, they had to vent their anger. Therefore, this unlucky and miserable woman became their first target. Arg! Help me! The young woman kept calling for help. Miss Leng, can you make them stop? Qi Rui couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but plead. His cousin's current appearance was really too miserable. Don't worry, young Master Qi, they know what they're doing. They won't kill anyone. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she consoled him. Oh. Qi Rui could tell that Leng Ruoxue was only trying to save his cousin's life. Fortunately, he wasn't the one who offended her. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen to him. However, it was better to live than to lose his life. He could not help but comfort himself. Don't worry, young man from the Qi family. The little fox will give you face and not take her life. Lu Feng also consoled. Your Excellency Lu Feng, why are you here? It was only then that Qi Rui noticed Lu Feng's presence. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for having bad eyesight. It was just that Leng Ruoxue had so many subordinates, and Lu Feng was mixed in with them. If Lu Feng hadn't suddenly spoken up, he really wouldn't have noticed him. Of course it's for my disciple, Lu Feng pointed at the disheveled old man and said. Hee hee. Congratulations to your Excellency Lu Feng for accepting such a good disciple. Qi Rui said enviously. He recognized this old man and knew that he was one of Leng Ruoxue's men. However, he did not expect that the Flowing Wind Pavilion would take this old man as a disciple. If that was the case, Leng Ruoxue would have another strong backer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at his decision. Fortunately, he had chosen to befriend these people, otherwise, if he had offended them, the Qi clan's losses would definitely be incalculable. At this moment, his cousin's injury was nothing in his eyes. After all, this matter was caused by his stubborn cousin. Even if the family head knew about this, he would probably make the same decision. Previous chapter. Then, Qi Rui continued to chat with Lu Feng, and his cousin who was still suffering had long been forgotten. It was only when he was about to leave that he remembered his cousin who had fainted from the pain. Let's carry Miss back. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow. Qi Rui bowed slightly and left with his subordinates. Hey, why did you leave? We haven't even paid for our medical fees. the baby shouted as he watched Qirui and the others leave. Its words almost made Qirui and the rest fall. However, they did not turn back, and even Qirui continued walking as if he did not hear anything. As for his subordinates, they were all thinking the same thing in their hearts. They had already beaten the young miss to a pulp, yet that little beast still remembered their medical expenses? Then who was he going to ask for his young lady's medical expenses? Sister, that brother Qi is not a good person. He ran away without paying us back the money he owed us. Bao Bao complained to Leng Ruoxue. Qirui had suddenly become a bad person in its heart. What are you afraid of? Didn't he make an oath? The monk can run away, but the temple can also run away. If he doesn't pay, we'll go to the Qi family to ask for it. Leng Ruoxue hugged the baby and consoled him. Yes, yes. The medical expenses must be doubled. Bao Bao laughed evilly. One man and one beast echoed each other, making the four elders break out in cold sweat. However, looking at Feng De and the others' calm and composed appearance, the four couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. They still had to train. Grandpa First Elder, you have to help us. Little Qiuqiu suddenly said. Little Qiuqiu, how do you want me to help you? The First Elder said helplessly. He would definitely help him, but this little thing couldn't be scheming against him, right? If you go to the Qi family to ask for money, the Qi family definitely won't dare to not give it. But if we go... Little Qiuqiu's face was sullen, and it couldn't continue halfway through its words. Didn't Qirui make an oath? What are you all afraid of? The Great Elder was speechless. So this little thing wanted him to help it get its medical expenses. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask for medical expenses with his status, right? He hesitated. Don't worry, Great Elder Grandpa, the money we ask for will definitely match your status. If it's too little, how can we trouble you? Bao Bao, who understood First Elder's thoughts, hurriedly said. In other words, the medical expenses from the Qi family would not be small. Alright then. The Great Elder was speechless. Although he knew that these two little fellows only wanted to use him to pull the wool over his eyes, he was actually willing to be used by them. AI. Who asked him to be unable to refuse the request of these two little fellows. It seemed that being cute did have its advantages. After the two little beasts and the First Elder finished their discussion, everyone planned to go to rest. However, before going to bed, Feng De and the others looked at the First Elder with a little sympathy before entering their respective tents. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had just finished their breakfast and were about to enter the volcano to check out the situation when Qirui came again. What are you doing here? You're a bad person. The baby's eyes were bright and watery as she said in dissatisfaction. Baby, when did I offend you? Why are you a bad person now? Qirui said helplessly. He thought that he had managed to coax this little fellow yesterday. However, it had only been one night and he had become a bad person again. However, this little guy's clean appearance was really cute. No wonder his cousin was moved and wanted to take him for herself. You still haven't paid the medical fees you owe us. Bao Bao reminded. It was too late last night, I forgot. Qirui said, a little embarrassed. In fact, he felt that he had lost face, so he left in a hurry last night. As for the medical expenses of the two little beasts, he had made an oath, how could he renege on it? Then pay us now. The baby stretched out his little paw and handed it to Qirui. Alright. Qirui took out a piece of high-grade crystal and placed it on the baby's little paw. What is this? Bao Bao looked at the jingsher in her hand with dissatisfaction. Why did she give it this broken thing? It wasn't like there weren't any other big sister space that was better than this, so it didn't care. High-grade crystal stones. Not only can you use them for cultivation, but you can also spend them like money. Are you satisfied? Qirui explained. In his heart, all beastie should like jingsher. After all, it could help them cultivate. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was facing a little beast that wasn't interested in jingsher. I don't want this thing. Give me something useful. After the baby finished speaking, he threw the crystal that was emitting a light blue light back to Qirui. This is very useful, baby, you're still young and don't understand. This thing really is useful. Qirui tried his best to persuade her, but the baby turned his head to the other side and did not even look at him. Baby, what do you want? Qirui sighed softly and asked helplessly. These little things were too difficult to take care of. He really didn't know how Leng Ruoxue raised them. I only want heavenly treasures, nothing else. The baby opened her mouth and said. You're just a little beast, what? Beast, what do you want heavenly treasures for? You don't even know how to refine pills. Qirui asked in confusion. You're so stupid. It's only natural for beastie to like heavenly treasures. Otherwise, why would there be a guardian beast beside heavenly treasures? Besides, if beastie wants to eat heavenly treasures, there's no need to refine them into pills. Bao Bao said with a look of disdain. That would be a waste. Qirui said softly, but he felt depressed in his heart. Boo-hoo. He was actually looked down upon by an underaged little beast. That's my business. Anyway, our medical expenses can only be heavenly treasures. Otherwise, you'll fail to fulfill your promise and become a fool. Bao Bao reminded him with a wicked heart. Alright then. However, I don't have any heavenly treasures on me right now. If you want them, you must come with me to the Qi family to get them. Qi Rui said in resignation. Sure, but only after we're done with our business. Bao Bao said. Are you guys going into the volcano? Qi Rui couldn't help but ask. Yesterday, he had heard Leng Ruoxue mention that they were going to enter the volcano to train. However, they had been blocked by the erupting lava. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yes. The baby nodded. Miss Leng, when do you plan to enter the volcano? Qi Rui turned around and asked Leng Ruoxue. We're planning to go in now. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Can I go with you guys? Qi Rui asked. You're going into the volcano too? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. Wasn't Qi Rui the young master of the Qi family? He was actually willing to risk his life. And, in addition to coming to the floating cloud city to check on the losses, my other mission was to enter the volcano and find out the reason for its frequent eruptions. Qi Rui said honestly. You're the young master of the Qi family, and the Qi family actually let you take the risk? Leng Ruoxue asked the question in her heart. I'm only the young master of the Qi family on the godly mainland. In the main family, my status is nothing. There's always someone who can replace you. Qi Rui said with a bitter smile. In fact, he had no other choice but to come to the floating cloud city. Oh. Since that's the case, let's enter the mountain together. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She had a good impression of Qi Rui, so she didn't mind traveling with him. When are we leaving? Qi Rui said impatiently. Young Master Qi, why are you more anxious than me? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she teased. Hee hee. The sooner we find the reason, the sooner the people of Floating Cloud City can return to their homes. Qi Rui explained. Because of the volcano in the Floating Cloud City, the people of the city had temporarily moved to the nearby cities. This had also brought a burden to the other cities. Therefore, he naturally hoped to find out the cause as soon as possible to avoid causing panic. As expected of the young master of the Qi family. He is so considerate of the people. Leng Ruoxue praised. The Floating Cloud City belongs to the Qi clan after all, so I should try my best. Qi Rui said, a little embarrassed. Let's go now. Leng Ruoxue said as she looked at the crowd. Following that, Qi Rui led his subordinates and followed Leng Ruoxue's group towards the volcano. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at this nameless volcano again, they could feel the soaring heat even when they were still at the foot of the mountain. It was still frighteningly hot. Miss, why is it still so hot here? Fengde was speechless. The temperature of this volcano was even higher than the biggest volcano in the godly mainland, the Howling Moon volcano. He could even feel that his hair had been burnt. This volcano has erupted for several days. It's normal to have such a temperature. Leng Ruoxue said. At the foot of the mountain, traces of magma that had yet to completely solidify could still be seen. The places with a lot of magma were still bubbling, and flames would appear from time to time. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't know if the volcano would erupt again. If they entered the mountain now and the volcano erupted, they would be in danger. However, just as she was thinking about it, Jojo suddenly sent her a voice transmission, Big sister, quickly enter the mountain. It's about to escape. Who's going to escape? Leng Ruoxue transmitted her voice in confusion. The Divine Flame. The Divine Flame is about to escape. The Divine Flame had sensed their auras, so it was so afraid that it wanted to escape. He couldn't let it escape. This cluster of Divine Fire already had intelligence and was about to advance in rank. If he could catch it, it would be of great benefit to it. Thinking of this, Jojo became even more excited. There's a Divine Flame here? Leng Ruoxue was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that this unassuming little volcano would actually hide the Divine Fire that they had been searching for so long. There are. Yes, and not only has it developed intelligence, but it's also about to advance. Jojo said happily. Hearing Jojo's words, Leng Ruoxue no longer hesitated and immediately said to the crowd, let's go in and take a look. Miss Leng, it seems that the volcano has not completely stabilized yet. Why don't we wait for a few more days? Qi Rui suggested. Sister, we can't wait anymore. Before Leng Ruoxue could reply, little Jojo transmitted its voice anxiously. A divine fire with intelligence was a good thing. If he let it escape, he would regret it to death. It's okay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Maybe we'll have a big harvest. Leng Ruoxue said. However, her words had a special meaning that only the demon could understand. Miss, in that case, let's go in. Fengde said anxiously. With Jojo here, there must be something good inside. Otherwise, how could Jojo, who was in Miss's arms, be so frivolous? Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and led Fengde and the rest towards the entrance of the volcano. Qi Rui followed after her. When they reached the entrance of the volcano, Leng Ruoxue and the rest floated in the air. They passed the lava that was blocking the entrance and headed deeper into the volcano. As Leng Ruoxue walked, she observed the situation in the mountains while conversing with Jojo in her heart. Jojo, where is the divine fire now? After walking for a while, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. Sister, that divine fire is very cunning. It knows that we've entered. It doesn't dare to stay in a fixed position and is playing hide-and-seek with us. Jojo said helplessly. Although it could sense the divine fire could also sense them. Therefore, the divine fire wouldn't stop for long wherever they went. When Xiuqiu told Leng Ruoxue about the situation, Leng Ruoxue stopped in her tracks and furrowed her brows in deep thought. When Fengde and the others saw this, they knew that the young lady had encountered a difficult problem. Therefore, they had a tacit understanding not to disturb her. When Lu Feng wanted to speak, his mouth was immediately covered and he was warned in a low voice, "Don't be noisy. Can't you see that Miss is thinking?" Lu Feng was speechless. He realized that the little fox's subordinates were really overbearing. When the little fox was thinking, they couldn't even speak. Woo! They were really bullying people. After a moment's silence, Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes to look at the crowd and said, "Great Elder, I'll have to trouble you to take Fengde and the others back to the encampment. I'll stay here with the demon. Young Master Qi, you should go back too. I'll give you a satisfactory answer later." "Little fox, what's the point of you staying here with him when you want us to go back?" Lu Feng said with great interest. The word gossip was written on his handsome face. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You'll know when the time comes. You'll definitely be satisfied. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Even Lu Feng's tools were unable to find any traces of the divine flame. It seemed like the divine flame was indeed scheming and knew how to hide. "Why don't you let me stay and help?" Lu Feng said shamelessly, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Humph. This little fox must have something fun to do and didn't want them to participate. That won't do." Therefore, he had to stay as a witness. "It's good enough that you're not making things worse. I can't trust you," Leng Ruoxue said without giving him any face. "Little fox, don't be like this." Lu Feng's face was bitter, depressed to the extreme. "No means no. You'll only get in the way if you stay here, so you just have to stay in the encampment. Also, you have to protect my family and subordinates along the way. Otherwise, you'll be held responsible," Leng Ruoxue said, leaving no room for discussion. "Stinky brat, come back with me. Don't give this little girl any more trouble." At this moment, the first elder spoke up. He was very clear that the little girl had asked them all to return because she had discovered something. With so many of them present, it was likely that the thing would not come out. However, he didn't mind Leng Ruoxue asking them to go back first because he believed that Leng Ruoxue would explain it to them. After all, that lass had even chased away her own family and subordinates. "Oh." Lu Feng unwillingly nodded his head and followed the great elder and the others out of the volcano. On the way back to the encampment, Lu Feng was still complaining non-stop, until Fengde couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Lu Feng, are you done? Aren't you worried about the little fox's safety?" Lu Feng looked at Fengde, who was glaring at him angrily, and asked in a wrong tone. "My lady's survival ability is much higher than yours. If we stay there, we will only drag her down. So, we just have to stay in the encampment and wait for her to come back. You better shut your mouth and stop talking about it. Otherwise, I will have to block your mouth," Fengde warned. "Yup. That granddaughter of mine is very smart, so you don't have to worry about her safety." Leng Qingtian held back his laughter and consoled Lu Feng. "Oh." Lu Feng responded softly, but his eyes glared fiercely at the first elder, Mo Yen, and Lu Yu. That damned guy, he actually laughed when he was being lectured. He really had no sympathy. However, even if he felt embarrassed, he still had to follow them back to the base. After the others had left, Leng Ruoxue then explained the situation to the demon. Following that, the two of them entered the bracelet, planning to wait for the fire to start. 3 days later. The divine flame did not move at all. Moreover, after sensing that Fengde and the others had left, the divine flame no longer tried to escape. However, it was still very cautious as it circled around the volcano. It did not even stay in the same place for too long. In the bracelet. This divine flame is quite smart. The demon, who had been observing the movements of the divine fire through the light screen, said with a faint smile. "Yup. It's been 3 days and the divine fire hasn't come in our direction. I wonder how long we'll have to wait." Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. It seemed like waiting for the fire to come would not work. However, she didn't dare to move easily, for fear of being discovered by the careful divine fire. "Big sister, capturing a divine flame is not an easy task. I can see that this divine flame has existed in this world for at least several tens of thousands of years. Its intelligence is not inferior to any human's. Moreover, it is at a crucial moment in its advancement, so it naturally has to be extra careful. After all, if it is caught while it is advancing, then its tens of thousands of years of cultivation will all turn into bubbles," Qing Ju said. "You're saying that this divine flame also knows what will happen to it if it gets caught?" Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. "Sister, all sprites born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth are very clear about this. That's why they would do everything possible to avoid humans. Humans are the greatest enemies of these natural treasures," Qing Ju explained. I just want to help the old man advance, I don't intend to take his life," Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She hated to hurt these little fellows who had already developed their own intelligence. However, she had to do something about the rotten old man. "Sister, if you want your natal flame to advance, you must fuse with a flame of a higher level. Once this divine flame is fused, it will no longer be the original one," Qing Ju said in a slightly frustrated manner. Spirits that already had their own thoughts would not like to become a part of others. Therefore, unless they could harden their hearts, they could only let go of that divine flame. "Is there no other way?" I didn't want to wipe out the intelligence of that divine flame. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. The cultivation of an elf was much more difficult than that of humans and beasts. Hence, she could not bear to hurt a little fellow who had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. I only know of this one method. Qing Ju thought for a while and said with certainty. Although he understood plant-type sprites, he was not clear about divine fire at all. Big sister, let's not worry about that for now. Let's capture that divine flame first. Maybe it has a good idea. Qiuqiu suggested. Yes, that's the only way. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After another 2 days, the divine fire that Leng Ruoxue and the demon had been waiting for finally began to move towards their direction. Through the screen, Leng Ruoxue held her breath as she stared intently at the dark red flame that was slowly drifting through the screen. This flame was extremely small and exquisite. It was only the size of a baby's pinky finger. The outer layer of the flame flickered with a dazzling radiance, and wherever it went, everything would be charred black. After moving around for 2 days, the cautious divine fire was getting closer to Leng Ruoxue's location. After a long time. Just as the divine flame neared Leng Ruoxue's position, she and the demon suddenly appeared and used a specially made light net to capture the divine flame. The divine flame was then enveloped by a ball of white light. The divine flame struggled intensely, but it could not break free from the net of light. Its scorching temperature could not melt the net either. After understanding all this, the divine flame panicked. Not long after, the sound of weeping could be heard from the net. Leng Ruoxue's head started to throb when she heard the tender voice. Why is it another child? What should he do? I don't want to die. I beg you to let me go. A tender child's voice entered Leng Ruoxue's ears. You won't die. I just need your help with something. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. I'm still young, I can't help you much. The divine flame said in a small voice. Please let me go. I'm about to break through. The divine flame pleaded again. Little fire seed, do you think you can resist the heavenly tribulation by yourself? Why don't you follow my sister in the future? I'll guarantee that you'll live a good life. Qiuqiu coaxed and used cannonballs on the divine fire. Leng Ruoxue, who was carrying Qiuqiu, listened to Qiuqiu's arrogant words and couldn't help but feel a few black lines sliding down her forehead. She thought to herself, who did Qiuqiu learn these words from? AI. Where did her innocent and cute little Qiuqiu go? What do you mean by good food and good wine? The divine flame asked in a low voice. Its food was lava and it had never eaten anything else. It means good food and drink. Qiuqiu thought for a moment and explained. It's more delicious than lava? The divine flame asked curiously. Of course, how is it? Just follow my sister. Qiuqiu pressed on. It was bent on keeping this divine flame into Leng Ruoxue's bag. Can I consider it? The divine flame said hesitantly. What's there to consider? You'll definitely regret it at that time. Besides, even if you succeed in advancing, can you guarantee that you can live a long life? Won't be discovered. In other people's hands, they didn't receive such good treatment as in my sister's hands. Qiuqiu reminded. Then can I not die? The divine flame was tempted, but it was also worried that it would die. Who said I want you to die? Don't scare yourself. I never kill elves. Qiuqiu promised. Then I agree. I'll follow your sister from now on. The divine flame thought for a moment and relented. It then added, however, I have to break through first before I can leave with you. No problem, I will definitely help you. Qiuqiu said confidently. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Thank you. That. I want to ask who your sister is. The divine flame said in embarrassment. It's this stunning beauty who's hugging me. Little Qiuqiu said a little narcissistically. When Leng Ruoxue heard Qiuqiu's words, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She thought to herself, does a cluster of divine flames know what an absolute beauty is? Qiuqiu, we have to keep a low profile. Oh. The divine flame nodded, not fully understanding. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Seeing this, the divine flame became nervous. It kept jumping around in the net of light while shouting, Heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is coming. Leng Ruoxue looked at the sky that was getting darker and darker. The dark clouds in the sky had already started to gather together. Not long after, the dark clouds had covered the sky above Leng Ruoxue and the demon. We have to leave the tribulation clouds range. Otherwise, we'll be affected as well. The demon child warned. Moreover, once they were treated as spirits by the tribulation clouds, the might of the heavenly tribulation would increase by several times. In that case, it would be even more difficult for the divine flame to advance. What about the divine flame? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. Qiuqiu had already said that it would help the divine fire, so she couldn't just ignore it, right? Moreover, the divine flame had already agreed to leave with her. In this case, this little flame was also considered one of them. It has to rely on itself for this matter. We can't help much, but you can leave some fire attribute pills for it. We can't do anything about the rest. The demon said after thinking for a while. Well, all right then. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She also knew that these fairies who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years had to go through the test of the heavenly tribulation before they could transform. Otherwise, the heavens would not allow these heaven-defying little things to exist in this world. Their heavenly tribulation was much more difficult than the advancement of humans and beasts. Hence, she was not willing to hurt them. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue took out a white jade bottle and released the divine fire from the light net. Divine fire, here is a bottle of fire-type medicinal pills. If you can't withstand the tribulation, you can take one pill. However, I don't know if this pill will be useful to your divine fire. As for the rest, you'll have to rely on yourself. It's useful. Thank you, sister. The divine flame said gratefully. It then separated an even smaller flame to hold the small jade bottle, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue carried Qiuqiu and the demon out of the heavenly tribulation's range. They observed from afar. He waited for a long time. The heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally descended from the sky. A black heavenly lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket and flickered with electric sparks directly enveloped the tiny divine flame. Leng Ruoxue's heart could not help but jump into her throat when she saw this scene. The area of the first heavenly lightning bolt was already so huge. He wondered if the cluster of divine fire could swallow it. When she had nothing to do these few days, she had deliberately read some books on how elves could advance, among which there was also information on divine fire. The divine fire's tribulation was to devour all the tribulation lightning. There were at least 9 tribulation lightning bolts and at most 81 tribulation lightning bolts. Although he didn't know which type the divine fire had encountered, no matter what, if they were all of the same size, the tiny divine fire would be stuffed. Perhaps I should prepare some medicine that helps with its digestion, Leng Ruoxue thought to herself. Big sister, don't worry. It will definitely succeed. Qiuqiu sneaked a peek at Leng Ruoxue's thoughts and chuckled. It was born to search for treasures of heaven and earth, so no one knew the habits of those treasures better than it. If those little guys didn't have some means of self-protection, they wouldn't have the chance to transform. What's more, this time, there were medicinal pills prepared by its sister for the divine fire. So, in its opinion, the divine fire's transformation was almost certain. There was no need to worry at all. I'm just afraid it'll hold. Leng Ruoxue said, a little embarrassed. Hee, Shui, you're so cute. Don't worry, the tribulation lightning has different effects on the divine fire. If it really can't eat it. The demon stopped halfway through. However, Leng Ruoxue understood what he meant. These lightning tribulations were definitely a huge test for the divine fire. If the divine fire couldn't be completely fused, it would have to start all over again and turn into an unconscious flame that would drift around in the world. After about an hour, the first tribulation lightning would be extinguished by the divine fire. Moreover, looking at the panting appearance of the divine fire, it seemed that it had used a lot of energy. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she could not help but start to worry. It was only the first tribulation lightning bolt, and the divine fire had already taken so long to devour it. If a few more bolts were to come, could the divine fire really take it? AI. It really wasn't easy to become an elf who could transform. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue made up her mind to treat these little fellows even better in the future. This was the first time she had seen a fairy take human form, so she was quite shocked. Just as Leng Ruoxue was thinking to herself, the lightning tribulation that had been brewing for a while descended once more. This time, the divine flames took even longer to devour. Then, the third, the fourth. Until the 9th tribulation lightning descended, it had already taken a day to devour the divine fire. The divine flame did not consume the elixir that Leng Ruoxue had given it during the first 8 lightning strikes. However, the power of the 9th lightning strike was at least 10 times stronger than the first 8. The divine flame felt that it could not hold on any longer, so it opened the bottle cap and consumed an elixir. After consuming the elixir, the divine flame felt that its body was filled with fighting spirit again. It was even more confident. The divine flame had used up more than half a day's time to resist the 9th lightning tribulation. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the demon had brought Qiuqiu into the bracelet and were observing the divine flame's advancement and transformation through the light screen. It was only until the divine fire had devoured the 9th lightning tribulation that Leng Ruoxue's tensed heart was finally half at ease. However, when she saw that the dark clouds in the sky had not dispersed, she could not help but feel suspicious. Could there still be more lightning tribulations? Just as she was thinking about this, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the divine flame. Poor little thing. I didn't expect it to have more than 9 bolts of lightning. Looking at the light screen, Green Vessel said with a little sympathy. Most plant-type sprites had 9 heavenly tribulations. However, there were a few more heaven-defying sprites that had more than 9 heavenly tribulations. Therefore, many sprites failed to take form. However, once they succeeded in taking form, their power would be incomparable to that of ordinary sprites. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sister, you must make this little fellow listen to you. If he succeeds in transforming, he won't be suitable for the disheveled old man to fuse with. Qingju said. I know. I won't hurt this little fellow. I'll think of another way for the disheveled old man. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Sister, I don't mean it that way. I mean, if this little guy successfully transforms, I'm afraid he will be a very destructive little thing. If he is not properly restrained, once he causes a big disaster, the heavens will not tolerate his existence. Therefore, you must make him listen to you. Qingju said in a reserved manner. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. The destructive power of a fire attribute spirit was indeed not something that an ordinary spirit could compare to. As time passed, another 3 days had passed, but the divine fire's tribulation had yet to end. In the past 3 days, the divine flame had been baptized by nearly 30 tribulation lightning bolts. The divine flame had grown from the size of a baby's finger to the size of a baby's fist. The flame was red with a hint of purple, and it was so hot that it had dried up the lava. The surrounding mountains had long been charred black. Just as the divine flame was undergoing its tribulation, Leng Qingtian and the others in the floating cloud city looked at the dark sky not far away. Their hearts could not help but be on tenterhooks. Although they really wanted to go over and take a look, they did not dare to act rashly. Has Miss Leng not returned yet? Qi Rui, who had been reporting for several days, asked without changing his tone. No, I didn't, Fengde replied indifferently, then he buried his head and went back to his work. It's been almost half a month. Why don't we go to the volcano and take a look? Qi Rui suggested. For what? Young miss will be fine, don't go and add to her troubles. Fengde said unhappily. He was not worried about his lady's safety, but he did not know what the situation was over there, so he could not put his heart at ease. Moreover, according to the first elder, the lightning was very unusual. It seemed like the elves were undergoing a tribulation. However, he had never seen the elves' tribulation before, so he was not too sure. However, he had warned them not to get too close to it in case they were affected. Fengde and the others were clear in their hearts. They knew that the great elder's guess should be close to the mark. Otherwise, the young lady would not have let them leave. However, who would be undergoing the tribulation? Qi Rui was a little depressed. He had good intentions, why couldn't these people understand? Woo. It has been so many days, but Miss Leng has not returned. I wonder how she is doing. Young Master Qi, if you don't have anything else to say, you should take care of your cousin. Don't let her come here and cause a scene. Otherwise, if she annoys me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fengde warned. These days, Qi Rui's cousin would come over to scold her for no reason. If it weren't for the fact that they cared about the young lady, they wouldn't have allowed her to stay until now. Unfortunately, that woman didn't know that the ball on her neck was only temporarily with her. I told her, but she wouldn't listen. Qi Rui said helplessly. His cousin would only think of him when she got into trouble. She would not usually listen to him, so he was helpless. Then lock her up. The great elder said unhappily. He really didn't know how the Qi family had raised their daughter. Even though the Qi family wasn't the main family in the divine mainland, it was still a failure to have raised a daughter like this. All right, he said. Yes, Qi Rui replied. Actually, he had thought of locking his cousin up, but he couldn't stand her making a scene, so he let her do as she pleased. However, now that she had suggested it, and this old man's status was not ordinary, he had no choice but to listen. I say, Qi family brat, you failed as a young master. How can I let a woman ride on my head? The disheveled old man could not help but grumble. Qi Rui was speechless. He was indeed a failure. Every family has its own problems, so don't blame him. The great elder pleaded. The waters of the great clans were deep. Being in a big family, there were many things to worry about. Therefore, he could understand the Qi family's helplessness. I don't blame him. However, if his cousin comes again, or if Xue comes back and finds out about all this, I can't guarantee what kind of ending that cousin of his will have. That girl can't tolerate sand in her eyes. The disheveled old man reminded. If Fengde and the others were not so focused on Xue they would not have bothered with Qi Rui's cousin, which led to the woman coming to make a scene again and again. Young man from the Qi family, you have to keep an eye on that woman. If anyone from the Qi family has any suspicions, tell them to come and ask me. The first elder thought for a while and decided to shoulder this responsibility for Qi Rui. Thank you for your understanding, first elder. Qi Rui said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. Also, did you forget what I said? Don't call me great elder. Right now, I'm just an old man hanging out with a little girl. The great elder reminded. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to reveal his identity to avoid trouble. Then what should I call you? Qi Rui said nervously. The great elder's status was quite high. Even his grandfather, the patriarch, had to be respectful in front of the great elder, let alone a junior like him. It should be known that the great elder had a wide range of friends in the divine realm. Moreover, he was a great figure of the same generation as the patriarch of the Ning family. Thus, he naturally had to be more respectful. Just call me old man. The great elder said after some thought. Although he looked very young on the outside, he had always thought of himself as an old man. Old man is my name, you can change it. The old man immediately protested when he heard that his name was about to be infringed. Then you can call me Uncle Lu. First elder said after some thought. Uncle Lu, that sounds like the butler's name. When Lu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. He was deeply speechless about this old man's ability to come up with names. Fortunately, his and his brother's names were not given by this damn old man, otherwise, he would be depressed to death. What's wrong with the butler? I'll be this little girl's housekeeper from now on, and all of you have to listen to me because you're now her subordinates. The great elder blew at his beard and glared at him. He kept cursing in his heart. This brat didn't even leave him any face in front of outsiders. Humph. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill him. Kid Qi, you can call me Uncle Lu from now on. Remember that. I am the little girl's housekeeper. As for the three of them, they are her subordinates. The great elder warned. In other words, he was telling them not to reveal their identities. Yes, Uncle Lu. Chi Rui replied helplessly. You can't guess the thoughts of these big shots. Just like that, the first elder, Mo Yen, Lu Feng, and Lu Yu's identities were temporarily confirmed. When Leng Ruoxue returned and found out that she had a housekeeper and 3 subordinates, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Could she afford to use such a high-ranking butler and subordinate? Leng Ruoxue, who was at the volcano, was completely focused on the divine fire tribulation. There were more than 60 lightning bolts now, and the size of the lightning bolts was getting smaller. However, even though she was in space, Leng Ruoxue could feel that the lightning bolts were getting stronger. On the other hand, the divine flame had grown to the size of an adult's fist after being struck by more than 60 lightning tribulations. The color of the flame had turned into a deep purple, and the scorching heat had melted everything around it. Even Leng Ruoxue, who was in the middle of the space, could feel the scorching heat. A few more days passed. The number of lightning bolts reached 98. As the 98th lightning bolt was swallowed by the divine fire, the size of the divine fire increased by a lot. At this time, the flame had completely turned black and purple, and the periphery of the flame was shining with a dazzling light. He looked extremely mysterious and noble. In the bracelet. Qing Ju observed the situation outside and spoke with some worry. Sister, there's only one more tribulation lightning before the divine fire's tribulation ends. However, the last tribulation lightning is also very important. I don't know if the divine fire can withstand it. I can see that the little guy's perseverance is extraordinary. Didn't he survive several dangerous situations? So, we should believe in it. Leng Ruoxue consoled. Even though she was very worried, she was helpless at this moment. She had already done everything she could. Now, she could only rely on the divine flame. I hope so. The 9 heavenly tribulation during the transformation also proves that this divine flame is extraordinary. At least, ever since I gained sentience, I've never seen a fairy undergo the 9 heavenly tribulation during her transformation. Qing Ju sighed. The spirits that transcended the 9 heavenly tribulation could be said to be favored by heaven and earth, but they could also be considered abandoned by heaven and earth. That was because once they successfully transcended the tribulation, they would naturally obtain many benefits. However, once they failed, it would mean that they were abandoned by heaven and earth. This was the law of nature. As Leng Ruoxue and Qing Ju were chatting, the 99th wave of the heavenly tribulation finally descended. What was different from the previous 98 heavenly tribulations was that the previous 98 heavenly tribulations were all lightning strikes with electricity within them. However, this last heavenly tribulation was completely composed of lightning. The lightning that shone with a white light might only be the size of an adult's pinky, but the energy it contained was equivalent to the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. This made Leng Ruoxue break out in cold sweat for the divine fire. Meanwhile, the divine flame that was completely focused on fighting the last heavenly tribulation still didn't know that someone was worried about it. If it knew, it would definitely be very touched. Because, for tens of thousands of years, it had only been itself, and no other creature had ever worried for it. Basically, all the living beings in this volcano would run away when they saw it. Otherwise, they would be burned to ashes by it. The 99th heavenly tribulation bolt was extremely stubborn. No matter how hard the divine flame tried, it could not completely merge with it. The battle between the divine flame and the heavenly tribulation continued for 2 days and 2 nights, but there was still no clear winner. However, seeing that the divine flame showed no signs of defeat, Leng Ruoxue finally felt more at ease. It seemed like the first 98 bolts of lightning had greatly increased the power of the divine flame. It was just that he didn't know who would win in the end. 5 days later, the divine fire, which was already exhausted, launched the most fatal attack. This was also the divine flame's final struggle. Success or failure all depended on this. In an instant, half of the sky was burned red by the towering volcano. The small lightning bolt was also enveloped within it. Through the light screen, Leng Ruoxue could see a lightning bolt shuttling back and forth within the huge flames. It was as if it was unwilling to be fused just like that. The white lightning fled in all directions, trying to break out of the divine flame's encirclement. However, the divine flame would not let it escape so easily, because once the last heavenly tribulation succeeded, it would also mean that it had failed to pass the tribulation. In that case, why not fight to the death? In any case, the divine flame was going all out. After a long time, the white lightning trapped in the flames finally lost its fighting spirit and was slowly devoured by the divine flame. The giant flame also shrank until it was the size of a blue ball. When Leng Ruoxue and the demon saw that the divine flame's tribulation had ended, they quickly left their bracelets. However, the divine flame was in the critical stage of its transformation, so they could only watch from afar. They did not dare to get too close to it so as not to disturb it. An hour later, the burning flames had disappeared, and in its place was a fair and tender little baby. The little baby was completely naked, and his little face was unbelievably beautiful. His 2 black grape-like eyes were clear, transparent, and as pure as a spring. The moment Leng Ruoxue saw this little baby who was not even 1 year old, her love for him was overflowing. What an adorable little fellow. Leng Ruoxue picked up the little boy and said happily. Why were the appearances of these elves so adorable? Sister, thank you. The little boy said in a soft voice, a little embarrassed. What are you thanking me for? It's the result of your own hard work that you're able to transform. I didn't help much. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. If it wasn't for Big Sister's pill, I wouldn't have succeeded in my transformation. The little boy said with some lingering fear. After transforming, he knew many things that he didn't know before. Hence, only he knew how dangerous the previous heavenly tribulation was. Hence, he was very grateful to Leng Ruoxue. Hehe, since you put it that way, then I'll take this credit. Leng Ruoxue laughed. To her, this was as easy as lifting a finger. However, this little fellow had remembered it in his heart. From this, it could be seen that these elves knew how to repay kindness. They were much better than some humans. Previous chapter. Next. Little Flame, I told you that there's nothing wrong with following Big Sister. Do you believe me now? Qiuqiu, who was lying on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, said with a hint of pride. Yes, sister. I'll follow you from now on. The little boy quickly echoed. Alright, we have a few more kids like you in our family. You won't be lonely anymore. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Hehe, that's great. Big sister, I'm called Huoling. The little boy said happily. Fire spirit, since you have a name now, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Leng Ruoxue said half-jokingly. However, there were more and more beastie and these little fellows around her, and coming up with a name had indeed become the most difficult thing for her. Fire spirit? Could it be that you? Qiuqiu seemed to have thought of something as it couldn't help but widen its round eyes and ask. Yes, sister. I'm not an ordinary divine fire, but I'm not the most powerful divine fire in the world either. I can only be considered the king of fire. The fire spirit explained in a soft voice. He had only learned about this after he had made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered the nine heavenly tribulation. However, his current inherited memories were very incomplete, and many of them had yet to be fully recovered. Hehe, Shui, you're quite lucky to have met the king of fire. The demon chuckled and teased. Fire spirit, since you're the king of fire, do you know where I can find other divine flames? Leng Ruoxue asked after nodding. Sister, are you looking for the divine fire to fuse with it? The fire spirit asked curiously. He had a familiar feeling towards Leng Ruoxue's fire attribute aura. He was very sure that the fire attribute in his sister's body was an inborn divine flame. Hence, he could not understand why his sister did not need a divine flame at all. Yes, but not for me. It's for a family member of mine. Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh. Sister, to tell you the truth, I'm the only divine flame left on this continent. I've already devoured the others. The fire spirit said with some embarrassment. There were ranks among the divine flames. Even when they were unconscious, the higher-ranked divine flames would automatically devour the lower-ranked divine flames. This was also a cultivation method for their flames to improve their strength. It doesn't matter. Since there's no more divine fire on this continent, we'll look for it when we reach the divine realm. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Sister, my memory is a mess right now. Let me sort it out and see if there are any other ways to help your family. The fire spirit said after some thought. Okay, then I'll thank you in advance. Leng Ruoxue gently stroked the fire spirit's head as she smiled. It was rare for the little fire spirit to have such a heart. Hence, even if she didn't have any good ideas, she wouldn't blame that little fellow. Elder sister is too polite. The fire spirit's face was red with embarrassment. Sister, can we leave this place now? At this moment, Qiuqiu warned. Yes, it's time to leave. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After staying here for so long, her grandfather and the others were probably getting anxious. Little fire spirit, is there anything else you need here? We're leaving. Leng Ruoxue asked softly. No, there won't be any more volcanoes here in the future. The fire spirit said in a sad voice. After living here for so long, he had quite a bit of feelings for this place. It was his advancement that had destroyed this place. However, now that it had become a reality, there was no point in him being depressed. Little fire spirit, don't be sad. Since you've already transformed, of course you have to look forward. Leng Ruoxue knew what was on the fire spirit's mind and could not help but console it. Sister, let's leave. The fire spirit nodded. With that, Leng Ruoxue carried the fire spirit and returned to their encampment in the floating cloud city with the demon. When Fengde and the rest saw the little child in Leng Ruoxue's arms, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. They thought to themselves, why did the young miss kidnap another elf? She's amazing. They would not be like Lu Feng, stupid enough to think that this child was born by the young miss. However, when the first elder, Mo Yen, and Lu Yu saw the child in Leng Ruoxue's arms, their reactions were similar to Lu Feng's. In comparison, Lu Feng was much calmer. Little girl, whose child is this? Why did you bring him back? First elder would not be as ignorant as Lu Feng to think that the child was Leng Ruoxue's. He knew that it would take a long time for a child to be born. My family. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Little fox, you didn't get another elf, did you? Lu Feng's eyes widened as he guessed speechlessly. This girl's luck was a little too good. It really made people envious. Could he be the fairy that transcended the tribulation? The great elder was experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately reacted. He was just a little shocked when he saw the little girl carrying a baby back, so he didn't think much about it. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. What kind of sprite is he? The great elder asked with a face full of curiosity. In his heart, he was also secretly lamenting that this girl's luck was so good that it made people jealous. He is the god fire spirit we have been searching for. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. And her answer really did give everyone, including the great elder, a shock. F***ck. Even a divine fire had a spirit. What kind of world was this? No one knew that fire could actually produce a spirit, so they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Miss, how do you want the disheveled old man to fuse with this child? We can't possibly eat this child, right? Fengde asked curiously, but he felt a chill in his heart. It was so scary. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to eat it. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in children, I don't like them. Seeing the little boy's frightened look, the disheveled old man quickly said, Damn Fengde, look how scared he is of the little boy. Even if he wanted to upgrade his natal flame to a divine flame, he could not bear to lay his hands on a little baby who had finally managed to take human form. They had all seen the heavenly tribulation before, even though it was far away. Hee. I was just curious. I didn't really say you could eat him. Fengde said, a little embarrassed. He also knew that his words were a little inappropriate. He really shouldn't have asked this in front of the little doll. Look, the little doll was scared. Fire spirit, don't be afraid. They're just joking. Leng Ruoxue glared at Fengde before consoling him. Yes. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Don't be afraid. No one will eat you. Fengde also comforted him. You don't have to worry. I'll think of a way to help this old man advance his flame. If there's no other way, I'll help him find a divine fire. The fire spirit promised. He had remembered what the disheveled old man had said to him just now. Therefore, he had a very good first impression of the old man. Hee, you're such a well-behaved and cute little kid. Grandpa thanks you first. Let Grandpa hug you. The disheveled old man was overjoyed to see the little fellow being so considerate and sensible. Seeing the disheveled old man carrying the child in his arms, the other old men were all envious. Not long after, a few of the older old men started fighting for the little fire spirit. Mo Yan and the others asked about the details of Leng Ruoxue and the demon. Leng Ruoxue explained the situation to them in detail, especially the dangers that the little fire spirit faced during its tribulation. After listening to it, everyone started to admire this little doll. After that, Leng Ruoxue inquired about the situation on their side. Qi pondered for a moment and then led his men to explore the volcano. When Qi arrived, Leng Ruoxue told him about the volcano's recent situation. However, she didn't reveal the little fire spirit's identity. She only said that the divine fire had failed its tribulation and had disappeared. The volcano had also become a ruin. Qi pondered for a moment and then led his men to explore the volcano. After verifying Leng Ruoxue's words, he decided to leave with his subordinates. After all, from his point of view, the danger of the volcano had been resolved. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any more volcanic eruptions in the future. He could return to his family to report on his mission. Before he left, Qi once again invited Leng Ruoxue and the others to visit the Qi family's divine territory. This time, Leng Ruoxue didn't reject him. After all, Qiu and Bao Bao were the two little fellows who were arguing about going to collect debts. In order to satisfy the two little money grubbers' strong demands, they could only make a trip to the Qi family's divine realm. Grandpa Uncle Lu, don't forget to collect the money from the Qi family on our behalf. Before entering the Qi family's main city, Qiu and Bao Bao reminded him in unison. I can't forget. Don't worry. The first elder said helplessly. It seemed that these two little guys were determined to use him as a gun. However, didn't they think that this was a waste of talent? He believed that he could be of even greater use. Qi, who was not far away, heard the conversation between the man and the two beasts. His mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this time, the Qi family is going to bleed a lot. Sigh. The head elder of the Craftsmen's Guild had personally come to collect the debt, would the patriarch dare to not pay? As he was thinking, Qi had already accompanied Leng Ruoxue and the rest into the Qi family's main city in the God domain. The great elder was carrying two cute, furry little beasts in his arms as he walked at the back of the group. The current grand elder was just an unremarkable old man, and the aura on his body was completely restrained. Therefore, if it weren't for the two cute little beasts in his arms, the pedestrians on the street wouldn't even give him a second look. The Qi family's main city was named Qi City. Like the other main cities in the divine realm, Qi City was very famous. The streets were unusually crowded. As they walked, the grand elder, who was at the back of the group, was separated from his group. Standing on a quiet path, the first elder was extremely depressed. He realized that he was lost. Sigh. If this were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by those old farts? Grandpa Uncle Lu, it's not embarrassing to be lost. Don't be sad. The baby consoled her considerately. Exactly. Big sister often gets lost too. In order to comfort the great elder, Qiu had sold Leng Ruoxue out without any hesitation. Really? That little girl is also lost? When first elder heard this, his interest was piqued, and the depression of being lost was greatly diluted. Hee. What's the big deal? Who hasn't lost their way before? Qiu said disapprovingly. That makes sense, but since we're already lost, let's take a good look around the street. The great elder suggested and began to adapt to the situation. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. After knowing that they had disappeared, the Qi family brat would definitely send people to find them. After saying that, First Elder carried the two cute little beasts, Jochio and Bao Bao, and wandered around the street. After Chi Rui brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest to the Chi family courtyard, everyone realized that the Great Elder was missing. Leng Ruoxue and the rest were not worried, but Chi Rui was. He wasn't worried that something would happen to the Great Elder Council, but he was afraid that someone would offend that old man. Not to mention that no one on the Divine Mainland could afford to offend that old man, even in the Divine Realm, few people would dare to offend him. At the thought of this, Chi Rui quickly sent people to look for her on the streets. In the main hall of the Chi family's courtyard, Chi Rui was sweating profusely as he looked at Leng Ruoxue and the rest who were carefree. He was burning with anxiety. Damn it, they had been searching for an entire afternoon and the people he had sent out had still not found the Great Elder and the two little beasts. They were so useless. Calm down, you're hot. Come, drink some water. Fengde took a glass of water and handed it to Chi Rui. Aren't you guys worried? Chi Rui asked speechlessly. These people were too calm. What's there to worry about? That old man is much stronger than us. Do we still need to worry about his safety? Fengde asked. You're right, but even if you're not worried, I am. Chi Rui said with a long face. What are you worried about? As long as you don't provoke him, that old man won't cause you any trouble. Fengde promised. The Great Elder's vengeful personality was too similar to the young miss. Sometimes, he couldn't help but think that the young miss was more like the Great Elder's granddaughter than Lu Feng, but that was of course impossible. I'm worried that there's someone in the city who doesn't know what's good for him. Chi Rui spoke his mind, and his heart relaxed a lot. Then they can only blame their bad luck. That old man is a vengeful person. Moreover, he will definitely make those who provoke him regret being born in this world. Fengde said with a smirk. I'm afraid he will vent his anger on the Chi clan. Chi Rui whispered. Hee. As long as it's not your Chi family's fault, the Grand Elder won't take his anger out on you. However, if someone from the Chi family really did offend the Grand Elder, then your Chi family can only pray for good luck. Fengde said half-jokingly. I'm afraid of this. Chi Rui said gloomily. The majority of the people in Chi City were inextricably linked to the Chi family. Furthermore, the good and bad were mixed together. Hence, this was what he was most worried about. Then I can't help you, sigh. You take care, I'm going to sleep. Fengde patted Chi Rui's shoulder and said sympathetically, it seems like it's not easy to be a young master. Look at how tired Chi Rui is. If he was worried about this and that, he would have gone crazy. After Fengde left, the rest of the people also found excuses to leave the main hall. However, just as Leng Ruoxue and the demon were about to leave, they were stopped by Chi Rui. Miss Leng, you have to help me. I wonder how young Master Chi would like me to help. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Miss Leng and First Elder have been together for quite a long time, so you should be clear about where First Elder will be going, right? Chi Rui probed. I really don't know about that. However, have your people searched the entire city? Leng Ruoxue retorted. Yes, my confidant said that they've searched the entire city, but they didn't find the First Elder and the two little beasts. Chi Rui told the truth. He was anxious because the First Elder was not in any of the inns and shops in the city. This person couldn't have just disappeared into thin air. Have you searched the suburbs? There are prison cells in Chi City, right? I suggest you look for it there as well. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. After she finished speaking, she left the main hall with the demon. The suburbs? A prison cell? Chi Rui mumbled to himself thoughtfully before he quickly ran out. Previous chapter. After Chi Rui left the main hall, he immediately ordered his subordinates to search the outskirts of the city, while he brought some men to Chi Cheng's prison to check. Before entering the cell, Chi Rui first asked the guard if there were any new prisoners today. After receiving a positive answer, his heart sank. Even though the guard said that the person who had been locked up was not an old man, he could not completely relax because the First Elder did not look like an old man. I hope it's not the First Elder, Chi Rui consoled himself. He then asked for the location of the prisoners and went to confirm with his men. When Chi Rui came to the cell door and saw the man sleeping soundly on the recliner through the bars, his heart sank to the bottom. That person was none other than the Great Elder he had been looking for. Damn it, hurry up and open the cell door. Chi Rui growled in anger. Who did this, to actually dare to lock the Armament Guild's Great Elder in a cell? You really don't want to live, but even if you want to die, don't drag others in. Young master, we don't have the key. One of his subordinates said with some difficulty. Break the lock. Chi Rui ordered. Yes. The subordinate replied. As he raised his hand and swung his blade, the huge lock of the cell was split into two. Chi Rui hurriedly ran in and stood beside the Great Elder. He called out softly, Uncle Lu, wake up. However, the head elder only turned over and did not wake up at all. Looking at the Great Elder who was sleeping soundly, Chi Rui frowned anxiously. However, he didn't dare to wake the Great Elder up too loudly, so he could only sigh continuously. At this moment, the guards were brought to Chi Rui. Young master, what can I do for you? The guard said carefully. He was puzzled in his heart. Who was this person? He actually asked the young master to come personally. Let me ask you, who put this person in the cell? Chi Rui suppressed his anger and said. It's the third young master. The guard felt the young master's anger and carefully replied. What reason? Chi Rui asked with a faint smile. Qi Yang, this is your own death, you can't blame anyone else. The third young master said that this person stole the Yao family's fifth young miss, beast pet. The guard quickly replied. What beast pet? Qi Rui was a little puzzled. Pet beasts couldn't be referring to the two black-hearted little beasts that the great elder had been carrying in his arms, right? No wonder he didn't see the shadow of those two little beasts by the great elder's side. This subordinate does not know. When this person entered, this subordinate did not see any beast pets. The guard replied truthfully. I know, you may leave. Do not tell anyone about this. Qi Rui ordered and immediately ordered his subordinates to invite Leng Ruoxue and the others to the courtyard. However, after waiting for more than 2 hours, he did not see his subordinates invite anyone, so he had no choice but to go personally. When he arrived at the Qi family's courtyard, Qi Rui saw his subordinates standing outside Leng Ruoxue's courtyard. Why are you guys standing outside? Qi Rui asked in confusion. Young master, they said that Miss Leng has already gone to rest and asked us not to disturb her. The subordinate said, somewhat speechless. Who said that? Qi Rui looked around but did not see anyone. We were the ones who said it, baby, who was guarding the door, said indifferently. Qi Rui followed the voice and looked down. He saw a purple fox in disguise. The fox's silver eyes were filled with disdain. Qi Rui was depressed. He was despised by Leng Ruoxue's beastie again. This was not the first time. I want to look for Miss Leng. Qi Rui said courteously. Despite his disdain, he still had to see Leng Ruoxue. He believed that only Leng Ruoxue could help him with this matter. I've said it before, my cute master is sleeping. If you have anything to do, please come early tomorrow. Baby said, not giving him any face. All right then. Qi Rui had no choice but to turn around and leave. He could not afford to offend any of these little beasts. The next day, when Leng Ruoxue and the others came out of the room, they saw Qi Rui pacing back and forth at the entrance of the courtyard before they even stepped out of the courtyard. Baby and the other little beasts were standing side by side at the entrance, blocking his way. My lovely master. When Baby and the other beastie saw Leng Ruoxue, they immediately pounced on her, allowing Qi Rui to enter the courtyard. Miss Leng, you're finally awake. Qi Rui heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Qi, why are you here so early in the morning? What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue played dumb. There's something. Qi Rui said with some difficulty. If you have something to say, say it. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. She knew what he wanted to say, but she could only pretend that she didn't know. The great elder has been locked up in a cell in Qi City. Qi Rui hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage to speak. What? Who did it? He was really too bold. He was an idol. He actually did something that I've always wanted to do, but never dared to. Before Leng Ruoxue could reply, Lu Feng could not help but exclaim. Furthermore, it seemed like he was gloating over her misfortune. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Qi Rui's cold sweat started to drip down. He never dreamed that Lu Feng would have such a reaction. This was really beyond his expectations. However, he was not in a good mood like Lu Feng. In fact, he was worried to death. Quickly tell me, who locked up that old man? I'm going to ask him for advice. Where did he get the courage to do that? Lu Feng pulled on Qi Rui's arm and asked anxiously. He's my third brother. Qi Rui told him the truth. That old man isn't someone who likes to cause trouble. What excuse did he find? Lu Feng mumbled to himself. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, and his eyebrows were knitted together. It's all because of Miss Leng's two little beasts. Qi Rui sighed and said, Leng Ruoxue's two beastie were too cute and too adorable. There were very few girls who could reject them. Wasn't this the trouble caused by the beastie again? Don't tell me those two little things were robbed again. Lu Feng guessed. Yes, I didn't see those two little beasts by the Grand Elder's side. Qi Rui said honestly. Ha ha ha. Whoever snatches those two little fellows will be the unlucky one. When Lu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's great, there's something fun to do now. Which young lady from the Qi family snatched Qiuqiu and Baby away again? Mo Yen also asked curiously. With the great elder around, the two little beasts were still stolen. This was very interesting. Those two little beasts should be in the hands of the Yao family's fifth young lady. Qi Rui said after some thought. The fifth young lady of the Yao family? I don't know him. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Miss Leng, please help me get the great elder out first. The grand elder refused to leave the cell. The old man had woken up before the sun had risen. He had wanted to bring the first elder out, but he had insisted that the Qi family and the Yao family give him justice. He would rather die than leave the cell. What did the great elder say? Leng Ruoxue asked. First elder said that he had never stolen anything in his life, so the Yao and Qi families have to give him an explanation. Qi Rui told Leng Ruoxue the grand elder's exact words. In fact, the grand elder didn't tell him the details, and he had been guarding the grand elder in the cell, so he didn't know much about the truth. Oh. Leng Ruoxue responded softly and did not continue. Miss Leng, come with me to the prison. I'm at my wit's end against the grand elder. Qi Rui begged. Sure, but you'll have to wait until we're done with breakfast. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and then called everyone to the dining room to eat. When they arrived at the dining hall, the servants in the courtyard had already prepared breakfast. Leng Ruoxue and the rest sat down and began to eat. However, Qi Rui, who was also sitting at the dining table, seemed to be absent-minded. Leng Ruoxue could not help but smile and comfort him. Young Master Qi, calm down. Since things have already come to this, there's no use in being depressed. However, I can tell you clearly that it's impossible to be kind. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Qi Rui knew that there was no way to deal with the aftermath of this matter. He had already tried his best. Forget it, he didn't care anymore. Some people in the Qi family should be taught a lesson. After thinking it through, Qi Rui no longer felt that the meal was like chewing wax. After breakfast, everyone went to the prison cell and toured it. After entering the cell, Fengde and the others looked around as if they had entered a grand view garden, and they even talked about it from time to time. Your Qi family's prison cell is pretty clean, but there aren't many prisoners inside. Fengde said with regret. That's right. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from Qi Rui's forehead, not knowing how to answer. I've never stayed in a prison in the divine realm before. Why don't you lock me in here for a few days too? Fengde asked with anticipation. I don't think so. There's nothing fun to do in the prison. Qi Rui said in a hurry. He was so depressed that he didn't know what to do with the first elder. If they were all locked in, the Qi family wouldn't be able to survive in the godly mainland. But, I'm very curious. Fengde said, unwilling to give up. We're here, the Grand Elder is inside. When Qi Rui saw that they had already reached the front of the Great Elder's cell, he hurriedly shouted and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head. He thought to himself, fortunately, we've arrived, it was so dangerous. Leng Ruoxue and the rest stood outside the cell where the Grand Elder was locked up. They saw the Grand Elder eating and drinking well inside the cell. There were 5 to 6 servants serving him. Great Elder, you're really happy to be in prison. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Little girls, you've come to see me. Woo, I finally get to see you. The Great Elder threw away the beast leg in his hand and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others through the bars with teary eyes. It was as if they had not seen each other for a long time, and Leng Ruoxue and the others were here to check on him. Stinky old man, you should reform yourself properly and strive to be released from your sentence as soon as possible. Lu Feng laughed and teased. Qi family brat, lock this stinky brat in here as well. He'll keep this old man company. The Grand Elder ordered. Qi Rui almost fainted after hearing the first elder's words. Why did you have to involve an outsider like me in your matters? Moreover, he was the Great Elder. The cell door wasn't locked. Old man, do you have to make Leng Ruoxue and the others look so miserable as if they were here to visit? There's no need for him to close it, I'll go in myself. At this time, Lu Feng spoke again. After he finished speaking, he walked directly into the cell. Ugh. Qi Rui was dumbfounded. What was going on? Little girl. I've let you down. I wasn't able to protect Qiuqiu and our baby, and they were actually stolen by someone else. Furthermore, those bastards even accused me first, saying that I stole Qiuqiu and our baby from the Yao family's 5th young miss. This old man has lived for so many years, but I've never stolen anyone's things. I didn't expect that I'd lose my integrity at an old age. Woo, I don't want to live anymore. The Great Elder complained tearfully. His words were enough to make those who didn't know the situation feel sympathy. Great Elder, please take care of your body. In this world, evil people are in charge. We, the vulnerable group, should just endure it. AI. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said sympathetically. I wonder how the cute little Qiuqiu and the baby are doing. Those 2 little guys won't be mistreated, right? The first elder said with a worried expression. AI. I'm also worried. Leng Ruoxue sighed. However, she was worried that Miss Yao would be abused by Qiuqiu and her baby. Ever since they had been captured by the Qi family's young miss, the 2 little things had been receiving special training from their precious and other beasts. They had learned a lot of new torturous ideas, and he wondered if the Yao family's young miss could take it. Little girl. Since you already know my whereabouts, you can go back first. I'm fine, the treatment here isn't bad, and I'm quite used to living here. You don't have to worry about me. You should think of a way to save Qiuqiu and the baby first. The Great Elder didn't even say 2 words before he started to drive them away. Okay, then we'll go back first. Leng Ruoxue agreed. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left with Fengde and the others. Previous chapter. Seeing this, Qi Rui felt helpless. He could tell that even when Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived, the first elder had no intention of leaving the cell. It seemed that grandfather had to personally come forward. Thinking of this, he bade the Great Elder farewell and left the cell. After Qi Rui left the cell, he went straight to the back mountain of the Qi family's main residence. That was the Qi family's forbidden area and also the Qi family's place of seclusion. However, only the family's respected elders were qualified to cultivate there. At this moment, his grandfather, the head of the Qi family, was cultivating in seclusion there. Qi Rui was only allowed to enter after receiving permission from the guards of the forbidden area. Arriving at the door of his grandfather's secret room, Qi Rui said softly, "Grandpa. Come in." A man's voice came from the secret room. After getting his grandfather's permission, Qi Rui opened the door of the secret room and walked in. Rui, is there something important? A middle-aged man of about 50 years old sat on a futon and looked at his grandson. Grandfather, Qi clan has offended someone they shouldn't have. Qi Rui said softly. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't do anything about it, he wouldn't have bothered his grandfather. Rui, tell me the matter clearly. What exactly happened? The middle-aged man's brows immediately furrowed when he heard this, and he spoke with some displeasure. Yes. Qi Rui took a deep breath and explained everything that had happened. However, before he could finish, bang was heard. The table in front of him was smashed by his grandfather. Grandpa! Grandpa! Qi Rui called out softly. Although he had expected that his grandfather would be angry when he found out about this, he did not expect that his usually reserved grandfather would show his anger in front of him. This group of incompetent bastards. The middle-aged man cursed. Grandfather, please don't be angry. It's all because I'm too useless. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't solve this matter, I wouldn't have dared to trouble you. Recently, his grandfather had often gone into closed-door cultivation to seek a breakthrough. Although it was not a life-and-death cultivation, he would not bother his grandfather unless it was an important matter. How can I blame you for this? What did your uncle say? The middle-aged man asked. Grandpa, I haven't seen uncle yet. Qi Rui said honestly. Where the hell did he go? The middle-aged man roared in anger. Damn it, his son had caused such a big trouble, and he, as the father, was not here. This was outrageous. Fortunately, he had only handed the Qi family to him temporarily. Otherwise, their family would have been defeated by him sooner or later. Grandpa, you'd better ask uncle yourself where he is. It's not convenient for me to tell you, but I've already sent people to get big uncle back. Qi Rui said with some difficulty. Rui, go and gather the elders. I'll be there immediately. The middle-aged man ordered after some thought. All right, he said. Yes, master. Qi Rui replied and left the forbidden area. After informing the elders to gather in the meeting room, Qi Rui went ahead to wait for them. The elders arrived one after another. When they saw Qi Rui, they couldn't help but ask, Young master, the patriarch and the great elders are not here. Why have you gathered us at this time? You'll know in a while. Qi Rui said indifferently. Not long after, the head of the Qi family and the first elder arrived at the meeting room. When the elders saw the family head and first elder who were in closed-door cultivation, they were all puzzled. Weren't these two in closed-door cultivation together? Why did he come out so quickly? Rui, tell the elders about this. The head of the Qi family instructed after taking the main seat. Yes, Grandpa. Qi Rui responded and then told the elders about the matter. When the elders present heard this, their faces all turned pale and they didn't speak for a long time. This matter was really too big for them. After a long while, an elder regained his senses and asked carefully, Young master, are you sure that person is the head elder of the Craftsman's Guild? If seventh elder doesn't believe me, you can ask the main family to send someone to confirm it. However, I can tell you that the last time I went to Fiery City to attend Rumei's wedding, it was this first elder who presided over it. Qi Rui said indifferently. But the seventh elder still had some questions, but under the glare of the family head, he didn't dare to continue asking. If the elders still have any doubts about the identity of the great elder, you can just send a tool master to the prison to verify it. At this moment, the Qi family's first elder coughed and said. Right. Right. It should be verified more clearly. The seventh elder quickly chimed in. Seventh elder, if that's the case, then you should go with Master Feng. The first elder ordered. Master Feng was a weaponsmith that the Qi family had hired. Even though he was not as famous as Leng Xiaoyu, he was still considered a reputable weaponsmith in the world of blacksmiths. Yes. Grand elder, please be at ease. I will definitely investigate that person's identity. The seventh elder promised. However, when the seventh elder investigated, he was as listless as a frost-beaten eggplant. When everyone saw his expression, they all understood that the person's identity was probably real. Are you willing to believe me now? Qi Rui sneered. Young master, you have to think of a way. Otherwise, our Qi clan will be in deep trouble. The seventh elder begged with tears in his eyes. I can't do anything about this. If I had a way, I wouldn't have gone to ask grandfather. Qi Rui's voice was cold. When something happened, he had to think of a solution. Why didn't he think of him when there was something good? Young master, I heard that you returned with the grand elder and the others. I believe you two have some friendship. The seventh elder asked. We came back together, but I don't have much of a relationship with them. Don't you think about the position of the great elder? Moreover, I can tell you clearly that the great elder is here to collect a debt. Qi Rui sneered. Rui, what do you mean? The head of the Qi family asked with a face full of question marks. Was there something he didn't know? Grandfather, when Big Uncle arranged for me to go to the floating cloud city to investigate the volcano, Leng also insisted on going with them and even had a conflict with them. The cause was also those two little beasts. Qi Rui explained simply. Where is Leng Tell her to get her ass over here. The master of the Qi family was furious. Grandfather, Leng is recuperating in her room. Qi Rui said. On the way back to Qi City, Leng Ruoxue and the others had ruthlessly taught that willful cousin of hers a lesson, so Leng had become much more well-behaved. After returning, she had immediately entered her room, not daring to meet anyone. Then tell her to come out. The head of the Qi family roared. Yes, I'll send someone to call him. Qi Rui said hurriedly. Not long after, Leng Ruoxue was brought to the meeting room by the guards. When Leng Ruoxue saw the family head and the seventh elder sitting in the hall, she immediately rushed to them with tears in her eyes and cried, "Grandpa, Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Ruoxue actually ganged up with outsiders to bully me." "Presumptuous, who gave you the right to call Ruoxue? You should call him young master." The head of the Qi family narrowed his eyes and said unhappily. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to Leng Ruoxue's rudeness. However, after they had caused so much trouble, he could no longer indulge these unfilial descendants. "Grandfather, I'm your most beloved granddaughter. You. How can you shout at me?" Leng Ruoxue said in an extremely aggrieved manner, tears flowing down from the corners of her eyes. "He's the young master of the Qi family, the future head of the family." The head of the Qi family reminded. Perhaps his past strategies were all wrong. He should not have let Ruoxue tolerate them. Now, it was great. These people were raised to be lawless. "Grandpa." Leng Ruoxue looked at the seventh elder for help. However, the seventh elder, who had always doted on her, turned his head. "Guards, lock Leng Ruoxue up. Without my permission, no one is allowed to let her out. Otherwise, I will punish her with the family law." The Qi family's head angrily ordered, and then, the crying Leng Ruoxue was dragged away by the cold-blooded guards. As for whether she still had a chance to be released, the elders present were not in the mood to care. "Elders, tell me what we should do about this." After Leng Ruoxue was taken away, the head of the Qi family spoke again. "Family head, I think we should ask the great elder to come out of prison first. Otherwise, if this matter gets out, I'm afraid the family head will blame us." An elder reminded. "If I could, would I need to ask you?" The head of the Qi family sneered. "Don't you know that it's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away? Did they really think that the head elder of the Armament Guild headquarters was so easy to catch? He actually said that they stole 2 little beasts." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. When the elders heard this, they fell silent again. "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to send off the great elder. Ruoxue, personally go to the Yao family and invite the head of the Yao family for me." The head of the Qi family ordered. Since this matter had involved the Yao family, then they shouldn't even think about staying out of it. If this matter couldn't be resolved, he would have to make a scapegoat. "Yes, Grandpa. I wonder what reason you'll give?" Ruoxue asked. "Just say that his precious granddaughter got into trouble and he has to deal with it personally. If he doesn't want to come, you can tell him the details." The head of the Qi family said after some thought. "Yes." Ruoxue nodded and left the meeting room. After Ruoxue left, the head of the Qi family and the first elder personally went to the prison to visit the first elder. However, the grand elder clearly did not welcome them. After seeing them, he acted as if he had not seen them. The Qi family head and grand elder could not help but look at each other with bitter smiles. This time, Qi clan had really kicked an iron plate, and it was a 10,000-year profound iron plate. "Hello, first elder. I'm the Qi family's head, Qi Yuan." The Qi family head introduced himself. "I'm the Qi clan's first elder, Qi Tong." The Qi family's first elder also said. "Oh. What can I do for you 2 Qi family kids?" The first elder said indifferently. "Great elder, this junior was rude and offended you. I hereby apologize to you." Qi Yuan said very sincerely. "First elder, I'll also apologize to you." Qi Tong also hurriedly said. "You guys didn't bump into me?" The first elder blinked his eyes and asked with a face full of question marks. "It's my useless grandson who offended you. As his grandfather, I have to apologize to you." Qi Yuan said helplessly. "Oh. In fact, they didn't really offend me. They just said that I stole Yao Wu's beast pet and even took my beast pet away. AI. My poor Qiu and baby. It's been a day, I wonder if you've been abused by that D*MN woman or if you've starved." The first elder sighed and muttered to himself. "First elder, don't worry. We'll help you find your tamed beasts. Furthermore, we won't let them lose a single hair. Can you please leave this place with us first?" Qi Tong coaxed. "Can I really lose a single hair? I don't believe you." The great elder laughed evilly, his eyes full of schemes. "If they lose even a single hair, I guarantee that the Yao family will compensate them at the same price. What do you think, great elder?" Qi Tong asked with a smile. He wasn't stupid. Those 2 beast pets were snatched for the Yao clan's 5th young miss, so if they had to compensate, it would naturally be the Yao clan. So, even if they were to lose a single hair, it was none of their Qi clan's business. "I like what you said, but I was locked up by the 3rd young master of your Qi family. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been locked up." The first elder laughed. Grand elder, if you have any requests, please state them. We will definitely satisfy you." The moment Qi Tong heard that there was a chance, he hurriedly said. "I don't have any requests. If you really have a request, it'll seem like I'm extorting you. In fact, I'm really innocent." The great elder said with a long face. "First elder, what I mean is, we are willing to compensate you for the mental damage you have suffered." Qi Yi hurriedly changed his words. "Oh. To be honest, I'm really hurt, sigh. If word of this gets out, what face would I have left in the divine realm?" The first elder said gloomily. "Don't worry, great elder. I promise that this matter will not be spread. Qi Yuan also said. What's the use of your promise? I haven't even seen your family's third young master yet. I want to confront him face to face. When did he see me steal the Yao family's fifth young beast? The first elder said with some anger. First elder, the third young master has accompanied the young lady of the Yao family out of the city. We've already sent people to look for him. Once we find him, we guarantee that he will be brought to you as soon as possible and be at your disposal. Qi Tong said in a fawning manner. Don't say that, I wouldn't dare to punish the Qi family. I just want to prove my innocence, that's all. The first elder said with some fear. That's right, we can't afford to offend the Qi and Yao families. At this time, Lu Feng also interjected. May I ask who you are? Qi Tong looked at the young man who was sitting opposite the great elder and asked curiously. Lu Feng's back was facing him previously, so he thought that this person was the great elder's subordinate. However, after seeing Lu Feng's true face, he didn't dare to think that way anymore. This person's appearance and bearing were definitely that of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. He's just a small fry, not worth mentioning. Lu Feng's tone was cold. Ha ha ha. He was Lu Feng. Compared to me, he is indeed a nobody. The great elder laughed and exposed Lu Feng's identity. Old man, even if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Lu Feng said with a slight dissatisfaction. So what if I said it? Bite me. The first elder chuckled. Listening to the two of them bickering, Qi Yuan and Qi Tong's foreheads were filled with cold sweat. They thought to themselves that their Qi city's prison cell this time could be recorded in the history books. To think that the great elder and vice president of the Armament Guild were locked up in there. In the entire divine realm, there probably wasn't any prison cell that had such an honor. However, no one would want such an honor. Qi family kids, you can go back now. Don't come and disturb us if there's nothing important. While he and Lu Feng were glaring at each other, First Elder didn't forget to instruct Qi Yuan and Qi Tong. Yes, Great Elder. Sir Lu Feng, we will take our leave first. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison. After Qi Yuan and Qi Yi left, Lu Feng rolled his eyes at First Elder and calmly asked, Old man, how big do you want to play? What do you mean by playing big? I'm not a gambler. The First Elder replied indifferently. After he finished speaking, he even took a bite of the food on the table. Then, he spat it out in disgust and said, this dish is really unpalatable. Go back and ask the little girl to make something delicious and send it to me. Old man, you're treating me like an errand boy? Lu Feng's eyes were wide open as he said in dissatisfaction. Isn't it? I thought you were here to run errands for me. The First Elder said as a matter of course. You. Lu Feng was so angry, but he still resigned himself to his fate and left the cell to find food for the picky First Elder. 3 days later. The head of the Yao family arrived in Qi City in a hurry. When he arrived, he did not see the head of the Qi family, so he went straight to the prison cell. However, after being refused entry, he could only go to see Qi Yuan with a bitter face. In the main hall of the Qi family's residence. Qi Yuan sat on the main seat with a straight face, not saying a word. Seeing this, the head of the Yao family could only remain silent. Although he wanted to ask more about this matter, the old fox of the Qi family did not give him the chance. Yao family head, I'm sure you've already met the Great Elder. What are your plans? Qi Tong, who was sitting on Qi Yuan's left, asked. This. I wonder what the Qi family's plans are. Whatever your Qi clan does, our Yao clan will do the same. The head of the Yao family made up his mind. Master Yao, although my Qi family is also responsible for this matter, the main responsibility lies with your Yao family. So, if your Yao family deals with it the same way as us, I'm afraid First Elder won't be satisfied. Qi Tong reminded. Then what do you guys think we should do? How can I please the Great Elder? The head of the Yao family asked helplessly. When he heard the news, he almost fainted from shock. These granddaughters and grandsons were really too troublesome. They had actually provoked the Armament Guild headquarters, Great Elder. What should they do now? If the main family knew about this, they would have to be sacrificed in order to appease the Great Elder. I don't know, but the Great Elder's 2 little beasts are still in the hands of your family's 5th miss. The Great Elder said that if his 2 little beasts are missing a single hair, your Yao family will have to compensate according to the price. The Great Elder said, feigning an imperial edict. Yup. Yao family head, I wonder where your family's 5th young lady has taken my disappointing grandson to. It's been 3 days and we haven't even found their shadow. Qi Yuan asked angrily. If they couldn't find the Yao family's 5th young lady, it was the same as not being able to find the 2 little beasts. He was very afraid that the Yao family's young lady would play with the 2 little beasts, which were said to have no attack power, to death. If that happened, wouldn't the Great Elder have to fight them to the death? Don't worry, Qi family head. I've also sent people to look for him. I believe they'll find him very soon. The head of the Yao family said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? I've heard the subordinates of those 2 little beasts say that besides being cute, they don't attack at all. Your family's daughter's hands are neither light nor heavy. If you accidentally kill those 2 little beasts, can you bear the anger of the Great Elder? Qi Yuan questioned. He felt embarrassed when he thought about this. She was the daughter of the Yao family, after all. She could get any beast pet she wanted. If they had to rob others, then so be it. And she still had to accuse others of stealing from her. What the hell is this? AI. Apart from sighing, the head of the Yao family didn't know what else to say. In contrast to the tense atmosphere in the Yao and Qi clan, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were very relaxed in the courtyard. After Qi Rui invited the head of the Yao family back, he went to the courtyard to look for Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others chatting and laughing with ease, not looking worried at all, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Looking at the quality of their hearts, and then looking at himself, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. "You're back." Leng Ruoxue greeted Qi Rui indifferently when she saw him. "Yes, I haven't found Qiuqiu and the baby," Qi Rui said, a little embarrassed. He was still a little worried about the safety of the two little beasts. After all, the two little fellows did not attack. "I know," Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. She also missed Qiuqiu and the baby a little. It was time for them to come back. "Miss Leng, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect such a thing to happen when I invited you to Qi City," Qi Rui said apologetically. "There's no need to apologize. Although Qiuqiu and Bao Bao have been captured, it's still uncertain who will be the unlucky one," Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. Actually, she had been keeping in contact with the two little fellows for the past few days. She knew that the two little things were having a lot of fun. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Humph. Her beastie wasn't that easy to snatch. If she didn't make them pay a painful price, how could those people remember? When Qi Rui heard Leng Ruoxue's confident words, he had no choice but to swallow all his apologetic feelings. It was only a few days later, when he saw Qi Yang and the fifth young lady of the Yao family, that he completely believed Leng Ruoxue's words. At the same time, in a barren mountain not far from Qi City, two small beasts, one yellow and one black, were jumping and shuttling through the forest. Behind them were dozens of people. The two little beasts ran and stopped, occasionally turning back to look. "Stop! You two little bastards, come back!" A woman's shrill cry rang out from the desolate mountain forest, immediately scaring the timid birds and beasts away. "Shoo! Keep your voice down, you're scaring the beasts. Besides, we're not beasts, the beasts are the people who are chasing us, hee." The baby turned around and said with a smirk on her face. Her little mouth even twitched arrogantly. "Baby brother, don't talk nonsense with them. I'm tired from running too, let's take a rest," Qiuqiu said, panting. "All right," he said. The baby nodded, and the two little guys sat down on the spot. "They're tired. Catch them," the woman ordered loudly. "Yes. Yes," the subordinate replied and immediately surrounded the two little beasts who were resting. However, they knew that these two little beasts were very cunning, so they were very cautious and raised their vigilance. "Calm down, relax. We won't run anymore." Qiuqiu chuckled when it saw the guards acting as if they were facing a great enemy. "You two little bastards, how dare you run away? Watch how I teach you a lesson." The woman stood in front of her baby and Qiuqiu and shouted angrily. In order to chase them, her legs were about to break from all the running. She had never run so far before. She was so angry. "We won't run anymore, we'll be good, please spare us. You little bastard." The baby begged with tears in her eyes. "Yup. We won't run anymore." Qiuqiu also hurriedly chimed in. That pitiful little appearance could really make one's heart ache. "Humph. If you dare to run again, I'll break your legs," the woman couldn't help but say with a smug tone after seeing the two little beasts admit defeat. "We're not running." Qiuqiu and Bao Bao looked at each other and laughed. They promised in unison, hee. Of course, they wouldn't run anymore. The game had just begun. Previous chapter. "Lock them up in the prison, let's see if they still dare to run," the young woman ordered her subordinates. "Don't throw us in jail. We promise to be good and not run," Qiuqiu pitifully begged. Yes, I can also guarantee that." The baby raised its little paw and made a vow. A cunning light flashed in its eyes. "All right then. From now on, you have to perform well. If you make this young lady happy, this young lady will not lack your meat," the young woman said with satisfaction. The group of subordinates looked at their young miss with strange gazes. They thought to themselves, did young miss take the wrong medicine? He actually let go of these two little beasts so easily. It was really too inconceivable. This wasn't like the young miss. However, they were even more surprised. In the next few days, the young woman would grant all the requests of the two little beasts. She was just short of worshipping them like they were her ancestors, causing all her subordinates to complain. Because these two little beasts had too many requests, they were so tormented that they were about to fall apart. "I want to eat barbecued meat. I want to eat grilled fish. This meat isn't cooked. This fish is overcooked." Qiuqiu and Bao Bao looked at the subordinates who were busy spinning around like a top. They were extremely picky and kept finding fault with them as they prepared food for them. "Little ancestor, this fish and meat are just right. You'll know when you eat it," one of his subordinates said with a sad face. "We don't need to eat to know that it's definitely not good. Feed the pigs all the food you've made. We don't care," Bao Bao said in disdain. Ugh. This subordinate was depressed. He was supposed to feed the pigs with the food he had prepared, but where did the pigs come from? However, in the blink of an eye, he was dumbfounded because he really saw boar beasts. And it was not just one, but a group. The herd of boar beasts swarmed over from a distance. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. By the time they dared to open their eyes, the boar beasts had already destroyed all the food they had prepared and disappeared without a trace. This group of swine beasts had completely verified the meaning of the saying, come without a trace, leave without a trace. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Where's the food? You bunch of good-for-nothings, can't even look after some food. When the young woman saw that their food was all gone, she couldn't help but roar in anger. Was it easy to find some food in this barren mountain? He actually didn't look after her properly. She was really angry. Miss, the soil was too big just now. We couldn't open our eyes. One of his subordinates explained in a low voice. You still dare to talk back to me, humph. As punishment, you're not allowed to eat for the entire day. The young woman said angrily. Man, don't be angry. I have some food here. You can have it. Qi Yang took out a piece of dried meat from his storage ring and handed it to the young woman, Yao Man. I'm not eating. This thing is so hard, how can I eat it? What are you guys doing? Hurry up and go hunting. Yao Man ordered her subordinates. Yes. The subordinates replied and immediately went hunting. However, half a day had passed, and not a single one of her subordinates had returned. Seeing this, Yao Man flew into a rage again. Damn it, where the hell did they go? Are you trying to starve me to death? Yao Man complained angrily. Man, don't worry. I think it's not easy to find the prey in this mountain. That's why they've been away for so long. Qi Yang consoled in a soft voice. Not easy to find? Then where did the boar beasts come from? The thought of it made Yao Man even angrier. That. Qi Yang was at a loss for words. He couldn't figure out where the boar beasts had come from. What's that sound? Suddenly, there was a buzzing. The voice came from afar, and Yao Man immediately became alert. However, her reaction was still too slow. Moreover, the owner of the voice was already very close when she spoke. Tens of thousands of densely packed bees were swarming toward the two of them. Arg! Get lost! Get lost! Get away from me! Yao Man shrieked as she tried to dodge the swarm of bees, but no matter how hard she tried, she was always surrounded by the swarm of bees, and the number of bees was only increasing. Not only her, Qi Yang was also surrounded by countless bees, and when the bees gradually dispersed, the two of them had countless bumps of different sizes on their faces and arms, causing them to feel both pain and itch. When the two of them saw this, they quickly took out an antidote and put it in their mouths. However, it only slightly relieved the itch and pain. Why are you two little bastards fine? Yao Man accidentally saw Qiu and the baby watching them and couldn't help but be furious. We're too small, they didn't notice. Bao laughed evilly. Oh. I'm leaving for a while, Yao Man said, not suspecting him. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly went into the tent. However, Baby and Qiu didn't need to guess to know what she was doing. After a long time, a scream suddenly came from the tent. Arg! Help me! Yao Man's voice reached the ears of the man and the two beasts. Qi Yang immediately ran into the tent when he heard it, but then, there was another paw. The sound of a slap. When Qiu and the baby heard this, they instantly covered their little mouths and laughed secretly. After that, there were a few more bang sounds. However, this time, it was as if Qiu and the baby didn't hear anything. They went into their small tents and went to sleep. The next day, when Qi Yang and Yao Man came out of the tent, both of them didn't look too good. Seeing this, Qiu and Bao immediately put on an innocent look and said with a little resentment, why did you guys go in for so long? We're all going to starve to death. They're not back yet? Yao Man asked awkwardly. She was obviously referring to her subordinates. No, I didn't, T. There's only the four of us here now, so go find us some food. The baby instructed. Little bastard, you dare to order me around? Yao Man was a little angry. She could pretend that she didn't see how these two little ****stards tortured her subordinates, but she couldn't order them around. If you guys don't want to go, do you want us to go? With our small arms and legs, can we even catch any prey? Bao said matter-of-factly. Man, I'll go. You can rest here. Qi Yang said considerately. After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave the camp. However, before he left, he was so angered by Qiu's words of concern that he almost vomited blood. Big brother, you have to be careful. Don't go and never return like those people. Qiu reminded him in an extremely pure manner. You. Qi Yang glared fiercely at Qiu for a few seconds, then turned around and left in a huff. As he left, he kept consoling himself, don't be calculative with a little beast, that's beneath your dignity. Qi Yang didn't return even at night, so Qiu and Bao couldn't help but ask Yao Man worriedly, new master. Then does big brother not want you anymore? Look, he has been gone for so long and still hasn't returned. AI. They must have abandoned you. He would dare. When Yao Man heard this, the anger in her heart started to burst out. She thought for a moment and said to the two little beasts, you two, come with me to find them. Alright. I love finding people. The two little beasts said happily. Then, they jumped onto Yao Man's shoulders and followed her to look for the person. After searching for 2 days, Yao Man was so hungry that she had even finished eating the dry rations that she despised the most before she finally found Qi Yang's traces in a dark cave. By now, Qi Yang was so famished that he could no longer differentiate north from south. Qi Yang, get up here and die. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Yao Man ordered. Man, I can't go up. Give me a hand. Qi Yang said weakly, but his heart was filled with hatred. Damn stupid woman, if I could go up by myself, would have gone up a long time ago. Would he have waited until now? Wait here, I'm going to find something. With that, Yao Man started looking around for a stronger vine to pull Qi Yang up, but she couldn't find a single one that was slightly thicker. Man, haven't you found her yet? Qi Yang, who had been waiting at the bottom of the cave for too long, couldn't help but ask. No, the surrounding vines can't withstand your weight. Yao Man said honestly. New master, you can use your whip. Qiu reminded. I'll try. Only then did Yao Man remember that she still had a whip. She pulled it out from her waist and swung it at the cave. However, the cave was very deep, and Qi Yang couldn't reach it. New master, your belt should be long enough to connect to the whip. Bao suggested. Yes. Yao Man took off her belt obediently and swung the whip down again. However, even though it was long enough, not only did she not manage to pull Qi Yang up, she was even pulled down by his weight. Qi Yang, you idiot. Yao Man, who had been dragged into the water, roared from the bottom of the hole, which made Qiu and the baby burst into laughter. You two little bastards, stop laughing. Hearing the ear-piercing laughter, Yao Man's anger shot up to the top of her head. However, her words made the two little fellows laugh even more heartily. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Bao and Qiu laughed and rolled on the ground. Their little paws even naughtily threw the soil around the cave into the cave. At this moment, a huge figure stood in front of Qiu and its baby. Then, it cooperatively used its large claws to throw the soil into the hole. Arg! Damn it, stop right now. Yao Man was caught off guard and was hit on the head by a large rock that was thrown from outside the cave. Blood immediately flowed down her forehead. Boss, should we stop? The huge figure asked. Of course not. Continue. Bao said with a smile and looked at her new little brother with great satisfaction. Hee. This bear is not bad. He carried out his orders very well. All right. The giant bear grinned and said happily. Its paws, which were like small mountains, kept throwing the soil around the cave into it. Don't throw it away anymore, I'm begging you. After a long time, a pleading voice came from the hole. At this time, Qiu and Bao looked down curiously and saw that Qi Yang and Yao Man had been buried up to their necks. The soil that had buried them was thick and sticky. It was now almost sticking to their bodies and sticking to them. Didn't you say that you wanted to die on the same day, same month, and same year? I want to help you. Bao laughed evilly. Damn it, how did you know? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Qi Yang roared in anger, because these were the words he had said last night. Tisk, do I even need to eavesdrop? You guys were talking so loudly, I'm afraid all the living creatures in the mountain heard you. Bao said with a hint of mockery. You. Qi Yang was furious. Damn it, he had actually been angered to the point of speechlessness by a little beast. This really hurt his self-esteem. Please think of a way to save us. Surprisingly, Yao Man didn't get angry. Instead, she started to plead. It's not impossible to save you, but what benefits can we get? The baby looked up at the sky and asked calmly. I am the fifth young lady of the Yao family. I can give you anything you want. Yao Man said hurriedly, but she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Damn you little b****stards, I'll deal with you guys when I get out. As she cursed, she didn't forget to give Qi Yang a look. Yes, I am the third young master of the Qi clan. I can give you whatever you want. As long as you save us, everything can be discussed. Qi Yang took a deep breath and coaxed. I see. All right then. Bao pretended to be deep in thought and nodded. She laughed in her heart. These two idiots. Did they really think that it was so easy to deceive? Then, it gave its newly adopted little brother bear a look. Little brother bear understood and stretched out its long arm, pulling out 2-foot radishes from the ground. As soon as the two radishes, Yao Man and Qi Yang, landed on the ground, they wanted to take revenge even before they could see the situation in front of them. However, they were knocked out by little brother Xiong with a punch each. When they woke up, they found themselves tied up to an extremely thick tree trunk. In front of them, other than Qiu and their baby, there was also a 2-meter-tall brown bear staring at them with a pair of big, bell-like eyes. You. What do you want? Don't mess around. I'm the young lady of the Yao family. Yao Man threatened, a little scared. I don't know if you're really stupid or just faking it. In this situation, you still dare to threaten us. Little brother bear, let your friends come and teach them a lesson. The baby pouted and ordered. Yes, boss. Little brother bear then blew a loud whistle. Not long after, buzz was heard. The voice rang out once more, and Qi Yang and Yao Man's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that the swarm of bees yesterday was with Bao and Qiu. However, before they could say anything, they were surrounded by the bees. After a while, the swarm of bees disappeared, and Yao Man and Qi Yang were once again covered in bumps of different sizes and shapes. Bao looked at the bee colony's masterpiece with satisfaction and asked with a faint smile, do you want to have a taste of being bitten by venomous snakes and insects? No, let us go. Yao Man said painfully. Her entire body and face were extremely itchy. Although she wanted to scratch it, she was tied up and couldn't move at all. She could only rub her head against the tree, but that didn't solve the problem. Qi Yang's condition was not much better than hers. Let you go? In your dreams. Bao Bao pouted and said in disdain. Little brother bear, do you want to take in 2 little brothers? The baby asked again with a smirk. Boss, what do you mean? Little brother bear's face was full of question marks. Why don't you take them in as your servants? Bao Bao suggested. Servant? I don't want to. Boss, to be honest, I despise them. Little brother bear said honestly. What could he do then? Why don't you ask the queen bee to take them in as servants? The baby asked after thinking for a while. The queen bee also disdains them. I think those poisonous insects quite like them. However, the level of those poisonous insects is too low, so they can't take in servants. Little brother bear said very seriously. So they won't be able to give it out? The baby was in a difficult position, and their conversation made Yao Man and Qi Yang faint from anger. When the 2 of them woke up again, they were no longer tied to the tree. However, the 2 of them were completely exhausted and had no strength left in their bodies. They couldn't run even if they wanted to, and Baby and Qiuqiu naturally treated the 2 of them as servants and ordered them around. In less than a day, Yao Man and Qi Yang had been tormented to the point that they were lying on the ground and refused to get up. It was only when the 2 little beasts received Leng Ruoxue's voice transmission that their suffering was finally over. After that, Qiuqiu and Baby Su ordered Qi Yang and Yao Man to make a simple recliner. Then, the 2 of them carried it back with little brother Xiong supervising them the entire way. The 2 of them and the 3 beasts returned home. When Qi Yang and the Yao clan's 5th young lady appeared at the city gates in tattered clothes, the news of their return was immediately sent to the Qi clan's main residence. After the Qi clan and Yao clan received the news, they headed straight for the city gates. Leng Ruoxue and the rest naturally received the news from Qiuqiu and knew that they had returned. They also headed in the direction of the city gates. When the 3 groups of people arrived at the city gates and saw Qi Yang and the Yao family's 5th young miss, their eyes and mouths were all wide open in disbelief. Ugh! Were the 2 beggars in front of him really Qi Yang and the 5th young miss of the Yao family? The Qi clan and Yao clan members mused. At this moment, Qi Yang and the Yao clan's 5th young lady's clothes were in tatters, and their exposed skin was covered in scars. Their faces were red and blue, their eyes were swollen to the point where only a slit was left, and their lips were swollen like 2 sausages. If it were not for the identity medallions on their bodies, no one would have believed that these 2 were the Qi clan's 3rd young master and the Yao clan's 5th young lady. On the chairs they were carrying, there were 2 cute furry little beasts, one black and one yellow. The 2 little beasts' fur was smooth and soft, and they shone dazzlingly under the sun. At this time, the 2 little beasts' eyes were half closed, clearly enjoying the warmth of the sun. There was also a giant bear that was more than 2 meters tall, guarding the 2 little beasts like a guardian. After discovering Leng Ruoxue, the 2 little beasts pounced into her arms like 2 bolts of lightning. They kept on rubbing against each other, and their intimacy made everyone envious. Sister, woo-woo. We miss you so much. It's all because of these 2 bad guys that took us away and caused us to be separated. Sister, you must torture them to death. Otherwise, it'll be hard to dispel the hatred in our hearts. Qiuqiu and Bao Bao said the words that they had discussed earlier in unison in an indignant tone. When the Qi clan and Yao clan members heard the 2 little beasts' words, they looked at Qi Yang and the 5th young lady of the Yao clan and wisely chose to remain silent. However, all of them were silently thinking to themselves that even Qi Yang and the 5th young lady of the Yao family were in such a state, it still wasn't enough to dispel the hatred in their hearts. However, none of them dared to say this out loud, in case they were caught in the crossfire. That would not be worth it. Patriarchs, I'm sure you'll give us a satisfactory explanation. Explanation. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left with Fengde and the rest. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest left, they did not return to the courtyard. Instead, they went straight to the prison in Qi City. Qi Yang and Yao Man were brought back to their respective families. In the prison cell. When the great elder saw the 2 little beasts that he had lost and found again, he was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He tightly hugged the 2 naughty little fellows and did not speak for a long time. When everyone saw this scene, they were in disbelief. Wasn't this great elder a little too emotional? You 2 little rascals, you've made me worried to death. The great elder grumbled in a pampering manner. Although he knew about the 2 little fellows' plan, he was still worried about their safety. If it wasn't for the little girl's calm composure, he would have left the cell to look for them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Grandpa Grand Elder, aren't we fine? We will protect ourselves. The baby quickly comforted her. Grandpa Grand Elder, are you having fun here? Did anyone bully you? Little Qiuqiu also asked with concern. It's fine, I have Uncle Lufeng to accompany me. I have good food and drink, who would dare to bully me? The first elder chuckled. Hee hee. That's good. But, great elder, when will we receive our compensation? Qiuqiu asked like a little money grubber, her face full of anticipation. Don't worry, you won't be able to escape. If you lose even a single hair, I'll make the Yao family bleed. The grand elder said in a domineering manner. His words were heard by the Qi clan and Yao clan members who had just entered the cell. Immediately, the 2 clans began to panic. First elder, these two little beasts have returned. What do you think? The head of the Yao family lowered his voice and said. However, he did not dare to be too direct. After all, he was the one who needed help. So what if you're back? Can we just pretend that nothing happened when we're back? The eldest boss raised his face and said with slight displeasure. Great elder, I didn't mean it that way. The head of the Yao clan hurriedly said, his heart drenched in cold sweat. Then what do you mean? As far as I know, these two little beasts came back on their own. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with your young masters and young mistresses. The great elder asked with a dark expression, causing the Qi and Yao families to tremble with fear. Humph. If my two little beasts weren't so smart, I'm afraid they would be dead by now. The first elder said coldly, and then said to Qiuqiu and Bao Bao with a pleasant expression, tell Grandpa, how did they bully you? Did you guys lose a single hair? Grandpa great elder, those people took the two of us to a barren mountain and wanted to harm us. However, they were more unfortunate. The bees in the mountain didn't like them, so they stung them all over their heads and saved our little lives. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to see Grandpa great elder again, sob. Qiuqiu cried and complained pitifully, tears continuously rolling in its eyes. Grandpa great elder, we've lost a lot of fur, woo, my beautiful and precious fur. He left me just like that. The baby added, and his fluffy little face was full of sadness. You guys heard it? Not only did your young masters and young ladies take my two little beasts away, but they also tortured them in every way possible, causing them to be physically and mentally injured. Humph. What do you guys think we should do? The first elder said angrily. Great elder Grandpa, they're still accusing you of stealing from us. Qiuqiu reminded him in a low voice. Right, and you accused me of stealing the beast. The first elder glared at him coldly and roared fiercely. Ugh. After hearing the words of the grand elder and the two little beasts, the members of the Qi family and the Yao family all heaved a long sigh. F***ck. What the hell is this? Which part of these two little beasts looked like they had been abused in every way? From their point of view, Qi Yang and Yao Man had been subjected to inhumane abuse. However, this was determined by the great elder's words, so even if they had objections, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, who knew what other crimes the great elder would pin on them? Don't think that you can hide just because you're not talking. Let me tell you, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll go to your master to judge. I've lived for so many years, but I've never been locked in a cell or accused of stealing. The first elder saw that the Qi family and the Yao family didn't dare to talk, so he threatened them. In fact, their main family already knew about this. Grand elder, please calm down. We will definitely satisfy you. Seeing this, Qi Yuan had no choice but to speak up. Well, that's more like it. When first elder heard Qi Yuan's words, he pretended to nod his head in satisfaction. First elder, now that your little beast has returned, do you think you can leave this place? Qi Yuan seized the opportunity and said that if the great elder continued to stay here, he would not be able to stay in the Qi family main residence anymore. He might as well move here to accompany the great elder. Leave? No, you guys haven't satisfied me yet. This old man won't leave. The great elder refused without even thinking. What a joke, would he still have the chance to come in if he left? Left? At that time, what if those two old geezers from the Qi and Yao families turned against them and went back on their word? Who could he go to? Therefore, he was determined not to leave. First elder, it's not a good idea for you to stay here all the time, right? Qi Tong received the clan head's signal and interrupted. Who said that? I think it's pretty good here. The only downside is that there are always people coming to disturb us. If only you didn't come. The first elder said with a regretful expression. The Qi clan and Yao clan's people were collectively depressed. They thought to themselves that they wanted to come here. However, there was the great elder in this prison, so they had no choice but to come. Besides, unless the great elder took the initiative to leave, they really could not ask him to leave. You can all go back. Don't disturb my rest. The great elder began to drive people away again. Great elder, please. You've been staying here all this time. If word gets out, the Yao family head didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that the great elder would understand. So what if it spread? I'm going all out, paper can't hide fire, this matter will be known to others sooner or later. The first elder said as if he had thought things through. Ugh. This time, the people from the two families were speechless. The great elder didn't care about his reputation, so what else could they say? However, they didn't dare to let this matter spread out. Otherwise, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Helplessly, everyone could only turn around and leave. Just as Leng Ruoxue and the rest were about to leave, they were stopped by the first elder. Little girl, bring me some more delicious food. The first elder said with a face full of smiles. Put the money on the Qi and Yao clan's accounts. The great elder added. No problem, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded and left the cell with Fengde and the others. Qiuqiu and baby Su stayed in the cell to accompany the great elder. The next morning, Qi Yang and Yao Man were also brought to the great elder, to be dealt with as they pleased. However, the great elder only glanced at them casually and said in disdain, why did you bring these two guys here? I don't want to see them. So it's you, you damn old man. Yao Man roared in anger as soon as she saw the great elder. No wonder she and Qi Yang had been locked up as soon as they had returned to the city. She had not understood what had happened back then. No one mentioned to her why she was locked up, but the touch of being touched when she returned to the city to see her clansmen disappeared with her being locked up. Man. Don't be rude. Without waiting for the great elder to speak, the Yao family head who heard these words roared angrily. Damn it, was this Yao Man trying to get the Yao family killed? What kind of status did the head elder of the Armament Guild headquarters have? Could she scold him? Grandpa, how can you shout at me for this old man? I'm your real granddaughter. Yao Man retorted with a face full of dissatisfaction. Pa! The head of the Yao family slapped Yao Man across the face, and his entire body trembled in anger. When First Elder saw this, he smiled but didn't say anything. He lowered his head and kept teasing Qiuqiu and the baby in his arms. Grandpa, you actually hit me. Tears welled up in Yao Man's eyes as she said in an aggrieved tone. She had never thought that her grandfather would hit her for a strange old man. She couldn't accept it. She turned around and roared madly at the grand elder and the two little beasts. It's all because of you three old bastards and little bastards that I got beaten up. I won't let you off. Just you wait. Lu Feng, Grandpa is being threatened. When the great elder heard this, he immediately complained to Lu Feng pitifully. Qiuqiu and Bao Bao also tacitly learned from the first elder and asked for help from Lu Feng. Brother Lu Feng, we've also been threatened by a beast. Lu Feng's mouth twitched when he heard the words of the old man and the two children. He helplessly said, Miss Yao, are you sure you won't let them off? The head of the Yao family was about to speak when he heard Lu Feng's words. However, under Lu Feng's fierce glare, he didn't dare to say anything. However, at this time, his heart was burning with anxiety. He really wanted to knock out the willful Yao Man so that she wouldn't cause endless trouble for the Yao family. However, Lu Feng wouldn't give him this opportunity. He directly bound him and made him unable to move. Of course, our Yao family will not let them off. Yao Man said arrogantly. Hee. Miss Yao sure has big words. I hope your wish will come true. Lu Feng laughed and mocked. Little Feng, you can't just ignore Grandpa. Seeing Lu Feng like this, the great elder pretended to be pitiful. Grandpa. It's not that I don't care about you, but I can't afford to offend the Yao family. Lu Feng sighed, his handsome face filled with helplessness. Humph. You're tactful. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yao Man became more and more smug. However, Lu Feng ignored her words. He looked at Qi Yang and curiously asked, Young Master Qi, why aren't you saying anything? He's not feeling well and can't speak now. Qi Yuan said hurriedly, and thought to himself, that was close. Fortunately, they had the foresight to give Qi Yang a medicine that could temporarily shut him up. Otherwise, if Qi Yang had spoken nonsense like Yao Man, then the Qi family would not have been able to survive in the divinity. Young Master Qi, did my grandfather steal Miss Yao's beast? Lu Feng asked with an evil smile, hee. Don't you know how to nod if you don't speak? That's right, those two little ** stars were originally mine, but they were stolen by this old man. Before Qi Yang could answer, Yao Man cut in. Miss Yao, I didn't ask you. Lu Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile, his bright eyes staring at Qi Yang. However, before Qi Yang had the chance to reply, he fainted. The person who did this was none other than Qi Tong, who was standing behind Qi Yang. Qi Tong cried out in shock. Following which, he apologetically said to the great elder and Lu Feng, I'm sorry, Yang is not feeling well. I'll take him away first. I'll bring him to First Elder to ask for forgiveness later. Yesterday, after Qi Yang and Yao Man returned, the two families had been discussing how to get the great elder out of prison and what kind of compensation would satisfy the great elder. So, they had forgotten to tell them about the great elder's identity. When they thought about it today, they had already arrived at the prison. In a moment of desperation, Qi Tong and the patriarch had discussed giving Qi Yang some medicine to prevent that unfilial grandson from speaking nonsense in order to please the Yao family's young lady. Now it seemed that he was indeed wise. Looking at Qi Tong's self-directed act, Lu Feng didn't say anything, nor did he try to stop him. On the contrary, he quite admired Qi Tong's actions. After all, if one didn't do it for himself, the heavens would punish him. If they could push the Yao clan out, their Qi clan would be relatively safe. Seeing Qi Tong take Qi Yang away, the Yao family's head was filled with anger. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless because he couldn't move, let alone knock Yao Man unconscious. Miss Yao, you're the only one left now. Qi Yang is sick and can't testify for you. Are you still going to insist that the two little beasts are yours? Lu Feng asked with a smile that was not a smile. Of course, they're mine. Yao Man said with conviction. Hee. Fine, if you say it's yours, then it's yours. But I want to tell you that the Qi family and the Yao family's patriarchs will be here in 3 days. Lu Feng announced an explosive piece of news. Instantly, Qi Yuan and the head of the Yao family were blown away. However, when Yao Man heard the news, she couldn't help but smile happily. Ha. The patriarch is coming, and you're all dead. Miss Yao, don't be too pleased with yourself. It's not even certain who will die. Lu Feng warned with a light smile. Suddenly, plop. With a loud bang, the head of the Yao family, who had suffered a great shock, also fell to the ground. Aya, your family head has fainted, what are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and help him up. Lu Feng quickly warned his subordinates. The Yao family subordinates finally reacted and hurriedly helped the unconscious master up. Then, they all looked at Lu Feng, at a loss, waiting for his next order. Why are you guys looking at me? Hurry up and help your family head back. Oh right, take this woman with you as well. We'll only need her in 3 days, but she's not allowed to appear in front of us now. Lu Feng ordered. Yes. Yes, master. The Yao family subordinates replied. Then, they carried Yao Man and the head of the Yao family back to their residence. After that, Qi Yuan was also asked to leave. Qi family head, why aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for dinner? Lu Feng said with a smirk. I'll take my leave first. Qi Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said hurriedly. He couldn't help but feel sick when he left. It wasn't even noon yet. Even if he had to wait, he should wait for lunch, right? After everyone had left, Lu Feng calmly looked at the great elder and said, Old man, are you satisfied now? Not satisfied? Humph. I'm going to make those 2 old things bleed this time. I'm not that easy to be wronged or locked up. The first elder said indignantly. Old man, can I say that whoever provokes you will be the unlucky one? Lu Feng said with a light smile. Stinky brat, in the entire divine realm, you're the only one who's still alive and well after making me angry all the time, do you understand? The first elder lifted his eyelids and said in a faint voice. I know. Lu Feng said with a mischievous smile. Then, he stood up and swaggered out of the cell. After Lu Feng returned to the Qi family courtyard, he immediately went to look for Leng Ruoxue and told her about the Grand Elder's plan. Then, he returned to the prison. 3 days later. A few influential figures had come from the divine world. Any one of these figures could cause a great earthquake in the divine world. Besides the current family heads of the Qi family and the Yao family, the family head of the Ning family had also come along with a few elders from the Craftsman's Guild. The first thing these people did when they arrived at Qi City was to visit the first elder in the prison. The master of the Ning family saw the great elder leisurely staying in the cell and couldn't help but laugh happily, ha ha ha. I can't believe there'll be a day when an old thing like you is locked up in a cell. It's really rare. The head of the Ning family was very happy, but the heads of the Qi family and the Yao family weren't as optimistic as him. They were even prepared to be ruthlessly ripped off by this old man, who asked the descendants of their own families to be so disappointing. When they thought of this, their hearts ached. Grand Elder, we've personally come to pick you up. Can we leave now? The head of the Qi family asked politely. Yup. Great Elder, we've come to pick you up. You can leave now. The head of the Yao family hurriedly asked. This place is pretty good, do you guys want to come in and stay for a few days? The first elder asked indifferently, completely ignoring their questions. That's a good suggestion. I've lived for so long, but I've never been in a prison cell. Ha ha ha. Qi family brat, arrange a cell for me too. Let's just stay next to this old man. The master of the Ning family immediately agreed. However, when Qi Yuan heard this, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He even felt like crying. Woo-woo. Wasn't it enough to have a grand elder and a vice president of the Armament Guild headquarters staying in their Qi City's prison cell? The master of the Ning family actually wanted to move in. This was clearly bullying. Don't make things difficult for the younger generation. The head of the Qi family quickly said when he heard the words of the Ning family. What a joke. The first elder was already hard enough to deal with. If old man Ning moved in, the Qi family would go bankrupt. I'm not making things difficult for the younger generation. I'm serious. The master of the Ning family said seriously. Whether it's true or not, you have to go back to your Ning family's prison. Our Qi family's prison can't hold a Buddha like you. The head of the Qi family said hatefully. Damn old man, you only know how to wish for the world to be in chaos. It was really infuriating. The great elder can be locked up here, but I can, You're clearly looking down on me. We've been old friends for so many years, yet you won't even give me this little bit of face? The master of the Ning family felt extremely wronged, and even had an expression that said, you look down on me. Don't mess around. The head of the Qi family said with a headache. You said I'm causing trouble. Humph. I'm angry. Master Ning's face darkened, and he angrily sat in a corner, ignoring everyone else. Seeing Master Ning like this, Master Qi really wanted to beat him up. Now, he had to solve the first elder's problem. What are you doing? Still acting cute, isn't that shameless? Great elder grandpa, this old grandpa is acting coquettishly. Hee hee. Qiuqiu suddenly spoke up when it saw Master Ning's appearance. Yes, that old man is always like this. Ignore him. The first elder said disapprovingly. This old fellow didn't respect his elders and was even putting on an act here. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? Little guy, you actually called me old grandpa? The master of the Ning family looked at the little beastie in the arms of the great elder and said. Hearing Qiuqiu's childlike words, he was instantly a little unhappy. He was still young, okay? How could he call him old grandpa? He would be called old. Did I call you the wrong person? Qiuqiu blinked its clear and innocent eyes and asked with a face full of question marks. That's right, he's an old man. He's already so old, but he still likes to act young and cute. Little Qiuqiu, ignore him. The great elder didn't give any face and exposed the Ning family's master's true face. Oh. Old grandpa, you're not allowed to fight for my favor. Little Qiuqiu stood in front of the great elder like it was protecting its food and opened its chubby little claws. I don't intend to fight with you for your favor. That. Little guy, let's discuss, can you not call me old grandpa? The master of the Ning family said with a charming smile. You're the old grandpa. Sister said that children should be honest and not lie. Qiuqiu said with a troubled expression. This is not a lie, really. Which part of me looks like an old grandpa? The master of the Ning family said sincerely. Everywhere. Qiuqiu sized up Master Ning very seriously, then said with absolute certainty. In fact, Master Ning looked like he was in his 30s. He was very handsome, tall, and had an extraordinary aura. However, because he had acted cute just now, Qiuqiu didn't like him very much and deliberately called him old grandpa. You're really not a cute little fellow. The master of the Ning family complained in a low voice. Damn old man, you dare to say that my Qiuqiu isn't cute? When the first elder heard the Ning family master's complaint, he glared and said in dissatisfaction. No, how could this little Qiuqiu not be cute? The master of the Ning family quickly changed his words. Humph. You're tactful. The first elder said in a domineering manner. The Qi family and Yao family patriarchs were speechless when they saw this. They had come to settle the first elder's matter, but now that the Ning family old man had messed it up, they couldn't do anything. Cough cough. Thinking of this, the Qi clan and Yao clan's patriarchs coughed a few times, drawing their attention. Take some medicine if your throat isn't good. Don't disturb us when we're talking about serious business. The master of the Ning family said unhappily. When the Qi family and Yao family heads heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. F***ck, is that considered serious business? They were the real deal, alright? Master Ning, we're here to pick up the Grand Elder and take him away from here, the head of the Qi family couldn't help but remind him. I know. But this old man isn't leaving. You can't just drag them away. The master of the Ning family laughed evilly, and the devil in the depths of his heart was getting restless. Not long ago, he had been robbed by this old man many times. Now, it was Qi clan and Yao clan's turn, so he couldn't miss this good show. It's not impossible for me to leave this place, as long as you can give me a satisfactory explanation. At this time, First Elder slowly opened his mouth and said. Grand Elder, can you leave this place first? We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The head of the Qi family coaxed. Don't leave those two to me. I'm not interested in them. The First Elder reminded. Everyone knew that the two guys he was referring to were Qi Yang and Yao Man. Didn't they annoy you? It's normal to leave it to you. The patriarch of the Yao clan said. Don't. If you hand them over to me, I don't have anywhere to deal with them. If I really have to deal with them, then so be it. Who knows, someone might even say that I'm bullying the younger generation. The First Elder said in an understanding manner. If he really wanted to get rid of those two juniors who had provoked him, would he have waited until now? And since he had brought them here, he didn't intend for them to play dumb. It definitely wouldn't work if he didn't bleed a lot. Then what do you want? The head of the Qi family made up his mind and finally asked the question he didn't want to ask the most. You're quite smart. The First Elder laughed as he spoke, before rolling his eyes at the Yao family head. This is the list of items that I've prepared for you two to compensate me and these two pitiful little beasts. Please take a look. The Great Elder did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly took out two pieces of paper that were densely written and handed them to the two. The Qi family and Yao family heads took the list and almost fainted when they saw it. This was really a lion's mouth. Every item on the list was either priceless or priceless. They couldn't be bought even if they had money. This was clearly trying to rip them off. First Elder, is there any room for discussion regarding the things on this? The head of the Yao family pretended to be calm as he asked, implying that he wanted to bargain. No, I didn't. Don't worry, these things won't harm your two families. Outsiders don't understand the financial power of your two families, but I do. The Great Elder said very proudly. He had thought about these things carefully and was familiar with them. Although it would hurt them a little, it definitely wouldn't cause them to turn hostile. After all, they had known each other for so long and could be considered friends. Naturally, he couldn't go too far. Grand Elder, I've agreed to all the conditions on this list. Can you leave the cell now? The head of the Qi family said readily. He just wanted to get the First Elder out of the cell as soon as possible, so he was prepared to pay a huge price. The items on the First Elder's list were exactly what he had expected. After all, the First Elder's status was obvious. Naturally, he couldn't offer any ordinary conditions. The Yao family head hasn't agreed yet? The First Elder looked at the head of the Yao family and said with a smile. Yao family head, quickly agree. If you don't agree now, perhaps the Great Elder will raise the price. The head of the Qi family reminded him in a low voice. When the head of the Yao family heard the words of the Qi family, he was extremely depressed. F***ck, he also wanted to agree, but the compensation that his Yao family had to pay was much more than the Qi family's. This was too unfair. Grand Elder, I don't understand. Since the Qi clan and our Yao clan's juniors have offended you together, why is it that our Yao clan has to pay more compensation than the Qi clan? The head of the Yao family asked shamelessly, and his words almost angered the head of the Qi family to death. F***ck. No wonder you didn't agree, it turns out that you're haggling over this matter. At this thought, the head of the Qi family decided to draw a clear line with the Yao family. After all, they had originally planned to work together to bargain with the first elder. That's true. However, I've always been clear about who's the mastermind and who's the accomplice. So, the compensation for your two families is naturally different. The great elder explained. Great elder is wise, the head of the Qi family quickly flattered. Qi family head, I want to receive the compensation within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll collect interest. First elder warned. Yao family head, the same goes for you. If you don't pay the compensation I want within 3 days, the interest will double for every day you delay. First elder reminded. After hearing what the great elder said, the two family heads' lips twitched, and they secretly sighed. F***ck, there's even interest. This great elder is really getting better at sucking blood. How would they know that first elder had actually learned to collect interest from Leng Ruoxue? Alright, you can leave now. I'll leave this cell when you pay me the compensation. AI. After living here for so long, I've developed feelings for him. The great elder muttered to himself as he drove the person away. The Qi and Yao family heads knew that this old man never went back on his word, so they didn't plan to stay any longer. However, just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by little Qiuqiu. Wait. Qiuqiu suddenly said. Little guy, what do you want? The head of the Qi family said in a soft voice. You haven't paid me and my brother's compensation yet. Qiuqiu said, a little scared. Qiuqiu's words had just fallen when everyone, including first elder, was stunned. The great elder looked at the two little treasures in his arms and thought to himself that the compensation he wanted included these two little fellows. However, the great elder wisely chose to remain silent. The Qi and Yao clan patriarchs looked at each other, before Patriarch Qi asked in confusion, little guy, what kind of compensation do you want? When we were in the floating cloud city, a bad woman from the Qi clan wanted to capture us. After we arrived in the city, we were captured by that bad woman from the Yao clan. The public security in your Qi clan's divine realm is just too poor, causing me and brother Bao Bao to be physically and mentally injured. We have also suffered a great deal of damage, so you have to compensate us. Little Qiuqiu listed out the crimes committed by the Qi family and the Yao family one by one, and the faces of the two family heads kept changing like a palette. After a long while, the two patriarchs finally calmed down a little. The head of the Qi family took a deep breath and asked calmly, I wonder what kind of compensation this little fellow wants. I don't have the status of Grandpa Grand Elder, so I'll just go with Grandpa Grand Elder's request and cut it by half. However, I only want heavenly resources and earthly treasures. I'm not interested in anything else. The little ball stated its request. However, its words caused the Qi and Yao family heads to be extremely angry. A small beast actually asked them for compensation and even asked for half of the great elder's. However, they knew that the small beast was under the great elder's protection, so even if they were angry, they would not show it in front of him. Little guy, what's the use of heavenly treasures for a little beast like you? You don't even know how to refine pills. How about I give you some jingsher? The head of the Qi family discussed with a smile. Crystals could be absorbed directly and were much more useful to the beastie than heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I don't want jingsher, I just want heavenly treasures. Little Qiuqiu was very stubborn. Even if you want the treasures, you can't just ask for half of the compensation from the Grand Elder, right? Do you know how many there are? The head of the Yao family said, suppressing his anger. I know. I can count, don't try to fool me. Qiuqiu reminded. Humph. The younger generation of your two families caused us to lose a lot of hair, so what's wrong with compensating us with some natural treasures? Do you have to be so petty? At this moment, the baby spoke with a look of disdain. Previous chapter. Next. The Qi and Yao family heads were speechless. It was clearly them who wanted too much, but why did it sound like they were being stingy? Ha ha ha. I say, it's rare for these two little guys to open their mouths, so just give it to them. Don't be so stingy, you are gods with status and status. The master of the Ning family, who had seen enough of the show, interrupted. Alright, I agree to your compensation. The Qi family head gritted his teeth and nodded. He couldn't be looked down upon by these two little beasts. Besides, there was still the Ning family's old man who was ready to cause trouble at any time. You're the most straightforward old man. I'll remember you. Qiuqiu said with a smile. However, you have to plant the natural treasures we want in the soil. After you're done, we'll go find them ourselves. Qiuqiu added, hee hee. Although this was suspicious of cheating, he still had to take advantage of the loopholes for the sake of cultivation. After hearing Qiuqiu's words, the Qi family head was completely speechless. Not only did he have to compensate the two little fellows for their treasures, but he also had to plant them back into the soil so that they could find them on their own. Did they think that this was a treasure hunt? Hee hee. That's a good idea. Little guys, you're pretty good at playing. Master Ning praised with a smile. Qiuqiu smiled but didn't say anything. Since they thought it was for fun, then let them think so, hee hee. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. You can leave. Qiuqiu mimicked the great elder's way of driving him away. The Qi family and the Yao family left the prison gloomily under the lead of the two family heads who were not in a good mood. However, the Ning family head and the elders of the Craftsmen's Association stayed. First elder, how long do you plan to stay here? An elder asked curiously. They were here to encourage the great elder. In other words, they were here to cooperate with the great elder in this robbery. However, looking at the situation just now, it seemed that there was no room for them to play. I'll leave after I get the compensation. The great elder said honestly. Old man Lu, you're really ruthless this time. The things you want, some of them even make my heart ache. Master Ning said, gloating. He had glanced at the list given by the first elder, so he naturally saw the contents. Ruthless? I've taken so many things from the Yao family, you should be very happy. The first elder said. Although the Ning family and the Yao family seemed to be at peace on the surface, they had fought many times in secret. Yes, I feel better. Not long ago, you also robbed me of a lot of things. This time, your armament guild headquarters is going to be rich again. Master Ning said with envy. Then who can you blame? The great elder rolled his eyes at Master Ning and said disapprovingly. Blame me, all right. Master Ning said unhappily. Hee hee. You 8 great clans are the richest in the divine realm. If I don't rob you, who else would I rob? The great elder chuckled. There had to be a reason for the robbery. Otherwise, it would be no different from daylight robbery. You've already robbed 3 of the 8 great clans. Do you want to rob the other 5 as well? Master Ning suggested. I want to, but I don't have any reason. The great elder's face was filled with conflict, and he seemed to be very distressed. If there's no reason, you can create a reason. However, you have to count me in this time. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Old man, are you very free recently? The first elder was suspicious. Yes, I've let Lan manage the family matters for the time being, so I'm planning to have some fun in the upper reaches of the godly mainland. Master Ning revealed his plan. So it was like this. However, you can't rush things like robbery. You must have the right time, the right place, and the right people. The great elder thought for a moment and said, hee hee. If this old thing joined them, wouldn't the compensation they received be doubled? There's no rush. When we find the right opportunity, we'll ruthlessly rip off those 5 families. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Listening to these 2 influential figures in the divine world discussing the robbery, the elders of the Craftsmen's Guild were dripping with cold sweat. However, at the same time, they were also somewhat glad that they were not the ones who were about to be robbed. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would not even be left with their bones. Great elder grandpa, this old grandpa is so bad. Listening to their plan, Jochio also expressed his opinion. Ha ha ha. That's because this old man is full of evil intentions. The first elder said with a smile. Little thing, how am I bad? Master Ning felt wronged. You're scheming against others. Isn't that bad enough? Jochio retorted. Master Ning was speechless. It seemed that this little thing had already determined his character. However, he seemed to be quite bad. Ha ha ha. Alright, don't be depressed anymore, go and help me scare that old B***starred from the Yao family. The Grand Elder ordered. Are you afraid that he won't pay the compensation? Master Ning asked, knowing the answer. Of course, that old man won't give me the compensation so easily. However, if you do it, he will have to agree. The first elder laughed softly. What do I get in return? Master Ning was not willing to be used as a tool and asked quickly. You still want benefits? The great elder asked Master Ning with a faint smile. I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. Master Ning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although the great elder's strength was not as high as his, he was very afraid of the old man's threat. He didn't know why. Then hurry up. I'll be waiting for your good news. The Grand Elder urged. All right. Then I'll go. Master Ning said, resigned to his fate, and then turned to leave the cell. 2 days later. The Qi family's compensation was handed over to First Elder, but as for little Qiuqiu's request, it would take a few days. According to the news from the Qi clan, although Qi Yang and his son had managed to keep their lives, they had all been demoted to servants, and would never be able to rise again. To the members of the clan, such a punishment was even more unbearable than death. As for the Yao family, although they had also punished Yao Man, the compensation that the Great Elder and Qiuqiu had requested had not been delivered yet. However, there was still 1 day before the deadline given by the Great Elder, so the Great Elder and the others were extremely calm. In the cell, the First Elder and Master Ning were playing chess while waiting for the Yao family's news. At this moment, in the Yao family's residence, the Yao family head was sitting in the main hall with a gloomy face, and the Yao family's younger generation was kneeling in front of him. Yao Chong, is this how you manage the Yao family in the godly mainland? The Yao family head asked in a cold voice. Old ancestor, Yao Chong is guilty. Yao Chong said hurriedly. Although he did not know if he could escape this time, it was not wrong to admit to his crimes first. Guilty? What crime are you guilty of? The Yao family head asked angrily. I didn't educate my descendants well. I'm sorry to disappoint you, ancestor. Yao Chong lowered his head and said. Humph. This is only the case on the divine continent. If we were in the divine realm, your descendants would have caused a lot of trouble. The head of the Yao family reproached in a rage. Please forgive me, ancestor. Yao Chong kept kowtowing and quickly said. I can spare you from death, but I can't spare you from punishment. I'll still let you be the head of the family, but you have to find a way to make contributions in place of your crimes. As for your incompetent descendants, you can choose some of them yourself and send them to the mine. The Yao family head said. Yes. When Yao Chong heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the old ancestor was very angry, it was good that he did not kill everyone in his line. As for those who were really incompetent and had caused trouble, he would just let them run their own course. As for the members of the Yao family, especially those who were related to Yao Man, when they heard that they were going to be sent to the mine, they were so scared that they fainted immediately, because going to the mine was worse than being a servant. There, unless you're dead tired, don't even think about leaving. After dealing with the eyesore of the Yao family, the head of the Yao family was depressed again. As long as he thought of the huge compensation, his heart would bleed non-stop. However, he had to pay the compensation. The old man, the great elder, was famous for being difficult and unreasonable. He was also one of the people he didn't want to provoke the most. He had wanted to delay it for a few days and negotiate with the great elder, but he didn't expect that the Qi family had already paid the compensation. Moreover, Master Ning also came to remind him that since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well pay the compensation quickly, so as not to lose more than he gained. Although he knew this very well, he was not willing to accept this. Another 2 days passed. There was still no movement from the Yao clan, and the Grand Elder was still in the cell, but the Qi clan had already settled Little Qiuqiu's request. The location of the treasure that Little Qiuqiu had requested was chosen to be in the Qi family's courtyard. This was mainly because they had taken into account that Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying there. Therefore, it would be easier to find. After all, in the eyes of the Qi family, this was just a game to satisfy children. On the day of the treasure hunt, First Elder arranged for Lu Feng to continue staying in the prison cell, while he, Qiuqiu, and Bao Bao went to the Qi family's courtyard to explore. Naturally, the Ning family head and the elders of the Craftsmen's Guild came with them. In the garden, the First Elder pointed at Master Ning and said to Leng Ruoxue and the rest, "This old man is the master of the Ning family. If anyone from the Ning family bullies you in the future, you can complain to him. I guarantee that he will be the master for you." Hearing the First Elder's confident words, Leng Ruoxue's forehead broke out in cold sweat. She thought to herself, "First Elder, where does your confidence come from?" In any case, he was the head of the Ning family, so how could he help an outsider? However, she naturally would not say this out loud. "Hehe, this little girl must be the little girl Shui you told me about," Master Ning said with a smile, looking very affable. "Yes, this little girl is my god-granddaughter. You can't let her be bullied by the Ning family," the First Elder said with a face full of pride. He even automatically considered Leng Ruoxue as his own granddaughter. "Don't worry, I'll take care of her." Master Ning's eyes kept sizing up Leng Ruoxue. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Although this little girl's strength was not very high now, she had great potential and was a talent that could be nurtured. The crowd listened to their conversation, but no one exposed the Great Elder's lies. In their eyes, the Great Elder had been thinking about their miss for a long time. While the few of them were exchanging pleasantries, Qiuqiu and Bao Bao were a little impatient from waiting, so they started to look for treasures first. Qiuqiu and its baby ran around the garden, looking here and there. Not long after, the natural treasures that the Qi clan had deliberately planted were discovered by the two little fellows. When everyone saw how happy they were, they couldn't help but join in the treasure-hunting army. A day passed, and Qiuqiu finally found all the natural treasures. It followed First Elder back to the prison cell in satisfaction. The Qi family members heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they were finally satisfied. However, the Great Elder was still in the cell and refused to leave, which made them uneasy. The head of the Qi family thought for a while and also began to exert pressure on the Yao family. At the same time, the Alchemist Guild headquarters also sent people to Qi City to visit the Great Elder. When the Yao family head heard this news, his head suddenly swelled again, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What was the Alchemist Guild headquarters doing here? If the Alchemist Guild headquarters and the Armament Guild headquarters joined forces, it would be too disadvantageous to their Yao family. When he thought of this, he didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately sent someone to deliver the compensation to the First Elder in the cell. However, the person he sent came back to report that the Great Elder had said that the time limit was up, so the Yao family had to pay interest. When the Yao family head saw the interest list, he really wanted to buy a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. Damn, this interest was too expensive. It actually took up 20% of the compensation that the Yao family had paid. However, he still had to resign himself to his fate and send someone to immediately send the interest to the Great Elder so as not to pay more compensation. As for Qiuqiu's request, he would also have to wait a few days before he could fulfill it. 3 days later, the Yao family had finally completed Qiuqiu's request, and the planting location was also chosen to be in the Qi family's courtyard. After everyone experienced the joy of treasure hunting once again, the Great Elder was finally willing to leave the cell. Before he left, he was quite reluctant and even left a message, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back and see you again." The Qi family's hearts trembled in fear, and they made a prompt decision to close the cell in Qi City. After this matter came to an end, First Elder also moved into the Qi family courtyard. However, as long as the Grand Elder and the others did not leave Qi City, the Qi family members' hearts were hanging in the air. They could not let go even if they wanted to. Furthermore, the head of the Qi family had warned the younger generation of the Qi family to stay far away from the people living in the courtyard. No one was allowed to provoke those people. He was truly afraid. From then on, the first elder would take Qiuqiu and baby out on the streets when he had nothing to do. Along with them was the master of the Ning family. In the garden, Leng Ruoxue was lying on the deck chair, basking in the sun as she listened to Feng Da's report. When she heard that the great elder and Master Ning had gone out to hang out on the streets again, she could not help but feel a few black lines sliding down her forehead. She thought to herself, what's wrong with these two old men who only want to see the world in chaos? In the entire Qi city, who would dare to provoke them? The people on the street had already received the Qi family's warning. They would only hide far away when they saw them. Why would they approach them? Unless they were outsiders. On the streets, the great elder and Master Ning each carried a cute little beast and walked aimlessly on the street. The two kept instigating Qiuqiu and the baby, who were already very cute, to put on a cute look to attract other people's attention. However, the pedestrians on the street had basically received a warning from the people above and knew that these two people and two beasts could not be provoked. How would they dare to throw away their lives in front of them? Just as the two young-looking old men were feeling extremely depressed, the person who was going to die finally arrived. Stop. I want to buy these two little beasts. State your price. Suddenly, a beautiful woman blocked their path and spoke arrogantly. The woman was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extremely beautiful face. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her arrogance greatly reduced her beauty. I'm sorry, these two little beasts are our precious treasures. We're not selling them. Master Ning frowned and said unhappily. You have to sell them. I've taken a fancy to these two little beasts, so you have to sell them to me. The young woman was unusually overbearing. Then, she threw 2 pieces of lower-grade crystal stones on the ground as the money to buy the 2 little beasts. Miss, are you trying to force me to buy it? The master of the Ning family laughed instead of getting angry. He had seen many willful and overbearing women, but he had never seen such a domineering woman. Even the daughter he doted on very much didn't dare to be like this outside. Didn't I already pay you guys? The young woman said unhappily, her face clearly saying, don't be insensible. A few big words. These 2 low-grade crystals on the ground are the money you want to buy our 2 cute little beasts? The great elder also asked curiously. F***ck. Whose daughter was this? He wasn't inferior to the one from the Yao family. In fact, he felt that this person was even more outrageous than the one from the Yao family. At least in his opinion, paying him 2 pieces of low-grade crystal stones was more humiliating than locking him up in a cell. Moreover, it seemed that he could only get one of these 2 crystal stones, and the other one was naturally old man Ning. That's right, I've already paid you. These 2 little beasts are mine now. The young woman said matter-of-factly. AI. It's not our fault that we're cute. Qiuqiu, who was in the first elder's arms, suddenly sighed, its cute little face full of innocence. Its cute appearance made the young woman's heart itch. She wanted to hold the little beast in her arms right now. We're not selling. The head of the Ning family refused. F***ck, did he think they had never seen low-grade Jingshi? How dare you? My family's young miss wants to buy your beast pet, and you dare to refuse? You really don't want to live anymore. The woman didn't have time to get angry before her subordinate spoke up. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this. The master of the Ning family smiled faintly. In his eyes, that person was no different from a dead person. This should be my second time. First elder thought for a moment and agreed. No matter how many times you've tried, you're all dead today. That person said, using his authority as a fox to intimidate others. At this time, he still didn't know that his head was already on the verge of collapse. Is that so? The master of the Ning family sneered. Although they had come out to wait for rabbits, it did not mean that they were willing to be humiliated by rabbits. These rabbits had lived to the end. Of course. The man said arrogantly before he sensed any danger. However, in the blink of an eye, that person's head and body were separated. Seeing this, the young woman couldn't help but scream, Arg. Murder. Hurry up. Quickly catch them, don't let them escape. Also, remember to take my 2 little beasts for me. Yes. The woman's guards received the order to surround the great elder and the master of the Ning family, but in an instant, those guards all fell to the ground, unconscious. No one even saw how the great elder and the master of the Ning family had attacked. After dealing with the guards, the great elder and the master of the Ning family slowly walked to the young woman and looked down at her. They slightly released a trace of pressure, which immediately made the woman shiver in fear. Don't do anything stupid. Do you know who I am? If you dare to hurt me, my family will not let you off. The young woman held on and even took out a token she carried with her as a threat. When the first elder saw the token the young woman took out, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. The master of the Ning family, on the other hand, turned around and left with a dark face. Hey, wait for me. The great elder shouted from behind in a good mood. However, the master of the Ning family didn't seem to hear the great elder's words. Instead, he walked faster and faster. When he returned to the Qi family's courtyard, he went straight into his room. Leng Ruoxue, who was basking in the sun in the garden, saw a black shadow flash by and heard a bang. The door closed, and her curiosity was piqued. Was that the master of the Ning family? Leng Ruoxue asked the evildoer beside her with uncertainty. Yes. The demon nodded. The Ning family's old man was also living in a side courtyard and was their neighbor. Didn't he go to the streets with the great elder? Why did you come back so quickly? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. It looked like this old man from the Ning family was quite angry. He did not know who had provoked him. Not long after, First Elder also returned with a face full of smiles. When Leng Ruoxue saw the evil smile on First Elder's face, she couldn't help but guess. Could it be that First Elder had angered Master Ning? These two old men also liked to bicker when they had nothing to do. Little girl, is old man Ning back? First Elder asked in a low voice. Yes, he went into his room as soon as he came back. First Elder, did you anger him? Leng Ruoxue asked nosily. It has nothing to do with me. First Elder quickly said. It has nothing to do with me, Jocho also said. You guys went out together, so it has nothing to do with you. Did you guys meet someone blind? Leng Ruoxue guessed as her beautiful eyes kept wandering between First Elder and Jocho. It's not our fault that we're cute. Jocho had an aggrieved look on its face. It was also deeply helpless that the First Elder and Master Ning had used them as bait. After all, the First Elder's incident wasn't intentional by them, but this time, was it intentional? Jocho was a little confused. Which family is it this time? Hearing Chocho's words, Leng Ruoxue didn't need to guess to understand. However, to be able to make Master Ning so angry, could it be? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Hee hee. Little girl, it's what you're thinking. The Great Elder said with a smirk. He wanted to laugh whenever he thought about this. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. It did not feel good to cast a net and catch one of her own. It was no wonder the master of the Ning family was so angry. At this moment, the butler of the courtyard came to report. Miss Leng, Master Ning is here, the housekeeper said. The Master Ning he was referring to was the master of the Ning family on the divine mainland. This. You should ask the person he wants to see. I can't make the decision. Leng Ruoxue and First Elder exchanged glances and spoke calmly. That Master Ning definitely wouldn't come to see her, so she didn't dare to make the decision to let him in. What's more, the old man Ning was in a fit of anger at this time, and she didn't want to touch that bad luck. However, before the housekeeper could ask, Master Ning's angry voice came from the room, tell him to get as far away as he can, I don't want to see him. The butler was caught in a dilemma when he heard the words coming from the room. Just as he was in a dilemma, Leng Ruoxue came to his rescue. Let's tell Master Ning on the godly mainland. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. Although they were both masters of the Ning family, their power and status were worlds apart. She didn't understand why the butler was hesitating. Yes. The butler heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was the butler of the Qi family, no matter which Master Ning he was not someone a small figure like him could afford to offend. So, he had to be careful. After the butler left, Leng Ruoxue looked at the First Elder and chuckled, aren't you going to comfort your old friend? Tisk, why should I comfort him? Don't worry about him. He'll be fine after he's vented enough. The Great Elder said disapprovingly. After he finished speaking, he carried little Chocho and casually found a place to sit down. The master of the Ning family in the godly mainland was extremely depressed after being rejected by his ancestor. He resentfully returned to the guest room in the Qi family's main residence and locked himself in his room. Qi Rui, who had accompanied him, was full of doubts, but he could not say much in front of Master Ning. After watching Master Ning enter the room, he went to find his grandfather. In the study room, Qi Yuan sat behind the desk and looked at Qi Rui thoughtfully. You said that Master Ning didn't see his family's old ancestor? After a long while, Qi Yuan finally opened his mouth and asked. No. The steward said that the patriarch of the Ning family asked Master Ning to get lost as far as possible. Qi Rui suppressed his laughter and chuckled. The housekeeper of the courtyard was really honest. He dared to say this kind of thing in front of Master Ning. Was he not afraid of Master Ning's revenge? As far as he knew, the current master of the Ning family on the divine mainland wasn't a magnanimous person. What's going on? Qi Yuan asked curiously. If it was before today, he definitely wouldn't be this curious. After all, their Qi family had been troubled a few days ago, and they were badly battered by the Great Elder. However, now that the Great Elder's matter had finally come to an end, he finally had the time to watch the other family's excitement. Almost all the people from the big families were like this. When their own family was in trouble, they naturally didn't want to see other families in trouble. If someone else was also in trouble at this time, they would feel more balanced in their hearts. This was exactly what Qi Yuan was thinking now. I don't know, do you want me to go and find out? Qi Rui was also quite curious about this. At that moment, the butler came to report that Miss Ning had been beaten up on the street. After the grandfather and grandson heard the news, they looked at each other and went to the Ning family's temporary courtyard together, and came to see the fun in the name of visiting. In the guest room, Ning Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she cried to her grandfather master about how she had been bullied. Grandpa, you have to help me. Those two bad guys actually dared to bully our Ning family, woo, they really don't put our Ning family in their eyes. Ning Ruoxue said viciously. Ruoxue, what did those two look like? Are there any special characteristics? The head of the Ning family, Ning Hong, couldn't help but ask. This Ruoxue had come back and said that she had been bullied and that her guards had been killed. However, she didn't give a clear explanation and even wanted him to avenge her. She didn't even know who the enemy was. Who could he find to avenge her? Is Miss Ning being bullied? When Qi Yuan and Qi Rui walked into the guest room, they happened to hear Ning Ruoxue talking about revenge. Yes, Grandpa Qi, you have to help me. I was bullied in your Qi city. Ning Ruoxue quickly said. When Qi Yuan heard Ning Ruoxue's words, he was a little displeased. He thought to himself, who doesn't know eldest Miss Ning's temper? It was already good enough that Ning Ruoxue didn't bully others. Who would dare to bully her? However, looking at Ning Ruoxue's pitiful appearance, it seemed like she had really been bullied. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but be curious about the person who dared to bully Ning Ruoxue, and the fire of gossip started to burn. Putting aside his displeasure towards Ning Ruoxue for the time being, Qi Yuan asked with slight concern, Ruoxue. You have so many guards by your side, and there's still someone who dares to bully you? Who is so bold? I don't know either, but my guards were all killed by them. I only scared them away because I took out the Ning family's token. Ning Ruoxue still had lingering fear in her heart. Oh. What did that person look like? Qi Yuan asked again. It's not one person, but two. They look like humans and dogs. I can't remember them, but I do remember the appearance of the two little beasts. At that time, Ning Ruoxue's mind was completely focused on the two little beasts, so she didn't pay attention to the first elder and Master Ning's appearance at all. Therefore, now that someone asked, she naturally could only say that she didn't know. Little beastie? When Qi Yuan heard these two words, he immediately became alert. Now, as long as someone mentioned a little beast to him, he would reflexively think of the two that the great elder had with him. If it wasn't for those two little beasts, the Qi family wouldn't have to spend so much money. What kind of little beast? Qi Rui was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Two very cute little beasts, one black and one yellow. I originally bought the two little beasts for 2 low-grade crystals, but those 2 old farts took the money and refused to give me the little beasts. They even killed my subordinates. Woo, Grandpa Qi, you have to avenge me. Ning Ruoxue said through gritted teeth. We need to plan our revenge carefully. After all, you don't even know what their parents look like. They might have left Qi City long ago. Qi Yuan comforted him speechlessly, then looked at Ning Hong with a little sympathy. He couldn't help but gloat in his heart. As soon as Ning Ruoxue described the 2 little beasts, he had already guessed who had killed Ning Ruoxue's guards. It was going to be a lively scene. And, Brother Qi is right. Ruoxue, think carefully, what did those 2 look like? Ning Hong felt that Qi Yuan's words made sense and asked. I really can't remember. However, if I see those 2 little beasts again, I'll definitely recognize them. Ning Ruoxue promised. Previous chapter. Since that's the case, Ruoxue, you have a good rest. We'll go back first. After understanding the truth, Qi Yuan and Qi Rui decided to take their leave. At the same time, the 2 of them sighed in unison. When you see those 2 little beasts, I'm afraid your death will be near. Sigh. Because the 2 people who killed the Ning family's guards, other than the head elder of the Craftsman's Guild and the Ning family's old ancestor, there would be no other candidates. On the way back to the main courtyard, Qi Yuan and Qi Rui did not say a word. However, after returning to the study room, the 2 of them could not help but laugh wildly, causing Qi Tong, who had come to look for them, to be baffled. Family head, Rui, is there anything fun? Why are you guys laughing so happily? Qi Tong's face was filled with question marks. Recently, the entire Qi city had been in a state of panic because of the existence of the great elder of the Craftsman's Guild and the Ning family's old ancestor. Many people were afraid that they would accidentally offend those people, so they lived in fear every day. In fact, he really wanted to say that the great elder and the Ning family's old ancestor were not that scary. Unfortunately, no one would believe his words. It can't be considered anything fun. Qi Yuan laughed as he waved his hand. Then, he simply explained the entire situation to Qi Tong, causing Qi Tong to be dumbstruck. This is too much of a coincidence. Qi Yi was speechless. This time, the Ning family had bumped into their own old ancestor's hands. He was afraid that there would be a great earthquake in the Ning family. It's that Ning Ruoxue's bad luck. She didn't know how to behave when she came to Qi City. She really thinks this is her own territory. Qi Yuan said without any sympathy. What do we do now? Qi Tong could not help but ask. I don't know. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, it doesn't have much to do with us. However, First Elder, you must warn the elders to strictly restrain their subordinates. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Qi Yuan thought for a while and said. Don't worry, I've already told them this. Qi Tong hurriedly said. Because the 3 of them who knew the truth pretended to be deaf, the people of the Ning family didn't know that they had fallen into danger because of Ning Ruoxue's pampering and domineering behavior. After hearing that Ning Ruoxue was injured and the Ning family's guards were killed, each of the Ning family's people was filled with righteous indignation and began to search for the great elder and their own ancestor on the streets in anger. At this moment, the Qi family courtyard was peaceful. Leng Ruoxue and the others, who were living in seclusion, did not pay attention to the situation in Qi City. Instead, it was Qi Rui who revealed the situation to them. In the garden. Leng Ruoxue looked at Qi Rui thoughtfully, a faint smile on her beautiful face. Miss Leng, please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Qi Rui said nervously. Leng Ruoxue's gaze made him feel very apologetic. What are you afraid of? Did you do anything to let me down? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly and thought to herself, this Qi family is really bad. They actually feign ignorance, watching the Ning family search for a needle in a haystack in the city like fools while I watch the fun from the side. However, this matter has nothing to do with me, so I'm happy to be a bystander. That. Has Master Ning not come out of his room yet? Although Qi Rui was a little embarrassed, he still could not help but ask. No, he has been locking himself in his room since he came back from the street yesterday. I don't know what he is doing. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Did he have any reaction? Qi Rui asked nosily. I'm very angry. I don't know who's going to be unlucky again. Leng Ruoxue said, gloating. After finding out that the woman who had annoyed Master Ning yesterday was Ning Ruoxue, she couldn't help but sigh. The world was really small. However, if Master Ning could help them deal with Ning Ruoxue, it would save her a lot of trouble. Because that Ning Ruoxue was the young lady of the Ning family that she had once stolen the token from. Qi family brat, where are the unfilial descendants of the Ning family now? Just as Leng Ruoxue and Qi Rui were chatting, Master Ning's voice suddenly reached their ears. However, the old man didn't show himself, obviously still in a fit of anger. They are temporarily staying in the guest room of the Qi family's main residence. Qi Rui quickly replied respectfully. Oh. I'm going to give you a mission. Master Ning said. Please speak, Master Ning. Qi Rui said. Chase them away. Master Ning said angrily. Master Ning, this isn't very good. Although Qi Rui really wanted to take on this task, he was not willing to be used by the Ning family's ancestor. After all, in his opinion, this was an internal matter of the Ning family. If the Qi family got involved, what if the Ning family retaliated after this? The Ning family was the #1 family in the divine world after the divine master. They were not people the Qi family could provoke. What's wrong with that? Just do what I tell you to do. Master Ning shouted. Master Ning, you're the old ancestor, but you didn't show up. You asked young Master Qi to drive people away for you. You're obviously trying to make young Master Qi offend people. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. This was exactly what Qi Rui wanted to say, but he didn't have the guts to say it. Little girl, are you blaming me? Master Ning was a little unhappy. He had never thought that his decision would be questioned by a junior, which put him in an awkward position. I don't think so. I just feel that it's inappropriate for you to let young Master Qi do this. Why don't you and the great elder go there personally? Leng Ruoxue suggested and thought to herself, I wonder if the Ning family would recognize me, their old ancestor. Hee. I'm looking forward to it. Little girl, don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Humph. It's no big deal for me to make a trip personally. Master Ning said nonchalantly. Actually, he did not want to go, but he could not stand Leng Ruoxue's provocation. He could not be looked down upon by a little girl. Then you can personally drive them away. Young Master Qi, you must always stay by Master Ning's side. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. This was a good opportunity to watch a good show. Although she also wanted to go, she still had to leave some face for this Master Ning. Moreover, even if she couldn't see it in person, she could guess what would happen there, and the great elder would tell them in detail. Humph. Qi family brat, take me to those unfilial descendants. As soon as Master Ning finished speaking, the door of the room was also slammed. He opened it, and the master of the Ning family appeared in front of everyone, still angry. Leng Ruoxue looked at Master Ning's expression and laughed to herself. It was said that the higher one's cultivation, the calmer one would be. Why was this old man becoming more and more popular? Miss Leng, then I'll take Master Ning there. Although he didn't want to go, he couldn't let Leng Ruoxue's painstaking efforts go to waste. After all, Leng Ruoxue had spoken up for him just now. It was just that he didn't know if their Qi family would be implicated after watching this show. Sob. Don't even try to guess the thoughts of important people. Kid from the Qi family, don't forget about me. Seeing the two of them preparing to leave, the ignored first elder hurriedly said. What are you doing, you old thing? Master Ning's eyes were wide open, and he said unhappily. I'm also a party involved. You can't leave me behind. The great elder said matter-of-factly, but anyone could tell that he wanted to watch the show. Humph. If you want to go, go. However, you're not allowed to speak. Master Ning thought for a while and said. Yes, I won't say anything. The great elder quickly promised. At the same time, he added in his heart, I'll just watch the show. With the first elder's assurance, Master Ning ordered Qi Rui to take the two of them to the Qi family's main residence. The moment they arrived at the Qi family's main residence, Qi Yuan and Qi Tong, who had received the news, immediately came over to greet them. After the great elder explained the purpose of his visit to the two of them, he repeatedly told them not to speak for a while and only allowed Master Ning to speak. Then, he had them take him to the guest room of the Qi family. Outside the courtyard of the Qi family's guest room, the great elder winked at the three people of the Qi family, and the four of them walked behind Master Ning tacitly. Now, it was clear that they were escorting Master Ning to ask for forgiveness, but Master Ning naturally didn't think of this in his anger. Master Ning strode straight into the courtyard, but as soon as he showed his head, he was discovered by Ning Ruoxue, who was resting in the courtyard. Instantly, Ning Ruoxue shouted, he's the one who killed our Ning family. Men, quickly capture him. In fact, she didn't really recognize Master Ning, but she recognized the little black beast in Master Ning's arms at a glance. She had been drooling over the little beast for a long time. After hearing Leng Ruoxue shout, the people of the Ning family in the room and courtyard all rushed over and surrounded Master Ning. And that old man. Leng Ruoxue saw First Elder and Qiuqiu in his arms again, and quickly said, "Humph." She didn't expect Grandpa Qi to catch these two people so quickly. This was great. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Now, those two adorable little beasts couldn't escape from her palm. Ugh. When Qi Yuan, Qi Tong, and Qi Rui heard Leng Ruoxue's words, none of them spoke, because the First Elder had told them not to speak. However, his intention to watch a good show was revealed. Hee. This time, Leng Ruoxue was going to be unlucky. At this moment, Ning Hong, who had heard the commotion, also walked out of his room. After seeing the situation in the courtyard, he asked calmly, "Ruoxue, what's going on?" "Grandfather, you've come at the right time. These two are the ones who killed our Ning family's guards. Quickly capture them and don't let them go," Leng Ruoxue quickly urged. "Are you sure?" Ning Hong's shrewd eyes swept between the Great Elder and Master Ning. They looked extraordinary and didn't seem to be unreasonable people. How could he have taken his granddaughter's money and killed someone? When he thought of this, a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. "May I ask why the two of you took my granddaughter's money and killed our Ning family's guards? If the two of you can't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame our Ning family for being ruthless," Ning Hong said politely. "She said we took her money?" Master Ning squinted his eyes and asked indifferently. "You've already taken my money. Hurry up and give me my beastie. Otherwise, you'll be dead," Leng Ruoxue shouted. "May I ask how much we charged you?" Master Ning laughed instead of getting angry. "He took 2 of my low-grade jingshi," Leng Ruoxue said righteously, because she had indeed given it to them, even though they didn't want it. "You want to buy our beastie for 2 low-grade crystal stones? Do you think we're beggars that you can just give us some money?" Master Ning was speechless. How could the Ning family have such a descendant? He really wanted to strangle such an unfilial descendant. "How many more do you want? It's already good enough that the eldest daughter of the Ning family is willing to give you some money for your things," Leng Ruoxue said with a smug look. The meaning of her words was that the things that she wanted from them should be given to her on their own accord. "Miss Ning is so overbearing. I've gained some insight today," Master Ning said with a smile. "Humph. You've killed our Ning family, so don't even think about leaving here alive today. However, if you take the initiative to hand over these 2 little beasts and compensate me for my losses, maybe I'll let you die a little faster when I'm in a good mood," Leng Ruoxue boasted shamelessly. After hearing her words, Qi Yuan, Qi Tong, and Qi Rui broke out in cold sweat. This Miss Leng Ruoxue was really too awesome. However, if she knew that the person standing in front of them was their old ancestor, and that the person she wanted to kill was also their old ancestor, who knew how she would react? Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but look forward to it. Similarly, the Great Elder was also looking forward to it. At this moment, he was secretly happy. Hee. Old Man Ning's descendant's words were truly shocking. However, this descendant of the Ning family actually couldn't even recognize his own ancestor. He was indeed a weirdo. AI. He was afraid that the Ning family would not be able to recover in a while. He knew the old man of the Ning family too well. If he was really angry, it meant that the matter was not too big. However, once he smiled, it indicated that the matter was irreversible. If it was said that old man Ning was angry at his own descendant for being so disappointing and falling into his hands, then he was completely disappointed in this descendant now. "What if I don't want to hand these 2 little beasts over to you, and I don't want to compensate you for any losses?" Master Ning asked curiously. If he did as Leng Ruoxue said, he would die a little faster. What if he didn't? He really wanted to know how he would die. "Then I'll definitely make you wish you were dead, humph. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and capture these 2. Leng Ruoxue ordered the Ning family. However, none of the Ning family members in the courtyard made a move. Instead, they all looked at Ning Hong. "Ruoxue. You're not allowed to be unreasonable," Ning Hong said loudly. This granddaughter of his had been spoiled. She was getting more and more overbearing. He was still here, and she dared to make decisions. Moreover, his granddaughter's poor judgment didn't mean that he didn't have the same judgment. The innate superior temperament of these 2 people was too obvious, so Ning Hong absolutely didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out their identities. After all, in the divine realm, the Ning family was still unable to cover the sky with one hand. "Grandfather, it's obvious that they deserve to die. How can you shout at me?" Leng Ruoxue said, feeling wronged. "You shut up," Ning Hong roared. The most important thing now was to figure out the identity of these 2 people. If they didn't have any backing, then killing them would be fine. "You 2, please give me an explanation." Ning Hong looked at Master Ning and said. "There's nothing to explain. The Ning family's guards were indeed killed by me. However, I didn't take any low-grade jingshi." Master Ning's tone was cold. "Grandpa, I'm not lying, am I?" He admitted it himself. Leng Ruoxue said happily when she saw that the other party had confessed. "Since you admit that you killed someone from the Ning family, I can only apologize to you. However, the Ning family doesn't kill nameless people. Please state your name," Ning Hong said after the other party admitted it. However, he still had to figure out the other party's identity. "Do you really want to know my name?" Master Ning raised his eyes and asked calmly. "Of course, not everyone has the right to die at the hands of our Ning family. Ning Hong said rather self-deprecatingly. However, no one has called me by my name for a long time. My descendants all call me master or ancestor, while my old friends call me Old Man Ning. Master Ning said casually. Old Man Ning? Your surname is also Ning? Ning Hong was stunned and asked dumbly. Yup. My surname is also Ning, do you think we're a family? Master Ning said with a faint smile. Ning Hong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard this. A bad feeling instantly welled up in his heart. This person's surname was also Ning, and he appeared in Qi City again. He can't be the Ning family's old ancestor, right? At the thought of this possibility, Ning Hong broke out in a cold sweat, and his legs began to tremble. No, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Who are you? Ning Hong asked, suppressing his fear. Ning Hong, you don't even recognize me? Master Ning glared at him and asked. Oh, old ancestor. Ning Meng's legs gave way and she knelt on the ground. It really was the ancestor. What? What should I do? This time, they were dead for sure. Although he did find the old ancestor familiar, he had never thought in that direction. Humph. Ning Hong, how dare you? You even want to kill me? Master Ning's powerful aura was exposed. Under the pressure, the people of the Ning family present couldn't bear it. They knelt on the ground collectively, their bodies trembling. Grandpa, who? Who is he? Ning Ruoxue's face was filled with disbelief. Why did they all kneel down? Although she was also kneeling, she was still a little confused. Shut up. Hurry up and beg for forgiveness from the ancestor. Ning Hong roared angrily. He finally understood why the Qi family's old ancestor had told him to get lost when he had gone to the Qi family's courtyard to ask for an audience. It was all because of Ning Ruoxue. Thinking of this, he didn't even think about it. Pa! A slap landed on Ning Ruoxue's face. In an instant, half of her face swelled up. Grandpa, you actually hit me? Ning Ruoxue couldn't accept this fact. She was also suspicious of the identity of the person in front of her. After all, she was born on the divine mainland and had never seen the old ancestor. Now that her grandfather had hit her because of someone she suspected to be the old ancestor, she naturally felt indignant. Quickly apologized to the ancestor. Otherwise, we'll punish you. Ning Hong glared at her and shouted. Although Ning Ruoxue was his most beloved granddaughter, the person she had offended was the Ning family's supreme ancestor. She had also caused his entire family to be in a difficult situation. How could he care about whether Ning Ruoxue was wronged or not? AI. Now, he was filled with regret. Why did he bring Ning Ruoxue to Qi City? If he didn't bring her here, wouldn't this matter not have happened? Grandfather, are you sure he's really our Ning family's ancestor? Ning Ruoxue made up her mind and was ready to go all out. Impudent, is there anyone else who would dare to impersonate our Ning family's old ancestor? Ning Hong was so angry. Towards Ning Ruoxue's disregard for the big picture, he was extremely disgusted and didn't value her that much anymore. That might not be the case. Ning Ruoxue said, unwilling to give up. Ha ha ha. First elder laughed joyfully, but he still didn't say anything. Damn old man, what are you laughing at? Don't you want to live? Ning Ruoxue could hear the great elder's mockery and shouted in displeasure. I say, old Ning. Even if you don't let me speak, I still have to say it. Your Ning family's upbringing is so good that I have nothing to say. A junior not only shouted at me, but also said that I don't want to live anymore, AI. My fragile little heart is injured again, you have to compensate me for my loss. The grand elder said with a heartbroken expression. You can do whatever you want with this thing. Master Ning pointed at Ning Ruoxue and said. I don't want this thing. If I kill her, it'll dirty my hands. If I don't kill her, I'll be wasting food to feed her, so you better compensate me. I like compensation. The first elder said with a smile. Other than her, there's no other compensation. The master of the Ning family roared miserably. Damn it, he was already angry enough, and this stinky old man actually came to ask for help. Did he think that he was not angry enough? I said I don't want her. First elder warned. Whether you want her or not, from now on, she's yours. You can do whatever you want with her. In the future, this person's matters have nothing to do with the Ning family. Master Ning opened his mouth wide and decided Ning Ruoxue's future fate. Old man Ning, you're not being honest. You actually threw this trash at me. The great elder was extremely dissatisfied. Ning Hong, in the future, Ning Ruoxue will no longer be a member of the Ning family. As for all of you, before I think of how to deal with you, all of you better face the wall and reflect on your past. Master Ning said viciously. What he meant by facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes was that he would temporarily imprison them and wait for their punishment. Qi family brat, cooperate with me. Lock them up in the prison first. Master Ning said to Qi Yuan. Yes. Yes. Qi Yuan replied respectfully. In fact, he had no choice but to agree. The Ning family's old ancestor was currently in a fit of anger. Who knew if it would implicate their Qi family? Immediately after, Qi Yuan ordered his subordinates to lock Ning Hong and the rest in the cell of the Qi family's main residence. However, he was a little troubled as to how to deal with Ning Ruoxue. Why are you looking at me? Lock this woman in as well. Sensing Qi Yuan's probing gaze, First Elder hurriedly said. Yes. Qi Yuan replied. Before Ning Ruoxue was dragged away by the Qi family's guards, she kept shouting, "You can't do this to me. I'm the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Damn old man, I won't let you off. You still call us old men? I say, old man Ning." It seems that the young lady of the Ning family doesn't believe your identity. Hearing Ning Ruoxue's gradually fading voice, the first elder laughed and teased. She's not the eldest daughter of the Ning family. She's yours now. Master Ning reminded. I don't want it. Young man from the Qi family, I'll give that woman to you. First elder quickly said. Grand elder, I don't have a place to put her. Qi Yuan was very reserved, speaking on behalf of the Qi family's kid that first elder was talking about. Then kill her. First elder suggested. Grand elder, she's from the Ning family, after all. I don't dare to make a move. What a joke. Qi Yuan was so scared that he quickly said. Although the Ning family's old ancestor said that they could deal with Ning Ruoxue as they wished, the Ning family's blood still flowed in her body. If they really dealt with her, what would they do if the Ning family came to settle the score later? Old man Ning, did you see that? You're making things very difficult for us. You should deal with this Ning Ruoxue yourself. I won't ask you for compensation, but this should be fine, right? The great elder admitted defeat, but he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. I won't take it from you now, but I'll keep an account for you. The next time you need my help, I'll take it back. You really don't want it? You're the one who didn't want it, so don't blame me. Master Ning said proudly. Yes. The great elder nodded his head indifferently. After temporarily imprisoning Ning Hong and the others, Master Ning and the first elder returned to the Qi family's courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, Master Ning went into the room again. First elder then described the situation vividly to Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Then what will happen to Ning Ruoxue? Feng De asked curiously. I don't know. It depends on that old thing's mood. Maybe he'll be killed, maybe he'll find someone else. Anyway, he won't have a good ending. The first elder thought for a while and said. For the daughters of great clans, unless they had extremely high aptitude, they could only become a tool for marriage between clans. For someone like Ning Ruoxue, who had made a mistake, it was impossible for her to marry into any of the 8 great divine regions. Just randomly assign someone? Feng De mumbled as if he was deep in thought. What's wrong? What rotten idea do you have this time? The great elder looked at Feng De's expression and asked quickly, looking very interested. Don't tell me you want her to marry an ape. That idiot can't control this Miss Ning and might cause us more trouble in the future, so it's best to kill her to save us trouble. Leng Ruoxue said. Yes, let's just kill him. After Feng De heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he quickly agreed. Little girl, what ape? You want her to marry a beast? That's a good idea. The first elder said with an evil smile. Great elder, can you not have such a rich imagination? This is not in line with your otherworldly image. Mind your image. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. Little girl, did I misunderstand? Then tell me, where did this ape come from? The great elder asked shamelessly, his will extremely firm. I came from the forest. Leng Ruoxue tried to play dumb. It was better for first elder to not know about this. Oh. First elder knew that Leng Ruoxue was just brushing him off, but he still nodded his head. He would find out sooner or later anyway, so he was not in a hurry. After returning to his room, Master Ning had been thinking about how to deal with Ning Hong and the others. In fact, among those people, except for Ning Ruoxue, the others didn't commit serious crimes. They just didn't recognize him. Ning Ruoxue's subordinates had almost all been killed by him. However, in his opinion, Ning Ruoxue had dared to bypass him and order the people of the Ning family while Master was still present, which made him very dissatisfied with Ning Hong. In the main family, even the daughter he doted on the most was not allowed to interrupt him when he was speaking, let alone do such a thing that overstepped her boundaries. One had to know that Ning Ruoxue's behavior was definitely a taboo for someone in a high position like him, and it was also something he could not tolerate. However, he still decided to go to the Ning family to take a look first, then deal with Ning Hong and the others. As for Ning Ruoxue, he had already sentenced her to death in his heart. After making his decision, he went to look for Leng Ruoxue and asked if she was interested in going to the Ning family's divine realm with him. Leng Ruoxue naturally agreed without thinking. This trip to the Ning family's divine territory was equivalent to a private visit. Therefore, they didn't bring Ning Hong and the others with them, but continued to stay in the Qi family's prison. When he heard that Leng Ruoxue and the rest were leaving, Qi Yuan was elated. However, when he was told that the other party would return, his jubilant mood took a sharp turn and he could no longer be excited. Looking at Qi Yuan and the rest forcing a smile as they sent them out of the city, Leng Ruoxue was already laughing in her heart. After leaving Qi City for 5 days, Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at the Ning family's divine territory. The Ning family's god domain was indeed the leader of the 8 great god domains. Even on the divine mainland, the area of the Ning family's god domain was the largest, and the number of cities was the most. The main city of the Ning family's divine territory was also named after a family name. After entering the Ning family's divine territory, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had to pass through 3 cities before they could reach Ning City. Leng Ruoxue and the rest casually walked around the 3 cities they passed by, then headed straight for Peace City. Ning City was located in the center of the Ning family's divine territory. It was vast, had beautiful scenery, and was filled with spiritual qi. The population of Ning City was the largest in the entire Ning family's divine territory. Looking at the bustling streets, Leng Ruoxue and the others also took their time to look around. Peace City was bustling with activity. Shops were set up on both sides of the streets, selling a wide variety of items. Leng Ruoxue and the rest bought quite a number of items as they walked. Little girl, the inn in front of us is the best in Ning City. Let's stay there. Master Ning pointed at a tall building not far away and suggested. That inn belonged to the Ning family, and since they were in Ning City, they naturally had to stay in their own inn. Do you take money? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Of course I'll accept it. Master Ning was stunned, but he still answered honestly. He didn't want to expose his identity, so he had to pay for the hotel. There are so many of us. If we stay in the best inn, I'm afraid it'll cost a lot of money. I can't afford it. How about you go and stay by yourself, and I'll take them to find a cheaper inn to stay. Leng Ruoxue asked for Master Ning's opinion. You don't need to spend a single cent. I'll treat you, right? Master Ning said speechlessly. This little girl was really good at scheming. Every day, she ate their food and kept his tab. Now, she was actually poor with him. Really. However, he quite admired Leng Ruoxue's way of being stingy. Sometimes, he even wondered why this girl was not a member of the Ning family. You should be the one treating. Don't forget, we're here to accompany you. The great elder said with a, "You're very understanding" expression. I'm sorry for the expense, Master Ning. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Actually, she had been waiting for Master Ning to say this. I should. Master Ning said helplessly. Leng Ruoxue and the rest followed Master Ning into the inn. This inn was called Ning Zilai, and it should be a chain of inns. It was worthy of being the largest and best inn in Ning City. The interior of the inn was very exquisite and tasteful, and the waiters were very enthusiastic. When they saw them walking into the inn, they quickly came up to greet them. Do you guys want to stay or eat? The waiter asked politely. I want both. Master Ning said indifferently. Then, please follow me to check in. The waiter led Leng Ruoxue and the others to the front desk and swiftly helped them with the check-in procedures. Then, he brought them to their rooms on the 3rd floor. Before he left, he informed them that the restaurant was on the 2nd floor. As they were guests of the restaurant, they could enjoy free food and drinks. As Leng Ruoxue and her group had a large number of people, most of the rooms on the 3rd floor had been reserved by them. The inn was divided into 5 floors. The 1st floor was the main hall with many chairs in it, specially for the guests who had just arrived to rest. The 2nd floor was the dining hall, and from the 3rd floor onwards were the guest rooms. The 3rd floor that they were staying in could only be considered as ordinary guest rooms. The best VIP rooms were set up on the 5th floor, and they were definitely sky-high priced rooms. Those who could afford to stay there were either rich or respectable. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest returned to their rooms to rest for a while, they went to the restaurant on the 2nd floor to have their meal. When they arrived at the dining hall on the second floor, there were not many people eating as it was already past mealtime. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest casually found a table and sat down, the waiter came forward to ask. Would you like to have a free meal or a single order? The waiter asked very patiently. The order he was talking about was that the customer had to pay for it. I want it to be free. Before anyone could speak, Master Ning said directly. Alright, please wait a moment. The waiter knew very well who was the real cash cow, so he left immediately after hearing Master Ning's words. Master, you're knocking on the door. You didn't even invite me to try this Ning Zilai's signature dish. After the waiter left, Fengde couldn't help but grumble softly. There are so many of you, what if I become poor from all of you? Master Ning said like a miser, his handsome face full of pride. Master, you're a rich man, why are you poor like us? Lin Yuan also said in disbelief. Who said I'm rich? I'm just the head of your family. Master Ning said with a smirk, secretly pleased with himself. He finally had a chance to hold his head high in front of these people. Otherwise, he would always be bullied by them, ugh. However, no one would believe that the master of the Ning family would be bullied by a few little guys. You're just a fake master, what's there to be proud of? The great elder sneered. Before they came, they had discussed not to reveal their identity. They would address old man Ning as family master, and he would be called ancestor. Even the imposters have to call me master. Master Ning's face was full of smiles, and it could be seen that he was in a very good mood. Master, your descendant is here. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with an evil smile. Where is it? Master Ning was puzzled. Where were his direct descendants? The ones on the godly mainland were only a side branch, and in his heart, they weren't considered true descendants. Master Ning followed Leng Ruoxue's gaze and saw a young man who looked like him. His appearance and aura were both outstanding as he walked in. The young man came to the table where Leng Ruoxue and the rest were seated and bowed politely. He smiled and said, Hello, I'm Ning Xiao, the person in charge of this restaurant. I'm sorry, but due to the large number of people here, it might take a little longer to cook. Would you like to serve the dishes first or serve them together? Although Ning Xiao was asking for their opinion, he also told them the reason why the dishes would be served late, so as not to make the guests wait too long. Leng Ruoxue and the others could not find any fault with his humble attitude. Let's attack together. We're not too hungry yet. Leng Ruoxue said softly. Alright, please wait a moment. Ning Xiao left after he finished speaking. As soon as they left the restaurant, Ning Xiao met someone he did not want to see. The two of them pestered each other for a while before Ning Xiao dragged the person away. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others had also witnessed this scene. Old man Ning, your descendant seems to be in trouble. The first elder reminded with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation for a good show. Yes. Master Ning nodded imperceptibly. The little commotion between Ning Xiao and the other party just now naturally could not be hidden from him, a reverent god. Just as Leng Ruoxue and the rest were chatting, the dishes that they had been waiting for were served. Leng Ruoxue and the rest tasted it one by one and put down their chopsticks. Little girl, why are you only eating this much? Although these dishes can't be compared to the ones you make, they're still pretty good compared to the ones in the inn. Master Ning said with a smile. I'm full, Leng Ruoxue smiled helplessly. After getting used to her own cooking, she basically couldn't eat in restaurants anymore. She was only willing to eat a little because she was giving Master Ning face. However, even though the ingredients for this free meal weren't very particular, it was indeed much better than the food made in other hotels. Hehe, I'm full too. By the way, do you have any plans? Master Ning asked curiously. We're going back to our room to sleep. What about you? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I want to take a walk on the streets. Master Ning thought for a while and said. Then you go. We'll go back to our room first. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she stood up and led everyone out of the dining hall. Looking at their backs, Master Ning couldn't help but talk to himself, why are you sleeping right after eating? I'm happy to, what can you do about it? The great elder rolled his eyes at Master Ning and stood up, ready to leave. Where are you going? Master Ning quickly asked and pulled the great elder back. I'm going back to my room to sleep too. The first elder laughed. You damned old man, why are you sleeping? You're not allowed to sleep, you're already a divine emperor, why are you still sleeping? Accompany me to the streets. Master Ning said domineeringly, and then he pulled the extremely reluctant first elder to go to the street. However, this time, Bao Bao and Qiuqiu weren't by their side. The next morning, when Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the room, they suddenly realized that two people were missing. Master Ning and first elder were missing. Miss, we've searched the room. There's no one. Fengde, who went to the room to look for the two, said. How can there be no one? Could it be that the two old men didn't come back last night? Thinking of this possibility, Leng Ruoxue sent someone to call for a waiter. After asking, she found out that the two old men from yesterday had indeed not returned. Did something happen to the two old men again? Leng Ruoxue thought to herself, they didn't bring baby and Qiuqiu with them to the streets this time, so there shouldn't be anyone who's blind enough to want to snatch their things, right? Miss, I'll take my brothers to the streets to look for it. Fengde couldn't help but say when he saw his miss's thoughtful expression. Okay, be careful. After all, we've just arrived in Peace City and are not familiar with everything here. Leng Ruoxue warned. Alright, don't worry, miss. Fengde promised. Then, he brought Lin Yuan and the others to the street to look for her. However, after searching for almost a day, he still couldn't find the two old men. Miss, we've almost searched the entire Ning city, but we didn't find any trace of the two old men. In the living room, Fengde said helplessly. Where haven't we? Leng Ruoxue asked directly. We can't enter either the Ning family or the prison. Fengde quickly said. Oh. If I'm not wrong, those two old men should be locked up in the prison. Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. This time, even without Qiuqiu and Bao Bao by their side, they were still able to get into trouble. She really admired them. It can't be. Fengde wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was speechless. Last time in Qi City, Qi Rui was there, so they were not worried even if the first elder was put in prison. But this time, it was different. They didn't know anyone in Ning City, so it would not be easy to see the first elder and Master Ning. Fengde, go and invite Ning Xiao over. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Yes. Fengde received the order and turned to leave. Not long after, Ning Xiao was invited into the room. Is there anything you need from me? Ning Xiao gave a slight bow and went straight to the point. Shopkeeper Ning, we've lost two people. I wonder if you can help us look for them. Leng Ruoxue probed. Disappeared? What does young lady mean? Ning Xiao asked, confused. We suspect that they are now in the prison of Ning City. However, we are unfamiliar with Ning City, so we would like to ask shopkeeper Ning to help us confirm. Leng Ruoxue explained. Right now, she only wanted to confirm the location of the two old men. As for their safety, she wasn't worried at all. Furthermore, she didn't believe that there was anyone on the divine mainland who could hurt a reverent god and a divine emperor. The only possibility was that the two of them, who wanted the world to be in chaos, had willingly been captured. Oh. I can help young miss ask around, but I can't guarantee that I can save them. Ning Xiao said honestly. Shopkeeper Ning, you just need to help me find out where they are. There's no need to save them. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. If those two old men were really in the prison, then they definitely had something to do with the Ning family. Since that was the case, why should she get herself involved in this mess? He would just let the two old men mess things up. Alright. In his entire life, this was the first time that Ning Xiao had heard something like, there's no need to save them. After all, a normal person's thought process would be to save them. However, this beautiful lady in front of him had clearly told him that there was no need to save them. This made him a little speechless. At this moment, he had already classified Leng Ruoxue as abnormal. AI. It was a pity to lose such a devastatingly beautiful woman. Ning Xiao couldn't help but secretly feel regretful. However, it was fortunate that Leng Ruoxue did not read Ning Xiao's mind. Otherwise, if she knew what Ning Xiao was thinking, she would be depressed to death. Then, Ning Xiao bade everyone farewell. A day later, Ning Xiao sent news. There were indeed 2 unfamiliar people locked up in Ning City's prison cell. Furthermore, they had just been locked up for 2 days, and the time coincided with the time when the Great Elder and Master Ning had disappeared. Miss, I have some friendship with one of the guards in the prison. Do you want me to help you get them out? After Ning Xiao brought the news, he saw that Leng Ruoxue and the rest were silent for a long time, so he could not help but ask. No, thank you for your kindness, Manager Ning. Leng Ruoxue declined. After knowing the exact location of the First Elder and Master Ning, Leng Ruoxue and the others acted as if nothing had happened. They did what they were supposed to do. Furthermore, they had locked themselves up for a few days and their meals were sent directly to their rooms. This made Ning Xiao even more curious. At this moment, in Ning City's prison, the 2 young-looking old men sat on the stone chairs and looked at each other in boredom. Why are you staring at me? Master Ning, who was tired of staring, said in dissatisfaction. If you're not staring at me, how do you know I'm staring at you? The Great Elder rolled his eyes at Master Ning and said unhappily. Hey! Why isn't anyone taking care of us? That little girl didn't even come and look for us. Master Ning complained. Why are you looking for us? That little girl won't be worried about us. The Great Elder understood. We're missing. Shouldn't she be looking for it? You're really disloyal. Master Ning's face was full of resentment. This is the Ning family's territory, and you're a reverent god level. If it were me, I wouldn't look for you either. The Great Elder said matter-of-factly. He was also locked up here because of this old thing. No way. He had to ask for compensation. The food here was terrible. With this in mind, the Great Elder calmly said, Old man Ning, this is the 2nd time I've been in a prison cell. However, the treatment in your Ning family's prison is far worse than that of the Qi family's. When I was locked up by the Qi family's brat even arranged several servants to serve me. That's because that brat from the Qi family knows your identity. If he didn't know, he wouldn't care about you. Master Ning quibbled. No matter what, you're definitely going to compensate me for my 2nd time in jail. The Great Elder ignored Master Ning's words and said with a faint smile. On what basis? I'm in jail too, okay? Who's going to pay for my losses? When Master Ning heard that the Great Elder was going to slaughter him again, he immediately jumped 3 times and roared. Calm down. You're sitting in your own cell, but I'm not. I'm just an outsider. If your Ning family dares to lock me up, don't think you can stop paying. First Elder's mouth twitched as he said in a matter-of-fact manner. Old man Ning, seeing that we've been friends for so many years, I won't make things difficult for you. Just compensate according to the Yao family standard. The Great Elder added. What? You greedy vampire, I was robbed by you not long ago, and now you're here again. Master Ning was so angry that he couldn't help but shout. That's a separate matter, don't mix them up. Even blood brothers have to calculate their accounts clearly. Besides, we're not even related by blood. The Great Elder said with a smile, implying that the Ning family would definitely bleed this time. But, I'm also locked up in prison now. Who can I go to claim my losses? Master Ning felt wronged. Why was it a descendant of the Ning family who had done this? If he was someone else's junior, how cool would it be to rob him? But now, he was the one being robbed, and he was clearly locked up, okay? Go and ask your descendants for it. If you're still angry, you can also deal with the entire Ning family on the godly mainland. I won't stop you. First Elder suggested. And then? Master Ning asked. Then you'll continue to give birth. The First Elder said with an evil smile. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard in the cell they were in. Hee hee. Immediately after, a light yellow shadow pounced into the Great Elder's arms like lightning. Little ball, you still have a conscience. You knew to come and see me. The First Elder joyfully hugged the cute little fellow in his arms as he complained. I'm coming too. The baby's voice was also heard. Hee hee. Good, I'm about to die from depression. The First Elder said happily. Grand Elder Grandfather, it was Elder Sister who asked us to come and accompany you. Elder Sister said that you can live here in peace and not worry about them. Qiu laughed evilly as it conveyed Leng Ruoxue's words. That little girl really said that? The Great Elder was speechless. From what he heard, that girl actually wanted them to stay here forever? Yes, Sister said that you guys are too good at causing trouble. It's good to lock you up. Qiu said very honestly, laughing in its heart. It and its baby had finally been cleared of their crimes. This time, they had nothing to do with it. Little Qiu. You can't misunderstand me. He's the one who can cause trouble, not me. I'm also a victim, and I was implicated by him. The First Elder didn't even think about it and directly betrayed Master Ning. You damned old man, how can you blame me for this? Hearing this, Master Ning immediately widened his eyes and roared. If I don't blame you, who else should I blame? The one who locked us up is your Ning family's descendant, not mine. The great elder shouted back, unwilling to be outdone. Grand elder grandpa, what's going on? Qiuqiu asked with a curious look. This old man's descendants ran us over on purpose and demanded compensation from us. We didn't pay, so we were caught and brought in. The great elder explained simply. Oh. Qiuqiu nodded, then looked at Master Ning. Grandpa, are your descendants in need of money? Isn't your Ning family a rich man in the divine realm? Can't you even afford to raise a few descendants? Qiuqiu's face was filled with question marks. Who doesn't have a few pieces of rat **t? Master Ning said helplessly. Speaking of which, he did feel that this matter was quite embarrassing, but he and the first elder had been locked up voluntarily. Otherwise, who could have locked them up? AI. Every family has its own problems. The baby sighed, and his cute appearance immediately amused the elder and Master Ning. Hehe, you're such a clown. No wonder you dote on them so much. Master Ning said happily. At their level, ordinary flattery would have no effect at all. On the contrary, this kind of simple and lovely little guy could make them feel good. Of course, the first elder had a proud look on his face. Look at how beautiful you are. Master Ning's eyes were burning with jealousy. Little one, does Shui have any other instructions? Master Ning asked again. No, but when do you plan to expose your identity, Grandpa? Little Qiuqiu couldn't help but ask. They had been in the prison for a few days, but the guy who had locked them up here had no reaction. They didn't know when he would remember these two people. He wanted to expose himself, but no one from the Ning family came these days, so his identity is useless. The great elder laughed evilly. Originally, old man Ning had planned to wait for that unfilial descendant to come and see what tricks he was up to. Then, he would reveal his identity unexpectedly. However, he did not expect that after they were locked up, they did not show their faces at all. Therefore, this old man Ning had been depressed for a few days. Then what should we do? We can't just stay here forever. Little Qiuqiu furrowed its brows, deep in thought. I have an idea. The baby said. What do you have in mind? Master Ning asked curiously. Hehe. If they don't come, we can take the initiative to visit them. However, we don't have any status, so I'm afraid the Ning family won't welcome us. The baby said with a troubled expression. This is easy. Let this old man lend you the Ning family's token, then you can do whatever you want with it. The first elder said in a very cooperative manner. Wouldn't that expose my identity too early? Master Ning hesitated. The owner of the token is Big Sister, who would notice you. However, this way, Big Sister and the others can't call you master anymore. Bao Bao reminded. Give this to the little girl and let her play with it. However, don't kill the Ning family. Master Ning took out a black and gold token from his ring. The token was only the size of a palm, and it was carved with an exquisite totem of a black phoenix spreading its wings. The first elder looked at the sign and narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at Master Ning deeply, but he didn't say anything. First elder grandpa will first send this token to Big Sister, then come back to accompany you. Qiuqiu said happily. Then, the two little fellows skipped out of the cell. After the two little things left, the great elder looked at Master Ning and asked with a little confusion, what do you want to do? The token just now represented a completely different meaning from the Ning family's ordinary identity token, because that token was the symbol of old man Ning's identity. There was only one in the entire divine world, and those who saw the token were like seeing old man Ning himself. The Ning family could not recognize old man Ning as their ancestor, but they would definitely not recognize the token that could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Ning family. Nothing. Didn't you ask me to lend the token to the little girl? Master Ning said innocently. I didn't ask you to lend me this. If someone in the Ning family finds out that this token is in the hands of this little girl, you will bring her trouble. The first elder grumbled. Although the Ning family had chosen the young master, not everyone would believe in Ning Haolan's identity. If someone with ill intentions found out where the medallion was and used it, the little girl would be in deep trouble. But I only have this on me. You can't possibly think that I have many Ning family identity tokens on me, right? Master Ning said innocently. You didn't bring one, can't you make one on the spot? Why did you have to give her this piece? The first elder said somewhat angrily. The Ning family's identity tokens were all from old man Ning's hands. Moreover, it was added with his divine power blood. As long as he met a member of the Ning family, the token would sense it. Therefore, it was impossible to fake it. The Ning family recognized the token and not the person. In addition, once a member of the Ning family died, the token that represented their identity would also disappear from this world. It would definitely not be left to the opponent. Therefore, it was basically impossible for outsiders to get the Ning family's token. It takes a lot of time to do it now. Master Ning said with a shameless look. Humph. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning, but don't blame me for not warning you. If that little girl is missing a single hair, I won't let your Ning family off. The first elder said somewhat angrily. Sometimes, he really had no way to deal with this old scoundrel who wouldn't die. However, he couldn't beat him in a fight. Therefore, he could only endure it for now and then find an opportunity to take revenge. That little girl is smart. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Master Ning comforted him. Humph. The great elder snorted coldly, then turned his head and back to him, not planning to pay him any more attention. In the room of the inn. Leng Ruoxue looked at the token in her hand thoughtfully. A black phoenix was rare. How could there be a black phoenix on the Ning family sign? Could this be the pet beast of the old man from the Ning family? This token is very troublesome. You'd better not take it out. The evildoer sitting opposite Leng Ruoxue reminded her. What's the trouble? Leng Ruoxue was confused. This is the only token in the Ning family. It is different from the other identity tokens of the Ning family. It belongs to Master Ning, and seeing the token is like seeing the person. The demon chuckled as he explained. In other words, this token represented great power. So you're saying that I'm representing the old man of the Ning family just because I'm holding this sign? Any decision I make is the same as old man Ning's? Leng Ruoxue asked with uncertainty. Yes. The demon nodded. What if I use this plate to replace the young master of the Ning family? Can I? Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. Your decision is Master Ning's decision, and the Ning family must obey it unconditionally. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. The demon chuckled. What kind of rule is this in the Ning family? Could a sign decide everything? Then what if this token is taken away by someone else? Wouldn't the Ning family be finished? Leng Ruoxue's thoughts ran wild. The Ning family's brand won't be so easily taken away. The evildoer said helplessly. Shue's imagination was a little too rich. Why wouldn't I? Didn't I just take Ning Ruoxue's sign? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. As far as I know, the Ning family's identity token is divided into two types. One only represents the identity of the Ning family without any power, while the other represents the power and status of the owner. The first type can be obtained by anyone, but only a few people can have the second type, and these people are all strong. It's impossible to take the token from them unless a hierarch comes out. As for Ning Ruoxue's token, it only represents her identity as a member of the Ning family. Therefore, even if it's taken away, the Ning family won't care. Moreover, ordinary people don't have the courage to pretend to be members of the Ning family, and they don't know the difference between the Ning family's tokens, so it's useless for them to take it. The demon explained with a smile. But the piece in your hand is of great importance, so it's better to use it less. The demon once again reminded. Sigh. This was a hot potato. Humph. If the Ning family dared to hurt Shuer, he would not let them go. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Leng Ruoxue laughed. Shuer, you've decided to find the Ning family tomorrow? The demon asked. Well, if we don't look for them now, I'm afraid the two old men will be anxious. We can't let them stay in prison all the time without anyone noticing. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. It was time to take action. Then let's find it. The demon laughed. The next day, Leng Ruoxue arranged for Fengda to find Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao looked at Leng Ruoxue and the rest in confusion. He asked politely, Miss, is there something you need me for? Shopkeeper Ning, do you recognize this? Without further ado, Leng Ruoxue took out the token that Master Ning had lent her and showed it to Ning Xiao. Previous chapter. The clan head's token. The moment Ning Xiao saw the sign, he immediately knelt on the ground and said very respectfully, Ning Xiao is here to meet the master. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. It was just a token, was there a need to be like this? In any case, she couldn't understand the respect her family members had for this kind of thing. Get up. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Thank you, miss. Ning Xiao was very excited. He had never thought that the young lady before him was actually a member of the main family. He had long heard that the main family's old ancestor had come to the divine mainland. However, someone of his status did not have the right to meet the old ancestor. This young lady had the family head's token, so she must be a very favored person by the old ancestor. He just didn't know if the old ancestor had come to Ning City as well. When he thought of this possibility, he was instantly excited. If he could meet the old ancestor, he would die without any regrets. Ning Xiao, who is in charge of the Ning family now? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. The master of the family has gone to Qi City. Now my uncle, Ning Fei, is in charge of the Ning family. Ning Xiao answered honestly. Ask Ning Fei to come here to see me. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. Ning Xiao replied, then turned to leave. About an hour later, a middle-aged man rushed into the inn. Standing in the living room, Ning Fei was actually a little nervous. He couldn't help but think to himself, she's indeed the young lady of the main family. He was so nervous that he broke out in cold sweat just by looking at him without saying a word. You are Ning Fei? Leng Ruoxue looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said indifferently. Ning Fei was not as handsome as the other members of the Ning family. Instead, he looked simple and honest. He was a mid-level divine being. Although he was not very powerful, he must be extraordinary since he was able to become the acting master after Ning Hong left. Yes, I'm Ning Fei. Greetings, miss. Ning Fei bowed with great respect. To the main family, his status was nothing, so he had to lower his status. After all, no matter how powerful he was in the divine mainland, he was just a servant to the main family. There's no need to be so polite, clan head Ning. I invited you here today because I have a request. Leng Ruoxue smiled courteously. Please speak, miss. Ning Fei was confused, but he still asked patiently. There are two people beside me who have been locked up in your Ning family's prison. I wonder if the acting family master can help me get them out. In addition, I don't want anyone to disclose the fact that I'm here. Can you do that? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Yes, miss. Don't worry. I know what to do. Ning Fei promised. Although he was a little curious as to why a member of the main family would be locked up in a cell, it was not a good time to ask about the reason, so he had to agree. After that, Ning Fei bade farewell to Leng Ruoxue and went to the prison in Ning City to pick her up. However, before he left, he still asked Ning Xiao and found out that it was Ning Kai, that bastard, who had locked her up. When he arrived at the prison of Ning City, Ning Fei cursed in his heart when he saw the first elder and Master Ning. F***ck, what kind of person is Ning Kai holding? It was obvious that these two people were not to be trifled with. They had actually been locked up for so many days. What made him even more depressed was that these two people were related to the young miss from the main family. Sigh. He hoped that they were not from the main family. Otherwise, if the young lady of the main family really blamed him, he would not have a good ending. Ning Fei ordered his men to open the cell door and walked in himself. He slightly bowed to the first elder and Master Ning and said, I'm sorry for the two of you. I apologize on behalf of the Ning family. Who are you? First elder didn't even lift his eyes as he asked in a cold tone. I'm the acting master of the Ning family in the godly land. My name is Ning Fei. Ning Fei introduced himself. Oh. Then what is your relationship with the person who locked us up? Master Ning also asked. He's my nephew, Ning Fei said honestly. Your nephew said that we have disturbed the public order and wanted to punish us. Are you here to apologize or to punish us? Master Ning asked curiously. I'm here to apologize for my insensibility. Ning Fei said quickly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It's useless for you to come. If you really want to apologize, ask your nephew to come. However, even if he comes, we won't accept him. The great elder said angrily. Sirs, I was actually entrusted by a young lady to pick you up. I will personally escort my nephew to apologize to you later. Ning Fei had no choice but to mention Leng Ruoxue. Oh. That girl asked you to come and pick us up. However, it's good that you know we're locked up here. We can't go out yet. Master Ning refused. Ning Fei was depressed. He had already mentioned the young lady, but these two still refused to go out. What did they mean? However, if the two of them refused to leave, he couldn't force them. Don't worry, that girl won't blame you. First elder consoled. Yup. You can leave now. Master Ning also caught up with him. Then I'll take my leave first. Ning Fei had no choice but to leave the cell first. After leaving the prison, he personally went to the inn and passed on the conversation between the two men to Leng Ruoxue. Then, he returned to the Ning family's main residence. The first thing he did when he returned to the main residence was to send people to capture Ning Kai and await punishment. After Ning Kai was caught, the Ning family suddenly exploded. Many people who didn't know the truth were secretly guessing whether this was a war between the first and second household. Everyone in the Ning family knew that the master favored the people of the second branch. However, this time, he left and let the first master become the acting master. The people of the second branch were naturally not convinced and had made many obstacles in private. However, the good-tempered first master had always endured and did not make a move. But this time, he had captured the young master of the second branch. In their eyes, this was considered a big move. In the Ning family's meeting room, Ning Fei was sitting in the main seat, and the elders of the Nings were sitting below him. In the middle of the hall stood a man who looked to be in his 30s. The man's face was gloomy and ruthless. Although he was handsome, the cold chi on his body made him look less handsome. This man was also stronger than Ning Fei, a high-level divine master. Ning Fei, why did you lock up Kai? Father isn't here and you're suppressing my family like this? Humph. If father finds out, he won't let you off. The man, who was Ning Fei's younger brother, Ning Xiang, said angrily. I locked Ning Kai up because he made a mistake. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that even if father returns, Ning Kai's crime will not be forgiven. Ning Fei said honestly. What crime has he committed? Ning Fei, you have to give me a clear explanation today, or I won't believe you. Ning Xiang shouted at the top of his voice. Ning Kai was his son. Although he was uneducated and incompetent, he would not allow Ning Fei to punish Ning Kai for his crime. He has offended his superior. He has locked up the master in the prison of Ning City. Isn't that enough? Ning Fei slightly raised his eyebrows and asked. Although the lady of the main family didn't mention anything about punishing Ning Kai, he couldn't just do nothing. He couldn't leave a bad impression on the lady of the main family just because of Ning Kai. After hearing what Ning Fei said, all the elders and Ning Xiang were stunned. Someone from the main family came? When did this happen? An elder couldn't help but ask. They only knew that the clan head had brought a group of people to Qi City to meet the clan head of the main clan, but they had never heard that the main clan had come to Ning City. It was unbelievable that they didn't receive any news of such an important piece of information. Ning Fei, who are you trying to fool? Father is currently accompanying the old forefather in Qi City. If someone from the main family really came to Ning City, would father not have told us in advance? Ning Xiang didn't believe what Ning Fei said at all. He even thought that it was an excuse for Ning Fei to punish his son. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Ning Fei said. First elder, you heard it. Ning Fei is just lying to us. There's no one from the main family. Ning Xiang looked at the great elder and said. After his father left, the Great Elder had the highest status in the clan. However, the Great Elder was in the same boat as Ning Fei. Even so, Ning Xiang still had to make him speak for justice. I believe that the acting family head will not lie. He used this kind of thing to deceive us. If the main family finds out, he will not have a good end. The first elder slightly raised his eyes and said indifferently. He was trying to say that Ning Fei would not dare to do that. In fact, he still believed in Ning Fei's character. If Ning Fei really wanted to attack the second branch, he would have a chance to do it, and he didn't need to use the main family, because it would be very dangerous. The main family was not easy to use. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Then where is the main clan now? If someone from the main family really came, why didn't they move into our Ning family's main residence? Ning Xiang asked loudly. Yes, acting family head, where is the head of the family now? We can't believe what you just said. One of the elders said. I promised the young lady of the main family that I wouldn't reveal her identity, so don't ask anymore. Ning Fei said in a cold tone. First elder, elders, you all heard it. Ning Fei obviously doesn't belong to the main family, but he locked my son up with the excuse of a lady of the main family. I asked the elders to give me justice. Ning Xiang's face was full of anger. Acting master, the second master's words are not without reason. If you don't let us see the lady of the main family that you speak of, we will be in a very difficult position. Another elder said. Acting patriarch, why don't you go and ask the young lady of the main family for instructions and let us all see her? The first elder said helplessly. He could tell that the second master and his men would not stop until they saw the lady of the main family. All right then. However, I can't guarantee that the young lady of the main family will agree to meet you. Ning Fei said in his heart. Then, Ning Fei stood up and left the meeting room. After Ning Fei left the Ning family's main residence, he went straight to the inn. However, he was still a little uneasy before he saw Leng Ruoxue. Standing in the living room of the inn, Ning Fei's heart was beating like thunder, and he was so nervous that he was sweating. Ning Fei, why are you here again? Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting on the chair, asked in confusion. Miss, the elders of the Ning family want to see you. Ning Fei said directly. See me for what? How did they know I was here? Leng Ruoxue questioned him unhappily. I caught Ning Kai and caused Ning Xiang's dissatisfaction. Ning Fei was explaining when he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. So you gave me up? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked indifferently. I'm sorry, miss. They didn't believe me. I'm too useless. Ning Fei said with some self-blame. I can't blame you for this. If I'm not wrong, Ning Xiang should be very favored. By the way, whose daughter is Ning Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Thank you for your understanding, miss. Ning Ruoxue is also Ning Xiang's daughter. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't blame him, Ning Fei was relieved. Oh. Ning Fei, since those elders want to see me, let them come here. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be troubled. Yes, I'll go back and inform the elders. Ning Fei said happily. Then, he saluted and left. After Ning Fei left, the demon held Xue in his arms and asked with a faint smile, Xue what do you plan to do? I don't know, I'll just take it one step at a time. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, she really didn't have any plans. She thought that it would be enough to let Ning Fei know her identity and that Master Ning and First Elder were locked up in the prison. However, things obviously didn't go as she had planned. It was all because Ning Fei didn't use enough strength. Otherwise, who would dare to question his words? Those two old men have been in prison for the past few days. They must have been depressed. When they come out, I'm afraid the good days of the Ning family will be over. The demon said with a gloating smile. Oh. You're right, I should quickly let those two old men leave the cell so that I can return the Ning family's matter to Master Ning. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She didn't want to get involved in the Ning family's matters. It was better to let Master Ning handle it himself. Just as the two of them were chatting, Fengde came in to report that the elders of the Ning family had arrived. Leng Ruoxue and the demon exchanged glances and said in unison, they came so quickly. Miss, should we let them in? Fengde asked. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then pulled the evildoer to the main seat in the living room. After all, she was the young lady of the Ning family. Her status was definitely above the elders of the Ning family in the godly mainland. There was no reason for her to welcome them. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was ready, Fengde left the living room and invited the Ning family's elders in. Naturally, the second master of the Ning family, Ning Xiang, was with them. First elder, this young lady is the young lady of the main family. Ning Fei introduced them with great respect. Miss, he's the grand elder of our Ning family's branch. Ning Fei pointed at the first elder and said. This old man greets the young lady of the main family. First elder bowed slightly, then raised his head to size up Leng Ruoxue. However, the more he looked at her, the more shocked he became. The woman in front of him was the best in both appearance and temperament, but how could her cultivation be only at the mystic divine realm? This was too unbelievable. Logically speaking, a mystic god should not be able to survive in the divine world. However, he was very sure that he had never heard of this lady from the main family on the divine mainland. Otherwise, how could he not know of her existence? Although he was full of doubts, he believed that Ning Fei would not have the guts to lie to them, so he did not question immediately. Great elder, you are too polite. Leng Ruoxue replied courteously. Her beautiful eyes were constantly sizing up the old man in his 50s. This old man looked very smart and was not easy to fool. However, he was also an old fox. He was obviously suspicious of her identity, but he did not ask anything. However, just because the great elder didn't ask, it didn't mean that the other people in the Ning family wouldn't ask. After Ning Xiang recovered from his shock, he asked directly, "May I ask which young lady of the main family you are, and if I may ask, do you have an identity token? It's not convenient for me to disclose my identity, and I can't show my identity token to all of you." Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. However, her words made many of the Ning family's elders so angry that they almost vomited blood. Many of the elders were cursing in their hearts. This was too much of a bully. She claimed to be the young miss of the main family, but she didn't produce any evidence. How could they believe this? "Miss, if you can't take out anything to prove your identity, please forgive us for not being able to acknowledge your identity." Ning Xiang's words represented the thoughts of most of the elders, so when he said this, it immediately received the response of many elders. Previous chapter. Yup. "Miss, please don't make things difficult for us." An elder took the lead to speak. "Miss, please show me your token." Another elder chimed in. "Do you really want to see my token?" After a long while, Leng Ruoxue finally spoke calmly. "We just want to confirm your identity. We have no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand us." Ning Xiang quickly explained. "Actually, it's for your own good that I didn't let you see it. But since you all want to see it, then let's see it together." Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. After she finished speaking, she took out a black token from her ring and waved it in front of the elders. In an instant, all the elders were dumbfounded. After they came to their senses, they knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, Patriarch." Looking at the Ning family members kneeling on the ground, Leng Ruoxue did not let them get up immediately. She looked at the token in her hand and said to the Ning family members, "Do you guys want to personally verify the authenticity of this token?" "No. No need. That brand is real." An elder stammered in fear. They had sensed it the moment the token was shown, so they didn't dare to doubt that it was fake. Sob. Now they really regretted it to death. Why did they have to see his identity token? If they didn't know that she was representing the family head, their lives would have been better. But now, they could only worship this young lady as if she was their ancestor. "Do you all admit that it's true?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. "Yes, yes." Everyone in the Ning family nodded like pounding garlic. "Get up," he said. Leng Ruoxue only spoke up when she saw that most of them were already kneeling. "There are two people by my side. They have been locked up by young Master Kai from your branch of the Ning family." Leng Ruoxue continued. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by an unknown elder. "Acting Patriarch, release him immediately." The elder quickly said. "I did, but he refused to come out." Ning Fei said helplessly. Why?" The elder was puzzled. "I don't know." Ning Fei felt helpless. He had already said that even if Ning Kai went to beg for forgiveness, he would not come out. So, he had no choice. "Miss, what do you think we should do?" The elder asked with a fawning expression. "You're the ones who locked him up. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Moreover, I can also tell you that one of those two is the Armament Guild's Grand Elder." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. The Ning family's elders were collectively dumbfounded. The Armament Guild headquarters' Great Elder was actually locked in the Ning family's prison. What should they do? All the Ning family's descendants knew about the relationship between the Great Elder and the Master. "I'm finished." This time, they had stirred up a hornet's nest. For a moment, even the elders who were close to Ning Xiang couldn't help but blame Ning Xiang and his son. "Miss, you have to put in a few good words for us," Ning Fei said with a bitter face. He had long seen that the two old men's identities were not ordinary, but he did not expect that one of them would actually be the Great Elder of the Craftsmen's Guild headquarters. If the main family found out about this, the good days of their line could be considered to be over. "Don't worry, those two are people who clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. They won't involve the innocent. However, you still have to perform well. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that they won't settle the score after this." Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a smile. In fact, her hint was very obvious, but she was not sure if Ning Fei could hear it. "Don't worry, miss. I know what to do," Ning Fei quickly said. "If that's the case, then you can go back first. If there's nothing important, don't bother me." Leng Ruoxue asked him to leave. "Miss, you're a member of the main family. You should stay in the main residence when you come to the Divine Mainland. How can you stay in a hotel? If news of this gets back to the main family, they'll blame us for not being able to host you well. Why don't you come with us to the main residence?" The first elder said carefully. He still could not figure out this young lady's thoughts, so it was better to be more cautious. "No need, it's good to stay at a hotel." Leng Ruoxue rejected. All right then. We'll take our leave first." Seeing how insistent Leng Ruoxue was, first elder was helpless and left with his men. After leaving, the Ning family's first elder and the others went to the prison to see the two old men who were locked up. However, they didn't give them any good looks at all, so the Ning family could only return to the main house resentfully. The next day, the great elder of the Ning family took Ning Kai to the prison again, but the two old men still only left them with their backs. After this incident, Ning Xiang's status in the Ning family plummeted, and even the elders who were usually won over by him didn't dare to have any contact with him. Ning Xiang's courtyard. In the room, Ning Xiang was sitting on a chair with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking about, but none of his close friends dared to disturb him. After a long time, seeing that Ning Xiang's expression had softened a little, his beloved concubine dared to come forward and act coquettishly. "Old master, don't be like this. It's quite scary. Young Master Kai is a good person and will be fine, don't worry." His beloved concubine consoled him. "How can there be no problems? This time, Kai has offended the main family. Those old things who see the wind and sail with the helm are not willing to help Kai." Ning Xiang's brows were tightly furrowed, and he was in a dilemma. Although he had many women, he only had one son. So, no matter what, he had to find a way to keep his son's position. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no one to inherit his family? "Master, since you've offended someone from the main family, I'm afraid those elders won't be able to help even if they want to. In my opinion, you might as well go to the main family to mediate. Who knows, we might even be able to save young Master Kai." His concubine suggested. "It's easy to go to the main family to negotiate peace. With just the token in that young lady's hand, I'm afraid no one from the main family would be willing to stand up for us." Ning Xiang said gloomily. "Old master, how would you know if you don't try? However, if you want to solve this matter, I'm afraid that you can only ask the main family's direct line to come forward. If you can invite the young master, there might be room for this matter to turn around," said his beloved concubine after some thought. Previous chapter. Next. "Young master? Don't even mention inviting the young master. Do you think I can meet him with my status?" Ning Xiang was a little angry. The future master of the Ning family was not someone that anyone could meet. "That's why we need to clear it. As long as there are enough benefits, I don't believe that I can't get the main family's direct line to come forward," his beloved concubine said confidently. "Let me think about it." Ning Xiang hesitated and did not speak for a long time. 2 days after meeting the Ning family, Leng Ruoxue and the rest finally set off towards the prison cell in a grandiose manner. When they arrived at the prison cell, Leng Ruoxue saw the 2 humans and 2 beasts talking and laughing. She could not help but chuckle and tease. "It seems that you guys are living a good life." "That's right. Ever since you revealed your identity, the treatment in our prison has been rising," the great elder said with a smile. The excitement of being imprisoned for the second time was much less than the first time. If it wasn't for accompanying old man Ning, he would have been out long ago. He really didn't know what this old man Ning was waiting for. If they didn't go out for a day, the Ning family's heart would be in suspense. "Little girl, why are you so free to come and see us today?" Master Ning's face was full of hidden bitterness. He had been locked up for so many days, but this stinky girl didn't even show her face. It was really infuriating. "I was tired of staying in the inn, so I came out for a walk," Leng Ruoxue replied indifferently. After all that, he's just here to visit us," Master Ning said gloomily. "Yes, I came to see you guys and tell you some news about the Ning family." Leng Ruoxue laughed. "What news can the Ning family have?" Master Ning asked calmly. He didn't believe that after seeing his token, the Ning family could still turn the world upside down. "Ning Xiang is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, so I want to ask you when you plan to make a move. Hurry up and deal with the person you want to deal with. We can leave this place," Leng Ruoxue urged. "Little girl, what's the matter?" Master Ning asked curiously. "Yes." Leng Ruoxue nodded. Actually, she wanted to find a quiet place to enter closed-door cultivation. Over the past few days, she could faintly feel that her heaven-defying art was showing signs of advancing. This was too important to her. "Then give me a few more days. We'll leave when I'm done with the things here," Master Ning thought for a moment and said. In fact, when he went to the street with the great elder that day, he had already understood the situation of the Ning family. He was just waiting for more Ning family members to jump out so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. "All right," he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head and chatted with them for a while before returning to the inn with the demon. Fengde and the rest went out for a walk on the streets. For the next few days, Leng Ruoxue stayed in the Bengal to cultivate. Unless there was something extremely important, she would rarely leave the purple bamboo house. On a stone chair not far away from the purple bamboo house, the evildoer, Wu, and Leng Ruohan were chatting. Suddenly, Qing Ju appeared in front of them and said anxiously, "There's someone outside. The Ning family is here. Send me out and don't disturb Shui." The demon stood up and said. "All right," he said. "Yes, master." Qing Ju replied and immediately handed the evildoer the bracelet. As soon as the demon came out of the bracelet and entered the room, he heard a clatter outside the room. He frowned and directly opened the door, and said with a slight displeasure, "What's with the noise?" "Commander Yi, they want to see the young miss," Fengde quickly complained. These few days, he had been strictly carrying out the miss's orders. He was not allowed to disturb the miss unless there was something important. However, these people were not sensible and insisted on meeting her. It was really infuriating. "Oh. Who are you guys?" The demon raised his eyebrows and asked in a cold tone. "We're from the Ning family of the Divine Realm. We heard that there's a young lady of the Ning family here, so my master wants to meet her." The person who was confronting Fengde said arrogantly. What a joke. Who do you think your master is? Shui isn't free right now, I won't see you. The demon rejected without any hesitation. You. How dare you not meet my master? When the man heard that his request had been rejected, he immediately became furious and roared. My Shui is not someone who will meet any Tom, Dick, or Harry. As for you lackeys, don't make any noise here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The evildoer said with a look of disdain. After he finished speaking, a bang sound was heard. He closed the door. Hey! Didn't you hear what Leader Yi said? Hurry up and get lost. Stop being an eyesore here, my family's young miss doesn't have time to see your family's master. Fengde looked at the lackey who was still unwilling to leave and shouted. Just you wait, you'll regret this. After the lackey finished his threat, he turned around and left angrily. After he left Leng Ruoxue's room, he went straight up to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of one of the rooms. He bowed to the person in the room and reported what had happened downstairs to his master with exaggerated details. Young master, they actually called you a nobody. They must be tired of living. The lackey said indignantly. Big brother. Don't let them go, I think they're clearly looking for death. A beautiful red-robed maiden chimed in. Don't talk nonsense. We're all family. You must have gone too far. That's why you've angered her. The young man sitting at the head of the table said nonchalantly. He knew his subordinate's character very well, which was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Therefore, he did not completely believe his words. Moreover, if it were not for his subordinate's loyalty, he would not have kept him by his side. What family? They didn't even know where this young lady of the Ning family came from. It might even be a fake. The red-dressed girl said with an unconvinced look. Even though there were many young ladies of the Ning family in the main family, there weren't many of them who had real status. Furthermore, she had asked around and didn't find anyone who had come to the divine mainland. Moreover, other than the direct family members, the other family members were not allowed to leave the main family at will. Otherwise, they would be subjected to the family rules. She was very sure that this young lady of the Ning family from the divine mainland wasn't one of the direct descendants, so she was very suspicious of her identity. Don't talk nonsense. The young man rebuked. The patriarch was on the divine continent right now. Even if that woman wasn't a member of the Ning family, she must have a close relationship with the patriarch. Otherwise, how could she have the patriarch token? This was the main reason why he had come to the divine continent. Brother, do you really believe that she's the young lady of the Ning family? Ning said unhappily. Regardless of whether she is or not, there's no mistaking that she's someone close to the old ancestor. Do you really think that the old ancestor's personal token can be faked? The young man said with some displeasure. As a member of the Ning family, they could not recognize their parents, but they could not recognize the old ancestor's token. This was something that they had been carefully warned about since they were young. But, how could the old ancestor give her the token? Ning Qi-er's beautiful face was full of jealousy. Ever since she could remember, she had never heard of the old ancestor giving the token to anyone. Now, it was in the hands of a woman who came out of nowhere and found the old ancestor's token. How could she not be suspicious? Do you think she snatched it from the old ancestor? The young man sneered. But. Ning Qi-er still wanted to argue, but she was interrupted by the young man. No more buts. Since the old forefather's token is in that woman's hands, she is the young lady of the Ning family. If you see her, you must treat her with respect. Remember to keep your temper as a young lady. The young man warned, and his words were unquestionable. Yes. Ning Qi-er replied unwillingly. After Leng Ruoxue came out of the purple bamboo house, the demon told her about this. Following which, Leng Ruoxue sent Fengde to Ning City's prison and told him to inform Master Ning of this matter. In the prison, Master Ning frowned and pondered after hearing this, while the great elder gloated, because he knew that the old man didn't want to be recognized by the people of the master family. I say, old man Ning, someone from your main family is here. Don't blame me for not warning you. If little Shui loses a single hair, I'll hold you responsible. Although First Elder wanted to watch the show, he did not forget to warn. Don't worry. With me around, they won't dare to do anything to that little girl. Master Ning said confidently. Humph. That's hard to say. If there's no other way, I'll leave the cell first. You can stay in there by yourself. The First Elder said in a bad mood. Why are you so anxious? Aren't Mo Yen and the others with that little girl? With them around, you still don't feel assured? Master Ning reminded. Then how long do you want to stay? Your master is here, aren't you going to go out? The Grand Elder asked helplessly. It's not the time yet, Master Ning said with a look of deep foresight. Don't say I didn't warn you. If they come to the prison, they will also recognize you. The Great Elder said. No, I can't let them recognize me now. Master Ning said quickly. Old Grandpa, I have a disguise pill here, do you want it? Chiuchiu said as if it was presenting a treasure. How could a little thing like you have a disguise pill? You don't need to change your appearance. Master Ning said with a smile. I'm just preparing for an emergency. Aren't you just in time to use it, old grandpa? Chiuchiu said with a smirk. Then, it took out a disguise pill from the storage necklace hanging around its neck and handed it to Master Ning. Master Ning took the disguise pill and threw it into his mouth without thinking. Not long after, under the first elder's dumbfounded gaze, he successfully transformed. How is it? How's the effect of this disguise pill? Can you still recognize me? Master Ning asked with excitement. It's very effective. No one will recognize you. The first elder was speechless. F***ck, he had become like a ghost. Who would recognize him? Hee. That's good to hear. Master Ning was very proud. Since this old man couldn't recognize him, then the younger generation of the Ning family who didn't see him often wouldn't be able to recognize him. Stinky old man, let's go out together. After taking the disguise pill, Master Ning couldn't wait to leave. What's wrong? You're not planning to stay here anymore? The great elder teased. We can't stay here anymore, let's go. Master Ning said anxiously. Then let's go. The great elder stood up and walked out of the cell with Qiuqiu and baby in his arms. However, before they left, they informed the guards in the cell that they were only going out to play and would come back after they had had enough fun. The guards were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. As for the matter of these two big troubles leaving the cell, they naturally forgot to report it to the clan. Master Ning and the Grand Elder went straight to the inn after leaving the cell. However, they met Feng Da as soon as they reached the third floor. Why are you guys back? Feng Da's face was full of surprise. The two men had returned to the inn almost at the same time as him, but he had left the cell before them. It was obvious how fast they were. They were indeed divine emperors and reverent god. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. You little brat, what do you mean? Can't we come back? Master Ning shouted angrily. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to say, why didn't you tell us that you were coming back? We could have lined up to welcome you. Feng Da said, taking advantage of the situation. There's no need to welcome me. I want to see the little girl. Quickly take me there. Master Ning urged. It doesn't seem very convenient now. Feng Da was in a difficult position. What's inconvenient about it? Master Ning's face was full of questions. Miss seems to be meeting with someone from the Ning family. Feng Da whispered in his ear. Then all the more I have to go. Master Ning thought for a moment. No one would recognize him in his current appearance anyway, so he wanted to listen. All right then. Seeing that he could not stop them, Feng Da could only bring the two old men into Leng Ruoxue's room. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue and the evildoer were currently staring at the Ning siblings. Both of them were sizing each other up, and no one spoke first. After a long time, Ning was the first to lose her cool and said, "What's your name? Which branch of the Ning family is she from?" Previous chapter. Next chapter. Previous chapter. Arg. Is this me? How did I end up in this state? Master Ning shouted with a slightly exaggerated tone. This reaction of his made everyone's head full of black lines, and they all unanimously agreed in their hearts, isn't he just a little ugly? Was there a need to make such a fuss? Reverend God level? He was too uncool. Little Qiuqiu. I'm too ugly. Do you have the antidote? I'd better change back. Master Ning said to the sleeping ball in the arms of the great elder. Old grandpa, are you really going to change back? That way, those two guys will recognize you. Qiuqiu reminded him with sleepy eyes. Then let's do this first. First. Master Ning said with a bitter face, feeling very depressed. Actually, this is not bad. At least you can take this opportunity to see the human heart. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. You're right, little girl. Master Ning had no choice but to agree. Alright, I've met the Ning siblings. I'm going to continue my cultivation. I'll leave the siblings to you. Leng Ruoxue said irresponsibly and returned to the inner room. At the same time, when the Ning siblings returned to their room, they were so angry that they smashed all the furnishings in the room. Of course, most of it was done by Ning No matter how angry Ning Haoran was, he had to act as if nothing had happened to avoid ruining his reputation. Are you done? Ning Haoran said with a headache. He had brought this sister out because he wanted her to coax him when he saw the old ancestor. After all, the old ancestor was very fond of the girls in the family. Ning had always been well-behaved and cute in front of him, so the old ancestor had a good impression of her. However, if the old ancestor saw her shrew-like appearance now, Ning would be done for. Brother. Aren't you angry? Ning said angrily. She had gone to see that woman, but not only did she not get to know her identity, but she had also made her angry. That damned woman was really too hateful. What can you do about it? After all, we're outside, so we have to endure it no matter how angry we are. Ning Haoran reminded. Brother, what do you think is the relationship between that woman and our ancestor? Could she be the ancestor's illegitimate daughter? Ning guessed. Even though she was suspicious of Leng Ruoxue's identity as a member of the Ning family, she could not explain why old Grandmadam treated her so well. One must know that old Grandmadam's personal token was something that even Aunt Yen had never used before. Now, it was in the hands of a woman of unknown origin. I thought you would think that she's our ancestor's woman. Ning Haoran said with a smile. How is that possible? Old Grandmadam has so many women. Have you ever seen him give the token to any woman to use? Growing up in a big family, Ning Qi still had some brains. The old ancestor was not a person who would put women in his eyes. To put it bluntly, women were just his pets. Who would give pets such great rights? Although that woman's words are not enough to reveal her identity and we didn't get any useful information from her, we still have to be careful with that woman. I must also get the token in her hand. Ning Haran said to Ning Qi in a serious tone. He was trying to hint at Ning Qi not to offend Leng Ruoxue. I understand, brother. I'll try my best to bear with it. Ning Qi promised unwillingly. If you can, you'd better go and become friends with Leng Ruoxue. Ning Haran said after thinking for a while. What? I still have to be friends with her? Brother, I can't do that. Ning Qi said unhappily. She had always been proud and disdained to associate with people who were of lower status than her. However, now her brother was asking her to please Leng Ruoxue. How could she accept this? It's only temporary. Are you not willing to be my brother? Ning Haran said with a serious face. All right then. I'll try my best. Ning Qi said helplessly. That's my good little sister. Ning Haran praised. The next day, the brother and sister came to visit Leng Ruoxue again. However, before they could even enter the room, they were met with the door. I'm sorry, my lady is cultivating. She doesn't have time to see you now. Now. Feng De blocked the door and said coldly, but he was laughing in his heart. This pair of brother and sister were quite thick-skinned. They had just left in anger yesterday, and now they actually came to his door again. It really made him speechless. What's with your attitude? We came to visit Leng Ruoxue with good intentions, but not only did you not let us in, you even dared to speak to us in such a tone. This is preposterous. Is this how Leng Ruoxue teaches her servants? Ning Qi said unhappily, her beautiful little face turning red with anger. Miss Ning, I'm not a servant. I'm Mrs. Subordinate. In your eyes, servants and subordinates might not be different, but my miss treats us as family. Feng De explained with a smile. Humph. A servant is a servant, you really have no manners. Ning Qi mocked. Miss Ning, we can't work together if we're not on the same path. Please. By the way, I heard that you smashed everything in the room yesterday. Didn't Manager Ning ask you to compensate for the price? Feng De asked with a curious look after he had asked him to leave. Humph. We're from the main family, what's wrong with smashing things in his inn? He still dares to ask us for compensation? Ning Qi shouted angrily. You're wrong. Even if you're from the main family, you still have to pay for the damage to public property. Remember to prepare the money. I'll have Manager Ning come to collect the money in a while. Feng De said with a smirk. You. Ning Qi was so angry that she couldn't say anything for a long time. Qi, let's go back first. Ning Haran, who had not said a word, suddenly spoke. Yes. Ning Qi wanted to find a way out, so she agreed. Otherwise, if she stayed any longer, she would be angered to death by this stinky man. Not long after they returned to their room, Ning Shao knocked on their door. Ning Shao walked around the room. After a simple estimate of the losses, he told them very seriously that they needed to compensate them with 1,000 top-grade crystals. Previous chapter. What did you just say? I dare you to say that again. Ning Qi glared at Ning Shao and shouted angrily, humph. She couldn't do anything to Leng Ruoxue and the rest, so why would she be afraid of a mere inn manager? Miss Ning, I've given you a 20% discount for the things in the room, so you only need to pay 1,000 top-grade crystals. If you don't have that much money on you, then I'll have to send the bill to the main family and ask them to pay for it. Ning Shao said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Since he had Leng Ruoxue and the rest to back him up, he was not afraid of offending the siblings. How dare you ask for money from the main family? Ning Qi was trembling with anger. Miss Ning, I had no choice. Why don't you pay me the money now? Ning Shao said, feeling a little troubled. You're dreaming. Ning Qi raised her hand to slap Ning Shao, but he dodged it. Miss Ning, it's not a good habit to hit someone out of embarrassment. Ning Shao said calmly. Humph. You even dared to ask for money from the main family, so what's the big deal if I hit you? Ning Shao. Don't forget that the Nings in the godly mainland have to pay the main family every year. You actually dared to ask for money from the host. You really don't know what's good for you. Ning Qi reminded him with an arrogant expression. Miss Ning, you also said that we're paying the host, but this is a separate matter. Although we have to pay the host, you have to compensate for the things you broke. Ning Shao tried to reason with her. Alright, stop quarreling. I'll give you the money. Ning Haran said helplessly. Then, he took out 1,000 top-grade crystals from his ring and threw them on the table. Ning Shao looked at the blue top-grade crystal on the table and was so happy that he was almost overjoyed. Hee. Captain Feng was right. He really did get the money. He didn't have much hope at first. After all, he was a direct descendant of the main family. However, now that the money was coming, the sense of accomplishment in his heart was just, ho-ho. It started to climb up. Noble son Ning, Miss Ning, your debt has been cleared. I'll take my leave first. After putting away the crystals, Ning Shao did not want to stay a moment longer in case these two took the opportunity to take revenge. After he finished speaking, he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Brother, why did you give him money? After Ning Shao left, Ning Qi asked unhappily. In her opinion, her brother was clearly showing weakness and should not have done that. If you don't give him the money, do you really want him to make a scene in the main family? Ning Haran raised his eyebrows and said in a cold tone. Humph. He would dare. Ning didn't believe that a concubine's son from the side branch would have the guts to offend the main family. He might not have dared to in the past, but it's hard to say now. Ning Haran said with a headache. Ning Xiao was obviously incited by Leng Ruoxue and the others. Therefore, he had no way to vent his anger. Brother, are we just going to be bullied like this? Ning said angrily. Do you have any other good ideas? Ning Haran said indifferently. No, I didn't. Ning sighed and said gloomily. Since you don't have it, then restrain yourself and endure it. I won't let our anger be in vain. Ning Haran said ruthlessly, a gloominess in his eyes. Brother, you must not let that Leng Ruoxue off. Ning understood what her brother meant. She hated Leng Ruoxue even more. Don't worry, once I get the token, I will teach her a good lesson. Ning Haran promised with an evil smile. The Ning siblings hated Leng Ruoxue to the core, and the Ning family's main residence was not peaceful either. Ever since they invited the Ning siblings, Ning Xiang's status in the Ning family had been on the rise again. Ning Kai had also been released from prison with the help of Ning Haran. Ning Fei's family had also been suppressed by Ning Haran. All of a sudden, rumors about Leng Ruoxue's identity had been spreading everywhere. Some people said that she was a fake lady of the Ning family, while others said that she was the illegitimate daughter of the master of the Ning family. In short, in just a few days, Ning City's gossip was flying all over the sky. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others who had been living in seclusion in the inn were completely unaware of this, and they did not deliberately pay attention to the right and wrong of the Ning family. The Ning family's main residence. In Ning Fei's study room. Ning Fei was sitting in front of the desk, and the first elder, who had been silently supporting him, was sitting next to him. However, neither of them spoke. Fei, has Miss Leng been cultivating? After a long while, the first elder finally spoke. Yes, I am. Ning Fei nodded, but he felt helpless. Ning Haran and his sister had repeatedly said that they were here to play, but the two of them had interfered with the Ning family's internal affairs. Although he was angry, he could do nothing about it. His biggest support now was Leng Ruoxue, so he did not care if she had any relationship with the Nings. At least she had the token of the master of the Nings, and that token could not be faked. Seeing the token was like seeing the master of the Nings. The day after tomorrow, our Ning city will have an auction. Miss Leng, please attend. There might be something they'll be interested in inside. The Ning family's first elder said after some thought. Leng Ruoxue had the first elder from the Weapon Craftsman Guild by her side, and there seemed to be an alchemist as well. Hence, he decided to cater to her interests. Grand Elder, the auction the day after tomorrow is of an ordinary scale, and there's nothing of value inside. How could they be interested? Ning Fei said stubbornly. Fei, who said that the scale of the auction the day after tomorrow is ordinary? I've sent invitations to many families. I can't say that all of the 8 divine domains will be present, but at least 3 of them will be. The Great Elder said proudly. He had been secretly preparing for this matter, and no one knew about it. Arg. First Elder, you. Ning Fei's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. First Elder's actions were too fast. It had only been a few days, and the standard of the auction had been raised. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Actually, ever since Ning Kai had offended the main family, he had been trying to make up for it. However, when he brought Ning Kai to them, they did not even spare him a glance. In desperation, he could only play along with them. Who asked Leng Ruoxue to have such a high status as the first elder of the Craftsman's Guild? And with the Great Elder's eyes, ordinary things would definitely not catch his eye, so he would spend a lot of money. In short, when the time came, it would definitely surprise everyone. First Elder, I'll immediately send someone to send them an invitation. Ning Fei said excitedly. No, you go personally. The Ning family's first elder said. All right, he said. Ning Fei stood up and went straight to the inn. After receiving the invitation from Ning Fei, the first elder glanced at Master Ning and teased, Old Man Ning, the Ning family sent us an invitation. I don't know what they're up to. Won't you know if you go and take a look? Master Ning said disapprovingly. Well, let's go and have a look the day after tomorrow. The first elder asked with interest. When Leng Ruoxue saw the invitation to the auction, she was also quite interested and planned to visit it with them the day after tomorrow. It seemed that she had not been to an auction before. The morning after tomorrow. Half an hour before the auction officially began, Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the auction hall in a grandiose manner. The waiter saw the VIP invitation in their hands and immediately invited them to the VIP box. This auction venue was the largest one in P City, and the area of the VIP box inside was also very spacious, enough to accommodate all of them. There were all sorts of facilities in the private room, and the decorations were also very tasteful. It was very similar to the Ning family's usual style. However, what Leng Ruoxue did not know was that all the shops and auction venues belonging to the Ning family were arranged in the same way. Everyone looked around and found a place to sit down. The waiter quickly served the refreshments and fruits for Leng Ruoxue and the rest to enjoy. However, not long after they sat down, there was a commotion outside the private room. Fengde, go out and take a look. Why is it so noisy? Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. Fengde stood up and walked outside. When he walked out of the door, Fengde saw the man who had once quarreled with him arguing with the guards. What are you arguing about? Go and quarrel elsewhere, don't affect my family's young lady's mood. Fengde frowned and said unhappily. He really couldn't understand why Ning Haoran would keep someone like this by his side. He really didn't know how to look at the big picture. He didn't even pay attention to his own status in public. This private room should be reserved for my young master and young lady. Hurry up and give it up. The man rolled his eyes at Fengde and shouted arrogantly. Is that so? Fengde sneered, grabbed the man's collar, and dragged him to a corner. Not long after, Fengde clapped his hands and walked out from the corner. The guard who was curiously looking at the corner also turned his head and left, pretending that he had not seen anything. After entering the private room, Fengde smiled and said to everyone, it's all settled. Kid, did you crack that thing? The great elder asked curiously. It was very noisy outside, but after Fengde went out, there was no sound outside. So, he naturally thought that this kid must have killed him. One should know that these people under the little girl were more cold-blooded than the other. No, I don't kill dogs. Fengde laughed evilly. However, that person was not much better off than dead. That's good. After all, it's the Ning family's dog. The great elder seemed to be at ease. After he finished speaking, he even stole a glance at Master Ning. Old man, why are you looking at me? Our Ning family doesn't have such a dog. Master Ning said angrily. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. However, since you don't even admit that the dog is yours, I'll just kill it directly next time. The first elder said with an evil smile. Kill them if you want to. There's no need to report to me. Master Ning said indifferently. He had many children and grandchildren, and he didn't care if a few died, let alone a dog of the Ning family. Kid, you heard that. In the future, if you see anyone from the Ning family that you don't like, just kill them if you want to. There's no need to report to this old man. The great elder deliberately misinterpreted Master Ning's meaning and said to Fengde and the others. However, Master Ning could ignore the great elder's words, but Fengde and the others' foreheads were full of black lines. They unanimously agreed to say, Great Elder, it's easy for you to say. Not everyone from the Ning family in the divine world would come to the divine mainland to find trouble with them. And the Ning family on the divine mainland seems to be pleasing them now, so it's really not easy to kill the Ning family. Does Master Ning really not care? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. Little girl, if someone from the Ning family provokes you, you just need to tell me. I'll teach him a lesson for you. You don't even need to do anything. When Master Ning heard this, he quickly said, and his heart was even more upset. This girl is really ruthless. He couldn't let her kill the entire Ning family, then wouldn't he become a general without an army? No matter who it is? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Of course. Master Ning promised. First Elder, you have to be my witness. Leng Ruoxue winked at First Elder and smiled evilly. Hee hee. Alright, I'll be your witness. If this old man dares to go back on his words, I'll go to the divine realm and ruin his reputation. The First Elder chuckled. After hearing First Elder's words, Leng Ruoxue wondered if she had found the wrong person. As the master of the Ning family, was there any use in ruining his reputation? Who in the divine realm would dare to say anything bad about him? Unless it was a divine master. However, a divine master would not be so bored. As the crowd chatted, the auction officially began. The auction was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was only for the common items, and the second round was relatively more valuable. However, the third round was still the best. According to the usual practice, every guest who wanted to participate in the auction would get a list of items before the auction began so that they could prepare enough money for the items they liked. However, the auction this time was different because the guests only got the list of items for the first 2 auctions. As for the items for the last auction, the organizer had kept it a secret. However, the Ning family staff in charge of the auction still very cautiously told the major families that there would be good things in the third auction, and that they should prepare as much money as possible to avoid missing out on it. The Ning family's secrecy had actually raised the interest of all the major families. As a result, the number of families who had come to participate in the auction had actually doubled. Fortunately, the Ning family's auction ground was large enough, or else it would not have been able to accommodate the representatives of these families. Leng Ruoxue and the others sat in a spacious and comfortable VIP box. The front of the box was a huge crystal glass, so they could easily see the situation in the auction hall. However, the people outside could not see them. They were quite satisfied with this design. After all, they did not want to be seen as monkeys by others. As the host's voice fell, the auction officially began. Most of the items in the auction this time were owned by the Ning family. Some of them were also put up for auction by other families. Yesterday, Leng Ruoxue had also instructed Fengde to put up a few items for auction. In the first round of the auction, the items were ordinary and cheap. Most of them were medicinal herbs and ores, and the people present were not very interested in these items. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue had basically won them at an extremely low price. Little girl, what are you doing with so many ordinary herbs and ores? Master Ning asked with a puzzled look. That's right, little girl. Even if the old man is a blacksmith, he can't eat so many ores. Moreover, these ores are too common, so it's impossible to craft high-quality equipment. The great elder said disapprovingly. In his opinion, this girl's behavior was clearly a waste. Those things didn't need to be bought at all. It's not like I bought it for him, he's not the only tool master around me. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The great elder and Master Ning had nothing to say. As the last item was kept in Leng Ruoxue's bag, the first auction had come to a successful end. Other than a few items that Leng Ruoxue was not interested in, most of the items had been sold, and the owners of these items were naturally Leng Ruoxue. As the host of the auction, he knew very well that the crowd was not interested in the first auction. Therefore, only when someone called out a bid, it was basically a one-hit call. After all, the main event was later. After the second auction began, the crowd's reaction was slightly more enthusiastic than the first. However, none of the big families made a move because they were all waiting for the mysterious last auction. Most of the items up for auction in the second round were pieces of equipment. Other than a few pieces of saint-level equipment that were sold for a good price, there were very few people who were interested in the other pieces of equipment. However, they had all found their owners. Leng Ruoxue and the others did not participate in this round. It was almost noon when the first two auctions had ended. After the lunch break, the third auction would begin in the afternoon. Seeing that there were still a few hours before the afternoon auction, Leng Ruoxue and the others decided to return to the inn to rest. After all, it was still early. However, as soon as they left the auction hall, they met the Ning siblings, and accompanying them were Ning Xiang and his son. What a coincidence. I'm surprised to see you here. Ning Qi said with a smile. It's quite a coincidence. Leng Ruoxue's tone was calm. She planned to walk past Ning Qi and her brother, who were blocking their way, and leave. Miss Leng, why don't we have a meal together? Ning Qi looked at her brother and invited him. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Ning, but there's no need for a meal. We're tired and would like to go back to the inn to rest. Please move aside, you're blocking our way. Leng Ruoxue rejected. Hey. Miss Ning is treating you to a meal because she thinks highly of you, so don't fail to appreciate her kindness. Before Ning Qi could speak, Ning Kai, who was beside her, spoke first. Ning Kai's lustful eyes were still sizing up Leng Ruoxue's body. His slightly cloudy eyes were filled with a stunning glow. Miss Ning doesn't need anyone to look up to her. Get lost and stay cool wherever you come from. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke before Leng Ruoxue and the rest could. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard this voice, they turned around and immediately felt a headache. Why was it him? He actually dared to come to Peace City and wasn't afraid that these natives would swallow him alive. This was because this person was none other than the ape that they had met several times in the Ascender Alliance. Yuan Ho felt Leng Ruoxue's gaze and walked towards the crowd with a coy expression. He lowered his head shyly and said, Miss Ning, long time no see. That's right. Leng Ruoxue braced herself and said. Although she really wanted to pretend that she didn't know Yuan Ho, she was afraid that this Yuan Ho would pester her relentlessly. Hence, she could only agree to it. What did you call her? Miss Ning. Humph. Open your dog eyes and look clearly, she's not Miss Ning, she's a fake. Ning Qi laughed and exposed Leng Ruoxue's true colors. You're talking nonsense. You're the fake one. Yuan Ho immediately roared in anger when he heard that his goddess had been humiliated. Miss Ning Qi is a direct descendant of the Ning family's main family. How could she be a fake? If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll beat you up until all your teeth are out. When Ning Kai heard someone talking about Ning Qi he immediately felt indignant. After all, his life was saved by the Ning siblings. Therefore, he naturally knew who his master was. All of you, shut up. Leng Ruoxue said with a slight headache. When these two ignorant and incompetent spoiled young masters met, it was like a volcano colliding with the earth. It was hard to determine the winner. However, they were simply too noisy. After being yelled at by her, the two of them actually shut their mouths. Leng Ruoxue then turned to Ning Qi and said, Miss Ning, have you forgotten that I told you that I take my mother's surname? Leng Ruoxue smiled as she reminded him. And you, young Master Ningcai, don't forget the head token in my hand. The siblings can save you once, but they may not be able to save you a second time. Leng Ruoxue looked at Ning Kai and warned him. If it wasn't for her being so insistent on dealing with the Ning family's rotten matters, it would have been impossible for Ning Kai to leave the cell. After she finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue gave the crowd a look. Everyone understood and immediately walked past them to return to the inn. However, after they left, a hellish voice rang in Ning Kai's mind, watch out for your eyes if you dare to look around. Ning Kai's face instantly turned pale and his entire body trembled in fear. When Yuan Ho saw that Leng Ruoxue and the rest had abandoned him, he immediately chased after them while shouting, Miss Ning, wait for me. As soon as he reached the entrance of the inn, Yuan Ho was stopped by Fengde, who was guarding outside the inn. Fengde glared at Yuan Ho and said fiercely, go back to your inn. Miss hasn't been in a good mood these days. Be careful, she'll fix you up. Previous chapter. What's wrong with Miss Ning? Yuan Ho's face was filled with anxiety. Come, I'll tell you. Fengde waved his hand, signaling Yuan Ho to come closer. It was unknown what Fengde said to Yuan Ho, but after Yuan Ho heard it, he immediately became angry and turned to walk in the opposite direction. In the room of the inn, Master Ning and the first elder stared at Leng Ruoxue curiously. However, neither of them said a word, only staring at Leng Ruoxue. Have you guys seen enough? Just ask whatever you want to ask. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Being stared at by a supreme divinity and a divine emperor, she felt like she had a big mouth. Not only them, but even Mo Yen and the other two were curious. Hee hee. Little girl, you're so smart. Since you asked, then tell me the truth. Why did that idiot call you Miss Ning? Master Ning was confused. It's a long story. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She wasn't afraid that Master Ning would find out about this. After all, she didn't do anything to harm the Ning family's interests. She had only used Ning Ruoxue's identity. That was all. It doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. Master Ning said quickly. All right then. Leng Ruoxue knew that she couldn't muddle through this, so she could only tell them everything that had happened, including how she had come to the god world. After hearing this, a few people who didn't know the truth fell silent. Little girl, so you're all ascendants. Master Ning said after a while. Yup. I don't know how Master Ning, as a native, plans to deal with us. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly as she teased. Actually, the aboriginals and ascendants of the divine world are no longer as hostile to each other as before. It's just that there are still a small number of aboriginals who look down on ascendants. Thus, there will be occasional conflicts. In general, everyone can still live in peace and harmony. Otherwise, how could that ape dare to come to Ning City? Master Ning explained with a smile. Actually, when deities like them reached a certain height, their race and background were nothing. Furthermore, the divine realm revered the strong, and many magical beast experts treated them as equals. Thus, he did not care about the difference between ascendants and natives. In his eyes, as long as he found someone pleasing to the eye, they were all good, no matter how bad that person was. However, you used my identity as the young lady of the Ning family. Master Ning's tone changed, and he only spoke halfway before he stopped. What do you want? Leng Ruoxue asked in a cooperative manner. Didn't you say you were the lady of the Ning family? Then it's a done deal. Be my goddaughter. Master Ning said with a smile, hee hee. He had been eyeing Leng Ruoxue for a long time. He had always regretted that the Ning family did not have such a smart girl who knew how to earn money. Now, he had finally gotten the chance. It was an opportunity that could not be missed. What's in it for me to be your goddaughter? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Being my goddaughter is already the best thing you can get. What else do you want? Master Ning was a little dumbfounded, but he couldn't help but wonder if things had changed. He had finally taken a fancy to a girl and wanted to take her as his goddaughter, but she still asked him for benefits. One must know that if such a thing were to happen in the immortal realm, as long as he spread the news, countless people would come to please him. However, it was precisely because he knew that Leng Ruoxue would not please him that he valued her even more, right? In your eyes, it's the biggest benefit, however, in my eyes, it's nothing at all. Additionally, I have to bear a certain risk to be your goddaughter. No matter how I think about it, it's not worth it. Forget it, you'd better leave this benefit to others. Leng Ruoxue shook her head, her face full of fear. What kind of risk does being my goddaughter have to take? Who dares to touch my people? Unless he doesn't want to live. When Master Ning heard this, he immediately blew at his beard and roared. Coupled with his ghostly face, he was really as scary as it could be. Other people might not dare to do anything to me, but the Ning family might. If by any chance someone burning with jealousy wants to scheme against me, I'll have to make you feel awkward, right? Leng Ruoxue said honestly. With me around, who would dare to scheme against you? Master Ning roared in anger. That old man was right. This girl was too difficult to deal with. Sigh. Why was it so difficult for him to find a goddaughter that he liked? Can you still stay by my side forever? There will always be times when I'm alone, right? No matter who it is, as long as they provoke me, they won't have a good life. The same goes for the Ning family. So, for the peace of your old house, I advise you to give up this idea. Otherwise, if someone from the Ning family really offends me, I won't give you any face. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Humph. The more unwilling you are, the more I will take you as my goddaughter. Little girl, today I will say this, in the future, if there is a Ning family member who is blind and provokes you, you can deal with him, no matter who he is. Master Ning's temper flared up, and he almost roared out his promise. Little girl, since old man Ning has said so, then you should recognize him as your godfather. You see, he's quite pitiful, so just take it as pitying him. The great elder pleaded, but his words made Master Ning even angrier. You damned old man, how am I pitiful? You better explain yourself clearly. Master Ning's eyes were wide open as he looked at the great elder. You're begging her to be your goddaughter. Aren't you pitiful enough? The great elder said with a smile, but he was laughing in his heart. If old man Ning became the little girl's goddaughter, then he would be his junior. No matter how he looked at it, he would not lose out. Moreover, these people had old man Ning as their backing, so they would have a guarantee when they went to the divine world in the future. At least, those who had ideas about them would have to think twice. Little girl, are you going to agree or not? When Master Ning heard First Elder's words, he felt that he was rather pitiful, so he simply yelled at Leng Ruoxue. However, he still put on a pitiful look. I can agree to it, but I want a meeting gift. Leng Ruoxue said impolitely. Everyone knew that Master Ning was rich, so who else could she rip him off? As soon as she finished speaking, she received a look of approval from the First Elder. There's no problem with the meeting gift. Quickly acknowledge him as your godfather. Master Ning said eagerly, as if he was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would go back on her words. Godfather, please accept my 3 bows. Leng Ruoxue obediently bowed 3 times towards Master Ning. The simple ceremony of acknowledging him as her godfather was completed, and the great elder naturally had to be the witness. Shua. When you guys go to the divine realm, Godfather will hold a grand family recognition ceremony for you. This way, no one will dare to bully you in the divine realm. Master Ning said happily. Thank you, Godfather. Is this our meeting gift? Leng Ruoxue extended her fair and tender little hand in front of Master Ning. You little money grubber. Master Ning laughed as he scolded her. He helplessly took out a lotus-shaped brooch from his storage ring and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. The brooch was of a unique style, new and unique. The entire lotus was purple in 3-dimensional shape, and the flower holder was made of mithril, looking noble and mysterious. After Leng Ruoxue dripped her blood on the brooch, she realized that it was actually a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Even though it was not the highest-grade divine weapon, it was very suitable for her. Furthermore, there was a storage space in the middle of the lotus flower. The design was too ingenious. Little girl, are you satisfied? Master Ning asked despite knowing the answer. Such a beautiful and practical piece of equipment was hard for women to resist. Thank you, Godfather. Here's their meeting gift. Leng Ruoxue pointed at Fengde and the rest as she reminded them. I didn't bring that many welcome gifts, so they can owe me one. Master Ning wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, this little girl is going to exploit me. Alright, I believe that Godfather will not go back on his word. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Old man Ning. You've taken this little girl as your goddaughter, so she'll be my junior in the future. At this time, the first elder also laughed and reminded Master Ning, who was a little too proud. What younger generation? How could I be your junior? Master Ning was puzzled, but Leng Ruoxue and the others turned their heads away tactfully, laughing secretly in their hearts. You've taken this little girl as your goddaughter, and I'm her god-grandfather. Aren't you my junior? The first elder said with a proud expression. Tisk, little Shue didn't acknowledge your status. Don't think too highly of yourself. Master Ning said disdainfully. You want to be my elder? Humph. Maybe in the next life. Then I'm still older than you. Besides, don't forget that the little girl still has her grandfather. The first elder said with an evil smile. Master Ning turned to look at Leng Qingtian and the others, then said gloomily, let's talk about our own matters. A little girl is a little girl, and her family is her family. When Leng Qingtian heard Master Ning's words, he really wanted to tell him, I don't want to be your senior either, but first elder is using this matter to anger Master Ning. Moreover, the great elder was the grandmaster of that cheapskate ancestor of his family. Therefore, he could still distinguish between the inside and outside. That won't do. Since you've acknowledged this little girl as your goddaughter, you can't ignore her family. Her family will also be your family in the future. He's your elder. The great elder firmly opposed. I didn't say I didn't care. However, we still have our own opinions. Master Ning said fiercely. Sometimes, he even called the little girl's grandfather his brother. If the other party suddenly became his elder, he would definitely not be able to accept it. You can argue with them, but you'll be my junior in the future. The first elder said with a smile. In your dreams, you have to beat me first. Master Ning was so angry that he planned to use force to solve the identity problem between them. You're a reverent god, yet you have the nerve to fight with me, a divine emperor? The first elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Ning was depressed. Woo, was he really going to be eaten by this old thing? Hee. Don't worry, we'll still talk as equals in public, but I'll treat you as a junior in private. The first elder said with an evil smile. You. Master Ning was so angry that he couldn't speak. His resentful eyes kept drifting towards Leng Ruoxue, but Leng Ruoxue turned her head away and ignored him. After a long while, Leng Ruoxue slowly opened her mouth. It's getting late, let's go to the auction. He said. Alright. Everyone immediately responded and left the room together. Seeing that everyone had left, Master Ning could only follow behind them, feeling wronged. Along the way, Master Ning couldn't understand. Not to mention in the Ning family, even in the divine world, he had a supreme status. No matter where he went, he was flattered and pursued. However, in the eyes of these people, he was no different from an ordinary old man. However, it was also because of this that he was willing to hang out with them and even ignored their rudeness. If this was seen by the Ning family, they would be scared to death. When they arrived at the auction venue, Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked straight to the VIP box with familiarity. The moment they entered, they realized that there was already someone inside. Why are you guys here? This is our private room. Fengde asked when he saw the Ning siblings sitting inside. The entire auction house belongs to the Ning family. We can sit wherever we want without anyone's permission. Ning Qi said with a proud smile. Oh, really? Fengde, throw them out. Leng Ruoxue smiled and said without any emotion. Who dares? Ning Qi shouted. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was the first one to be thrown out. Without any mental preparation, she fell to the ground on all fours, revealing her 2 white legs. Then, Ning Xiang and his son, who were accompanying the Ning siblings, were also thrown out. In the blink of an eye, only Ning Haoran was left in the room. You've gone too far by treating a girl like this. Ning Haoran said angrily. His heart was filled with hatred. Damn it, these people really didn't give him any face. I'm sorry, people who are an eyesore in my eyes are both men and women. Fengde was ready to attack Ning Haoren after he finished speaking. However, Ning Haoren was more powerful than him, so he was not stupid enough to deal with him alone. He secretly gave Cheng Wu and the others a look, and they all swarmed up and threw Ning Haoren out of the room before he could react. Miss, it's finally quiet here. Fengde smiled at Leng Ruoxue after he was done. Yes, ask Ning Fei to clean this place up. Leng Ruoxue nodded and ordered. All right. Yes, Fengde said and went to find Ning Fei. After receiving Leng Ruoxue's order, Ning Fei immediately brought people to change everything. The refreshments and fruits were also served. Then, he looked at Leng Ruoxue uneasily and said, Miss, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that this would happen. It's okay. I know it was Ning Xiang and his son who made the decision. It's not your fault. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Miss, do you want me to arrange for someone to stand guard outside in case someone comes to disturb you? Ning Fei asked carefully. No need. If someone really wants to come, your guards won't be able to hold on. Leng Ruoxue said. Miss, I'll take my leave first. Ning Fei said very respectfully. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then turned her gaze to Master Ning. She smiled and said, Godfather, I asked Fengde to throw your grandson and granddaughter out just now. You won't be angry, will you? Hee hee. You're their elder, and you can punish them however you want for disrespecting you. Master Ning said with a smile, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, bad girl, you only remembered to ask me now, why didn't you ask for my opinion before throwing it? However, he really didn't mind. It's good that Godfather said so. Don't worry, as long as they don't go too far, I'll let them live. Leng Ruoxue promised. Master Ning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, this girl is really ruthless. However, he admired her clear-minded personality. Previous chapter. Not long after, the third auction officially began. The first item up for auction was a piece of defensive equipment. It was a low-level divine artifact and was a bracer. Although the decorations on it were very beautiful, it was only suitable for men. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting price of this wrist guard is 100 high-grade crystals, which is quite cheap. If the owner of this equipment didn't need money urgently, he wouldn't have auctioned it at such a low price. It's done. I know some people can't wait any longer, so please start filming now. The host of the auction was very eloquent. He didn't introduce the characteristics of the equipment, but used the low price as an entry point, which indeed hit the weakness of some people. This was also where he was smart. After all, although divine artifacts were difficult to make, it was only a primary divine artifact, so it wouldn't be that precious. As the host finished speaking, the shooting officially began. 150 top-grade crystals. 200 top-grade crystals. I'll pay 300. A few interested men called out their bids one by one, and soon, the price of the wrist guard increased several times. In the end, this piece of equipment was won by a small family at the price of 500 high-grade crystals. The second item on the stage was a round bead. This bead was completely black and was only the size of a baby's fist. It emitted a strong dark attribute spiritual qi. Before the host introduced this item, some people had already started discussing it in private. What is this? Is it also an equipment? It doesn't look like it. The host listened to the discussion with a smile on his face. After a long while, he opened his mouth and introduced, everyone, stop guessing. This pearl is actually the inner core of a sacred beast. What? The inner core of a sacred beast? That's good stuff. I really didn't think that there would be a sacred beast inner core in this auction. Sigh. It would be great if it was some other attribute. Someone said with a regretful look. The inner core of a sacred beast was very practical. Not only could it be used to refine weapons, but it could also be used to refine pills. In addition, it could also be directly absorbed. Only beasts above the sacred beast level would produce an inner core. Spirit beasts and sacred beasts did not have inner cores. However, sacred beasts were not easy to kill. What's more, sacred beast level beasts were all very proud. If they realized that they were not the enemy's match, they would rather self-destruct than leave all their treasures to the enemy. Therefore, it was very difficult to take out the sacred beast's inner core in one piece. It was also because of this that the value of the sacred beast's inner core was determined. As soon as this inner core was revealed, it immediately stirred up the emotions of all the weapon and alchemy masters who came to the auction. Although there were very few deity with dark attribute, and the value of a dark attribute inner core was not as expensive as the inner core of other attributes, a complete inner core like this was still very rare. Therefore, many people were tempted. The host only briefly introduced the bead and didn't say anything else. He gave the guests enough time to digest this information. When the time was almost up, he smiled and said, distinguished guests, the starting price for this dark attribute inner core is 1,000 top-grade crystals. You can start the auction now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone impatiently called out a price. I bid $1,500. The first person to bid immediately raised the price of the inner core to 1,500 pieces of high-grade crystal stones. Immediately, someone, unwilling to be outdone, raised the price to 2,000 high-grade crystal stones. Then, someone offered 2,500 high-grade crystal stones. 3,000 top-grade crystals. 3,500 top-grade crystals. And the price of this inner core was still rising. Leng Ruoxue and the others watched the intense competition through the crystal glass like outsiders. No one had any intention of bidding. Aren't you all interested in this inner core? Master Ning asked curiously. Didn't they have a dark attribute among them? Wouldn't it be just right to buy this inner core? What do we want it for? Fengde was puzzled. This dark attribute inner core, can't you all use it? Master Ning explained. We don't need it. Fengde said honestly. Little Shui, you don't want it either? Master Ning asked Leng Ruoxue directly. No, this Naiden's grade is too low. Leng Ruoxue said directly. And, this little girl has good eyes. Although this is the inner core of a sacred beast, it is at most owned by a first or second ranked sacred beast. There should be even better ones later on. The first elder said. You guys are really cunning. Master Ning was speechless. These two foxes, one old and one young, were really a perfect match. However, even though Leng Ruoxue and the rest were not interested, it did not affect the others' pursuit of the sacred beast inner core. In the end, this sacred beast inner core was auctioned off at the price of 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. In the VIP box, the great elder looked at Master Ning in surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. He just looked at Master Ning without saying anything, which made Master Ning's hair stand on end. Damn old man, if you keep staring at me, don't blame me for being impolite. Master Ning couldn't bear it anymore and growled. What's wrong with looking? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? The first elder teased with a smirk. Go away, you're the one who's shy. No one can stand you staring at them like that. Master Ning quibbled. Hee hee. I'm just curious. The first elder laughed softly. What are you curious about? Master Ning looked at the great elder with vigilance. No wonder your Ning family is so rich. Even a small inner core can be sold for 10,000 high-grade crystal stones, let alone other things. That's right, don't tell me the prices of the divine realm are all raised by your Ning family? You're so black-hearted. The great elder clicked his tongue in wonder. What are you talking about? They were the ones who wanted to buy it, what does it have to do with me? Don't you spout nonsense. Master Ning shouted angrily. If these words were to spread, the Ning family would definitely cause public anger. Moreover, if these words were said by someone else, he would probably laugh it off. But these words were said by the great elder, which was different. Although this old man's strength was not as high as his prestige in the divine world was not inferior to his. If his joke were to spread, it would bring trouble to their Ning family. Yes, one of you is willing to be hit and the other is willing to suffer. The first elder laughed. With the appearance of the bead, the participants of the auction were more expectant of the next items that were about to appear. However, although the items after the bead were precious, their practical value was not as good as the bead. Therefore, they were not enthusiastically sought after and were only auctioned off at normal prices. The host had also expected that the items would not be very popular, so he did not introduce them too much. After the auction, he deliberately paused and said very seriously, everyone, the next item I'm going to auction has a starting price of 100 high-grade crystals. Now, everyone can start the auction. Hearing the host's words, everyone present was stunned. They were all a little puzzled. What did he mean? He didn't even tell them what the item was and just let them bid for it. This was really too strange. For a moment, no one spoke first. Seeing this, the host chuckled and said, what's wrong? No one dared to bid? Hee hee. This is a new auction method implemented by our auction house. However, today is only a trial. As for whether you can get a good item, it will completely depend on your luck. The items on the stage may be precious items, or their value may not meet your expectations. In short, it will all depend on luck. How about it? Is there anyone who dares to be the first to eat the crab? No one responded to the host's words, and the atmosphere became heavy. In the VIP box, the Grand Elder looked at the silent auction hall and teased with a smile, I say, old man Ning, what the hell is your Ning family doing? Won't this way of patting scare everyone away? You're asking me, but who should I ask? I didn't decide on this. Master Ning said with wide eyes. Hee hee. I wonder if this mysterious object can be auctioned off. The Great Elder asked curiously. The moment he finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue started bidding. 150 top-grade crystals. Leng Ruoxue called out softly. Little girl, are you sure you want to buy it? There's no need to give face to old man Ning. First Elder warned. Aren't you guys curious about what that thing is? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Even so, there's no need to spend that money, right? If someone buys it, we'll see it too. The Great Elder said. But, I want to be the first one to eat the crab. Leng Ruoxue laughed. She did not believe that the Ning family had no ulterior motive for making such a move. After Leng Ruoxue was the first to bid, others followed suit. Not long after, the price had risen to 500 high-grade crystal stones. However, after the price had risen to 500 high-grade crystal stones, there were very few people who were willing to bid. For a moment, everyone was in a wait-and-see state. Leng Ruoxue saw that no one else was following, so she raised the price to 600. Seeing this, the host raised his little hammer and shouted, 600 once. 600 twice. 600. Just as the host was about to call for the third time, someone else suddenly made a bid. 700 top-grade crystals. The voice came from the VIP box. The moment Leng Ruoxue heard the voice, she knew it was Ning Qi. She immediately raised the price to 800. In another VIP box. Ning Qi held the megaphone in her hand and was about to continue bidding, but she was stopped by Ning Haoran. Qi, stop messing around. If the price is too high and you can't take out the money, what will we do? Ning Haoran said with a slight headache. He did not think that his willful sister's action of raising the price was meaningful. Not only that, if Ning Qi went too far, she might be punished by the family. Therefore, he could not let Ning Qi continue to cause trouble like this. But we can't let that annoying woman get away with it. Ning Qi said angrily. She was a lady from the direct line of descent of the Ning family, yet she had been thrown out like trash just now. She was so angry. Unfortunately, she had no way to take revenge for herself. She was unwilling to accept this, so she could only add some trouble to Leng Ruoxue. Humph. Didn't that woman want this thing? In that case, he would just have to pay a high price to get it. Following which, she raised the bid to 900, while Leng Ruoxue raised the bid to 1,000 high-grade crystal stones. In less than 10 minutes, the mysterious item's price had risen to 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. This price made everyone in the auction hall speechless. And this was just the beginning. When the bid reached 10,000 high-grade crystals, Leng Ruoxue immediately added another 5,000. Ning Qi was not to be outdone and followed suit by adding another 5,000. When the people present saw this scene, they all understood in their hearts. It seemed that the two people in the VIP box had a grudge. Otherwise, why would he raise the price for the other party like this? However, if they raised the price like this, they were afraid that both sides would suffer losses, and at that time, the Ning family would benefit. At the same time, some people were secretly guessing the identity of Leng Ruoxue and Ning Qi. However, they would never have thought that one of them was the young lady of the Ning family and the other was the goddaughter of the Ning family's master. Leng Ruoxue and the rest were in the VIP box. The first elder looked at Leng Ruoxue worriedly and could not help but remind her, "Little girl, stop shouting. It's already 50,000 high-grade crystal stones. If this thing is trash, then it'll be a huge loss." "I know what I'm doing," Leng Ruoxue smiled calmly, then asked Master Ning curiously, "Godfather, does the Ning family need to pay for the things they bought at the auction?" "Of course, the Ning family doesn't have any special privileges," Master Ning said with certainty. "That's good." Leng Ruoxue chuckled and immediately raised the price to 100,000 high-grade crystal stones. Her bid not only shocked everyone at the auction, but even the MC broke out in a cold sweat. The MC couldn't help but think in her heart, this young lady is really too ruthless. I wonder who will win. 150,000 top-grade crystal stones. Before the MC could finish her thought, Ning Qi's voice rang out again. 200,000 top-grade crystals. As soon as Ning Qi made her bid, Leng Ruoxue followed suit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. 250,000 top-grade crystal stones. Ning Qi shouted. "Stop shouting." In the private room, Ning Haoran covered Ning Qi's mouth with his hand and warned her. "Brother, don't stop me. I'm going to make this annoying woman bleed." Ning Qi pulled Ning Haoran's hand away and said angrily. 300,000 high-grade crystal stones. Immediately after, Ning Qi shouted again. However, everyone present thought that she was a little crazy, because the other party did not bid at all, and she had forcibly raised her bid from 250,000 to 300,000. This made everyone speechless. "You're crazy." Hearing Ning Qi continue to bid, Ning Haoran's face darkened. "I will definitely make that damned Leng Ruoxue bleed," Ning Qi said a little crazily. "What blood? The other party isn't bidding at all, you're the only one who's bidding," Ning Haoran said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the host's voice was heard. "Congratulations to the lady in the number 2 VIP box for winning this item. Now, please enjoy her luck." After that, the host revealed the mystery. It turned out that the mysterious item was just a holy weapon level cup. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the blue cup. Ugh! Although it was a saint weapon, what could a cup do? Now, they deeply suspected that the Ning family had made such a move to play with them. But even so, no one dared to say this out loud. However, the crowd also lost interest in the next auction item. When Ning Qi found out that she had spent 300,000 high-grade crystal stones but only got a cup, she was so angry that she almost died. Her hatred for Leng Ruoxue grew even deeper, but she was even more afraid that she would take the cup and ask her for money. "Brother, you have to help me." Ning Qi pulled Ning Haoran's arm and said coquettishly. "Help you? How do you want me to help you? Do you think I can take out so many Jingshi?" Ning Haoran said unhappily. "Brother, didn't you give that Ning Shao 1,000 top-grade crystals? Help me pay this bill as well," Ning Qi requested. As a member of the Ning family, she was very clear about the rules of the Ning family. The family would not pay a single cent for the things she bought, so it was impossible for her to renege on the debt, even if this was the divine mainland. "I don't have any more money. You can settle this yourself. Don't come to me." Ning Haoran was a little annoyed. Did his sister think he was a crystal mine? If he ran out of money, he would ask him for it. It wasn't easy for him to save up some money. He had saved up the 1,000 top-grade crystals for a long time. "Brother." Before Ning Qi could finish her sentence, she heard a knock on the door. Soon after, the guard of the auction house walked in with the Saint artifact cup. After placing the cup on the table, the guard said very respectfully, "Miss Ning, this is the cup you bid for. It's a total of 300,000 top-grade crystal stones. Please pay immediately." "Brother." Ning looked at Ning Haoran and called out pitifully. However, Ning Haoran turned his head to the other side. "Miss Ning, please pay the full amount." The guard repeated. "Why are you so anxious? With my status, do you think I'd be short of your money?" Ning shouted angrily. "Miss, as a member of the Ning family, you should know that this is the rule of the Ning family. I'm just following the rules, please don't make things difficult for me." The guard said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. The acting family head and the great elder had already instructed him to collect the debt. If he couldn't get the money back, he didn't need to come back. "How dare you say that I'm making things difficult for you, humph. I don't want this thing anymore, you better return it." Ning used this as an excuse. "I'm sorry, Miss Ning. We don't refund the items sold at our auction house. So, whether you want it or not, you have to pay for it. After you pay, I won't care even if you throw it away. So, don't make things difficult for me." The guard said helplessly. "You." Ning was so angry at the guard that she couldn't speak. Her beautiful face was also flushed red. "Miss Ning, if you don't pay up, we'll report this to the main family. You'll have to pay for it too. Moreover, if the main family finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll be bad for your reputation." The guard reminded. "But I don't have that much money right now. What do you think I should do?" Ning went all out. She had already lost face anyway, so why would she care about not paying? "Miss Ning, the head of the family has told the great elder that if you can't pay up, you have two choices. One is that we report this to the head of the family, and the other is to stay in the Divine Mainland and work for the Ning family until you pay off your debt. In addition, you have to pay interest." The guard said. "Please choose one. I'll go back and report after I've made my choice." The guard urged. "I'll stay in the godly mainland to work to pay off my debts." Ning gritted her teeth. "Alright, then please sign this contract, Miss Ning." The guard took out a contract from his storage ring and handed it to Ning "I've signed it, here you go." Ning took the contract angrily. After signing her name, she threw it back to the guard. The guard looked at the name on the contract and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned and left. "Miss Ning, this cup is pretty." After the guard left, Ning Kai knew that Ning was not in a good mood and comforted her. However, his comforting words made Ning even angrier. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Ning picked up the glass and threw it directly at Ning Kai. Ning Kai was not prepared that Ning would turn hostile, so he was hit by the glass. It even hit his head and blood started to flow. Although it was only a cup, it was still a saint weapon. Its hardness was incomparable to ordinary cups, so it could be damaged if it was smashed. "Thank you for your gift, Miss Ning." Ning Kai immediately ate a pill and said pitifully. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Why would he get beaten up for comforting people? He felt so wronged. Previous chapter. Next was gritting her teeth gloomily, but Leng Ruoxue and the rest were very happy. In Leng Ruoxue's private room, everyone was discussing spiritedly, because none of them had expected that the mysterious item that was auctioned for 300,000 high-grade crystal stones was actually just a cup for drinking water. They just didn't know if it had any special effects, but this should be the most expensive cup in the divine realm. Hee. This time, Miss Ning was probably going to cry to death. "Little girl, it's a good thing you didn't bid for that thing, or you'd have suffered a great loss. However, now that this cup has fallen into the hands of the Ning family, I don't understand. Did the Ning family profit or lose?" The first elder said with a conflicted expression. "Of course it's a profit, but it's a loss for Ning Leng Ruoxue said. "Little Shui, what did you tell that Fengda kid just now?" Master Ning was also curious. Not long after the mystery item was revealed, Leng Ruoxue had whispered something to Fengda, and Fengda had left after that. This had piqued Master Ning's curiosity. "It's nothing. I just asked Fengda to tell Ning Fei and the first elder of the Ning family that if Ning can't pay the money, she can sell her body to pay the debt. Of course, if you are willing to pay for her, that's fine too." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She didn't need to guess to know that Ning was definitely furious at this moment. She just didn't know which unlucky person would be implicated. I don't have any money, so I'll let her sell her body to pay off her debts." Master Ning said fearfully. "Ha. You miser, you don't even care about your own descendants." The first elder laughed happily when he heard Master Ning's words. "I have too many descendants. If I manage every one of them, I won't be able to manage them." Master Ning said matter-of-factly. Hee. Who could he blame for that? Who told you to give birth to so many? You're just asking for trouble. The first elder said with some schadenfreude. As the crowd teased each other, the next item was placed on the stage. The host looked at the crowd and said excitedly, "Everyone, the starting price for this item is 50 high-grade crystals. The rules are the same as before, so you can bid now." After hearing the MC's words, the entire venue fell silent again. With the previous experience, they were now a little uninterested in this mysterious auction item. After all, no one wanted to spend a sky-high price to buy a cup. However, the auction had not officially ended, so those who wanted to leave did not dare to move. Who asked this to be the Ning family? He didn't dare to not give the Ning family face. However, the crowd had already decided to be spectators. In any case, it was impossible to get money from them. After waiting for a moment, the host saw that no one made a bid and couldn't help but say in disappointment, "No one is interested in this item?" This was good stuff. It's hard to find even with 1,000 gold. Unfortunately, no one believed the host's words, even though he was exaggerating. The lesson from before was too profound, so profound that they didn't dare to easily lay their hands on unknown items. The risk was too great. Don't regret it if you don't bid. The host reminded him, not giving up. He was secretly worried. At this time, the auction venue was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Many people lowered their heads so that the MC would not remember their faces. They were very afraid that the Ning family would make life difficult for them after this. 100 top-grade crystals. Seeing that no one was speaking, Leng Ruoxue called out softly. The young lady in the first VIP box has bid 100 high-grade crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The MC said excitedly, "Woo, it's good that someone is finally giving me face." When the crowd saw the host's excited look, they thought that he was excited because someone else had bid. 100 top-quality crystal stones going once. 100 top-quality crystal stones going twice. After the host's hammer fell, he deliberately paused to give the others a chance to bid. However, it was obvious that no one appreciated his gesture. 100 top-quality crystal stones going thrice. This auction item now belongs to the lady in room 1. The host shouted excitedly. However, when he revealed the truth, everyone was dumbfounded again. This time, they were completely dumbfounded. This was because the mysterious auction item this time was actually a sparkling and translucent crystal doll. The little doll was only the size of a palm and had all the facial features. Its entire body was transparent, and there seemed to be a liquid flowing inside. Oh my god. What is this? Isn't this the spirit ginseng fruit? Why would there be a spirit ginseng fruit in an auction? Aya, what a pity. As soon as the items were revealed, some people wrung their hands, some people lamented, but most of them were regretful, and they were so regretful that they wanted to vomit blood. This was because the spirit ginseng fruit was too rare for cultivators. There were not many of these things in the divine world and they were all sky-high prices. Ordinary cultivators could not afford it at all. However, not only did this spirit ginseng fruit appear in the auction, but it was also sold for 100 high-grade crystal stones. This result was hard for many people to accept. Immediately, some people began to question. What kind of auction is this? Aren't you playing with us? A middle-aged man took the lead. That's right. We want to re-auction the spirit ginseng fruit. Some people jeered, but more people were just watching. When the MC heard what they said, she said calmly, "I've already said before the auction that this is a new game of our auction house. Whether the item is precious or not depends on luck. Moreover, before the auction, I've also said that this is definitely a good item that is hard to find. I can only say that you're not fated to have this spirit ginseng fruit. The lady in room 1 has won the bid for the spirit ginseng fruit. She's just lucky. So, don't be jealous. There's more good stuff down there. Don't miss it this time." The host reminded. After hearing the host's words, the scene became quiet again, because they had been waiting for this sentence. After all, everyone knew that there was no reason to re-auction the things that had already been auctioned. If the Ning family really did this, where would their prestige be? In the future, who would dare to trade in the Ning family's auction house? The host saw that the crowd had quieted down, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued with the auction. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue had already received the spirit ginseng fruit. Looking at the lifelike doll in her hands, Leng Ruoxue could not help but sigh at the wonders of nature. Could this be the ginseng fruit that was mentioned in the novels of her previous life? She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Big sister, the people of the divine realm have fallen. They actually treat this broken thing as a treasure. Suddenly, Qing Ju's disdainful voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's mind. Isn't this good? Leng Ruoxue transmitted a question with a face full of suspicion. It's not bad. Actually, this thing is a kind of fruit. The spiritual energy contained in it is not bad. Otherwise, it would not be so sought after by those people. Qing Ju explained. We don't seem to have such a thing in our space. Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. There's no such thing. Back when Old Master transplanted the fruit tree from the divine realm, this spiritual ginseng fruit was not qualified to enter. Qing Ju said matter-of-factly. How did the spiritual fruits in the space get in? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. She felt that Qing Ju's words were too contradictory. Sister, the spirit fruits that Old Master moved into the space are the best in all realms. I didn't know why he did this before, but now I know. Those spirit fruits were prepared for you. Qing Ju said with some sadness. The Old Master must have predicted that he would take his sister as a disciple. Hence, he had prepared those things. However, there were many things that he could not remember in the past. As the seal was removed, he could remember more and more things. Oh. Leng Ruoxue replied softly. Even though she did not know her master's true identity, she could vaguely guess that her master's identity was definitely not ordinary. Sister, you can keep this spirit ginseng fruit for now. Although it's not very useful, it can still be used to concoct pills. Qing Ju warned. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head slightly and thought, sigh. Qing Ju's standards were too high. He didn't even care about the spirit ginseng fruit. She still remembered the reaction of the people outside when they found out that she had won the spirit ginseng fruit with 100 high-grade crystal stones. However, Qing Ju's disdain could not stop Fengde and the rest from being curious about the spirit ginseng fruit. After they took the spirit ginseng fruit from Leng Ruoxue, they started to spread the news as if they had discovered a new continent. Hee. This is the first time I've seen a fruit that looks like a child. Is this good? Fengde asked curiously. Captain, how can you eat such a cute fruit? I don't dare to eat it. Lin Yuan asked curiously. I didn't say I wanted to eat it, I was just curious. Fengde said, a little speechless. Looking at the lifelike doll, he really couldn't bring himself to eat it. Little brat, this spiritual ginseng fruit is a kind of fruit unique to the divine realm. Although it's not the best, it's quite suitable for your current strength. Master Ning explained with a smile. Oh. Fengde nodded in understanding. Little girl, you can either eat this fruit now or make it into an elixir. Otherwise, when you reach our level, any fruit will be useless. The first elder chimed in. He was trying to remind Leng Ruoxue not to waste it. No matter how good this fruit was, it would be of little use to powerful people. Yes, I plan to refine it into a pill. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since many of the spirit fruits in her interspace were of a higher grade than this, one spirit ginseng fruit was nothing to her. Moreover, there were so many of them, so one spirit ginseng fruit was not enough to split among them. Miss, are you really going to refine it into a pill? Suizhu looked at the white, tender, and clear fruit in her hand and said with some reluctance. Well, silly girl, that's just a fruit. With Godfather here, we can eat any kind of fruit we want in the future. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Right. That's right, huh. This old thing is very rich and has a lot of good things. Don't let him go. The first elder immediately chuckled in agreement. So bad, you only know how to bully me. Master Ning said with a wronged face. Godfather, we didn't bully you. Did you just say that you want to be my goddaughter? You have to give me some benefits. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Here. However, my good things have almost all been plundered by this old thing, so you can go and rob him. Master Ning pointed at the great elder and said fiercely. Old man Ning, when have I ever plundered your things? Don't wrong me. Who in the divine realm doesn't know that you're a miser? You can only lie to this little girl. No one would believe that. First elder immediately retorted. You didn't do it a while ago? And before? Master Ning said with wide eyes. That's your Ning family's money, not yours. The first elder pouted. Aren't the Ning family's things mine? Master Ning shouted at the top of his voice. That's compensation. Do you understand compensation? Old man Ning, I was scolded because of you I was locked up in prison. You haven't compensated me yet, but I will remember it for you. First elder warned. Humph. He might be able to hold on for a while, but he would not be able to hold on for a lifetime. He would get back these debts sooner or later. I don't have money. Go get it from whoever scolded you. Don't look for me. Master Ning was ready to play dirty to the end. Godfather, great elder, stop bickering. The auction has started again. Leng Ruoxue felt a slight headache as she reminded him. She really had to give it to them. These two old men who had lived for God knows how long could actually quarrel over such a small matter. However, this might be the joy of their friendship. When the two of them heard this, they immediately shut their mouths in tacit understanding and continued to enjoy the show outside. After the climax of the spirit ginseng fruit, the host waited for everyone to calm down a little before ordering people to present the next item. Looking at the eager expressions of the audience, the host smiled with satisfaction and said, everyone, the starting price for this item is also 50 top-grade crystals. Everyone can start bidding now. As soon as the MC finished speaking, the people sitting below the stage couldn't wait to start bidding. 100 top-grade crystals. Someone spoke first. 500 top-grade crystals. After one person made a bid, another person immediately raised the price to 500. However, this still did not stop the enthusiasm of the crowd, and the price continued to rise. In less than half an hour, the price of this mysterious item had already risen to 100,000 high-grade crystal stones, and there were still people who continued to bid. The host looked at the heated auction scene and was extremely satisfied. Hee. This time, their auction house could make a big profit again. He really admired the great elder for being able to think of such a method. The great elder's gift was also enough. However, he also knew to stop while he was ahead. When the price of this item rose to 200,000 high-grade crystal stones, he decisively sold it. When the mystery of this mysterious item was revealed, the owner of the item was a little disappointed, but not too pained. After all, this item was about the same price as the one he had bid for. However, its practicality was far inferior to the spirit ginseng fruit. The next few items were also auctioned for more than 100,000 high-grade crystal stones. However, the people who got them were not very satisfied. After all, there was still some gap from their expectations. However, they could not blame anyone, because the host had said that what could be won would depend on luck. Hee. Don't worry everyone, there's even better ones coming up. The host calmed the crowd down a little before continuing the auction. Although the previous few items were not completely satisfactory, their curiosity had been completely aroused. Therefore, they were extremely enthusiastic about the upcoming items. When the host ordered someone to bring up another item, everyone present could feel the rich spiritual energy that was emitted from that item. Instantly, everyone became excited. Hee hee. The starting price for this item is still 50 pieces of high-grade crystal stones. Now, everyone can start bidding. 500. 2,000. I'll pay 3,000. Everyone started bidding, and the price was quickly raised. Leng Ruoxue and the others were in the VIP box. Master Ning looked at the crowd outside the crystal glass and was very satisfied. However, he was quite curious why Xue didn't bid. Little Xue, don't you want this thing? Master Ning asked curiously. I don't want to. Leng Ruoxue replied without hesitation. Even though the spiritual energy of this item was not bad, she didn't really need it, so she naturally wouldn't bid. Hee hee. If I'm not wrong, this should be a medicinal herb. The great elder said with a look of understanding. It seemed that Ning Fei and the others had put in a lot of effort for today's auction. Little girl, wouldn't it be perfect if you bid for the medicinal herbs? Master Ning reminded. I don't want to. With so many people bidding, the price will definitely be raised. I don't want to be a spendthrift. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Actually, she had her own cheating device. Therefore, they knew very well what the item being auctioned was, so they would not bid easily. Even though Leng Ruoxue and the rest were not interested in such an item, it was still sold for close to 300,000 high-grade crystal stones. After the mystery that everyone was anticipating was revealed, everyone finally found out that it was a 1,000-year-old ginseng. After the ginseng, the host took out a few more items. However, the value of those items made the owners of those items extremely depressed, because they had made a loss. Everyone, we will now be displaying the last item of this auction. The starting price is also 50 high-grade crystals. Everyone can start bidding now. The host said the same thing as usual, but he had to say it. However, after experiencing the ups and downs of the previous items, the people present were much calmer and more rational. Although in the past auctions, the last item would definitely be the most valuable item, this time no one dared to be sure. The Ning family's play had already broken their usual way of thinking. In the previous auctions, many people had spent almost all their money, so there were no more people left who could bid for the last item. Everyone, this is the last item of this auction. If you don't bid, don't regret it. The host reminded him as usual. I bid 100 pieces of top-quality crystal stones. After the MC finished speaking, the crowd was silent for a long time before someone made a bid. I bid 150 pieces of high-grade crystal stones. Another person made a bid. Just like that, the price of this item rose at a snail's pace. It was clear that the crowd's enthusiasm for this last item was not very high, and towards the end, there were very few people who bid. When the price rose to 500 pieces of high-grade crystal, the crowd went silent again. No one continued to bid. However, the host didn't strike the small hammer in his hand, as if he was waiting for something. 510 top-grade crystals. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice rang out in the hall. After everyone heard her words, several black lines flowed down from their foreheads in unison, and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Was it worth shouting for just 10 high-grade crystals? Ning Qi, who was in the other private room, was about to raise the price after hearing Leng Ruoxue's bid, but Ning Haran quickly covered her mouth. Shut up. You're not allowed to make any more noise. Ning Haran felt a headache coming on. This sister of his was too insensible. He had already told her to get along well with Leng Ruoxue, but she just wouldn't listen. He was really infuriated. Brother, don't forget that we were all humiliated by her just now. Are you really going to take it lying down? Ning Qi pulled down her brother's hand and said angrily. The Grand Madam's personal token is in her hands, so even if she can't bear it, we have to bear with it. Ning Haran warned. He had always been a flexible person, so he would not fall out with Leng Ruoxue and the others over such a small matter. However, he would not forget the humiliation he had suffered today. Don't forget that you just signed a contract to stay on the godly mainland to pay your debt. Do you really want to stay here forever? Ning Haran said. I don't want to. This is all the fault of that damned Leng Ruoxue. Ning Qi said with hatred in her eyes, humph. She would definitely not let Leng Ruoxue off. Qi, I won't let her off either. However, we can only endure it for now. When the time is right, you can do whatever you want to her. Ning Haran promised. Really? Big brother, don't lie to me. Ning Qi had a look of disbelief. Qi, no matter who I lie to, I will never lie to you. Don't tell me you don't even believe your brother's words? Ning Haran raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course I believe what you said, brother. I'm just afraid. Before Ning Qi could finish her sentence, she heard the MC's voice. She was even more furious. Damn it, she only used 510 high-grade crystals to get a top-grade moon crystal. How can her luck be so good? There's definitely something fishy here. Ning Qi couldn't be bothered with her brother's topic and shouted in jealousy. Even though she was not a weapon refiner, she was still very clear about the value of a moon crystal. A moon crystal the size of a fingernail could possibly upgrade a saint weapon to a divine weapon. Furthermore, the moon crystal that Leng Ruoxue had won was bigger than 2 adult fists combined. This was really too unreasonable. The more Ning Qi thought about it, the angrier she got. Then, without caring about the consequences, she mocked the audience and shouted, there's something fishy about this auction. They're definitely colluding. As soon as Ning Qi said this, the auction hall burst into an uproar. Those who were already dissatisfied took the opportunity to make a fuss. That's right, your Ning family is really disappointing. The things that were auctioned off before were all sold for such a high price, but the most valuable moon crystal was only sold for 510 high-grade crystals. We demand that the Ning family give us a reasonable explanation immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about us attending their auctions in the future. A discordant voice was heard from the crowd, but the owner of the voice did not dare to show his face. What explanation do you want to hear? Don't tell me that the Ning family's auctioned items are worth a lot of money and we need your consent. I'll say it for the last time, I've already said that the new game is based on luck. Can you blame others for your own bad luck? Also, do you dare to stand out and let us see who you are? The host's sharp words immediately quieted down the somewhat restless scene, and his eyes that were searching around made people not dare to look at him directly. Previous chapter. What's wrong? No one dared to speak? Humph. My Ning clan's auction has always had a good reputation in the divine realm. If any of you want to doubt the reputation of our Ning clan, you don't have to come and participate in the future. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the host continued. Don't be fooled by him. The woman who won the moon crystal is with them. Seeing this, Ning Qi shouted through the crystal glass. However, just as she finished shouting, she heard a paw. Ning Qi's beautiful face was slapped. Ning Qi looked at Ning Haoran in disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Big brother. Why did you hit me? Do you know what you're saying? Even if you have any dissatisfaction, you can't ruin the Ning family's reputation in front of outsiders. If this matter were to be spread back to the main family, do you still want to live?" Ning Haoran said with a face full of disappointment. If the old ancestor knew about this, he would definitely not let Ning Qi off. Now, he really regretted bringing Ning Qi to the divine mainland. Not only did she not help him, but she had also caused him trouble. I didn't say that Leng Ruoxue is from the Ning family. Ning Qi argued. She did not think that she had done anything wrong. On the contrary, she felt that she was placing righteousness before family to protect the Ning family's reputation. Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean that others won't think about it. Did you forget that the owner of this auction house also has the surname Ning? Ning Haoran said angrily. In the VIP box, Ning Haoran was lecturing his sister. However, the host on the auction stage was quite calm, and one could not even see the slightest bit of panic on him. Everyone, those who know our Ning family should know our Ning family's rules. Whether you're a member of the Ning family or not, if you want to buy something at the auction house, you have to pay according to the price. And the lady in the number 1 VIP box is indeed our Ning family's distinguished guest. However, the lady who just said that we're in the same group, I want to ask, as the lady of the Ning family's main family, are you not in the same group as us? The host asked very calmly. Hee. The two young ladies who won the first and the last mystery item are both from the Ning family, but their luck is completely different. If you still think that there's something fishy about our auction, then I have nothing to say. Just listen to me. The MC paused on purpose and said nonchalantly. Since he had already pointed out Ning Qi's identity, there was no need to say anything more. As for what others would think, it would be none of his business. The MC's words had a certain effect. After everyone knew Ning Qi's identity, they thought of the lady's good luck in the number 1 VIP box. They didn't need to think to know that this was an internal fight in the family. AI. It was all because of jealousy. After thinking it through, everyone calmed down and stopped brooding over this matter. After all, the Ning family's auction price was clear and honest. They couldn't blame anyone for not getting the moon crystal. Who asked them to be so timid? At this moment, in Leng Ruoxue's and the others' VIP box, Master Ning's face was dark as he glared at the person in VIP box number 2 across the crystal glass, wishing he could kill the person in there. I say, old man Ning, stop staring. Unless you dare to release your pressure, otherwise, people can't feel it at all. Don't waste your energy. The great elder couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him. Don't stop me, this unfilial grandson. If I had known that she would be like this, I would have strangled her to death when I gave birth to her. Master Ning said angrily. Don't worry. Godfather, we won't stop you. If you need any help, just let me know. Leng Ruoxue laughed and teased. Shue, this is all your fault. You can't just leave it be, can you? Master Ning said with a "I'm counting on you" look. What does this have to do with me? Godfather, please don't wrong me. Leng Ruoxue felt wronged. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears, making the evildoer's heart ache. Master Ning, it's clearly your grandson's fault. How can you blame my Shue? The demon squinted his eyes and said unhappily. How could this little girl be yours? You two aren't even married. Master Ning provoked him on purpose. Marriage is just a formality, Shue is mine, this is a fact that no one can change, Whoever dares to take my Shue away, I'll definitely make him regret ever being born. The demon warned. Master Ning was speechless. He had also realized that those who were with Leng Ruoxue had a serious tendency to be violent. He couldn't afford to offend him. Just as Master Ning was moaning and sighing, the guards had already delivered the moon crystal stones that Leng Ruoxue had won. After the transaction was completed, the great elder looked at the rather large moon crystal and said with a drool, "Little girl, you're so lucky. You can buy such a big moon crystal at such a low price." Moon crystals were extremely precious to blacksmiths. With them, even a blacksmith master without a natal divine fire could raise the quality of a saint weapon to a higher level. Although the success rate was not 100%, it could at least reach 60%. Therefore, moon crystals had always been hard to find, not to mention such a large piece of top-grade moon crystal. It was something that could not be bought with money. The quality of equipment that could be improved by the moon crystal was not something that other moon crystals could compare to. Yes, I've always been lucky. Leng Ruoxue replied without any hesitation. Hee. Little girl, can you give me some of these stones? The first elder said, a little embarrassed. Ordinary moon crystals were not of much use to him, but they were of the highest quality, and he really needed them. Sure, let's each take half. Leng Ruoxue said generously. Don't you know how precious these moon crystals are? This is a peak-grade moon crystal. Master Ning reminded. I know. It could only improve the quality of equipment. It's not a big deal. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. Actually, she had kept half of it for the old man. She had no use for it herself. The purity of her flame was much better than this moon crystal. Previous chapter. Master Ning was speechless. He had thought that this little girl didn't know how precious moon crystals were. After all this, they didn't even take it seriously. However, he was really curious about what this little girl cared about. Hee. Little girl, I won't take your things for free. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. The first elder said with a smile. Okay, don't worry. I won't be polite. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. After she finished speaking, she took out a tool and split the moon crystal stone into two. She handed one half to the first elder and kept the other half into her bracelet. After the distribution was done, Leng Ruoxue and the rest prepared to leave the auction hall. Unfortunately, when he reached the door, he met the Ning siblings and Ning Xiang and his son. You're really like a ghost that can't leave. Why do I see you everywhere I go? Before Leng Ruoxue and the rest could say anything, Ning started to complain. She was in a bad mood after being scolded by her brother. Miss Ning, that's exactly what I wanted to say, but I don't think you have time to waste on me now. You'd better think about how to explain what you just did to the Ning family. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. What did I do just now? Don't wrong me. Ning shouted angrily, humph. She didn't feel that she was in the wrong at all, and she wouldn't allow Leng Ruoxue to laugh at her. You didn't do anything. You just said something you shouldn't have. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. After she finished speaking, she led the crowd and walked past Ning leaving the auction house without looking back. After returning to the inn, Leng Ruoxue greeted everyone and went straight into her room. And this time, she returned to her room and did not show her face for 3 days. In the living room. The first elder and Master Ning stared at each other. For the past 3 days, Leng Ruoxue had shut herself in her room to cultivate while Fengde and the rest were busy with something. The Ning siblings did not appear in front of them, causing the two old men to be bored. I say, old man Ning, where are the two descendants of your family? The grand elder asked curiously. He's probably making money to pay off his debts. Master Ning guessed. He did not pay much attention to the whereabouts of the two people. It was likely that they would not have a good time, because on the day the auction ended, he had sent news of Ning Er's performance in the auction house back to the family, and someone would naturally take responsibility for this matter. Oh. Hee. I wonder if they can learn their lesson this time. The first elder said with an evil smile. I should be able to. Master Ning was not sure either. He was getting more and more disappointed with the performance of the younger generation in the family. Not only did they scheme against each other all day long, but they also tarnished the family's reputation, which was what he could not tolerate the most. Therefore, he had ordered the family to punish Ning severely. As for Ning Haoran, he was implicated by Ning Just as Master Ning had expected, Ning and Ning Haoran were currently working like cows and horses in the Master Ning residence. In the backyard of the Ning family's main residence. Ning looked at the pile of dirty clothes in front of her and scolded angrily, damn you, Ning Fei. How dare you ask me to do these servants' things? I won't let him off when I return to the main family. The more she thought about it, the more she hated Leng Ruoxue. She blamed it all on Leng Ruoxue. Miss Ning, if you can't finish washing these clothes today, don't even think about going back to the guest house. This is the order of the host. Ning Er's curses were heard by Ning Fei, who came to check, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said to Ning Ning Fei. Do you know who you're talking to? Ning Er's beautiful face was red as she gritted her teeth in anger. She was a direct descendant of the main family, and Ning Fei, who was only a branch family in the godly land, dared to treat her like this. She really didn't want to live anymore. Miss Ning, although you're the main family's young miss, everything I'm doing now is completely according to the main family's orders. So, if you want to blame someone, blame the main family. Ning Fei said with a smile. However, before he left, he still reminded Ning to wash these clothes. If they did not pass the inspection, she could not return to the inn. Ning glared at Ning Fei's back with hatred. However, no matter how much she hated him, she had to finish washing these clothes. Otherwise, unless she could kill the Nings in the godly mainland or bribe them, they would definitely complain to the main family. Compared to Ning Qi-er's depression, Ning Fei was in a very good mood. He really didn't expect that the main family would give him such an order, asking him to train Ning Haoran and his sister. Didn't that mean that they wanted him to torture them? Ning Fei went back to the study with a smile on his face. The first elder of the Ning family was waiting for him in the study with a serious face. Fei, you're back. The first elder said indifferently. Is there something you need, first elder? Ning Fei said with a puzzled look. Fei, don't torture the Ning siblings too much, or else, if the main family forgives them, we'll be the ones to suffer. The Ning family's first elder said worriedly. Although the main family punished them now, who knew if they would let them go? If the main family didn't pursue the matter, these two siblings would definitely make things difficult for them. First elder, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have a feeling that they won't be able to make a comeback this time. Ning Fei guessed. He was one of the witnesses of Ning Qi-er's words at the auction house. After that, the host ordered the punishment of the siblings. It was very likely that Leng Ruoxue was the one who did it. Therefore, how could Miss Leng give them a chance to turn things around? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? When he thought of this, he was even more determined to follow Leng Ruoxue's footsteps. He definitely could not let that pair of siblings run around. After the Ning siblings lost their power, he directly locked up Ning Xiang and his son. This time, no one could think of getting them out. Fei, no matter how much the master likes Ning Xiang, he can't be the master. So, you just need to manage the Ning family well. That way, you can have a place in the master's family in the future. The Ning family's first elder said earnestly. First elder, I know. Ning Fei said gratefully. Do a good job. The first elder of the Ning family patted Ning Fei's shoulder and then left the study. The Ning siblings didn't finish their work until it was very late. After they returned to the inn, they lay in bed and didn't want to get up. The fact that they were so tired showed how much work Ning Fei had arranged for them. The next day, the brother and sister both pretended to be sick and refused to get up. After hearing the news, Ning Fei came to the shop to visit in person, even bringing an alchemist with him. Ning Haoran's room. Ning Fei looked at Ning Haoran, who was lying on the bed with a pale face. He could not believe that Ning Haoran was sick. People in the divinity could be called gods. How could they fall sick like ordinary people? In his opinion, the two were just pretending. However, they were still the direct descendants of the main family, so Ning Fei would not force them. Young Master Ning, how is it? I've brought an alchemist with me, why don't you ask him to help you refine some pills? Ning Fei said with a smile and a caring look. No need, I've already eaten. Ning Haoran suppressed his anger and pretended to be extremely weak. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Was this considered being bullied by a dog? He was still a direct descendant of the Ning family. Although he didn't dare to say that he could call the wind and summon the rain in the Ning family, he was at least a famous person in the younger generation. When had he ever been bullied like this? Humph. He would deal with these people when he returned to the immortal realm. If he didn't take revenge, he would write the word Ning backwards. Ning Haoran was filled with hatred in his heart, but he still had to show gratitude on his face. Since that's the case, then young noble Ning should have a good rest today. I'll report your illness to the main family. Ning Fei said with a faint smile. Then, he turned around and left Ning Haoran's room without giving him a chance to speak. After leaving Ning Haoran's room, Ning Fei went to see Ning Qi-er again. However, it was not appropriate for a man to go into a girl's room, so he just greeted her outside the room and left. As soon as Ning Fei left, the door of Ning Qi-er's room opened. Ning Qi-er ran out of her room and ran into Ning Haoran's room. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Quickly think of a way. I want to go back to the divine realm now. Ning Qi-er's face was bitter and she said in a flustered manner. I don't want to go back. We have to leave. Moreover, even if we return to the divine realm, we will still be punished. Moreover, the reason why we are in this state is all because of you. Ning Haoran shouted angrily. As long as he thought about how he had been implicated by Ning Qi-er, the anger in his heart would go, hoo-hoo. Scurrying upwards. How can you blame me for this? I'm doing this for the good of the Ning family. Ning Qi-er argued, feeling wronged. You still have the face to say that? If it wasn't for what you said at the auction that day, would we have been punished by the family? Ning Fei was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He had already asked his father, and this was a direct order from the master of the family. Unless the master was willing to let them go, no one could help them. Humph. It's all because of Leng Ruoxue, I won't let her off. Ning Qi-er said hatefully. It's not her. The order was given by the master. Ning Haoran said with a slight headache. He had already told the old ancestor to tell Ning Qi-er to restrain herself in the divine mainland and not to provoke Leng Ruoxue, but she just wouldn't listen. Now, not only did she bring trouble upon herself, but she had also implicated him. She was the one who told the head of the family. Otherwise, how would the old ancestor know about this? Ning Qi-er said through gritted teeth. Didn't I tell you that our ancestor is in the godly mainland? There were so many people who attended the auction that day, do you think this matter won't spread? Ning Haoran said speechlessly. He was really annoyed with his sister. A woman's jealousy was really inexplicable. Actually, thinking about it carefully, Leng Ruoxue had not done anything too overboard to Ning Qi-er. However, Ning Qi just did not like her. She did not even listen to his advice and went against her time and time again. Now, she was fine, but they had been punished. What do we do now? Brother, you have to think of something. I don't want to wash clothes anymore. Ning Qi said gloomily. She knew that Ning Fei was messing with her on purpose. Otherwise, how could there be so many clothes to wash? She had been washing clothes every day for the past few days, and now she felt like puking when she saw dirty clothes. If she continued to wash, she would go crazy. AI. Now, we can only start with Leng Ruoxue. She has the Grand Ancestor's personal token, so letting us go is just a matter of a word from her. Why don't we go and beg her? Ning Haran said after thinking for a while. What? He still had to go and beg that woman? No. I don't want to. When Ning Qi heard her brother's suggestion, she almost vomited blood in anger. After all, she had always felt that Leng Ruoxue was the one who had caused them to be punished. Now they still had to go and beg that woman for mercy. This was something that she could not accept no matter what. Then you have a way. If you don't beg her, you can stay in the godly mainland and wash clothes for the rest of your life. Let's see if anyone in the main family still remembers you. Ning Haran coldly reminded. There were many people in a big family. Someone could rise to the top position at any time, and someone could fall like a meteor in an instant. Therefore, if he wanted to have a respected position in the family, he couldn't relax his vigilance for a moment. Ning Qi hesitated. Although she knew that her brother's words were not unreasonable, she just could not accept it. You what? If you have a good idea, we won't go and beg her. If you don't, then come with me to find her. Ning Haran rolled his eyes at Ning Qi. Then, he opened the door and went to look for Leng Ruoxue. Brother. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Although Ning Qi was not willing to bow down to Leng Ruoxue, she knew that her brother's suggestion was correct. So, she could only brace herself and follow. The two of them came to the third floor and found the door to Leng Ruoxue's room. Just as they were about to knock on the door, it opened and Fengde walked out. When he saw the two siblings, he asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing here?" "My lady is cultivating. Can you ask Miss Leng to stop for a while? We have something to discuss with her." Ning Haran asked politely. "What do you think?" Fengde was speechless. He already said that his miss was cultivating, but he still wanted her to stop and see them. What kind of people were they? "Fengde, let them in," Master Ning said after hearing the voice. "You guys can go in." Fengde stepped aside and let the Ning siblings in. The Ning siblings walked into the living room and looked around, but they did not see Leng Ruoxue. "Where's Leng Ruoxue?" "She's the one we're here to see." Ning Qi asked in dissatisfaction. "Are you deaf? Didn't I say that my family's young miss is currently cultivating?" Fengde said unhappily. If Master Ning hadn't let them in, he wouldn't have let the brother and sister in. "We only want to see Leng Ruoxue." Ning Qi was a little angry. "It's the same if you tell me anything," Master Ning said indifferently, his shrewd eyes constantly sizing up his two grandsons. "Can an ugly monster like you make the decision? The person we want to see is Leng Ruoxue. Hurry up and ask her to come out," Ning Qi said arrogantly. When Master Ning heard Ning Qi's words, he was depressed. Boo-hoo. He was actually scolded by Ning Qi again. How preposterous. However, before he could say anything, Fengde spoke first. "Miss Ning, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have anything to say, just fart. Our miss really doesn't have time to see you." When Fengde heard this, he was also angry and said impolitely. "Hee, you two little fellows, if I'm not wrong, you're here to ask this little girl for help, right?" At this moment, the great elder asked with a smile. "Yes, we do have a favor to ask," Ning Haran said respectfully. He already knew the identity of the person in front of him, so he did not dare to be presumptuous. "Is this the attitude you have when you're asking for help?" Fengde rolled his eyes at Ning Qi and said unhappily. "What did I do?" Ning Qi raised her head, not feeling like she had done anything wrong. "I'm sorry, this sister of mine has been pampered since she was young. Please don't take it to heart," Ning Haran quickly said. He even glared at his sister, signaling her to shut up. They were here to ask for a favor, so they should lower their status and not act like Ning Qi. Therefore, he did not want his sister to say anything more, or else she would ruin the whole thing. "What if we haggle over it?" Fengde asked with a smirk. Well. Ning Haran didn't know how to continue. It was the first time he had met someone as direct as Fengde. If it were anyone else who heard him say that, they would say, "I won't argue with her." Unfortunately, these people didn't play by the rules, so he didn't know how to answer. Hee. Fengde kid, don't be angry, let's hear their intentions first. The great elder laughed again. Actually, he mainly wanted to hear what this pair of siblings would say. Moreover, old man Ning was also here, so these two siblings wouldn't be able to play any tricks. If you have something to say, then say it. Although Miss isn't here, as long as it's not a big deal, we can make the decision. Fengde said with a smile. It's like this. A few days ago, because of what my insensible sister said, we were punished by the family. So, I would like to ask Miss Leng to help us plead for mercy. I can guarantee that this kind of thing will never happen again in the future. Ning Haran thought for a while and then said. Young Master Ning, it's not good for my young lady to meddle in your Ning family's affairs. You've asked the wrong person for help. Fengde stole a glance at Master Ning and said calmly. Why can't I interfere? Doesn't she have the personal token of my ancestor? Ning Qi quickly said. So what? Even if my family's young miss has your ancestor's token in her hands, she can't casually abuse it. Otherwise, if your family's old ancestor finds out, he will blame my family's young miss. It's better for you to go and ask your ancestor for help. Fengde rejected without even thinking, but he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. What did he do earlier? Previously, they had caused trouble for his young miss, and now that something had happened, they knew to come and beg his young miss. Did they think that they had nothing better to do, that they had to serve the siblings at any time? If we can find the old ancestor, would we still need to come and beg Leng Ruoxue? Ning Qi couldn't help but say. The old ancestor had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost, who knew where he was now? Then it's no use for you to come to my young miss now. My family's young miss is cultivating. It's impossible for her to end her cultivation for you and your sister. Fengde asked with a smile. Then what do we do? Ning Qi was a little unhappy. From her point of view, Leng Ruoxue did not want to help at all. That was why she let her servant block her. Otherwise, what was wrong with cultivating? Can't you stop cultivating for a while? Hee. This matter is easy to handle, let's do it this way. I'll go and tell Ning Fei not to punish you for the time being. However, I can't guarantee whether the Nings will take back this order or not. However, you must perform well during this period, or else. First Elder said, but he only finished half of his words. First Elder, don't worry. We siblings will definitely perform well. Ning Haran quickly said. With the help of the First Elder of the Craftsman's Guild, Ning Fei would not dare to not give them face. In this way, they would not have to do those heavy work. Thinking of this, he was relieved. Do your words work? Would Ning Fei listen to you? Ning Qi questioned. She didn't know the Great Elder's identity, so she didn't think he had such ability. Qi, shut up. When Ning Haran heard Ning Qi's words, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was so regretful that he wanted to kill himself. This sister of his was too insensible. Someone was willing to plead for them, but she still had such an attitude. Moreover, the other party was the Great Elder of the Craftsman's main guild. Moreover, she was a good friend of the old ancestor, so how could they tolerate her questioning? If she refused to help in a fit of anger, they would have no place to cry even if they wanted to. With that in mind, Ning Haran bowed deeply to the Great Elder and said apologetically, Great Elder, my little sister is insensible. Please don't hold it against her. I won't argue with an insensible little guy. The First Elder disapprovingly said. Damn it, who are you calling insensible? When Ning Qi heard the First Elder say these three words, she was a little angry. Qi, Ning Haran's head hurt. Seeing Ning Qi like this, he deeply felt that it was a mistake to bring her along to the divine mainland. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble. Great Elder, you want to be a good person, but unfortunately, he doesn't appreciate it. Fengde said with a hint of ridicule. Yup. I wanted to ask Ning Fei to stop punishing them for the sake of our friendship with their ancestors. Who knew? The Great Elder's face was also filled with regret, and he couldn't even continue. Great Elder, I apologize to you on behalf of Qi, please don't be angry. Ning Haran quickly said. Ning family boy, you're a sensible one, but you're not the one looking down on me. I won't accept your apology, sigh. Forget it, you guys should go back. I heard from Ning Fei that you two are sick. Go back and have a good rest, and go back to the main residence to work tomorrow. The First Elder said with a sigh. His face was filled with disappointment. Great Elder. Hearing the Great Elder's words, Ning Haran became anxious. He grabbed Ning Qi's arm and pressed her to the ground, ordering, hurry up and apologize to the Grand Elder. Ning Qi had always been concerned about her reputation, but now that Ning Haran had treated her like this in front of outsiders, she couldn't accept it. So, she yelled at the top of her voice, Brother, I'm your sister, how can you do this to me? Why do I have to apologize to him? What did I do wrong? What did you do wrong? How dare you be so rude to the Great Elder? What else do you want? Ning Haran said in a low voice. What Great Elder? He was just a servant of Leng Ruoxue's family. What was so great about him? He even said that he would help us plead for mercy, How could Ning Fei listen to him? Who does he think he is? Ning Qi said disapprovingly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ning Qi's words, Fengde and the others couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ning Haran's face turned black and white, and he was so angry that he was trembling. First Elder, I only found out today that you're my family's young Mrs. Servant. After laughing, Fengde looked at the depressed First Elder and chuckled. Yup. I only found out about it today. The Great Elder was speechless. He really didn't know what to say to this Ning Qi. Sigh. The daughters of the Ning family. It was really a headache. When Master Ning heard Ning Qi's words, his expression was not very good either, because he felt that his face had been completely lost by this unfilial grandson. Especially when he saw the First Elder's resentful expression, he was even angrier. Suddenly, pa! A crisp sound was heard. Ning Qi's beautiful face was slapped, and the one who hit her was naturally Ning Haran. After Ning Qi was hit, half of her face immediately swelled up. She even looked at her brother in disbelief. After a while, she said, "Brother. You actually hit me?" We've all spoiled you." Ning Haoran said angrily. When he heard Ning Chi-er's words, there was a moment when he was dumbfounded. He was scared to death. He was afraid that his life would be ruined because of Ning Chi-er's rudeness. That was why he couldn't help but hit Ning Chi-er. "I say, noble son Ning. If you want to teach your sister a lesson, can you please go back to your room? We're not interested in admiring it." Feng De didn't want to get involved in the grudges between the siblings, in case Ning Chi-er blamed them for this matter. So, he very implicitly asked them to leave. "I'm sorry, I'll take Chi-er back first. I'll come and ask for your forgiveness another day." Ning Haoran finished speaking, then picked up Ning Chi-er from the ground and dragged her away. After the Ning siblings left, the big elder didn't say a word for a long time. Feng De and the others saw this and didn't disturb him. However, Master Ning couldn't stand it when he saw the big elder's face. "I say, old man, if you're angry, go and teach Ning Chi a lesson. I'm so scared of you now," Master Ning said with a frightened look. He was afraid of being slaughtered. He was afraid that this old thing would blame him for this matter. Then wouldn't he have to bleed a lot again? No. This definitely cannot happen. How would I dare to teach the young lady of the Ning family a lesson? I'm just a servant. The great elder glanced at Master Ning and ridiculed him. He. I didn't say that. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You can go find whoever said that. Master Ning said irresponsibly. Ning Chi-er is your descendant, right? The first elder asked indifferently. So what if I am? She's her, I'm me, don't mix them up. Besides, she only has half of our Ning family's bloodline. You can go and get the other half from someone else. Master Ning said shamelessly like a wife. I don't care, her surname is Ning. Don't even think about getting away with it. I'll calculate how much compensation you owe me. The great elder said with a smirk. After he finished, he even deliberately counted with his fingers, making Master Ning gnash his teeth in hatred. After a while, the great elder finished calculating and said to Master Ning with a smile, "Old man Ning, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I won't ask you for more. Just give me 1 million top-grade crystals and some blacksmithing materials. Why don't you just rob someone? I'm telling you, I don't have any money. How about I give you Ning Chi-er, and I'll give you Ning Haoran as a partner? What do you think?" Although Master Ning's tone was negotiable, everyone knew that there was no room for discussion. "I don't want it. Don't always stuff your Ning family's trash to me, okay? I don't have the money to support them," the great elder said with a look of disdain. In his heart, he despised Master Ning for being so stingy. "You don't have to take care of them. Let them be your servants and earn money to support themselves," Master Ning suggested. "I don't have money either. If I don't look at your big family and business, I can't afford to keep a servant," the great elder said in a poor voice. Watching the two old men go back and forth, Feng De and the others couldn't stand it anymore. They simply left the living room, leaving the two of them to play. After Ning Haoran dragged Ning Chi-er back to her room, he threw her on the floor roughly and gave her a few slaps. Then, he said fiercely, "Do you know who you were talking to just now? Even if you're tired of living, don't drag me down with you. He's just a servant. You actually hit me for the sake of an outsider. I will definitely tell mother when I return to the divine realm." Ning Chi-er threatened. The two of them had the same father and mother, and her mother had always doted on her, and was her biggest backer. "It's useless no matter who you tell. The clan head won't let you off for offending the first elder," Ning Haoran said coldly. She was really a woman with long hair but short knowledge. The ancestor had so many descendants, how could he care about them? They had offended the great elder of the Craftsman's Guild. He would not be surprised if the ancestor handed them over to the great elder to deal with. What great elder? He's just a dog of Leng Ruoxue's family. Ning Chi-er didn't know the great elder's identity, so she didn't think much of it. "Shut up. What do you mean by Leng Ruoxue's dog? He's the great elder of the Craftsman's Guild and our old ancestor's best friend." Ning Haoran growled in a low voice. How? How is this possible? How could he be the head elder of the Craftsman's Guild? Ning Chi-er's face was filled with disbelief. Why was the great elder of the Craftsman's Guild here in the divine land instead of the divine realm? If he really was, then what should she do? At this moment, she also knew that things were not good. No wonder her brother was so angry. What should she do? Why is it impossible? Don't tell me you didn't recognize him. Ning Haoran was speechless. He had only recognized the great elder that day at the auction. He had thought that Ning Chi-er would recognize him as well, but who knew that this incompetent sister of his would not recognize him at all, and even offended the great elder. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. I've only met the Armament Guild headquarters great elder once, and it was when I was very young, how could I remember? Ning Chi said, feeling wronged. In her heart, she blamed her brother. If her brother had told her about this earlier, she would not have dared to scold the first elder. You pig brain. Ning Haoran cursed in exasperation. The great elder had said that he would plead for them, but it was a pity that it had been ruined by this disappointing sister. Now, the great elder would probably not care about them anymore. Brother. What should they do now? I really don't know his identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say this. Ning Chi-er was a little scared. She didn't care about the pain on her face and held Ning Haren's arm tightly. You're asking me, but who should I ask? The only thing we can do now is to coax the elder. If he is willing to plead for us, the ancestor might spare us. Ning Haren said after thinking for a while. Don't we still have Leng Ruoxue? Ning Qi reminded. He's cultivating, why would he care about us? Our biggest hope now is the great elder. Ning Haren said rationally. But I just offended the great elder. Ning Qi said in a low voice. You know about it too. You have to apologize to me tomorrow. You have to be sincere and not throw a tantrum. Otherwise, we'll stay in the godly mainland for the rest of our lives. Ning Haren warned. Why don't you go now? Ning Qi could not help but ask. Are you an idiot? He was just offended by you, and now he wants to see us. Ning Haren said unhappily. He used to think that his sister was quite smart, but now he realized that she was actually an idiot. He had even hoped that Ning Qi could help him, but now it seemed that she had only made things worse. If he had not brought her to the divine mainland, perhaps things would not have ended up like this. He had not even started to do anything. It was already difficult for him to take a single step. When he thought of this, he was really depressed. Oh. Ning Qi nodded and became more honest. The next morning. The Ning siblings, who had not slept for the entire night, came to Leng Ruoxue's residence early in the morning. However, the two of them were denied entrance. However, they did not give up. They continued to guard Leng Ruoxue and the others' door, unwilling to leave. It wasn't until night time that the great elder couldn't bear to let them in, so he let Feng De in. In the living room. The great elder sat on the main seat and looked down at Ning Qi, who was kneeling in front of him and asking for forgiveness. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, Miss Ning, why are you so polite the moment you come in? Get up quickly, I can't stand it as a servant. Great elder, I didn't know your identity. Please forgive me if I've offended you. Ning Qi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she begged pitifully. For today's apology, the two of them had rehearsed the entire night last night and had even thought of many excuses to move the great elder. What do you mean by, forgive me? Hee, you're just a young man. It's nothing to have a bad temper, but... The great elder said disapprovingly, but he suddenly changed the topic and did not continue. Suddenly, the hearts of the two siblings were raised high. However, you have to change your temper. It's not right to scold people. Even if you don't know my identity, you should still respect the elderly. The first elder said with a smile. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, great elder. Ning Qi's attitude was very sincere, and after knowing the great elder's identity, she did not dare to be presumptuous. I'll forgive you, but if you don't change your temper, something bad will happen to you sooner or later. The first elder spoke in a concerned manner as an elder. Thank you, great elder. I will change. Ning Qi said through gritted teeth. It's good that you've changed. Since you've learned your lesson, I won't hold it against you for what happened yesterday. The first elder said magnanimously. Thank you, great elder. Ning Qi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Hee. There's no need to thank me, I'm not someone who would be too calculative with a junior. If there's nothing else, you can go back. The grand elder began to ask him to leave. Great elder, you promised yesterday that you would intercede on our behalf. Ning Qi couldn't help but remind the first elder when she saw that he didn't mention it. Oh. This matter. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. The great elder promised. Thank you, great elder. We will take our leave first. Ning Haren was relieved after getting the first elder's promise. He left with Ning Qi. After the Ning siblings left, Feng De looked at the great elder with a strange expression. He thought to himself, why is this old man so easy to talk to today? This didn't seem like his style. Although he didn't know what the great elder was up to, he knew that this matter definitely wasn't that simple. The Ning siblings probably wouldn't be able to escape the hands of these two old foxes. Hee. It's getting late, I'm going back to my room to rest. The great elder was frightened by Feng Da's scrutinizing and probing gaze, so he stood up and slipped away. With the promise of the great elder, Ning Fei came to the Ning family's house the next morning and told them that they didn't need to go to the main house anymore. The Ning siblings were completely relieved after hearing this. Ning Haren's room. Ning Qi looked at Ning Haren and said smugly, Big brother, we finally don't have to do the work of those servants anymore. In fact, what she wanted to say was that it was all thanks to her. Qi, you can't mess around anymore. Ning Haren was too lazy to expose his sister's smugness. However, he still had to warn them. Besides, they were only fine for the time being. After all, the punishment from the master had not been withdrawn yet. Therefore, he could not let his guard down. I know, I will control my temper. Ning Qi promised. In fact, she did not know if she could control her temper. Ever since the Ning siblings had been taught a lesson, they had become much more low-key. They were also particularly enthusiastic when they saw Feng De and the others, especially Ning Qi. In order to atone for her mistake, she had been trying her best to get close to Lu Tao and Cui Zhu, both openly and secretly, to find out about Leng Ruoxue's situation. Ning Haren, on the other hand, often appeared in front of the great elder, trying to please him in all ways, which annoyed the great elder. In the living room. The great elder looked at Master Ning with resentment and said, Old man Ning, hurry up and settle your family's matters. I don't want to stay here any longer. Hee hee. I thought you were enjoying that unfilial grandson's flattery. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Enjoy my ass. If it wasn't for you, I would have sent him flying with a kick. The first elder said, somewhat speechless. If it was the little girl who was trying to please him, he might still enjoy it, but it was better to forget about the Ning siblings. AI. He did not know when the young woman would come out of her room. He even missed her a little. You can kick me if you want to. You don't have to give me face. Master Ning said unappreciatingly. Because of Ning Haoran and his sister, he had been plundered by this old man a lot. Once he thought of this, he could no longer be close to the two. I'm just afraid of ruining your plan, not giving you face. But, when do you plan to make your move? I'm afraid that little girl can't wait any longer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have closed her door in her room. The great elder could not help but ask. Shui had originally planned to leave this place and find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. However, she had been hiding in her room from time to time and had not come out. I also wanted to end quickly. But the time isn't right. Master Ning said helplessly. He was fishing. However, the fish did not bite the hook. Sigh. He was also anxious. Then let's wait. I'm not in a hurry to leave now. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice entered their ears. The two of them looked up and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression as they said in unison, little girl, you've finally come out. Godfather, great elder, I just came out to tell you that I plan to cultivate in seclusion here. So, you can have fun. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days, and the results were not bad. She could feel that she was about to break through soon, which was why she came out to tell them so that they wouldn't worry. Alright, little Shui, you can go into seclusion in peace. With your godfather here, no one will dare to disturb you. Master Ning promised. Then I'll thank Godfather first. Oh right, this is your token, I'll return it to its owner. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she took out Master Ning's token from her bracelet and returned it to him. After that, Leng Ruoxue officially went into closed-door cultivation. After Leng Ruoxue went into closed-door cultivation, Fengde and the rest rarely left the inn. They would have someone guard outside Leng Ruoxue's room every day to prevent anyone from disturbing their miss. In reality, they were just putting on an act. After all, Miss was not really in her room. However, when the Ning siblings saw that Leng Ruoxue had not come out after a long time, they could not help but feel a little anxious. A month later. The Ning siblings had been waiting for her for a long time. Fengde and the others couldn't help but laugh secretly when they saw them come to ask when their miss would come out of seclusion every day, but they would return in disappointment every time. Ning Haoran's room. Ning Qi looked at her brother with dissatisfaction and couldn't help but shout, brother, when can we leave this place? She didn't want to stay here any longer. Although they didn't have to do heavy work anymore, they were forbidden from leaving the inn. To put it bluntly, they were imprisoned. We have to wait for Leng Ruoxue to come out of her closed-door cultivation. She has Ancestor's token in her hand. If we want to be exempted from punishment, she must be the one. Ning Haoran said helplessly. Right now, he could deeply feel the importance of the token. Therefore, he was even more eager to get it. Even if it was only a temporary possession, he still wanted it. Don't we still have our ancestor? That doesn't mean that Leng Ruoxue is the only one who can do it. Ning Qi said unhappily. She didn't like to place her hopes of being exempted on the woman she hated. It didn't feel good. You can find our ancestor. Even if you can find it, the ancestor will definitely show mercy and spare us. Ning Haoran retorted. To him, it was more unreliable to look for the old ancestor than Leng Ruoxue. After all, the old ancestor's identity and status were there for all to see. Why would he care about the life and death of two juniors? However, Leng Ruoxue was different. In his eyes, he and Leng Ruoxue were people who could speak. Ning Qi was speechless. She really couldn't find the old ancestor. Who knew that the old ancestor, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, had run to that corner? Have some patience and wait. Ning Haoran said helplessly. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had been in closed-door cultivation in the purple bamboo house. She had cut off all contact with the outside world, and even Qing Ju could not wake her up. Hence, she had no idea about the Ning siblings' punishment or their expectations. Another month passed. Leng Ruoxue still showed no signs of coming out of her closed-door cultivation. After Fengde and the rest had arranged everything, they also chose to go into closed-door cultivation temporarily. After all, there were Master Ning and the first elder here, so safety was definitely not a problem. After everyone had gone into seclusion, the originally lively living room was often left with only 5 men sitting there. In the living room, the first elder, Master Ning, Mo Yan, Lu Feng, and Lu Yan were all sitting there, looking at each other in boredom. After a long while, the great elder couldn't help but say, I say, old man Ning, how long do you plan on fishing for this fish? It's been 2 months, why haven't I seen the fish take the bait yet? What's the hurry? Hasn't Shui been in closed-door cultivation all this time? Master Ning said disapprovingly, sigh. After those little guys went into seclusion, the living room suddenly became quiet. This made him, who was used to the liveliness, a little uncomfortable. I'm bored. The great elder spoke the truth. He was a little tired of seeing these people every day. However, it was fortunate that Lu Feng and the others didn't know how to read minds. Otherwise, they would be depressed to death. Yup. I'm also quite bored. Qiu and Bao Bao, those two disloyal little guys, didn't even say that they would come out to accompany us. Master Ning complained. The little girl was in seclusion, and the two little things didn't come out either. He felt so miserable now. Those two little fellows are guarding their master. When the little girl comes out, they will come out. The first elder said. I wonder when they'll come out. Master Ning said gloomily. There was no concept of time for closed-door cultivation. It could be long or short, so he was not sure now. Suddenly, a strong pressure appeared around the inn, and the 5 people in the room immediately became alert. You 3 stay here, I'll go out with the old man to take a look. Master Ning made a prompt decision. Yes. Mo Yen and the others nodded, and then Master Ning and the first elder turned into a stream of light. Whoosh. Disappeared in an instant. Out of the inn, the 2 of them floated in the air and looked at the other people who were also standing in the air not far away. The first elder and Master Ning looked at each other and suddenly understood. Great elder, long time no see. A person on the other side said with a faint smile. Yup. Long time no see, may I know what brings you here, one family head? The first elder played dumb. At the same time, he stole a glance at Master Ning. It seemed that this old man from the Wen family did not recognize old man Ning either. I came to the divine mainland for a walk. I heard that my 2 unfilial grandsons and granddaughters are in the Ning family's divine realm, so I came to see them. The head of the Wen family smiled. Oh. Then why didn't you go in to find them, and instead released your pressure outside? Wen family head, this is the divine continent, not many people can withstand your pressure. Moreover, my granddaughter and the others are all in closed-door cultivation. If your pressure caused them to go into chi deviation, can you bear the responsibility? The great elder questioned with a displeased look on his face. He was secretly lamenting in his heart. It was said so nicely. This old god of plagues was clearly here to provoke them. However, the little girl and the others could not be disturbed at this time. Therefore, even if they had to fall out with each other, he could not let this god of plagues show off here. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that your granddaughter and the others were in closed-door cultivation. When did you have a granddaughter? The head of the Wen family looked apologetic and asked in surprise. It's none of your business. If you want to see your grandson and granddaughter, then quickly go in. They're in the VIP room on the 5th floor. The great elder urged him impatiently. Great elder, why are you still so rude? I'm just concerned about you. The head of the Wen family said with a face full of grievance, as if the first elder had done something that was criticized by thousands of people. I'm a rough man, it's right to be rude. The great elder rolled his eyes. Let's go. The Wen family head looked at the grand elder and said to his subordinate. Although he was a little angry, he did not want to offend the grand elder of the craftsmen's guild. So, he brought his subordinate and descended from the sky, walking straight into the inn. After that, Master Ning and first elder also returned to the inn. In the living room. The great elder looked thoughtful, and kept peeking at Master Ning. Old thing, you're looking at me again. Master Ning said uneasily. What's wrong with looking? You're afraid of looking at it. The first elder teased with a smirk. Are you going to say that you didn't expect the god of plague to come? Master Ning understood. Hee hee. You're getting smarter, old man. The great elder was not stingy with his praise. Smart my ass, isn't it obvious? Master Ning was speechless. Sometimes he really admired this old man's ability to play dumb. I say, old man Ning, this god of plague is planning to interfere in your Ning family's family affairs. Don't let him off easily. First elder reminded. Hee hee. He couldn't beat the god of plagues, but old man Ning could. It would be a waste not to use this ready-made goon. Do you have a grudge? Master Ning winked and asked with an ambiguous look. No, I just don't like him. Besides, don't forget that your precious goddaughter has a grudge against the Wen family. First elder warned. Humph. With me here, I'd like to see who dares to touch that little girl. Master Ning's eyes were wide open as he said fiercely. It's always better to be safe than sorry. If the Wen family is behind this, you won't be able to guard against them. The first elder was a little worried. In the divinity, the Wen family did not have a good reputation because they preferred to use unscrupulous means in their actions. Hence, he was truly worried about the safety of that little girl. After all, Leng Ruoxue and the others were too weak now, and it was impossible for old man Ning to stay by their side and protect them forever. You want me to make the first move? Master Ning asked in a low voice. After all, the Wen family was one of the 8 great divine regions, and the 8 great divine regions had in-laws. Therefore, it was not easy to get rid of the Wen family. That's not necessarily the case, but when it's time to act, act. Thousand creations, don't be soft-hearted. First elder suggested. Yes, don't worry. I know what to do. Since I've taken that little girl as my goddaughter, I won't let anyone bully her. Master Ning promised. Master, did Master Wen really come just to see Ning Haran and Ning Qi, Mo Yen, who had been listening by the side, asked suspiciously. How could that be? I suspect he also came for old man Ning's token. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, that token is in the hands of the little girl. The great elder thought for a moment before he spoke very cautiously. He had told her that the sign was a big problem. Now, trouble had come. Fortunately, they were here. The god of plagues did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the little girl would be in danger. Humph. He dared? Is my Ning family's thing something he can dream of? Knowing that it was possible, Master Ning couldn't help but be a little angry. However, he was more angry at Ning Haran and his sister for being ungrateful. The Ning family had raised them for so many years, but they had become ungrateful wolves. How preposterous. Don't be angry. This is just my guess. Maybe she really just came to see her grandson and granddaughter. The great elder quickly consoled him. Although the possibility of them coming for the token was very high, they didn't need to be so paranoid without any evidence. However, it was always right to be cautious. After all, the little girl and the others were in seclusion and they couldn't be disturbed. You should lie to a child. Master Ning said unhappily. Unhappily. He didn't just know the god of plagues today. How could the old god of plagues be willing to do something without any benefits? Calm down, calm down. The first elder said with a smile. At the same time, in Ning Haran's room. The head of the Wen family was sitting on a chair with a dark expression, not even looking at the Ning siblings who were standing carefully beside him. Grandpa. Say something. After a while, Ning Qi, who couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere, said coquettishly. What do you want me to say? Qi, how did your mother educate you? You've really disappointed me. The Wen family's head sighed softly and said with a face full of disappointment. He had married his most beloved daughter to the Ning family, but in the end, the children that his daughter had given birth to were so disappointing. In this way, all his efforts over the years had been in vain. Grandfather, it's all Leng Ruoxue's fault. If it wasn't for her, my brother and I wouldn't have been punished by the family. Ning Qi had forgotten the pain after her scar healed. The Ning family's punishment order had not been revoked yet. She then pushed all the blame for her suffering onto Leng Ruoxue. You still dare to say that? If not for your words, how could the Ning family have punished you? The head of the Wen family said angrily, humph. Did they really think that he didn't know anything? Everything the siblings did in the divine mainland was within his control, so Ning Qi's words couldn't fool him. Grampy. Ning Qi wanted to continue acting coquettishly. However, the Wen family head did not fall for her tricks. Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk now. The Wen family head said coldly. To him, descendants who were of no use were useless. In his eyes, Ning Qi was already equivalent to a piece of trash. Ran what's your plan? The head of the Wen family turned his head and asked Ning Haran kindly. His attitude towards Ning Qi and Ning Haran now was absolutely different. I want to continue befriending Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, they have all gone into closed-door cultivation. Ning Haran said gloomily. It had been 2 months and he had not seen Leng Ruoxue. He did not know how long he would have to wait. Previous chapter.